pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided a 3-game sweep against the Angels yesterday with a 5-1 win, behind 5 solid innings from Merrill Kelly and 4 shutout innings from the bullpen. And the Snakes will head to the All-Star break, 47-50 in 5.5 games out of the wild card. And here was manager Torey Lovello after yesterday's game.
That's exactly what we wanted to do. At the end of the day, I think we're all frustrated by what's happened the past couple of days, and I think they blocked out all the noise, all the things that could possibly be a distraction on the last day of the first half, and they won a baseball game.
The D-backs will open up the second half of the season at home on Friday against the St. Louis Cardinals. Off the diamond yesterday, the Diamondbacks had 2 first-round picks in the MLB draft. With the 18th overall pick, they selected shortstop Kason Cunningham out of Lady Bird Johnson High School in Texas, and at number 29, they took Louisville right-hand pitcher Patrick Forbes. The Summer League Suns lost 98-80 yesterday to the Hawks with some of their main pieces out, but they're back tonight against the Kings, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight at 7 on the road against the Golden State Valkyries. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
So wait, Jarrett, I'm supposed to talk into this thing here? Is this is how this works?
We use microphones in the studio, Vince.
Good morning. Welcome to another week. It's Bickley and Marotta mornings. I'm Vince Marotta, back from vacation. Tim Ring in for the vacationing Dan Bickley. Jarrett Carlin is here. Sammy Cebulka is back. We got 3/4 of the show intact.
So you have not done a show in 12 days?
July 2nd was the last day I was on the air.
And nothing has happened since.
And man, you want to talk about a blink of an eye.
And Bradley Beal is still here.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about the Bradley Beal situation, something I did not think I'd be talking about on my return from vacation. But
I didn't think I would talk about it on my return from vacation, which is now like 3 weeks ago.
Maybe
it's gone on so long, you have another vacation
coming up in 2 weeks that he doesn't want to be here. Yeah.
Maybe Brad was waiting for you to get back, and it's going to happen in the next 24 to 48 hours.
Awfully kind of him. How's everybody doing?
Doing great. You're right, though, about vacations, especially if they're ones you've planned for a while. You think about them. They seem so far away when you first plan them. They're coming up. You're looking forward to it. And then they're gone and they're done before you even know it. It's amazing. And so much of a vacation is planning and looking forward to it.
Well, did you guys hear about my vacation escapade? We had a cruise planned for about a year. Went out of Vancouver.
That's a long cruise.
Yeah, right.
How do you pack for something like that?
Well, you do laundry on the cruise.
Yeah, that's true.
No, we were, but the boat, the Alaskan cruise, went out of Vancouver, and the day before we left, I realized my passport was expired.
No!
I had to sit it out. The family, I dropped them off at the airport, and off they went.
Was this recently?
This was like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Oh no, Tim!
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, schmucko, you don't change it.
All right, see you guys.
You don't check your passport? Was it just because you didn't?
No, well, I don't have to get too deep in the weeds in it, but 2 weeks prior, I don't have the new ID yet.
Yeah.
So I flew to Chicago on that passport, and it was expired. Expired in March. But I flew out of Sky Harbor into O'Hare, and then back from O'Hare to Phoenix a couple days later.
So it didn't even dawn on you.
Yes. My fault, accountability, nobody else's fault, but I flew on it 14 days before the Vancouver trip, and neither TSA at either airport said, hey, we're going to let you on, but by the way, just so you know, your passport's expired. So it didn't even dawn on me to even check.
By the way,
that's not encouraging. That doesn't look good for you. That really doesn't look good for the TSA.
So, by the way, as we still have some vacation time, I encourage everyone who's flying internationally to check the expiration date on their passport.
You hit on something that I have a question about. Why did we have to updating the identification methods to get on a flight? Why do we need a new ID? What was wrong with the old IDs?
I know.
It's such a pain.
Well, the one thing I will say that they've improved with the new IDs is they only last 8 years before you have to get it renewed. The Arizona IDs, as you all know, last from when you get it, no matter when you get it,
until 2034.
Until you turn 60.
Yeah.
But 2034 for me, yeah.
65.
2036.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they changed that because that was ridiculous. You don't even have to update your picture. You know,
Right,
you could look like you're 16
65-year-old
until you're
man.
65.
I
Yeah.
don't know. You went from ultra convenience to the opposite of convenience.
Right. That's true though. But
all right.
they shouldn't let you on a, even if they shouldn't, what you said they should do, they shouldn't have even done. If your passport's expired and that's your only form of ID, they shouldn't have let you on the plane.
I agree. And if they would have let me know at that point, obviously I would have had 2 weeks to get it expedited and get it renewed, so I wouldn't have missed the family
That
cruise.
sucks.
So I took a trip while I was away, the first time ever, either flying to or back. I didn't have to take my shoes off in security.
Ah, yes.
So that's a good thing.
Don't you have pre-check by now, Vinny?
No, I don't travel that much.
See the world, young man. Just make sure your passport is not expired.
It's still good. Mine's still good. Jared, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs avoid a 3-game sweep in Anaheim with a 5-1 win over the Angels on Sunday. Merrill Kelly allowed just 1 run on 1 hit in 5 innings of work. Blaze Alexander, Jose Herrera, and Eugenio Suarez each had RBI doubles. And the bullpen trio of John Curtis, Kevin Ginkel, and Kendall Graveman combined on 4 innings of scoreless relief in the victory. So here we are at the All-Star break. D-backs 47-50. They are in 4th place in the National League West. 11 games behind the division-leading Dodgers. 5.5 games out of a National League wildcard spot. Bob Nightingale of USA Today, who will join us later today, wrote on Sunday that rival executives are convinced the Diamondbacks will be sellers at the trade deadline, which hits on July 31st, Arizona time, 3 o'clock Arizona time. D-backs will resume their schedule Friday night at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals, who swept the D-backs at Busch Stadium in late May.
A nice win on Sunday, Vinny, but the classic saying, too little, too late, I think applies here. I mean, they really needed to have a lights-out road trip before the All-Star break, and even that might not have been good enough for Mike Hazen in terms of that trade deadline. And it's just real quick, you have an opportunity to win 3 of 4 from the Padres on the road, and you end up with a losing road trip.
Yeah.
I mean, it went south quick.
That 1-0 game was a real gut-wrencher. Of course, not all the D-backs are on break. Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, Eugenio Suarez will represent the Diamondbacks at the Major League Baseball All-Star Game tomorrow night at Truist Park in Atlanta. Marte, the starting second baseman for the National League squad, in his 3rd All-Star appearance. Suarez, 31 home runs at the break. He'll come off the bench for the NL in his 2nd All-Star nod, his first since 2018 when he was with the Reds, and a 2nd All-Star appearance for Corbin Carroll. Home Run Derby takes place tonight in Atlanta, and despite all his long ball prowess this season, Suarez passed up in the field. Didn't even get a call. The 8 players vying for the title: Washington's James Wood, Pittsburgh's O'Neal Cruz, Matt Olson of the Braves, Cal Raleigh of the Mariners, Minnesota's Byron Buxton, Junior Caminero of Tampa Bay, Jazz Chisholm from the Yankees, and Brent Rooker of the Athletics.
Oh my
It's
God.
a star-studded event.
I was going to say, we'll talk about it more later, but other than Big Dumper, Not a lot of stars there.
Nope. Festivities get started at 5. You can hear the ESPN broadcast at 5 on ESPN 620 or here on Arizona Sports 98.7 at 6 o'clock, already in progress at the conclusion of Burns and Gambo. MLB draft got started on Sunday with their first pick at number 18. The Diamondbacks selected shortstop Kason Cunningham from Lady Bird Johnson High School in San Antonio, Texas. He's the third middle infielder drafted in the first round by the Diamondbacks in the last 5 years, joining Jordan Lawler in 2021 and Tommy Troy in 2023. Cunningham has committed to the University of Texas after he hit .509 his senior season in high school, when he was also named the Gatorade Texas Baseball Player of the Year. They followed that up with the selection of right-handed pitcher Patrick Forbes out of Louisville with the 29th pick. Louisville. And right-handed pitcher Brian Curley out of Georgia in the third round. Draft continues today with rounds 4 through 20.
Hit .509.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. There's no sure thing, especially in the baseball draft, but I do like the philosophy of drafting position players and then signing pitchers on the market once they get to the major leagues.
Yep.
I also love
standpoint.
how Texas Lady Bird Johnson High School sounds.
That is very Texas. Summer League Suns fell to Atlanta 99-80. The Suns did not play Ryan Dunn, Common Malawach, or Rasheer Fleming in that game. Asa Newell led the Hawks with 18 points and 11 rebounds. Oso Ighodaro had 18 and 9 for the Suns. Kobe Bryant 15 in the loss. They are now 1-1 in Sin City, and they will play their third Summer League game tonight against the Kings at the Pavilion in Vegas. That gets underway at 7 on ESPNU. If you want to watch top overall draft pick Cooper Flagg play basketball again, you're going to have to wait till October. Mavericks shutting him down after 2 games in the Vegas Summer League. Scored 31 points in a loss on Saturday. And in 2 games, he scored 41 points on 15 of 42 shooting. He's had enough.
Yeah.
Load management in the summertime.
Yeah, and speaking of which, why is Malawach getting load managed in the second game of Summer League?
Well, he is 18.
And he's 18 years old.
Yannick Sinner is the Wimbledon men's singles champion for the first time after he took down 2-time defending champ Carlos Alcaraz in 4 sets on Sunday. Alcaraz took the first set. Sinner buckled down, taking the final 3 sets, all 6-4. Sinner's third career Grand Slam title. He becomes the first Italian man ever to win the title. And we can't even play the Italian name game with him because...
I know.
Oh, Yannick Sinner. Oh, it just doesn't work.
Toad. Hey, Toad. Oh.
Sinner and Alcaraz, by the way, have combined to win the last 7 Grand Slam events dating back to the 2024 Australian Open.
I don't think Gambo has any cousin Yannick that he's staying with. What happened there?
On Saturday, Iga Swiatek bounced American Amanda Anisimova 6-love to win the women's title for the first Wimbledon championship on her resume. It's also the first double bagel in a women's Grand Slam final since Steffi Graf threw the zeros at Natasha Zvereva in the 1988 French Open final. Imagine getting to that stage, getting double bageled.
Well, at least it's over quickly.
I thought that was bad when I got double bageled against Brophy my senior year. Chelsea wins the expanded Club World Cup 3-0 win over PSG in New Jersey. Cole Palmer had 2 goals for the winning side. There you go. A very busy splash, even though there's nothing going on in the sports.
It's a very busy splash for stuff you don't care about.
We covered a lot of ground. Coming up next, first impressions of the Summer Suns. 2 games in the book. We'll tell you about it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. And on score! Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
On July 21st, the D-backs host Jose Altuve and the Houston Astros at Chase Field for a 3-game series. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Need cash to remodel your home or pay off high-interest debt? A HELOC from Lund Mortgage could be your smartest move yet. Tap into your home's equity today. And if the feds drop rates in the future, your HELOC rate automatically goes down without you lifting a finger. Upgrade your home, knock out that credit card debt, all without touching your low first-rate mortgage. Take control of your finances and your space. Call Lund Mortgage Team today and unlock the power of your home. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4, men.com. It's time to get it back.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona sports.
I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
I think just being a leader out there, I feel like I'm more comfortable, confident. I can really step into that leadership role, especially with the summer league team, and hopefully carry that over to the main team. But that's something that I'm naturally good at. I've spent a lot of time leading at Marquette, and I feel like when teams are player-led, they can go a lot further than when it's just coaches. So hopefully I can be in step with the coaching staff and help them.
So Iguodaro of the Phoenix Suns talking over the weekend in between games. They've had 2 games in Summer League, talking about being more of a leader this season. Hey, strike up the band. That's music to my ears after the lack of player leadership and really coaching leadership last year on the Phoenix Suns. Anybody that wants to step up and take part of that responsibility for me, that's a good thing, Tim.
You certainly have a little more cachet as a second-year player. I mean, it's really tough for a rookie to come into a locker room with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and start barking out encouragement.
Yeah.
But I think Oso now sees the value in that, especially because there was a void of that his first year in the league. I like the way he's playing at Summer League. Obviously, you have to give the requisite disclaimer that it is only Summer League, and he's playing against a lot of guys who will not ultimately be NBA players, but I like the fact he's taking it to the hole. He's thrown down some shots. He shot 8 for 12 yesterday. He had 18 and 9. So there's a lot of good signs out of Oso, especially because he's going to have to play the 4 of it if he's going to want to play, because right now there is a log jam, as you well know, at the 5.
Yeah, here was Oso talking too, and this was before yesterday's performance, but Oso Ighodaro talking about what he's working on to create more positional flexibility for himself.
Yeah, a lot. That's something that from college has been an emphasis. That's one of my advantages for my size. I can handle the rock. So just trying to continue to work on that so I can play more positions and be comfortable out there.
Yeah, and I think people were looking for that from Oso going into year 2. He's in, I think it's an interesting spot for players in Summer League, players who got more than a taste of NBA basketball. Oso Ighodaro, certainly one of them. Ryan Dunn, another one on this Suns summer roster. They played a lot last year, and I think it's fun to watch their development from summer to summer. Both of them look bigger, more physically imposing, stronger. But Ighodaro yesterday in that game against Atlanta, handling the ball, bringing it up. He had a great dribble drive with the left hand, showing aggressiveness, taking the ball to the hole. Those are all good things. Now, if he does want to play the 4, there has to be some development of an outside shot. And if you look at his shot charts through 2 games in the summer, Tim, everything's still around the basket. This should be a time maybe to get more comfortable. But, Dwayne Rankin put out the footage of Oso's shot pregame warming up last year before a game, and it went viral because it was funky looking.
Listen, the way he shoots the ball, he's never going to be a force from outside of 10 feet. I mean, the form would have to change.
Yeah.
Like that little shot put that he's kind of mastered, and he used it pretty well at Marquette, and it got him drafted, obviously, into the NBA. And he's able to knock that shot down a little bit even at this level. If that's the form, I mean, there ain't no 20-foot jumper raining down with that form. There ain't no three-pointer raining down with that form. So that's just – he might have to be a not stretch 4.
An old school 4.
An unstretched 4.
Yeah. So
tight 4.
Yeah, you know what? So concentrate on being a force scoring the basketball in the paint. Continue to get bigger and stronger. Be a defensive presence, a rebounding presence. Be able to take it to the hole and finish. But unless he totally deconstructs his shot and rebuilds it, I don't know if he ever gets to a place where he's able to knock down shots from beyond 10 feet.
Yeah. As of right now, who is the starting power forward on this team? Ryan Dunn?
I guess it depends on how you want to label him. Either Dunn or Dylan Brooks.
I mean, that's one position they really didn't address beyond like Fleming this offseason.
I think, you know what, Jared, first of all, good question. I think I think it's open for discussion amongst the coaching staff and Jordan Ott, because the way I see it right now is you brought up Brooks. I think he's more the 3. Let's assume Booker and Green are in the backcourt. Obviously, Mark Williams is at center.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different ways they could go with that 4 position. Maybe Oso can step up and take it.
Maybe. So seeing the second-year guys in Oso, Ryan Dunn did not play yesterday. Malowacz didn't play yesterday either. There's a little load management going on. Back-to-back games today.
Let me just get this off my chest. Now, the Suns, let me say right off the bat, the Suns can do whatever they want with their players and manage them how they see fit. From a fan standpoint, there ain't a whole lot going on right now this time of year, as you guys know, and everybody listening knows. I woke up yesterday morning, and the first thing I thought was, oh, good, I get to watch Malowacz play today at noon. And I was looking forward to it all morning. This is not as a media person. This is as a Suns fan and a basketball fan. And as soon as that news broke, I'm like, oh, come on. He's 18 years old. We're load managing him already in the summer league in the second game.
No,
that was the fan in me. The media person in me says, handle it the way you want to handle it, Suns.
And they've got a game tonight at 7 o'clock, so speculation is that he'll play. Ryan Dunn will probably play.
God, I hope so.
I wouldn't expect Oso Ighodaro to play since it's back-to-back games. In fact, let's just throw this out there. It's Summer League. Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro getting some run. They probably won't play in the last 2. The last Summer League game. And whatever the tack-on game is, depending on where they are in the standings. And I wouldn't expect them to play.
And I'm fine with that. And
what did you see from Malowacz on Friday night? I thought it was kind of a mixed bag.
Honestly, a mixed bag is a good way to put it.
Yeah.
I certainly see the skill set and the potential in him. He is raw. There's no doubt about it. I mean, just watching the nuances of the game, just the way he kind of dribbles the ball, the way he gets to his shot, the way he, gets lost a little bit defensively at times. He was intent on taking the three-point shot, didn't love that. He got a shot blocked a couple times, had a jumper blocked. But I think
Alex, in his defense, Alex Sarr's blocking everybody's shot right now.
And also in his defense, he got better as the game went along, and that's a great sign as well. It's his first game.
Yeah.
And he's 18 years old. Bobby Marks was doing an interview with somebody last week and said, he's not a project. Like, I take a little umbrage disagreement with that. I think he very much is a project, and I think we saw why. And that's okay.
But you look at the background. I mean, he's not only 18, but he's only been playing basketball for about 4 years.
100%. I get it. I know why they took him, and I just think it's going to take a while. And I'm not making that judgment based off of the Summer League game. I'm basing it off of everything, including his career at Duke, which a lot of times he was, not really all that prominent in the scoring department.
Stand there and block shots is what they said. But it'd be interesting to see how they develop him. Is he going to be the second-string center, the third-string center? What's his minutes going to look like? That's what I want to see because of that position.
One thing that you didn't necessarily love about Friday's sampling was 6 3-pointers. The willingness to shoot the three, to me, is big from that position because we just mentioned Oso's not going to shoot as a big.
Yeah.
Mark Williams has nothing outside of the lane. Nick Richards is not a threat to stretch the floor. They need somebody big to be able to stretch the floor in today's NBA. And if he's willing to shoot it 6 times, that means he's willing to work on it. I think that's a good sign.
That's a good sign. Just eventually, they have to, go in.
Yep. Well, there is that. Have you subscribed to the Bickley and Murata Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. Never miss any of the show. It's the Bickley and Murata Show podcast. Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, Diamondbacks salvage another sweep, or avoid a sweep, I should say, in Anaheim with a win on Sunday. Heading into the break, we'll tell you more about it in D-Backs Daily next. Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. 8 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know all about game changers, and all over the valley, that's what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing. They are changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find, and you don't have to settle for the standard all-on-4 dental implants. New Life Dental Implant Center uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support and longevity. Each new smile is digitally designed so you heal faster with minimal bone removal. Plus, they craft your teeth from solid zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts, and their flexible financing makes it all possible. So heads up to all denture wearers, veterans, anyone tired of dealing with dental issues, listen up. At New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone, available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com, or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morrishall.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morrishall.com. Trust in Arizona. Trust in Morris Hall.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and $0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at americaroofingco.com.
ROC 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Electrical. The D-backs avoided a 3-game sweep against the Angels yesterday with a 5-1 win behind 5 solid innings from Merrill Kelly and 4 shutout innings from the bullpen. And the Snakes will head to the All-Star break 47-50, 5.5 games out of the wild card, and they will open the second half of the season at home on Friday against the St. Louis Cardinals. Off the diamond yesterday, the Diamondbacks had 2 first-round picks in the MLB draft, and with the 18th overall pick, they selected shortstop Kason Cunningham out of Lady Bird Johnson High School in Texas, and at number 29, they took Louisville right-hand pitcher Patrick Forbes. The Summer League Suns lost 98-80 to the Hawks yesterday without some of their main pieces, but they're back tonight against the Kings, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight at 7 on the road against the Golden State Valkyries. And finally, we have a new Wimbledon champion. Jannik Sinner beat Carlos Alcaraz in 4 sets for his first Wimbledon title and 4th Grand Slam title. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc Physicians are the leader in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com.
Final game before the All-Star break. Diamondbacks found themselves trying to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Los Angeles Angels in Anaheim. Jose Soriano throwing for the Halos. Merrill Kelly going for the D-backs. Kelly would walk 2 batters in the bottom of the first and needed 21 pitches to get out of the inning, but was able to post a 0. In fact, things would stay scoreless until the bottom of the third. Kelly got Luis Rengifo to line out to right leading off, but when then walked Zach Neto, who would take second on a Nolan Schnell flyout. That would bring up Mike Trout with 2 outs.
Another 0-2. Trout rips a line drive base hit to left. Charging McCarthy, a friendly bounce for him. He comes up firing to the plate. It's cut off. And the Angels take a 1-0 lead with a 2-out single by Mike Trout.
Chris Garagiola on the call on the Diamondbacks radio network. One thing that stood out watching the broadcast yesterday, and this is just sad when you think about it, Merrill Kelly has been a veteran with the Diamondbacks for quite some time. Mike Trout has been with the Angels for quite some time. that was the first time they had ever faced each other in a regular season baseball game. More so, that speaks to the health or lack thereof from Mike Trout in his career. But I couldn't believe it when they said that.
I know, and they've both been around a long time now.
And and it's not like they play once every 5 years now. They play a series against the Angels every year. So I thought that was incredible.
I thought Kelly, he grinded yesterday.
Grind is a good word.
Control was a little bit of a problem, but every time he needed to make a pitch, he made a pitch.
Yeah, Trout's hit was the first of the game for the Angels, but it also put the home team on the board 1-0 lead. Kelly would end the inning by striking out Taylor Ward. D-backs would answer in the top of the fourth. Geraldo Perdomo led off with a walk. Josh Naylor followed with a single to left. The D-backs would then get on the board with Eugenio Suarez up and some sloppy defense from the Angels.
0-2 to Gino. Swung on, grounded to third. Oh, it's off the glove of Moncada again. Perdomo will round third and come home to score. And we are tied at 1 on the second straight E5 off the bat of Suarez.
Yeah, tie game there. Moncada, by the way, is a scarecrow out there. They kept talking about his knee not being in good shape. He's still wearing a glove. Use it. With runners on first and second, Soriano then got Perdomo to pop out to short and struck out Alec Thomas looking. 2 outs for Blaze Alexander.
But he's got another hit here. Ground ball base hit into left field. Naylor will score. Suarez to third, and look at Alexander hustle into second with an RBI double.
He needed the Dan Bickley bat crack there.
We now join this highlight in progress.
D-backs had their first lead at 2-1. That would last one pitch thanks to Jose Herrera.
And now first pitch, check swing fair. Grounder inside the third base line. That's going to bring home 2 as Jose scoots into second with a 2-run double.
Yeah, and excuse me, swing led to 72.1 mile per hour contact off the bat. But it was fair, and it tripled the D-backs lead to 4-1. Kelly would post another hard-fought 0 in the fourth. He got Joe Adell, Moncada, and Logan O'Hoppe in order, but he needed 22 pitches to get out of that. D-backs would get more in the top of the fifth. Perdomo draws a 1-out walk after Josh Naylor flied out to left. Suarez stepped in.
He throws. And this was hit in the air to shallow right. Long run for Lamont. Wade, he dives, he misses it. It gets under his glove and goes past him. Perdomo's going to round third and come home. And thank you very much, Gino Suarez, an RBI double. As the D-backs extend their lead, it's now 5-1.
78th run batted in of the season for Suarez. That did make it a 4-run lead. By the way, that number tied for the third highest RBI mark for a D-backs player pre-All-Star break. Only Luis Gonzalez, who had 86 in 2001, and Matt Williams, who had 82 in 1999, outrank Suarez's run production this year. Kelly would hurl a 1-2-3 fifth inning. That would end his day at 98 pitches. He left with a 4-run lead. John Curtis threw 2 scoreless frames in the 6th and 7th. Kevin Ginkel wiggled out of some trouble in the 8th. Kendall Graveman had a stress-free ninth to close out the Diamondbacks' 47th win of the season. 5-1 the final. Here's Torey Lovello on the win.
That's exactly what we wanted to do. At the end of the day, I think we're all frustrated by what's happened the past couple of days, and I think they blocked out all the noise, all the things that could possibly be a distraction on the last day of the first half, and they won a baseball game, and I couldn't be more thrilled for them. I saw the reaction in the dugout. That's the stuff we're looking for. It was a good game, well-pitched game, well executed on the mound, and everybody did their job.
Yeah, it was a win. It ended the week, it ends the first half of the season, even though mathematically we're well past the halfway point. But, going into this final week of the season before the All-Star break, Tim, everybody talked about, all right, 7 games left, big road trip, going to San Diego, chance to make some hay there, maybe, against the Angels. And you come back and it's another 3-4 road trip when it's all said and done.
I did the show with Bernsey last week, and we talked about it earlier in the week. Bernsey! This is when the D-backs were in the process of winning 2 of the first 3 games in San Diego. And it became almost a running joke during the week that over the course of this season, it's always the next road trip's the big one. This is the big stretch. This is the big homestand. And they keep continuing to prove to us that they're basically a 500 team, if not a couple of notches below. Mm-hmm. This was a 3-4 road trip, and they won 2 of 3 to start the trip. They lost 3 of their next 4. And I know what Tori's saying. Yeah, in a vacuum, they went out there Sunday and did what they wanted to do. But let's be honest. a 3-4 road trip, especially after winning 2 of the first 3, is not what they wanted to do, and it's certainly not what they needed to do when the general manager is coming on this radio station and basically pleading with his ball club to say, give me a reason to go out and get you guys help. They didn't give him a reason. In fact, if they gave him a reason to do anything, it's sell, and that's a gut punch.
Yeah, I mean, they played on the television broadcast some pregame sound, and I assume it was from yesterday. It was Torey Lovello talking to Jody Jackson, where they asked him about his thoughts on the trade deadline. We're going to get into this a lot later. But Torey said, look, I don't know what Mike's thinking. Don't really want to know. We have to concentrate on baseball. But our goal is to make it easy for him to make a decision, and we're not doing that. And I went, well, you kind of are. By being a floundering 500 team, you really are making the decision, what should be the decision, easy. And you got more than a healthy sample of what the Arizona Diamondbacks are this year. And they've showed it. They showed it this week. They showed it in Anaheim. They showed it in San Diego. And they've showed it up to the All-Star break.
We'll get into the minutia of the trade deadline coming in and what the D-backs may or may not do. Bob Nightingale had some news yesterday morning, but I saw a raging debate on social media last night. I'd love to get your thoughts where you stand on it. How much of this season do you put on the injuries, and how much of the season do you put on the players who have been on the field, and how much of the season do you put on the manager?
So you got a pie chart at 3. You got to cut, make 2 cuts basically on this pie.
And you could go 33.3 forever, or you could go. It's tough to play with the hand he's been dealt. I get that, but they were also a very middling team before everybody.
That's
went down.
I can't get past that. So I was talking to you off the air about what is, in my opinion, plaguing this team, and that is lack of health and lack of fire. They really have not been a fiery bunch at all. It's more been about protection, caution with players, another day off for Ketel Marte. We're going to get into that later on as well. It just doesn't seem like there's enough guys willing to push through. And the guys that are out there, and the pitchers, specifically 3 pitchers that have underachieved this year in Kelly, Gallen, Rodriguez, and Brandon Pfaadt, they'll take the ball every 5th day, but they've woefully underachieved this year.
No, they get 3 of the worst ERAs in Major League Baseball. Gallen put together a couple of good starts and then took a step back on Saturday in a game that, to salvage something on the road trip, I mean, Gallen needed to go out there and pitch on Saturday like he'd pitched in the previous 2 starts. It's tough. It reminds me a little bit of the Suns conversations we used to have this past season. Winning is important to them, because how could it not be? But is it important enough? Because the play on the field, or in the Suns' case, the court, always kind of stared you right in the face and said, it's not important enough, because that's the way you're playing.
And for me, a team that experienced what it did last season in defense of a National League pennant and missing the playoffs by 1 game, I expected a heck of a lot more fire on that front, to have the attitude of every game matters, every pitch matters.
And not only missing the playoffs, Vinny, blowing what was in the wild card race, an 8-game lead post All-Star break, inexcusable.
Yep. Coming up next, after attending events in both cities last week, got some thoughts on how Phoenix compares to San Diego as a sports city. We'll get into that and have some fun with it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring, sitting in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If you did not have a conversation with Devin Booker about him becoming the leader of this team, especially as young as we're getting, what are you doing?
$145 million. I have to think that question comes up.
Thank you.
It's like if you're buying a car and you're handing over thousands of dollars, don't you ask, wait, the engine works, right? Like this car runs, right? As many billions of dollars as Matt Ishbia has, $145 million is still substantial. If you're giving that to somebody, you're asking some questions.
And here's the best thing about this book. You just have to be yourself and hold others to the standard you hold yourself to.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and I hear you have 4th of July savings all month long.
What's up, Dave? For a limited time, you can lock in 0% financing for 60 months or save up to $15,750 off on the all-new Hummer EV. That's serious long-term savings on an unmatched electric vehicle, making it the perfect time to take the leap.
Ben Franklin would go electric on the 4th of July. Shop and buy online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The final series before the All-Star break begins tonight.
Hey, it's Luke. What were the biggest takeaways from the first 2 games of Suns Summer League action? We'll get into it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I'm sorry. I was trying to impress you. I don't know what it means. I'll be honest, I don't think anyone knows what it means anymore. Scholars maintain that the translation was lost hundreds of years ago.
Doesn't it mean Saint Diego?
No.
No, that's what it means. Really.
Well, agree to disagree.
San Diego. Drink it in. I drink in San Diego. literally, for 3 days while the Diamondbacks were there.
Do you throw a few adult beverages back, Vinny?
Yeah,
that's what vacations are for.
It was a pretty calm pace. But I spent a lot of my vacation at ballparks. I took my son to the last game of the Royal Series at Chase Field.
I'm sorry.
It was not a fun game at all. I guess if you like feudal offense, it was fun. They lose that game, but I was able to go to 2 of the games in San Diego at Petco where the Diamondbacks were in town. Saw the Wednesday night game that they won, saw the Thursday night game that they lost. We're not going to break down the minutia of the games. We'll do that, talking about performance and trade deadline maneuvering coming up. I was just looking at it from an experiential standpoint. And having that, and I've been to Chase Field, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of times over the years. And on this show, Dan Bickley has never really held his tongue on the fact that he does not like the Chase Field experience, that it's not a pleasurable experience. He'll give it a nod, a stamp of approval if it's late in the season or early in the season when the roof and the panels are open, but he doesn't like the closed-in dome feel of it. It's beyond the Diamondbacks' control. I get it. I've always said, you know what? I don't think it's that bad. I also hadn't been to a major league ballpark outside of Chase Field in quite some time. And Petco is one of the crown jewel ballparks. But it goes beyond the ballpark to me, and that's a big part of it, having perfect climate and being able to be outdoors. But the experience of being, and we've talked about this quite recently on the show, and I asked the question kind of smart alecky, could you imagine doing sports radio in San Diego when all you have to talk about is the Padres? Or you're talking about football in a way that there's a disdain for it because your team left. But the baseball experience right now that's going on in San Diego is off the charts. And this is a team kind of floundered, I think, this year. I mean, they're ahead of the Diamondbacks in the standings, but I don't think...
It's a similar story.
Similar story. Yep. They're in better position right now. But the experience of Padre fans, especially Wednesday night, and I got to the game probably, 30 minutes before first pitch, walked around an area that they call Gallagher Square, which is beyond the center field fence, and it's not even basically in the ballpark. You can buy a ticket for $35 and go to Gallagher Square. It was packed with fans who can't even see the game. They're there to watch a giant TV monitor, but they can hear and kind of smell and feel the ballpark. There was thousands of people at Gallagher Square. Then I made my way into the regular ballpark. Not a lot of Diamondbacks fans there on Wednesday, a lot more on Thursday. And I started thinking about what makes that experience. And it came down to one word for me, Tim. Pride. There was brown and gold or yellow everywhere. And some people wearing that hideous City Edition fluorescent crap that they wear on Friday nights with the Padres. But why is it so different in San Diego as opposed to Phoenix from a baseball standpoint? And it comes down to pride. People who live in San Diego are very proud of the fact that they live in San Diego.
As they should be.
And I hate to say it because I've called this place my home for over 45 years. I don't feel the same thing about Phoenix. And where that can change is the sports teams and franchises can increase the pride level in a community. And by and large, our sports teams don't do that on a consistent basis.
But a one sports city really helps.
That's what I was going to say. And I, way back in a former life, I worked in Green Bay. And you talk about pride in a team locally.
Yes.
And obviously that's a small market. San Diego is too. But to Jarrett's point, I wonder how much of that is all the eggs are in one basket. So everybody rallies around something.
It's a fair question.
And on top of that, obviously there's, what is it, the gas lamp district down in San Diego? Mm-hmm. Like that's the social center of the city. I think Petco and the Padres have also become, in summer months, like the social centerpiece of the city. If you want to go out, you want to do something, you go to a Padre game. I have family that lives in Orange County. When they go to a baseball game, they go to Petco. They don't go to Dodger Stadium, and they don't go to Anaheim, which is really closer.
Yeah.
Because of the social component of it. I grew up in Chicago. Wrigley Field, as you know, great little ballpark, centerpiece of that neighborhood. But it's also, when you go to a Cubs game, it ain't always about the baseball. It's a little more when the team is good, but it's about the sun and the beer and the bars and hanging out with your buddies, with your friends, with your families when you get older. Like, that is a social function.
And I felt that in San Diego as well. And again, I think a lot of this has to do with climate. But after the game on Wednesday, walking back to the hotel, stopped in to have a couple of adult beverages on the way back. After the game on a Wednesday night in the middle of the summer, place was packed. Have you ever gone to an establishment downtown after a Diamondbacks game or after a Suns game for that matter? It's a ghost town.
I think the Heat, and this has nothing to do with the D-backs, obviously. They can't control that. I think the Heat has something to do with it. I told you, like, one of the worst things for me going to a Diamondbacks game, this sounds so silly because I live here and I live in the Heat every day. I literally, the walk from wherever I park, if I'm not working, if I'm there as a fan, the walk from wherever I park to the Diamondbacks, it's like the death march. I hate it. Right, then you get in and the air conditioning's on. But even the environment inside of Chase Field is a little sterile, like Bickley probably complains about when the roof is closed. And then I think when people get out of there, like, they got to go home. I mean, and I get Padre fans do too, but I think that heat just lends it, like, I don't want to be out downtown anymore. I don't want to go sit on a rooftop of a hotel. I don't want to sit on a patio of a bar.
That's probably
I want to get the hell out of here.
And in the middle of the summer, there's a lot of tourists too, or a lot of people that go just, are there for the summer and stuff like that. It's not like San Diego is famously known as a great sports city.
That's the other thing I was going to get at.
They've lost a couple of major league teams.
And I didn't get, in sitting in a packed stadium 2 nights in a row, I wasn't overwhelmed by the passion level of, say of a Phillies fan. And the Phillies came in the day after the Diamondbacks left town, and they were everywhere in downtown San Diego. They're a passionate fan base. And you can tell that during the course of the game. I didn't pick up on that. It's just like this. They're just proud to have this product. It's strange.
I just think it's something for that community to rally upon, especially a community that's lost an NFL team. They've technically lost an NBA team. I mean, we're going way back now, but
it's not technically. They lost it.
Yes. I mean, and so that's happened to them. So their eggs are in this Padre basket. And in 2004, when Petco opened, obviously a much more intimate, updated setting to play baseball than the Murph.
Yeah,
it became like, this is the thing. This is what we do on summer nights in San Diego.
Fair.
And why not?
And with these improvements coming to Chase Field, again, you're limited on what you can do because of the climate and the conditions that you're actually living in. They should copy as much of Petco as they possibly can. That ballpark is a gem.
Well, you might need a wrecking ball.
Well, you might need help from Mother Nature or global cooling or something like that.
Why don't we just move the city of Phoenix?
Flagstaff.
Yeah, but we're moving up north, right?
Coming up next, not long ago, we were asking the question, should the Suns blow it all up? Well, now we're asking the similar question for another team in town. We'll tell you more about it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I think you could move Eugenio Suarez. I think you could, and actually get something back of value that might help you win this year. I think you could do that. I know Eugenio's had this outrageous season so far.
He's the only one you could move and still be going for it, or at least not waving the white flag on this
I think, though, you
year.
have to look at Eugenio and say, is this what we can expect from him if we sign him to a 4-year contract?
Yeah, I don't know that you can sign him to a 4-year deal. I understand what you're saying.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and there are a lot of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them, the age of your house, and then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills that proved my windows are shot, which is why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, Arizona's premier window replacement company, where they treat customers like friendships, where they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows windows in the state. That's because there's no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it specifically for our climate, they install it, and then they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products currently offering a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you get a $2,500 discount. $2,500 off. So do what I did. Call today, beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Oh, it's heating up, Aceronians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided a 3-game sweep against the Angels yesterday with a 5-1 win behind 5 solid innings from Merrill Kelly and 4 shutout innings from the bullpen. And the Snakes will head to the All-Star break 47-50 and 5.5 games out of the wild card. And here was manager Torey Lovello after yesterday's game.
That's exactly what we wanted to do. At the end of the day, I think we're all frustrated by what's happened the past couple of days, and I think they blocked out all the noise, all the things that could possibly be a distraction on the last day of the first half, and they won a baseball game.
Off the diamond yesterday, the Diamondbacks had 2 first-round picks in the MLB draft, and with the 18th overall pick, selected shortstop Kason Cunningham out of Lady Bird Johnson High School in Texas, and at number 29, they took Louisville right-hand pitcher Patrick Forbes. The Summer League Suns lost 98-80 to the Hawks yesterday without some of their main pieces, but they're back tonight against the Kings, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight at 7 on the road against the Golden State Valkyries. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Hey, it's Wolf. Do we care about the home run derby, even though Eugenio Suarez is not participating? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
At the end of it, I'm not on social media. I have no idea what's going on. I hear what you guys are talking about sometimes, and I choose that path for a reason. I don't want to get involved in it. The front office doesn't tell me anything. I don't want to know anything. I just want to manage the 26 players in here and take it day by day. And I know that it's a time where there could be some changes, but it's part of the game.
Torey Lovello, manager of the Diamondbacks. That was pregame yesterday before their final game, a win in Anaheim over the Angels. But talking about what's on everybody's mind, yes, the All-Star break is here. The All-Star game is tomorrow. Home Run Derby is tonight. Diamondbacks have a good representation of 3 players. Not a lot of teams can make that claim of 3 players on an All-Star roster, but the Diamondbacks are one of them. But once it's back to work on Friday, the focus for everybody becomes, and for some teams like the D-backs, it already is, Tim, what to do at the trade deadline. And we're asking the question, what do you do? What do you do? I think the answer is incredibly clear. I'm not saying it's an easy decision to come to or easy to make these moves, but it is clear the Diamondbacks have to be sellers at the trade deadline.
Unfortunately, it's looking more and more like that's the case. I thought a week ago, last Monday, there was a chance that not only they could be buyers if they finish strong, maybe stay put, like, let's just try to ride it out and see if we can get hot and go on a run like they did last year. Mm-hmm. Last year, they were 45 and 47 at one point, Vinny. And they went on to win 24 of their next 30. They were 45 and 47 this year. They ain't winning 24 of their next 30 this year.
Well, the biggest difference between the two scenarios is they had health in the bullpen last year. And they didn't have 60% of their starting rotation, begging the question, what are they going to give you on a night-to-night basis? You don't know.
And they didn't have 4 guys like Naylor, Kelly, Gallen, and Suarez, all with their contracts coming up at the end of the year.
Absolutely.
Well, do you see a selling situation where, I mean, if they sell, is it they have to go all in and sell everything? You don't see these sort of, they could trade Naylor for a closer kind of deal.
The fire sale you're talking about?
Like, does it have to be like if they're going to sell, they might as well go all in, or can they sort of?
But I mean, to your example, what team that's in the running has a closer? They're looking for a first baseman, but then on the flip side, they're going to trade a closer to.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That wouldn't.
Nobody has 2 closers hanging out.
Yeah. The Josh Naylor example might be the most interesting one because of, his age. I mean, I think Zach Gallen is as good as gone if there's interest in him. And I think a change of scenery would do him well. I could absolutely see Zach Gallen getting it together if he's traded to another team in the second half of the season.
I talked about that last week a little bit. I think it's human nature. We've seen it before. You got a very talented guy, especially a starting pitcher. Yeah, technically the D-backs are on the outskirts of the playoff race, but you throw Zach Gallen into the Yankees situation or the Cubs situation, I think he elevates his game to meet the moment. And we see Zach Gallen at his very best.
He's too good to consistently put out what he's put out this year. Merrill Kelly, again, we've talked about his age before. What is he, 36 years old?
I think 37 maybe.
And I think he wants to be in Arizona. I don't think there's any doubt about that, but you start to ask yourself this question. If you're going through this process of piecing things off, is Merrill Kelly part of the next great Diamondbacks playoff caliber team? How far down the road is that? I don't think we're looking at a long rebuild if the Diamondbacks do choose this tact, but
it's 2027 though, Vinny. Unless you get seriously lucky next year. If you trade Suarez, Gallen, Kelly, and Naylor, we don't know when Corbin Burns is coming back. It's not like he's out there opening day next year. At least I don't think.
No, he's not.
Of
not
course,
going to
right? So, I mean, that would be a miraculous turnaround after Tommy John. So, if you trade these guys, you are looking at the next time you conceivably could compete would be 2028, 27, because if you trade Gallen and Kelly and Burns is still on the shelf, I mean, what does that starting rotation look like next year in 2026?
Well, you just hit on something, too, that's got to factor into the decision. What does next year look like? Yes, it's in the now. You're pursuing wins. I get it. But when you don't have Corbin Burns, when you don't have Justin Martinez, when you don't have A.J. Puck, those three players are under contract, but they're not going to contribute for you next year. So you're going into next year already shorthanded at those positions. It doesn't make sense to hold on to these guys. Even if you want, I mean, I guess if you want to re-sign them, that's a different part. And that's where I'm getting at Naylor because of his age. I think he's the most signable of the pending free agents moving forward. But he also might have the biggest market.
Maybe Kelly's right behind him in that regard. But yeah, that's the thing. Like I talk about what does it look like next year if you trade these guys? Well, if you don't trade them, you might not have them anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to replenish your farm system by trading 4 guys away? Zach Gallen's a Boris client. Like, you're not getting the hometown discount. Like, oh, Zach really wants to be here. You know, let's just get a real good deal that he's comfortable with and extend this thing. That's not happening. I mean, history tells us at least that's not happening. Well, so they've just put them in a position. Go ahead, Sammy.
If your goal is to really kind of revamp this thing for 2017, out of the 4, like
2017
or 2027. Out of the 4,
Marty,
like why wouldn't
this thing hits 88 miles per hour? You're going to see some serious bleep.
Like why from the Diamondbacks' perspective, why wouldn't you prioritize bringing back for sure a Naylor whose age kind of fits the timeline, and maybe even think about Zach Gallen because he's younger and you know he can be better than he is this year.
I mean, I can see that too on the Naylor front. Who's going to play first base? Are you giving the job to Pavin Smith on a day-to-day basis? I know they love Pavin Smith, and he's an affordable guy, but Josh Naylor can be that guy moving forward.
There's always a guy you can pencil in 2026 to play first base.
But it's not the same as like if you trade Gino Suarez, Jordan Lawler's going to be your third baseman on an everyday basis. At least that's the plan. I don't think there's, even though Pavin Smith has performed at the major league level and Lawler hasn't, I think there's more confidence in the third base plan in the future than they have in the first base plan.
Maybe Lawler, when he finally just gets a job full time, actually can hit at the major league level.
Hopefully.
Going back to Jared's original point, it's tough because, like, if you're going to trade a couple of these guys, you may as well trade all of them and just start the rebuild, and then you ask yourself, should there be a change in the manager's office? If we're going to scrap this thing, if we're going to sell it for scraps and take it down to the studs and build it back up again, like, do you go a whole fresh new look in that regard? I don't know. There's a lot of question marks facing this team right now, and then a lot more, obviously, after the trade deadline and then after the season.
Yeah, and I think we've commented on this, and it's an everyday occurrence with the Diamondbacks fan base. There's a large faction of Diamondbacks fans that want Torey Lovullo gone. No questions asked. They want him gone now, and they think that will turn around the season. I don't happen to believe that a managerial change would change the trajectory of this team to a degree where they could actually climb back into the playoffs. That's just my belief, but I think you're asking a very fair question. If you're going down this road and you are changing the complexion of your roster to that degree for the future, you have to ask yourself, is this still the right manager for this group of guys? And, this is Torey's 9th season here. That's a really, really long time for any manager in any place, especially when you talk about, 2 really good seasons. 2017, his first season, was a really good season. 2023, you went to the World Series. But that is not indicative in terms of results and success, that it doesn't equate to a manager that normally gets this type of leeway.
You know what else, to me, is also something to watch? Ken Kendrick's really spent. He's really spent. He's done a 180, it seems, from a perception standpoint, in terms of what he wants to put into this baseball team and going out. And yet, throwing the money at Jordan Montgomery, throwing the money at Corbin Burns, and boy, his ROI.
And Eduardo Rodriguez.
And Eduardo Rodriguez. But the
that name trips everybody up. Erod.
But the ROI for Ken hasn't been there.
No.
And he's a businessman. And I hope it doesn't cloud the way he handles that in the future. Like, I went down this road and look what I got for it.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. We're just going to build from our farm system up. And maybe that'll work, maybe it won't. And I'm not saying he will do that, but that's a concern for me.
Yeah. We'll obviously have more leading up to the trade deadline, which is in a little bit more than 2 weeks. Coming up next, why have a reported 24 to 48 hours lasted more than a week? We'll talk about what, if anything, is going on with the Bradley Beal situation. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick here on this Monday, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sunday morning, July 6th at 8:43 a.m. local Arizona time while on vacation in Sicily. Our own John Gambadoro posted this to over 100,000 followers. Quote, I expect a decision and resolution on Bradley Beal's situation in the next 24 to 48 hours. End quote. Since then, don't look at us. I mean, we're over here doing the I don't know emoji just like you.
I would be stunned if he's on the roster when training camp starts.
When breaking Bradley Beal news finally hits, you'll hear it on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com, and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
I speak fluent Italian. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with some great advice for sports fans. If you are looking to upgrade your viewing experience, stay away from the big box stores and head on down to Waltz TV and Appliance. And here's why. Waltz will give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you great selection, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, and all the major name brands you are looking for. And you will not pay a premium for all that because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices. To prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. They will match it. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you'll enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Arizona sports.
On the wave and stretch standpoint, stretched money cannot exceed 15% of that year's salary cap. So you need to be able to give back money in order for you to waive and stretch him and for it to be legal.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
It was the Beal deal, and this is without me saying, oh, Beal's going to be... I love Beal. I think he's a great player. But you look at your roster, you say, I got a scoring 2 guard, and I got a scoring 3. Why do I need another scoring 2 guard? Yes, I get who he is, but that's not good basketball to create that. And that's the part where a front office tells its owner, hey, I know it's shiny, but it's not for us. And not only that, but acquiring Beal puts us in this place where we're at now with the second apron and all the restrictions. So I think that's the part where a front office has to be more forceful in explaining there are repercussions to this decision. The upside is limited. The downside is humongous.
That's Amin El-Hassan, who joined Bickley and Murata mornings last Monday, talking about the Bradley Beal situation. That's how it began. Kind of a reflective tone there.
Yeah, was he saying that back when they took Chris Paul's contract, that they were going to cut him?
I don't know.
And turned it into a four-time All-Star? Because, yeah, it failed miserably. I get it.
It did.
And the positional duplication was something the Suns could not overcome. Booker and Beal just couldn't function in the backcourt together, and all 3 guys kind of did the same thing. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But was he saying that?
But that Beal trade only seemed like a good idea right at first, like right when you first heard of it. Because as soon as you thought about it, you did think about the positional overlap. You did think about his contract, and you did think about his health.
No, but I'll raise my hand and I'll say I was in favor of that deal at the time because of the Chris Paul contract. Chris Paul's injury breakdowns in the postseason had to be moved past. I will also raise my hand and admit that I and everybody else who was on board with that deal overlooked a ton of baggage in that. Bradley Beal's injury history. Bradley Beal having a no-trade clause. Bradley Beal being asked to do something he had never been asked to do before as an NBA player. Oh, how could it not work? He's a 30-point-per-game scorer. He can easily come in here and assume the role and be that number 3 and do the other things. And the absurdity that reached at the end last year when it was reported that Mike Budenholzer said, oh, just be more like Drew Holiday. You don't think about these things. You overlooked, and the Suns front office, to Amin El-Hassan's point, overlooked a ton of attached. It was like barnacles on the ship.
And the second apron stuff.
Yes.
And how much that would affect everything.
I get it. But you go back in time, and I shouldn't say but, because it sounds like I'm defending the deal. But at the time, because I'm well aware that this was an epic failure, and so are the Suns. But at the time, the Suns had very limited options to add any significant players from a talent standpoint, a salary standpoint, an ability standpoint, veterans, and they only really had Booker and Durant. And because of the Bartelstein relationship, Mark calls Josh, hey, would you guys like Bradley Beal? Hey, it's not a great positional fit, but you can take Chris Paul's contract, the guy you're about to waive. Remember, Chris Haynes actually reported he was going to be waived, and Chris got that from Chris Paul. And the Suns were like, well, okay, it may not be the greatest positional fit, but we think Booker can play the 1. He's done it before. We got the ability to turn a guy that we don't want anymore into a 4-time All-Star and a guy who averages close to 30 points a game. We're gonna take a shot at this and see if it works. And obviously it did not.
No, they swung wildly. But let me ask you this. Had the Suns resisted that shiny object and not made that deal back in 2023 and traded Chris Paul for Bradley Beal, do you think the last 2 years would have gone any better?
I often think, now what if they turned Chris Paul into Jordan Poole?
No, I'm just saying if they didn't make the deal at all and they lived with Chris Paul's contract. Chris Paul's played the last 2 seasons. In fact, he played and started 82 games for the San Antonio Spurs.
In retrospect, I think the Suns at the time, because Chris Paul got hurt again in the Nuggets series, I think, and had injury and health issues in previous playoff runs, I think that they could no longer trust Chris Paul, and that's why they were on the verge of waiving him. In retrospect, hindsight, 2020, obviously, I think the team of Chris Paul, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and DeAndre Ayton probably would have fared better than the version of the Suns that we had in Durant's 2 full seasons here. And I know Ayton was persona non grata, and I know there were problems, but from a sheer basketball standpoint, he's better than the centers that they've trotted out since he left.
And I'm not even. I'll even live with. Okay, they make the Ayton deal right before training camp in 2023, but Chris Paul is still here. I think it's better because of what Chris Paul gives you from a non-basketball standpoint. What was this team lacking severely for 2 years?
Leadership.
Was on-court leadership.
Yeah,
and he's top 5 all time, maybe in that category.
It was lacking so much that now 3 years later, we want him to come back.
But I will say this. I while I say it would be better, what does that mean? I think Minnesota was still not going to be denied in that playoff series. The Suns probably would have won a game or 2 in that series. And last year, by better, they would have won more than 36 games. But were they a playoff team? I can't say that with any.
No, I can't say that.
But the silver lining in that scenario would be you're not saddled with this Bradley Beal situation, which has dragged on. Again, this is my first show since July 2nd. It was on the 2-yard line then. It's July 14th, and it still hasn't happened. Now, there's some new information out there that Bright Side of the Sun has put out there. Rod Argent put it out there that waiting until July 15th to buy out Bradley Beal makes sense, and there's a lot of statistical and financial minutia. And Kellen Olson brought this up, too, last week, is that Bradley Beal's not going to agree to take a pay cut until he's got his next location, his next destination lined up so he can make the numbers work. And that, to me, makes a whole heck of a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I think that's where Gambo got his report from his sources inside the Suns front office, is that Bradley, and I talked about this a lot on the afternoon show last week, it'll play out in the media. The Suns wave and stretch Bradley Beal, he agrees, and then 24 hours later we'll hear about the new team. That's not the way it's working behind closed doors. The Suns have essentially told Bradley Beal, go find your new team, go find the deal you're comfortable with, and then come back to us, and then we'll obviously orchestrate the wave and stretch.
Yeah.
And I think the Suns, and this is why Gambo had this report, the Suns believed that Bradley Beal was going to have his new team in 24 to 48 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are now over a week later since that was reported, and he still doesn't have his new team, which lends you to believe potentially that did a potential deal with the Clippers fall through. And now he's back to square one with his agent, Mark Bartelstein again, trying to find a new team.
Maybe.
And a team that will pay him what he wants in a place he wants to live. Because remember, still with that no trade clause and the inability to waive and stretch unless he agrees to a pay cut,
Mm-hmm.
Bradley Beal still holds all the cards.
Well, he does right now, but if he agrees to the pay cut and the waive and stretch takes place, the no trade clause goes bye-bye.
Of course.
Yeah.
But if the only offer Bradley Beal has is from the Memphis Grizzlies and he doesn't want to live in Memphis or his wife doesn't, he's not going to agree to the pay cut and the Suns can't waive and stretch him and he's going to be here. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. But the longer this drags out, you start running through all these scenarios in your head.
Yeah. Maybe July 15th is the date. We shall see. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Monday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. Bickley and Murata mornings. Tim Ring sitting in today and all week for the vacationing Dan Bickley here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of Get It Nowhere Else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes, you both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided a 3-game sweep against the Angels yesterday with a 5-1 win, behind 5 solid innings from Merrill Kelly and 4 shutout innings from the bullpen. And the Snakes will head to the All-Star break 47-50 in 5.5 games out of the wild card. And here was manager Torey Lovello after yesterday's game.
That's exactly what we wanted to do. At the end of the day, I think we're all frustrated by what's happened the past couple of days, and I think they blocked out all the noise, all the things that could possibly be a distraction on the last day of the first half, and they won a baseball game.
The D-backs will open the second half of the season at home on Friday against the St. Louis Cardinals. Off the diamond yesterday, the D-backs had 2 first-round picks in the MLB draft, and with the 18th overall pick, they selected shortstop Kaysen Cunningham out of Lady Bird Johnson High School in Texas. And at number 29, they selected Louisville right-hand pitcher Patrick Forbes. The Summer League Suns lost 98-80 to the Hawks yesterday without some of their main pieces, but they are back tonight against the Sacramento Kings. And the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight at 7 on the road against the Golden State Valkyries. And finally, we have a new Wimbledon champion. Jannik Sinner beat Carlos Alcaraz in 4 sets for his first Wimbledon title and 4th Grand Slam title. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:33 on a Monday, and it's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. And the show got a little reboot today from last week. I'm back. Vince is back, and Tim Ring in for Bick, and it's
Jarrett's still here.
Jared is still here. That's why
The Rock. The Rock. The keystone of the entire operation.
I think it's Cornerstone.
Oh.
Yeah, Cornerstone. Yeah. That's,
Well, I mean, he
Keystone
does
is.
give a Keystone Cop kind of feel to the show at times.
Keystone Light. That's what it gets me through the
Does
show.
drink Keystone during the show, yes.
Jared, it's 7:30 in the morning. Nonetheless, we are back with the Rush Hour Reboot, and the Diamondbacks are headed into a very much needed All-Star break at 47-50. Here's what manager Torey Lovello had to say about them heading into the break.
I encouraged them. I got in front of them and just said, look, enjoy the break, decompress, give yourself a couple days to unplug. But at some point on Thursday, Wednesday, and Thursday, with our optional workout, let's start to dial it back in, because we got a very tough team walking in on Friday, and we got to chase some teams down. So I think the group knows.
So the question begs, is the All-Star break good, bad, or indifferent for this team right now?
Yeah, I don't think it matters much. I just think it's some days off for some guys.
And Ketel Marte got to jump on that yesterday, getting the day
Oh,
off.
we'll talk about that more.
The All-Star break.
Yeah.
Hey, college football starts in 40 days.
It's also unfortunately, the type of injuries that a lot of their players have are not ones that a week will help.
Right.
Like, that's not going to bring Corbin Burns or Justin Martinez or A.J. Puck.
Yeah.
Who knows, even Shelby Miller back. So.
Yeah.
But as far as momentum, I mean, is there anything to a week off to reset? Is there anything?
I mean, that's the only way to look at it optimistically is, I mean, they haven't had this much time off since the season started. Is it going to make a difference? I mean, I tend to think no, because again, what I said, we've got 90-plus games of proof of what the Arizona Diamondbacks are. With all of the conditions and everything that they've dealt with this year, this is who they are.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a brutal homestand prior to the road trip. Road trip started out with some promise, but ends in a whimper. I mean, 3-4 road trip coming off a 3-7 homestand.
Mm-hmm.
They are who they are, and I don't think the All-Star break is going to matter. It's not like you got some guys outside of Gabby Marino who are on the verge of coming back to help the cause.
Yes.
And with a team that hasn't really had momentum in one way or another for the season, like an All-Star break stunting that or stopping a momentous losing streak, that's not what this is right now. On the flip side, we've talked a lot about trade rumors, the trade deadline coming, and we played a clip earlier of Torey saying this.
At the end of it, I'm not on social media. I have no idea what's going on. I hear what you guys are talking about sometimes, and I choose that path for a reason. I don't want to get involved in it. The front office doesn't tell me anything. I don't want to know anything. I just want to manage the 26 players in here.
So the MLB trade deadline is, in my opinion, unlike any other trade deadline when it comes to, right now we're talking about maybe trading Eugenio Suarez, who's on pace for 50 home runs and over 100 RBIs, for guys that we've never seen play in the major leagues, which that's how it's been, that's how it goes. First off, what are your guys' thoughts overall about trading guys like that for potential or guys that haven't played in the majors?
It's very difficult, and it's, I think, complicated even more by the fact that the 4 candidates we're talking about being incredibly likable guys. I mean, Suarez hasn't been here long, neither has Naylor. Easy guys to root for when they're on your team. Merrill Kelly is a homegrown Arizona product, and Zach Gallen has been here through some really good times. Again, everybody's pulling for him to turn it around, but the fact that they are likable, really good players makes it more difficult. But that's the difficulty of underachievement. When you've got 4 attractive free agents to be that have markets out there, and you've put forth what you've put forth, this is the category you put yourself in. It's a terrible place for an organization to be in, but Mike Hazen needs to do the right thing and make those trades.
Yeah, it's a bad situation, but they can also look in the mirror. They put themselves in this situation. Some of it's injury-related, which is not in their control, but again, they weren't playing lights-out baseball before the rash of injuries took place. There's a lot of teams interested in these guys, Sammy. They can probably get some prospects in return, but you're right, to answer your question, it's a dicey proposition. There are no guarantees when you trade for young prospects. I go back to the Goldschmidt trade.
Yep. That's
They didn't get one guy out of the 5 who was a difference maker at the major league level.
Carson Kelly and Luke Weaver are pretty good for their teams now.
For them.
It took a while.
For them.
Yeah.
But that's the Diamondbacks.
It's true. It's true.
None of the 5 guys paid dividends for the D-backs.
Right, and that's kind of where that question stemmed of. We've seen it before. You trade guys like Goldie, and then the return, you get excited like their prospect's great, and then it's in a couple of years, like you look back and you're like, oh, we did that. We'll switch gears.
Well, to that point, real quick, that's the same type of prospect I think you'd be getting as guys who have probably had a little bit of major league experience that might be major league ready moving forward next year to be on an opening day roster, but they don't have any kind of real big league track record yet.
This is where you got to put a lot of faith in your scouting department.
No doubt.
That they know what they're doing and they know who they're looking at.
Yeah. We'll switch gears. The NBA Summer League, some people love it, some people can't stand it. Some quick thoughts. What do you enjoy about the Summer League, and what can't you stand about it?
I can't stand overreactions.
Yeah.
When a guy plays really well,
I can't.
And they try to, you know what I mean? It drives me crazy.
Overreactions both ways. Oh, he went 2 for 12. He sucks. These guys aren't even going to be in the league next year, and you can't play against these guys. Overreactions, definitely. People bet on the Summer League.
They do. I don't.
Okay, I was looking at you, Sammy.
Wow, I don't.
We found something Sammy does not.
Yeah. So what type of person bets on it?
I haven't.
Sammy doesn't even.
I haven't yet.
I like it because the NBA has recognized, and it's kind of amazing that something like that. 80% of these guys are not going to be in the NBA next year.
Yeah.
And they've been able to capitalize for 10 days in Las Vegas and make it an attraction. It's actually a destination. I attended Summer League once 8 years ago, and I was blown away. And that's what kind of when it was on its way up still. Mm-hmm. I was blown away at how many people flocked to Vegas just to get their basketball fill right after the end of a regular season.
It's very NFL-like in how they've created this to be an event. Much like the NFL has created the Combine to be an event, and the Summer League is even more fan-friendly. I can't tell you guys enough, especially the younger guys like Sammy. When I got into this business, Summer League was a thing, but it wasn't a thing. Like the games were certainly not on TV.
No, you knew it existed.
You knew it existed,
but there was.
Was it always in Vegas?
No, there was. There used to be one in Orlando. The Vegas Summer League only in recent years has it become a thing where it's represented by every team. Not every team even had a Summer League franchise.
Summer League franchise. Yeah. And I remember, like, even when when I was in Chicago as a fan and a young person in the media, your Summer League coverage, you maybe in the Tribune got a box score.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Like, there was nobody was covering it. Yeah. Maybe the Bulls beat writer, maybe. There were no highlights on. There was no sports talk radio back in the real early days, but it was so not a thing.
Yeah.
But they've done a great job of making it a thing for fans that go there too. In answer to Sammy's question, real quick, that's my favorite thing about Summer League. Trae Young talked about it yesterday on the broadcast. Like, the accessibility fans have to media members and players is unparalleled.
And I think it's cool when veteran players show up to support the young guys too. I think that's really cool.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Good to be back. That's the Rush Hour Reboot.
Thank you, Sammy. Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30. You can immerse yourself in the worlds of PlayStation like never before. PlayStation The Concert. This revolutionary live experience takes you on a journey through the most celebrated scores in gaming history. Head to the contest page now for your chance to win tickets to the PlayStation Live in Concert January 31st at Arizona Financial Theater. Coming up, 3 of the top 4 home run hitters in baseball will not be in the Home Run Derby tonight. One of them is a D-back. We'll get into that more next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Monday. Tim Ring in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't think the legacy of James Jones to me is all that complicated at all. I think it's actually really simple. But James Jones, in part, constructed a basketball team that got closer to winning an NBA championship than any Phoenix Suns team ever had before. They were up 2-0 in the 2021 NBA Finals. And that team, while certainly having some of Ryan's fingerprints on it and certainly some of Robert Sarver's fingerprints on it, also had James Jones's fingerprints all over that team.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the last piece of financing you will ever need. You can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off your home in just a few short years. You keep access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity and allows you to buy new properties without additional mortgages. If you have home improvement needs, not a problem. Just borrow from yourself. Need a new car? No need to finance. Just borrow from yourself. Stressed out by college tuition? No worries. Just borrow from yourself. Bottom line, if you have great credit and are good with money, there is no need to let the bank control your finances or your future. Not when the future of banking and mortgage is here. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more at 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox Internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morrishall.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morrishall.com. Trust in Arizona. Trust in Morris Hall.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Hey, it's Wolf. Do we care about the Home Run Derby, even though Eugenio Suarez is not participating? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
As the 0-1 swung on, that is drilled. Right field, Soler going back, looking up. There's 31. The second of the night for Suarez. A laser shot to right, and the D-backs are in front 2-1.
Eugenio Suarez, 31 home runs at the break. He is an all-star. He's in Atlanta. Yet, despite being in the top 5 of home run hitters in Major League Baseball, he's not going to be in the home run derby tonight. And the fact that he was interested in doing it.
Well, Aaron Judge is not going to be in the home run derby. Nope. Shohei Ohtani's not going to be in the home run derby. Is Kyle Schwarber going to? No, nope. He's not going to be in the home run derby.
Pete Alonso, who's in it every year.
He's 2 years in a row.
Yeah, he's not doing it. Here's Eugenio Suarez, his reaction to not making the home run derby.
I mean, it is what it is. I respect everybody thought, but at the end of the season, it is what it is. I'm happy where I am right now. I'm happy for the support they've been expressed for me, and that's something that I appreciate a lot. It's something out of my control. I just do my thing on the field for my teammates and for my team right now, and my mind is just happy to be part of the All-Star game.
Of course, you're going to get that kind of answer from Gino Suarez, who just has that attitude, positive vibes only attitude all the time. But when you have a player who's having the year like he's having, and I'm not going to sit here and try to argue that Gino Suarez is one of the biggest stars in Major League Baseball. That's not the case. But when you have a player who's having that type of year from a home run hitting perspective, and he wants to do the contest, and if you look at average distance of home runs, Gino Suarez has hit some of the longest home runs consistently all year long, and that's what people really want to see is the bombs.
I was going to say, for the entertainment standpoint,
it doesn't make sense that he didn't even get a phone call. He didn't get an opportunity to turn it down. From a baseball standpoint, you look at it and say, maybe it's better. I think the home run derby, as it drags on, it can have an effect on a player's swing. It can have an effect on a player's second half of the season. But again, it's up to the player to decide if you're willing to go down that road. He was, and he didn't get it. And it's not like the field is overwhelming with star talent.
In fact, it's underwhelming with star talent.
I mean, you want to see
overwhelming at all.
You want to see Cal Raleigh. He's got 38 home runs at the break, which is just a ridiculous number. But other than that,
right? But if
you excited to see Matt Olson?
No, but if Gino Suarez was in it, they'd be on sports radio in Boston and New York going, "What the heck, Gino Suarez? Give me a break."
He wouldn't move the meter on the star power thing, but he's deserving. It's also
Brent Rooker is really going to pack him in.
I know.
No, I get it.
The numbers in the Sacramento market are going to be off the charts.
Well, that's the thing, though. I'm hoping that this is not going the way of the slam dunk contest.
You brought that up last week, and I thought that was an excellent point. Like, if
it's not that bad.
If the marquee guys, if the best dunkers are not going to be in the slam dunk, and actually not even your tier 3 dunkers are going to be in the slam dunk contest. And we're getting down to tier 2 and tier 3, which might not be. You're right, Vinny. It's probably not that bad. But if you're not going to
it's not close to that bad.
If you're not going to,
who's won the last 2 slam dunk contests? Mac McClung. He's played a total of 76 minutes in the NBA since 2021. Yeah. This would be like calling up somebody from the Savannah Bananas to be in the home run hitting contest, which they might. They might go down that road.
I wouldn't be surprised.
But to be fair, Jared said, "Is it going the way?"
Is it going the way? And look, it's only a very even semi-recently. You've had Bryce Harper, like I said, Pete Alonso. You've had big stars in it, so it's not. Shohei Ohtani's been in it, so it's not like it's every year for the last 5-6 years. But is this the first time that it's trending in that direction? Because
maybe,
and even Cal Raleigh is a huge star, but this is his breakout year. It's not like he's a huge star over the last 5 years and he's going to be in it.
I will say this. Every year I have the same feeling, regardless of the quality of the field of the home run derby. Every year when it's over, I have the same reaction. It's nearly unwatchable.
Well, it's way too long.
It's way too long. And the way now it's televised, it makes it impossible because there's the timed factor of all of it. So
and they have the split screens.
A ball could be in midair and the next pitch is already coming. It's a terrible event.
You get no perspective on where the ball is being hit, how far. Like there's no majesty to it, like it sort of used to be known for.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, they had to change it this way because the old format, people were getting really bored of that.
See, I liked the old format where you get the 10 outs and you just let him hit as many home runs as possible. When it was Josh Hamilton, he hit like a million.
That's the gold standard, though. I mean, I don't think the event has had a moment like that since.
Yeah.
I could be mistaken.
And he was never the same player after that.
He was never the same.
And it was all because of that.
Well, the other, maybe when Bryce Harper hit a walk-off winner, I remember, when the game was in Washington a few years back. But they should invite the top, how many people are in this? 8?
Yeah.
So the top 8 home run hitters for the first half of the season should get automatic invites. Then they could turn it down if they want to. Like they probably, I would have to imagine they invited Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani. They're the 2 biggest stars in baseball.
Yeah, those are probably the first calls you make.
But for Gino Suarez, who's 4th in the major leagues in home runs, to not even get an invite, I don't understand the thinking.
Plus, because O'Neal Cruz has 16 home runs.
Right.
Well, right. And then Gino
he has 2 last names.
How about going back to Gino's just the calendar year since July 12th of last year? I mean,
50-something home runs.
53, I think it is.
It's almost as boring, Vinny, as the old home run derby show from the 50s and 60s. Remember that, Butte?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Mick, you really got a hold of one.
Oh, I sure did.
Sure did there.
Gee whiz.
Gee whiz, yeah, sure did.
Two guys in an empty Wrigley Field in L.A.
Yeah. Hey,
also,
Hank, you got 2 there. Yeah, sure did.
They also, it's a unique year in that this is the first time ever that there's 5 players in the majors with 30 or more home runs.
Yes.
Before the All-Star break, including all those steroid years. This is the first time ever. They could have had a historic lineup, and 4 of those 5 guys are not going to be in the home run derby.
But how about going to the game tomorrow night? The fact that a rookie pitcher from Milwaukee, Jacob Mizorowski, who's really good, and he's been a highlight in
very
5
buzzy,
starts,
very
buzzy player. He gets an All-Star nod
after 5
starts. The quickest All-Star in the history of the game. And there's all different tentacles of this. The Philadelphia Phillies, to a man, were ticked at this. Not at the player, but at Major League Baseball. Trey Turner told The Athletic, "What a joke. That's blanking terrible. I mean, that's terrible, dude. It's turning into the Savannah Bananas," Nick Castellanos said. They pointed to 2 of their teammates in Ranger Suarez and Christopher Sanchez as examples of more deserving all-star replacements. Merrill Kelly could be on that list, quite honestly. More deserving. I get the whole point of, look, you want to see the buzzy players, and on the flip side of that, Clayton Kershaw got a nod this year as a Legends pick. Is he an all-star this year? No. I'd rather see that than a player elevated too quickly.
Sure, maybe they're trying to elevate from a PR standpoint. They're trying to showcase the next generation of players.
And that is
buzzy players.
It's a problem baseball has, is developing new stars.
So maybe
putting like James Wood in the home run derby and putting Mizorowski into the game. Like, I get that point of it, but if that's what they're trying to do.
Bill Mazeroski, actually a Legends player as well for the National League.
Yes. Known home run hitter.
One of the worst Hall of Fame resumes of all time, too.
Based on probably one
moment.
He was a great defensive second baseman, but yeah. Did he come up in our Mock My World draft for players known for one moment?
He did not.
No.
Yeah. He would have been big with the older voters.
I'm surprised I didn't draft him.
Coming up next, heading into the All-Star break, another day off for Ketel Marte.
Oh. Sorry.
Fire.
Time.
We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring sitting in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sunday morning, July 6th at 8:43 a.m. local Arizona time while on vacation in Sicily. Our own John Gambadoro posted this to over 100,000 followers. Quote, "I expect a decision and resolution on Bradley Beal's situation in the next 24 to 48 hours." End quote. Since then,
don't look at us. I mean, we're over here doing the I don't know emoji just like you.
I would be stunned if he's on the roster when training camp starts.
When breaking Bradley Beal news finally hits, you'll hear it on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com, and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
I speak fluent Italian.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel? Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
If you could buy a custom-designed Porsche for half the price of any dealer, would you? If the best custom home builder in the world with 4 decades of experience behind him offered to build your dream home for less than a spec home, you'd say yes, right? So let me ask you this. If you could work directly with the diamond importer and the actual designer of your ring and pay wholesale, why wouldn't you? I'm Diamond Dave. I don't rent showcases. I don't sell hype. I custom design, source, and deliver the diamonds people dream about for thousands less than you'd expect. Lab-grown or mined, engagement or upgrade, you're not just buying jewelry. You're joining a tradition built on trust, taste, and the inside connection. You've done retail. Now it's time for real. Diamond Dave's Desert Wholesale Diamond. Direct, custom, legendary pricing.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided a 3-game sweep yesterday against the Angels with a 5-1 win behind 5 solid innings from Merrill Kelly and 4 shutout innings from the bullpen, and the Snakes will head into the All-Star break with a 47-50 record and 5.5 games out of the wild card, and they'll open up the second half of the season Friday at home against the St. Louis Cardinals. Off the diamond yesterday, the Diamondbacks had 2 first-round picks in the MLB draft, and with the 18th overall pick, selected shortstop Kaysen Cunningham out of Lady Bird Johnson High School in Texas, and at 29, they selected Louisville right-hand pitcher Patrick Forbes. The Summer League Suns lost last night 90-80 against the Hawks without some of their main pieces, but they're back tonight against the Kings, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight at 7 on the road against the Golden State Valkyries. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, it's Luke. What were the biggest takeaways from the first 2 games of Suns Summer League action? We'll get into it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Cattell needed a day off. His body's just a little fatigued, and so we have one extra infielder, so it was either Suarez or Marte, and I felt like with the way Gino plays, he's healthy and strong and ready to go. I chose Marte as the one to give the day off to.
Torey Lovello, manager of the Diamondbacks, yesterday before the win in Anaheim, and good thing they won after that determination to give Ketel Marte a day off. Again, Dan Bickley on vacation, Tim Ring in. That means we're going to get a full week of Murata music on the bumpers, Jarrett? Is that what you're planning?
If I can find enough that are preloaded in here.
I'll
give you In Excess, I give you The Cure.
Yeah.
So far.
Yeah.
So you tell me.
I'm loving it. You want me to?
Give me a handful of names.
I'll edit some more.
Okay.
Just give him your Vince's Awesome Mixtape 1.
Yeah. You give me the bands and I'll play the music.
Let him work off of that.
Ketel Marte gets a day off, day game after a night game at the end of the first half of the season, a stretch where he is in Atlanta now, representing the National League as the starting second baseman in the All-Star game. But when you hear, he's a little fatigued, and after last Thursday when he couldn't score from first base on a double in a game that the Diamondbacks actually ended up losing to the Padres, and you hear the explanation afterwards, and I know you guys got into this last week, Tim, he's a little sore, couldn't run that hard, so good on Sean Larkin for holding him up. Sean Larkin sends everybody home.
What bothered me about that, and I'll reiterate what I said on Friday, is what bothered me is at a different point in the game, earlier in the game, Marte tore into second with the double.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember specifically thinking to myself at that point, watching him pull into second, looks like the groin is 100%. Like, hey, no problem with that groin. And then for that to happen on a key moment when Perdomo sends one into the gap with 2 outs.
When you're off on the crack of the bat?
Presumably.
Yeah.
Presumably.
Well, Alex Weiner, who covers the Diamondbacks for us on ArizonaSports.com, was on the road trip. And actually, after Torey gave the explanation on why Ketel Marte was out of the lineup, Alex asked this follow-up question.
Is Ketel in the spot where possibly pulling back from All-Star stuff at this point, or is he good to go for that?
No, he's ready to go. I think he's super excited about that. There's been no conversation around him missing anything regarding the All-Star game.
I have to ask the question. If there's no consideration of that, and he's super excited about the All-Star game, does that indicate that he wasn't super excited about maybe helping his team win a game before the All-Star break yesterday? And we've had this discussion 100 times. And I still go back to last year, the last week of the season, when Ketel Marte, they come out of a rough stretch. They start a homestand against, I believe it was the Astros. Maybe it was the Padres. And they had just blown the game in Milwaukee. Ketel Marte asked for a day off. He gets the day off. I couldn't believe it. I was beside myself watching the game thinking, what are we doing here? And it's continued all this year about granting days off, and there's been a lot talked about in the whole process. Well, it's a whole group of people, and there's 22 individuals involved. Make no mistake about it. It comes down to the player. If the player wants to play, he's going to play. Am I wrong here?
I would agree with that. I was going to say it may come down to the player and the manager, like that combination, as opposed to the analytics and the 22 medical staff and the general manager and the front office. There's always a sentiment like Torrey does what they tell him to do.
Mm-hmm.
I think in this particular play, Ketel Marte, there's obviously, a history there that he likes days off now and again. At some point, he's already missed damn near 30 games this year, almost a full month of baseball.
Well, part of it was a legit injury that had him on the injured list. And I'm not talking about that.
Right, but you're resting to rest your mind and to rest your legs and whatnot. I mean, when you've had almost 30 games off already, and your team is desperately in need of a win, and you're trying to scratch and claw to not make sure this entire thing doesn't get blown up by the front office, which they're on the verge of doing now, to not be out there. Plus, you're on the verge of the All-Star break. Like, I know he's playing in the game, but I mean, come on.
But he's resting to play in an exhibition game. That's what it is.
Oh, I get that too.
And it's not like he's going to play 9 innings of really hard-edged baseball tomorrow night.
Except for the travel and the media obligations, there's plenty of rest physically coming up over the next 4 days.
Yes.
So to pull him in I'd say a must-win game in baseball, but a pretty big game yesterday for the D-backs to try to salvage a win in that series and not have a disastrous 2-5 road trip when you won 2 of the first 3 to open it.
Yeah.
So
if we lose that game yesterday, we're having a probably wildly different conversation.
Absolutely.
Or an angrier one.
Yeah, exactly.
On the same topic.
Look, and I kind of prefaced it when I played the soundbite from Torey Lovullo. They're lucky they won that game. Torey Lovullo is probably breathing a sigh of relief that they won that game. It just...
The thing that bothers...
And Ketel Marte's, his explanation last year when he asked for the day off on that last Monday of the season was, got to get ready for the playoffs. Well, you got to get into the playoffs first.
That's it. Is that one of the criticisms is that they manage for so far down the road that they may never get to the end of that road. It's like they want guys to be healthy for games that really matter, at the end of the year that might not matter because you're not winning the games leading up to it. But it's a consistent thing. It's not like it's only Ketel Marte. He's Torey Lovullo.
Well, he's the
or
biggest,
whoever.
He's the biggest example of it because he's the most talented player on the team.
And it does, after living through the Bradley Beal era, it feels a lot. It's trending to feeling like that, don't you think? Where it's like he has to play only at 100% kind of deal.
Nobody's saying he has to be Cal Ripken, but it seems like...
You want to talk about the safest record in sports? It's Cal Ripken.
Right.
Is anybody going to get to a fourth of that?
Not today. And we talked about this a little bit last week. The D-backs' insistence on player rest and analytics and all that good stuff to try to keep their players healthy.
And they're not healthy.
Like, it flies in the face of everything they're going above and beyond to try to prevent. They're getting whacked on. And it's tough to take as a fan base because they're trying to do everything to prevent the injuries, and yet they're one of the most injured teams in baseball, and it's a big reason why they're probably going to be sellers coming up here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, not from a position player standpoint. I think outside of some, the rash of hit by pitches when Carroll was on the injured list, that was weird, but it wasn't an extended period of time. Suarez had a couple days off. Obviously, Moreno's still on the shelf. But from a position player perspective, they've been relatively healthy. The pitching staff has been ravaged. I've never seen anything like it. They've used 31 pitchers, including position players, but 31 different pitchers in the first half of a season have thrown a pitch for the Diamondbacks.
And again, their positional player injuries have nothing to do with their medical staff and the way they approach things. It's been bad luck. But I think I think it's fair to say, and I don't know the answer to this, it's fair to say that maybe an audit's needed internally about the pitch here, about the health of the pitchers and the pitching situation. I think that's fair. I'm sure the organization feels that as well. Because to have these, rash, this is not I guess with the positional players, a little bit of bad luck. With the pitching staff, it's something they have to take a look at. That's the way I look at it.
I'd have to do the research. Somebody told me yesterday that there's an average of 2.5 players on every team that have undergone Tommy John surgery since January 1st, which is just remarkable.
Feel bad for that half player. Imagine only being the top half of a player and you still get injured with your arm. That's rough.
Coming up next, is Kyler Murray a top 10 quarterback in the NFL? Do the Cardinals need him to be? We'll get into that and more from the NFL next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I hope they, as an organization, know what they're doing when it comes to building a basketball franchise.
Well, we're going to figure that out. I mean, we're going to know, and Booker's going to figure it out, too.
And honestly, if you're going to ask me which of these thoughts do I believe in more, that Devin Booker's going to be fine and he's going to get back on track next year, or the Phoenix Suns, they know exactly what they're doing and how to build this around him, I have way more doubt about the Suns organization and their ability to build this around him than I do about Devin Booker and whether he's going to be fine or not. I just don't know.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey, it's Mitch. What were the biggest takeaways from the first Summer League games for the Phoenix Suns? We've got Kellen Olson in with Bernsey today, starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
That's been a thing since high school, growing up in Texas, obviously, Texas high school football is one of the, is a huge type of cult type of following type of thing. So dealing with media and stuff like that has been kind of in my whole life, but understanding also my pops just grew me in the sense of mentally understanding when you play this position, this is what it comes with. And I think every quarterback, knows that. So that's just what it comes with, the position of it. Try to stay out of the media as much as possible and do the right things and treat everybody the way I'd want to be treated. So that's just how I live.
Kyler Murray, quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals, earlier this summer on June 10th, talking about always being in the spotlight. Yes, when you are an NFL quarterback and a former number 1 overall pick, that spotlight gets even brighter. I think in Kyler Murray's individual case, Tim, the spotlight is even turned up more this year in what is deemed to be a pivotal year 3 of the Jonathan Gannon coaching era with Monty Austinford as the general manager, year 7 for Kyler Murray as a starting quarterback in the NFL. A lot of people kind of think this is the year that the light bulb has to go on if it's going to go on in terms of he's proven he's a competent NFL starting quarterback. Competent NFL starting quarterbacks don't win championships. You have to be spectacular. You have to be more than competent. So a lot of people are looking at it this year, including the folks over at ESPN who have done the annual executives, coaches, and scouts ranking the top 10s at different quarterbacks or at different positions. They put out the quarterback position, and this is the findings from those groups. Kyler Murray not in the top 10. Surprised?
Absolutely not.
No, neither am I.
I mean, absolutely not.
The top 10, by the way, at number 10. At number 10.
At number 10.
Now, on with the countdown. Baker Mayfield at number 10 from Tampa Bay. Jalen Hurts, the reigning Super Bowl winning quarterback from the Philadelphia Eagles.
Seems a little
number
low,
9.
right?
It's pretty low.
Jared Goff of the Detroit Lions, 8. Justin Herbert, Jarrett's favorite. You don't have your Herbert jersey on today.
Look, I don't know the love affair with him. He's got talent, but a lot of these guys do.
But remember, this is not Fowler's opinion. These are
no, right.
Yeah,
these are people in the game. Yeah.
Executives love the 6'6". They love the stats. They love the picture of
the
Justin
arm
Herbert.
talent.
Yeah, all Jalen Hurts does is win, but he's not your prototypical quarterback in terms of being a pocket passer.
Matthew Stafford of the Rams, 6. Jaden Daniels of Washington at 5. Lamar Jackson, 4. Joe Burrow, 3. Josh Allen, 2. Patrick Mahomes, 1. The honorable mentions went to Jordan Love of Green Bay and C.J. Stroud of Houston. Also receiving votes, Kyler Murray, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, Aaron Rodgers, Tua Tagovailoa, Bo Nix.
So he essentially is 13th or 14th there on the list.
Yeah, Pro Football Focus did their own list. It's a little different. I mean, I'll rip through it real quick. It's Mahomes, Burrow, Jackson, Allen, Hurts, 5. I think that's a little more accurate. Jaden Daniels, 6. Maybe it's a bit too high for him at this point. I know he was great last year. Stafford, 7. Herbert, 8. Goff, 9. Geno Smith, 10. And then Kyler Murray was 15th on that list. So
who's 11 through 14? If you don't mind me asking.
Of course, yeah, we got time. Let's do it. Brock Purdy is at 11. Jordan Love is 12. Baker Mayfield, 13. Mayfield was a top 10 in Fowler's deal. C.J. Stroud, 14. And then Kyler Murray, 15.
Okay.
I don't.
In conclusion, good, not great, seems to be the view of Kyler Murray.
Because that's been the Kyler Murray
kind of
experience.
middle of the road.
Like, when Kyler's at his best, which we've seen him, is he a top 10 quarterback?
You know, Sammy, when any quarterback is at their best.
But he's been an MVP candidate for stretches, which would mean he'd be top 1, not just top 10.
Yeah, I would. To answer Sammy's question, I would say yes. But
I mean, that
we are so obsessed as a football culture with lists and rankings, and I get why they do this in the summer months. It's content. But, I mean, would you rather be Josh Allen at number 2 or number 3, or would you rather be Jalen Hurts at number 9 right now? Jalen Hurts.
That's a very easy.
Yeah.
Back-to-back.
Jalen Hurts has something that
Super Bowl
every
win.
quarterback is striving to take away from him.
Kyler Murray, I get the MVP like flashes deal, but man, that 7-0 start in 2021, pretty far back in the rearview mirror now. And there's been some MVP moments. I'm not sure he's put together an MVP stretch like he did back in 2021 when he was a bona fide MVP candidate. Like in the eyes of the country, not in the eyes of Cardinal fans.
Well,
there's always going to be some bias there.
In 2020, you had the Hail Murray pass to DeAndre Hopkins to beat Buffalo. Kyler Murray was one of the most talked about players in the league at that point. And that was, in the empty stadium era during COVID. He was an MVP candidate at that point. He was an MVP candidate the next year, to your point, with the 7-0 start. I don't think there's been...
I don't think he's reached those heights again.
I don't think there's been an MVP stretch even. And he dealt with a severe injury.
That's what I'm saying.
That affected his 2023 season, which came on a terrible, terrible football team. Or 2022 season. In 2023, missed half the season coming back from that injury. He's been decent. Last year, to me, it's not about Kyler Murray cementing himself as a top 10 quarterback. It's about erasing that ending to the season that he had last year when everything was right in front of the Cardinals and everything was right in front of Kyler Murray for the taking, and he didn't take it.
He didn't deliver.
And the team didn't. And if you can eliminate those kind of stretches, yes, you will be a consistent top 10 quarterback on everybody's ranking.
Winning after Thanksgiving has been a problem.
It has
for Kyler Murray.
And
people
people wanted
Cardinals, but
people
Kyler
wanted
Murray,
to pin that on Cliff Kingsbury, but he's been gone, and it still hasn't happened.
I believe I'll check the math on this, but I believe the last time I checked this, I believe he's got 5 wins total in his career after Thanksgiving. I mean, think about that. He's had one season where he finished the season over 500 as a starting quarterback. I always throw this disclaimer in, wins are not a quarterback stat per se. But if you wonder why Kyler Murray's regarded as a middle-of-the-road quarterback by Pro Football Focus and by ESPN and by executives, these are the reasons why.
Mm-hmm.
And you hope, again, as you mentioned, the light bulb will go on. But at some point, right, year 7, if it's not this year, this is why I like your word. It's a pivotal campaign for Kyler Murray in terms of being the long-term future of the quarterback position here.
Yeah, year 7, if the light bulb's not going on in year 7 to the fullest degree, you might have some faulty wiring.
Well, he didn't play well after the 6-4 start. Kyler Murray did not play good football.
Calamari, what are you? You in the mood for some seafood there, Tim?
Oh, baby.
How do you feel about calamari, Jared?
Oh my God, I love fried calamari is absolutely delicious with some marinara sauce. But also, if you could, grill it enough, and it's not rubbery. That's the key.
It's always rubbery.
I know, you got to go to the right place.
It's always rubbery.
Do you eat the little mini octopus parts of the calamari, Jerry?
Not as good as the rings, but I do like
the rings, yeah.
Charred octopus, though, is one of my favorite things. Grilled octopus, oh, man. Lock the doors and call the cops.
Have you subscribed to the Bickley and Murata Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. Never miss any of the show. It's the Bickley and Murata Show podcast. It's brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, it's looking more and more like the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to be sellers at the deadline. We'll get into that and more next with Bob Nightingale, USA Today baseball writer, who joins us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring, sitting in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The D-backs enter the All-Star break on uncertain footing and with trade speculation swirling. Rival MLB executives believe the D-backs have no choice but to sell, and the Summer Suns were without 3 draft picks and a loss to the Hawks. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by YRefi.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 1.99% financing for up to 72 months on a new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1876 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 1.99% with 1475 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided a three-game sweep against the Angels yesterday with a 5-1 win behind 5 solid innings from Merrill Kelly and 4 shutout innings from the bullpen. And the Snakes will head into the All-Star break with a 47-50 record in 5.5 games out of the wild card, and they'll open up the second half of the season at home on Friday against the St. Louis Cardinals. Off the diamond yesterday, the Diamondbacks had 2 first-round picks in the MLB draft. With the 18th overall pick, they selected shortstop Kason Cunningham out of Larry Bird Johnson High School in Texas. And at number 29, they selected Louisville right-hand pitcher Patrick Forbes. The Summer League Suns lost 98-80 last night to the Hawks without some of their main pieces, but they're back tonight against the Kings, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight at 7 on the road against the Golden State Valkyries. And finally, we have a new Wimbledon champion. Jannik Sinner beat Carlos Alcaraz in 4 sets for his first Wimbledon and his 4th Grand Slam title. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure you call Parker.
Hey, it's Wolf. Do we care about the home run derby, even though Eugenio Suarez is not participating? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, we continue on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in today and all week for the vacationing Dan Bickley. Bick's not the only one on a break. The Diamondbacks at the All-Star break, except for 3 members, Eugenio Suarez, Corbin Carroll, and why am I forgetting the third one? Ketel Marte going to the All-Star game in Atlanta, and they'll get back at it Friday. But, of course, the looming trade deadline coming up on July 31st. Here to talk about it with us, Bob Nightingale, USA Today baseball writer, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Bob, good morning.
Morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Yesterday in USA Today, you had the and USAToday.com, the little nugget from rival execs convinced that the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to be sellers. I guess we shouldn't be shocked by this revelation, but how robust do you think the market will be for the 4 pending free agents that they have, Bob?
Yeah, no, it should be very strong, and that's why they have no choice but to sell. I mean, Suarez should bring in a pretty good bargain, particularly because everybody's looking for a power hitter. Everybody's looking for a power hitting third baseman. So you got, when you have teams like the Yankees, the Blue Jays, Tigers all being against each other, they should get a nice haul. Naylor, nice power hitting first baseman. And then, of course, the 2 starters in Kelly and Gallen. It'd be different if those guys were under contract past this year. But since they're free agents, you better get something for them.
Yeah, Bob, we had this discussion earlier in the show today that if you're going to trade 1 or 2 of them, do you just go ahead and trade all 4? Would there be any sense to maybe keep one of those guys? Is it all or nothing kind of thing, or all in here, Bob? What do you think they're going to do? What's the right play?
If I could see some guys stay, it might be Merrill Kelly, Arizona native. He's not going to be that expensive as a free agent because of his age. So I think if any of the 4 could stay, it would be him. Gallen's going to get over $100 million, over $150 million free agency. You're not going to have 2 starters making that kind of money. Him and Burns, tied up in a mid-sized market. You just can't do that. And Suarez is going to get handsomely paid. If he came in a bargain or something like Walker did with Houston, it'd be a different story. Mm-hmm. But he should get paid well.
Bob Nightingale from USA Today, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You hit on something there with Zach Gallen and the fact that he is a rental heading into a free agent year. This year has not gone the way anybody would want their free agent walk year to go. He's been one of the least effective starting pitchers in Major League Baseball. Do you think that will have any effect on his market? You said $100 million in free agency. Is that maybe a point of trepidation for some teams at this point, Bob?
Well, it could be. It kind of depends how he finishes, too. Last year, Blake Snell was awful for the San Francisco Giants the first half, and then just, lights out second half, and he signed for $182 million. So, something like that could have with Gallen. What helps him is the fact he's from Philadelphia. He's not scared of the big markets, and he's dominated the Yankees a mess this year. Yeah. 3 starts, 3-0 and 0.92 ERA. So he's not going to be afraid of the pressure whatsoever.
Bob, when you hear Zach Gallen maybe on the move, obviously the usual suspects creep in. Is he going to be a Yankee? Are they going to pull the trigger? Toronto, I hear you say maybe interested, the Blue Jays and Zach Gallen. The market specifically for Gallen, who do you think are the teams that would show the most interest?
Yeah, I think a lot of teams. I mean, he's been very, very durable. He's not one of those guys that throws maximum velocity and you're afraid he's going to blow out. So I think the market will be robust. In the fact he likes the big markets, I think anywhere from Chicago, Detroit to the East Coast teams. I could see the Mets all over him too. I don't know whether a lot of guys are skittish about playing Toronto. They just don't want to play north of the border. Toronto's such a beautiful city. But yeah, I could see both New York teams for sure involved. Probably not Philly because they're loaded anyway. But they do lose Ranger Suarez, a free agent, so won't completely rule it out.
Bob Nightingale from USA Today, baseball writer, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. In terms of team-wide results and the fact that we're even talking about the Diamondbacks potentially and probably being this active at the deadline, Bob, is because of underachievement. And I know the pitching staff's been racked with injury, but where would you rank the Diamondbacks on the list of the most disappointing teams based on expectations going into this year?
Probably, top 5 in disappointments. I mean, you still got, Atlanta and Baltimore. Those two jump right away. Particularly Baltimore. I mean, looked like they were going to be a juggernaut here, chance to get to the World Series, and then they, Atlanta's always in the playoffs. Now they're going to be sitting this one out. Cincinnati to a degree, but yeah, certainly 3 or 4 for sure. When the Diamondbacks got Corbin Burns, it was like, okay, they won 89 games last year. They should win the low 90s, and give them an outside chance to win the division. So not to make the playoffs at all, with the biggest payroll in franchise history, that's tough to swallow.
Bob, I'm glad you brought up Burns because it brings up the debate that's raging right now amongst the fan base. Is it the injuries? Is it the manager? Where does the accountability lie? Obviously, it's probably a little bit of everything. But as a guy, I know you live here, but you still cover the D-backs with an impartial slant. The blame in your eyes or the accountability in your eyes, how does that get pie charted? Where do you see that at this year?
Well, yeah, just the pitching staff is taking a big step backwards, and they fired the pitching coach last year, brought a new one, and the bullpen's been a complete mess. Kelly has pitched well, but everybody else has kind of digressed, from Gallen and, Brandon Pfaadt has shown signs. He's been so, erratic, and Eduardo Rodriguez has, taken another big step back. So, the pitching's been a big letdown. You don't blame Troy Lovello on that. The team's played more sloppy than I think people are used to. If you want to blame the coaching staff on that, yeah, that's fair. They've had injuries, but everybody has injuries. I mean, the Dodgers have had 15 different pitchers on the injury list. They use 35, 36 pitchers. So, you got to have depth and stuff. Probably the thing that kind of probably caught them off guard, or they should have been more braced for, is that bullpen. They shouldn't have that depth in the bullpen to survive the injuries, and it's really cost them. And they've blown so many games with that bullpen.
What teams, Bob, at the deadline, and obviously, you look at the contending teams, but, you look at teams like the Diamondbacks that could be active as sellers. What team is standing out to you as maybe the possibility of being the most aggressive in terms of buying at the deadline?
Well, I think certainly, a lot of these, a few of these teams now have GMs whose contracts expire, so they need to win to save their jobs. So, you got Jed Hoyer in Chicago Cubs. They've had a terrific first half, but they got to go get another starter. Toronto Blue Jays, last year Mark Shapiro's contract, they used the president. They got everybody in Canada excited. They got to be aggressive. Yankees will again, Mets. And I think the Philadelphia Phillies. This team is built to win now. I think they expected to have a World Series championship by now. And they've been disappointment every October. So they need to get a lights-out closer because they have an outstanding rotation to win. I mean, Dombrowski's on the hot seat, but I think the fan base will go ballistic if they don't at least get to the World Series.
Bob, before I let you go, let me hit you with a timely one, being the All-Star break here. Obviously, you've been around the block now. You've covered a lot of All-Star games. This event, how it's evolved, how it's devolved, the way the players approach it, the way the fans approach it. In terms of 2025, what do you like about where it's at? What do you not like about where it's at with Major League Baseball when you talk about not only the All-Star game, but All-Star festivities?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly the best All-Star game of the 4 major sports, but it's not the same as it used to be. And we're not going to see Pete Rose, knocking over Ray Fosse at the plate tomorrow night, that sort of thing. has become more of just a highlight for pitchers. I mean, we'll see a low-scoring game again, and guys lining up the radar gun. The one thing that's disappointing, has really got kind of Major League Baseball alarmed, is that the amount of players who have turned it down. They may show up for the festivities, but they're not playing. So I know people are up in arms that, Jacob Mizorowski, he's only made 5 starts in his career. The rookie out of Milwaukee is an all-star. Well, 12 guys turned it down before him. It's like, how come guys don't want to play in this? What's wrong? So I think the next CBA, they may go back to saying, unless you're hurt, if you're selected as an all-star, you got to perform. You just can't get your bonus and walk out. I mean, the Philadelphia Phillies had 3 starters that were supposed to be all-star pitchers, and all of them backed out of the game.
Yeah. Bob, thanks so much for the time. As always, we appreciate it.
All right. Take care.
Thanks, Bob. Bob Nightingale, USA Today baseball writer, breaking it down for us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, we've seen 2 games of the summer Phoenix Suns. Our impressions on what we've seen from some of the youngsters. That and more NBA talk next. Bickley and Marotta Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Your mortgage is killing you financially. In fact, most Americans are paying on mortgages well into their 70s and beyond. The Life Changer loan breaks this vicious cycle and allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage, where you can pay your home off in just a matter of years without changing your spending habit and keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Pay down, pay off, borrow back at your leisure. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, a.k.a. DISC. Disc surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions, such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. DISC is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions,
believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And DISC is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, DISC took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the disc surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Oh, I think I'm just really great. I think I'm just like my body still hasn't developed, and I still think that throughout this offseason that's some major focus for me. Keep getting stronger and stuff like that. But I feel like I dealt with the physicality last year. Guys they just wanted to body me up and kind of like throw me around, but I'm not taking that. I'm somebody that I might look skinny, but I'm pretty strong. So I'm really comfortable with the physicality, and I'm gonna just keep getting used to it and keep getting stronger, and I'm gonna keep I'm getting better.
Kobe Bryant of the Phoenix Suns, 2 games into his NBA quote-unquote career, with Summer League performances up in Las Vegas. And one of the highlights so far of watching the Phoenix Suns play in the Summer League, Tim, has been watching Kobe Bryant shoot the ball. It's been as advertised so far. He was advertised as one of the best shooters in this class. And if you look at the three-point numbers he put up 2 seasons ago at Dayton and then last year when he led the SEC in three-point shooting, it's a little tantalizing, and you see it in practice at the NBA level, albeit against Summer League players, yes.
We always got to throw the disclaimer in there. We get it.
When you can shoot, you can shoot. And Kobe Bryant can flat out shoot the basketball.
It's like if Devin Booker and Cam Johnson had a baby, it would be Kobe Bryant. How's that for a...
for an image at 8:48.
How's that for how's that for some Summer
Devin
League
Booker and
hyperbole?
Johnson had a baby.
That with the stroke, look, he shoots it with confidence. The stroke looks good. He's a two-way player. We'll see if that changes. But 6 threes in 2 games. He's averaging 17 in Summer League.
Hitting contested shots.
He's got the step back. You know what my favorite play was yesterday? It wasn't even a 3 or a jumper. Oso kicked it to him on the break. He's kind of trailing. He had a 3, didn't like it, so he shot faked. He took a little dribble to his left. I thought he was going to pull up, but instead he saw Oso wide open under the basket. And with his left hand, he just kind of had an underhand scoop a la Pete Maravich. I mean, it wasn't a difficult pass, but he just kind of, the vision that he showed, the court sense and the court savvy, just kind of shoveled it to Oso, who had an uncontested dunk. I love that. To me shows that this guy's a basketball player, not just a shooter. So that's a good sign. So, again, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how he defends at this level. I mean, that's not Summer League level. I mean, the real deal. Because you got to be able to defend to stay on the court. And that was one of the, not knocks, but one of the question marks on him going in.
Perfect way to put it. You have to play defense to stay on the court. Shooting will get you on the court.
Yes.
So, and like you said, mechanically, it's a beautiful looking jumper. And when you get the results that he has, one thing I liked about yesterday's game was for a 3-point shooter of his quality, he's not in love solely with having his feet behind the line. If you look at his shot chart, he made 4 buckets inside the 3-point arc. So that's the sign of a basketball player. And everybody likes to poo-poo still in the mid-range game. There's still a lot of value in the mid-range game. Look at the Oklahoma City Thunder. They were really good in the mid-range. They've got a really good mid-range player who's the MVP and a champion now in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I like that. But he also has the deep ball ability. He's been one of the highlights so far. I also love what I've seen from Oso Ighodaro in 2 games.
And Ryan Dunn in the first game, it's good to see that. It's a little bit like when the like a 6th grader goes and plays with the 4th graders. Like, you better be really good. And that's a good sign that Ryan Dunn and Oso, as guys who got significant minutes as rookies and have had time to adjust and build their bodies and mature and grow a little bit in the last 12 months, it's good to see like they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Like if you're a capable, competent NBA player that's expected to do big things or some things for your NBA team, you better go back to summer league and be one of the best players on the court. I've always kind of thought that. If you're Malawatch, you don't have to be one of the best players on the court at this stage in his career. But for Ryan Dunn and Oso as second-year players, the expectations are you go to Vegas and you do exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
So for him, 18 points, 9 rebounds yesterday, and some leadership and just a clear cut above most of the guys on the court for every minute that he played.
Elsewhere in Summer League, the big headline yesterday was Dallas has seen enough from Cooper Flagg in Vegas. Number 1 overall pick, 2 games. He called his first game in the Summer League against the Lakers one of the worst games of his life. Followed it up on Saturday, 31 points, in a game where his team only scored 69 points in a loss. And at that point, Dallas said, 2 games, we're good. You have any problem with this?
I don't, because you got to protect your investment. They've seen enough. They gave him a taste. I feel bad a little bit for the Suns fans, where they're watching on TV yesterday or going to Vegas. You want to see Malawatch play. A lot of Mavericks fans probably made the trek to Vegas to watch Cooper Flagg play more than 2 games. So I feel bad in that regard. But I get it. The Mavericks are like, we're good. We've seen enough.
Yeah, we have to remember these games don't count.
Yeah, some guys can handle Vegas.
Yeah,
and it's Cooper Flagg.
Here's my advice to people who may be thinking about going to Vegas, and maybe not this year. If you're going to go because you're excited about your team or to see the top prospects, get there for the first couple days, because that's the trend. It's going to continue. These top players, especially if they play well, I don't even think it matters if they play well. They're going to get 2 games a run, and that's it.
Yeah.
And if you're thinking about going after that first weekend, you're probably going to see some guys that are going to spend some time in the G League.
And they play tonight, talking about the Suns now. You may see Ryan Dunn back on the court. You'll see Oso probably in street clothes. And maybe we'll see Fleming for the first time tonight. I'm hoping that's the case.
Yeah, here's Damari Carroll, who's the head coach of the Suns Summer League team, giving a Rasheer Fleming health update. He's not played in the first 2 games.
Rasheer doing well. He got contact, a lot of contact yesterday. He's moving in the right direction. He's training in the right direction. I'm going to give him a medical and performance when we get back, and we'll see where he's at.
Yeah, I would expect.
Well, maybe he won't play tonight.
Maybe, but maybe Kobe Bryant doesn't play tonight.
Yeah, see, I don't get that, and I didn't love the Malawatch decision either. I just think these guys need as much run as they can get. Granted, it's not NBA competition per se, but it's a step up from college.
Well, Carroll said they came up with that plan before they ever left for Phoenix, that they didn't, looking at the schedule with a game on Sunday and a game on Monday night, didn't want to have these players play back-to-back games. So I think Malawatch will be out there tonight.
Oh, absolutely, he will be.
And I can only imagine your reaction if he doesn't play.
You don't want to hear me tomorrow morning if they sit him again.
Well, that's the thing is, I totally get it. These games don't count, but the NBA has pumped this up to make it such a spectacle now that when these players don't play, it's almost a similar feeling to a regular season game where it's on national TV and all the stars are in street clothes.
That is true. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have it both ways. You can't put these games on the ESPN, encourage fans to go. You're looking for sold-out arenas at the Thomas and Mack, and then how these games don't count.
And you can't be setting the lines if people are going to bet.
Yeah, you want people
That's
to
the real reason why he hasn't.
Yeah, there's Malawatch, sit down. We're favored by 6.5.
But why would from a basketball development standpoint, why would you not want Malawatch to play as much basketball as possible?
Can't you say the same thing about Cooper Flagg?
About anybody, but it's just like...
Well, but Malawatch is more of a project, I think, than
they're the same age.
Is it the fear that they would get... they would get hurt more likely in a game than they would in practice? Because they're still working out. They still have to stay in shape for the season. It's not like they're just sitting around until October.
No, they'll be working out, definitely.
But I do think but if you're comparing Flagg and even like Dylan Harper, guys that kind of come into the league that have been perceived as like they're pro-ready, this, that, the other. Malawatch has been described as a, quote, project. We maybe don't think he is as much, but I agree with Tim. Like, Malawatch, it can only benefit him to be out there every single night.
You have to rest for the season so that you could rest for the postseason.
Hey, listen,
there's steps to this
We've
thing.
had a lot of talk about taking time off in baseball and in basketball. If we had a time machine, wouldn't you like to jet forward 20 years and see what the sports landscape is going to be from a load management standpoint in the year 2045?
Hey, what if it flips back?
Some say
I don't think it's going back, Sammy.
The plan is for him to play 20 NBA games this year to have him totally fresh for the playoffs because it's just about winning championships.
And LeBron will still be playing.
And the playoffs are now best of 13. And they last until the next season.
Oh, and also imagine how much Jarrett would complain about that playoff scenario.
Each playoff round is a full month.
There's no way these playoffs should take a full year. Coming up next, we'll hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring and on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If you did not have a conversation with Devin Booker about him becoming the leader of this team, especially as young as we're getting, what are you doing?
$145 million. I have to think that question comes up.
Thank you.
It's like if you're buying a car and you're handing over thousands of dollars, don't you ask, wait, the engine works, right? Like this car runs, right? As many billions of dollars as Matt Ishbia has, $145 million is still substantial. If you're giving that to somebody, you're asking some questions.
And here's the best thing about this book. You just have to be yourself and hold others to the standard you hold yourself to.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you should have high standards when buying a new car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a great price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. My friends at Chapman BMW will check every one of those boxes for you. Chapman BMW, the premier destination for luxury and performance. This family-run business for 58 years. Chapman BMW, different in the very best of ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry, and proof that the Chapman family cares as much about their people as they do their clients. And at Chapman BMW, you have a friend in the business. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He ensures that every one of our listeners will get the best price possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for 2 with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Orthopedic care.
At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morrishall.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morrishall.com. Trust in Arizona. Trust in Morris Hall.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided a 3-game sweep yesterday against the Angels with a 5-1 win, behind 5 solid innings from Merrill Kelly and 4 shutout innings from the bullpen. And the Snakes will head into the All-Star break 47-50 in 5.5 games out of the wild card. And here's manager Torey Lovello after yesterday's game.
That's exactly what we wanted to do. At the end of the day, I think we're all frustrated by what's happened the past couple of days, and I think they blocked out all the noise, all the things that could possibly be a distraction on the last day of the first half, and they won a baseball game.
The D-backs will open up the second half of the season at home on Friday against the St. Louis Cardinals. Off the diamond yesterday, the Diamondbacks had 2 first-round picks in the MLB draft, and with the 18th overall pick, they selected shortstop Kason Cunningham out of Lady Bird Johnson High School in Texas, and at 29, they selected Louisville right-hand pitcher Patrick Forbes. The Summer League Suns lost 90-80 yesterday to the Hawks without some of their main pieces, but they're back tonight against the Kings, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight at 7 on the road against the Golden State Valkyries. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Sammy Sabolka back in the social studies driver's seat after a week off. You were at the Tahoe event.
I was at the Tahoe event, but I was working, so wasn't technically like off, but it was a different type of.
You were just off from the show.
Off from the show.
You certainly didn't do social studies last week.
Certainly did not do social studies.
Even
last week.
as someone who listened to 0 seconds of this show,
and good for you for doing that.
Wait,
even I knew that.
Why is that?
I used to get, I was gone, but I used to get made fun of because I was the guy who would listen on my vacation.
Okay.
And people say, take a vacation. So yeah. I've learned to heed advice.
I responded to a couple of the social studies questions.
You did?
Yeah. Did I get on? Did I
get
some
got
airtime?
on.
Oh,
yes.
I did? Wow. Which one?
Way to go. You must know people, Sammy.
I think it was when you answered, who was your first favorite player?
Oh, the team, the 7 seconds or less.
Yeah,
Suns.
that was it. Yeah, that was
I
it.
liked that one. So we'll start with the Suns, but be sure to follow.
I'll say this.
Yeah.
4 of the 5 days I forgot my glasses. So it was an adventure.
I heard one of the 5 days you forgot you were doing updates.
And it wasn't the first day. That was what was exciting about it.
That was the most.
It was like the third day.
Now, how did you know that, Vince? Was somebody ripping on Jarrett behind his back?
Look, I got a lot of sources. I got a lot of info. I got people talking. Like, people talk to me.
That was me. You can't believe this, Jared.
Yeah. But be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata. We're at Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. But we'll start with the Suns. And our question today is, what is the biggest thing you think next year's team will have that this last year's team lacked, and why?
Fire. Leadership on the court.
The desire to play defense, or at least try.
A direction from the head coach.
An engaged head coach.
The list could go on and
Look,
on.
I don't care if he's married, single, or engaged.
His relationship has
nothing to do with anything.
It's of no interest to me.
Some of the responses quickly. Andy Bryant says youth, which is true.
They did get younger.
Will Andrews said hopefully chemistry and connectivity. Daylight Film says low expectations. Everyone has this team not being very good, so they have the chance to prove a lot of people wrong, which is true. And then Papa Yegas says heart with a chip on their shoulder. Everyone has this team written off. The record might not be better, but hopefully at least they'll be entertaining to watch, which I think is a really noteworthy answer.
And he said last season was like watching 2 hours of C-SPAN.
Bad, boring, and painful to watch. No doubt.
Can I read Darryl Lee's sarcastic response? What he thinks next year's team will have. Booker in his best position. No, wait. No positional overlap. Oh, shoot. A real starting point guard. I give up. Maybe some cool new food at the concession stands.
There's no doubt there's still some flaws, but some people, I think the low expectation one is one that I'm excited about. Not a lot of people really think they'll be any good, and I think they have a chance to prove some people wrong in the good way.
Look, this doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things, but I think, and maybe I'm completely foolish in believing this, I think they can outwin. They can outpace last year's win total.
Yeah.
36 wins is not great.
Right, because the total was so low.
Yeah. Not a lot of wins. All right, we'll switch gears. The MLB Home Run Derby is tonight, if you are inclined to watch. But we asked, what 4 players all time would you want to see compete in a home run derby, and why? In their primes, let's say.
Babe Ruth?
Buddy Biancalana.
Unfortunately, the Dwayne in your prime part was implied. I didn't mean current day.
Dwayne Kuiper? No. Babe Ruth would be up there for me.
Len Cicada?
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron.
Would you really want Hank Aaron?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Dude.
Well,
it'd be a very Hank Aaron flavored All-Star game.
Hank Aaron hit a lot of home runs, but I didn't know he was known for hitting like bombs and hitting.
Well, he never. I mean, I don't know. They didn't have the StatCast back then,
right?
But he never had the big individual season. Never hit 50. Never hit 50 home runs in a season. Yeah. But still.
I mean, would you rather see Hank Aaron or Cecil Fielder? Right. To me, that's an easy one. It's Hank Aaron.
It depends. Do you want to see the all-time greats, or do you want to see the guys who hit the longest home runs?
The all-time greats.
Yeah. Do you want to see Boog Powell and Frank Howard going at it?
Yeah.
No, give me.
I don't want to see Greg Luzinski and Cecil Fielder bebop and bop.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Barry Bonds, and
Ernie Banks. That's mine.
Chicago honk.
What a honk!
What did we get on this?
Leon Durham.
We got a lot of Babe Ruth, obviously.
Bob
a
Dernier.
lot of Hank Aaron. There's a lot of Ken Griffey Jr.
Yeah, that's a good one.
The sweetest swing and also was great at the home run derby.
Yeah, I would love to see Barry Bonds. And Aaron Judge mixed in there would be awesome. I know that's recency bias, but yeah.
Like people took it the other way, like Kenny, who said Barry Bonds, Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, and Babe Ruth. Pump them all full of the most potent industrial strength steroids you can manufacture.
Yep. So that's an interesting one. Keep those ones coming. And our last question, this is on the premise of Tim Ring.
Oh, just one more real quick on that. It might be interesting to have like Wade Boggs and Ichiro and these guys that everybody said were batting practice used to just launch home runs.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see them trying to hit home runs.
I was going to say pitchers. That'd be fun.
Wade Boggs had a year of 24 home runs one year. Obviously, it was still mostly a slap hitter, but
yeah. So our last question, and there are only a couple responses. I'll have time to read, but on the basis of Tim forgetting to renew his passport while traveling. We asked, what is the biggest travel mishap you've ever experienced? And maybe while you think of it, I want to read Chalk Riley's. He said he boarded a train while traveling across Europe and was greeted with vodka bottles and cigarettes everywhere. And he had mistakenly gotten on a train headed for Romania instead of one going to Italy. He got back off and still not sure if he averted disaster or missed one heck of a party. Hey, man, that's a 50-50 choice right there.
This train stops in Transylvania.
Well, Jared almost had his.
I don't really have one. By the way, I was gone all last week. Did you get a resolution on your airfare dilemma? Did you get refunded?
Not yet.
Wow.
But we're in the window of when they said the refund would be coming. I have email and written documentation that it is coming. I dealt with it, that they were able to cancel and said a refund is coming. So
but you also had documentation that you had a reservation.
The tickets were coming. Yeah.
And on the way out, I do want to read Brian T. Prescott's. It's maybe the worst feeling ever when traveling. He left his cell phone in the seat pocket in the airport shuttle in San Francisco. That's gotta be the worst thing when you're traveling and you lose your phone.
It's the worst, even if you're not traveling.
Yeah.
I left my phone in an Uber once. What a debacle that was.
Miserable.
It's replaced losing your wallet as the worst possible thing you can do. I'd rather lose my wallet.
Me too.
Assuming there's no cash in it, which there usually isn't.
Let's be honest.
Let's be honest.
But no, keep those responses coming. We got some good questions there. But be sure to follow us on X, Bickley_Murata, Bickley and Murata elsewhere. That's Social Studies Today.
All right, thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, the Suns giving their beloved franchise player a historic contract extension was a no-brainer that was universally applauded, right? Maybe not. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring sitting in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card scan. 8 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and having and maintaining a grass lawn can be very hard to do in Arizona and very costly. I tried it once and it was an unmitigated disaster, and this is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters can give you a great alternative. Turf Monsters is a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful sparkling lawn without the seeding, the mess, the hassles, and the water bills. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. They look fantastic. And Turf Monsters can also take care of the maintenance, making sure the turf is always looking great, smelling great, and free of debris. Remember, Turf Monsters, a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, and their customers rave about their dedication, their professionalism, and their finished products. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
If you live in the desert, you gotta have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is celebrating 20 years in the basin in 2025. We were out of the pool the other day. The family was there, the fun was there, and the comfort was there because of All Pro Shade Concepts. Our roll-down patio shades block out the sun, reduces glare on our television, and provides privacy. It's 1:15. Stop melting outside and get your All Pro Shade Concepts estimate today. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 five-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona sports.
I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Devin Booker is the constant. He's the guy that we knew was going to be there. He's the, if there's anything that they have gone through, he's the one rose that has grown from this concrete. Like, nothing else has been good about that. But I'll say this, like, when you look at the Phoenix Suns, it's about what's going to be around Devin Booker. Like, you lost James Jones. You continue to lose coaches. You continue to make different moves. So, praise to Devin Booker. He deserves it. We are happy. But that does nothing for me.
Yeah.
I need to see what you're going to put around him. I need to see what's next with the coaching staff, and I need to see how that works and how it puts together. You got Jalen Green, you got some young pieces, you got defensive wings now. You went and got some bigs now. You got a couple bigs, so you got a lot of different pieces. I just want to see how it all works together. But congratulations to Booker. He definitely deserves it.
That is Udonis Haslem from NBA Today on ESPN talking about the Devin Booker contract extension, which was reached. It wasn't a secret that it was coming, just a matter of when, because that's the way business works in the NBA. The reaction to it was interesting from the outside. I was, off last week and kind of taking stuff in, Tim, and I know you and Vic probably talked about it at great length. But the fact that it's Devin Booker that reaches the $75 million annual mark, and it doesn't kick in until 2028 when he reaches that, and there's going to be other players at that level when we get there. But I think because it's Devin Booker in the situation that he's in, the situation that the Phoenix Suns are in, some of the uninformed will look at this and say, oh, what a terrible contract. He's going to hamstring that franchise forever. That's not the way it works. It's all based on a percentage of the salary cap for max players. Now, if you want to just sit back and go total get off my lawn mode, the fact that anybody on planet Earth is making $75 million annually for playing a game is utterly ridiculous.
Charles Barkley said the same thing this weekend.
I am saying this as a gigantic Devin Booker fan. But that's the game. That's the way the business works. So this reaction to, he doesn't deserve that. It's back to him being an empty stat patter now. Now he doesn't have Kevin Durant. Now it's all his fault. The reaction was quite something to take in last week.
His percentage of the cap when he's making that kind of money is no different than his percentage to the cap right now.
Yes.
But the idea that he is the highest paid annually basketball player in history for Devin Booker. I know for now, but I'm just saying when he signed it.
And it might not actually, he's just the first one to get to that level. Again, when this contract extension portion kicks in, that's 3 years down the road. I mean, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is already over the $70 million threshold. There's going to be others before that. But the fact that it's him, I mean, I get it.
Well, I think there's a perception, and it may sometimes be accurate, that Devin Booker's not a top 10 player in the league anymore. So whether or not it's the norm for your top players to make 70+ million or will be, should Devin Booker be in that group? That's what I've heard a lot from the national media that actually account for the whole salary cap percentage thing. Like, is Devin Booker worthy of being paid that? But of course, there's so much that goes into it, Vinny, when it comes to this organization and being the face of the franchise and having an elite player that you believe as an organization, if you build around, can be the alpha player on a championship contending team. Like, that's you can dispute that. Some Suns fans dispute that. I've read plenty of Suns fans over the last month or so that would support the trading of Devin Booker.
And that's the other criticism, is that they shouldn't, Suns fans feel like, why are they tying themselves to this player for the next 4 years or whatever it is, instead of just completely saying, we need to reboot, we need to start from scratch.
Because they believe they have their alpha. They believe they have the guy that can be a centerpiece. Like that, they have that piece, and we're not going to let him go. Look, we have to pay him this much money. We can pay him this much money.
And they successfully built a championship-level team around him before they tried to build it around him and Kevin Durant, and then him and Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal.
I think that's part of it, but I also think it starts with Devin Booker wanting to be here. The statement that he put out after signing it, the fact that the entire team went up to Vegas to help celebrate this new deal, it shows how important the Phoenix Suns are to Devin Booker and vice versa. And now, to Jarrett's point, and to the point you brought up, Tim, about if you're a Suns fan and you see value in trading Devin Booker, I don't blame you. Again, I've said this for months. Strictly from a basketball roster construction perspective, that's the way to go about it. They've painted themselves into a corner with other moves. If you really want to knock it down and rebuild, knock it down and rebuild. That makes sense to me. Then you get the emotional ties. And if the Suns wanted to be hardcore about it and said, look, we're knocking it down, Book, we appreciate you, love you, you got to go. We have to cash in on you while we can. That is such a tenuous tightrope that this ownership group would be walking, because they're not exactly, exuding goodwill from their pores right now among the Suns fan base because of the way this experiment went. Devin Booker represents goodwill and an olive branch to the fans. Like, you love him, we love him, he's going to be here forever.
And I think that's part of it. And it's something that was brought up last week for sure, Vinny, when we tore this one apart, and not tore it apart, but tore into it, I should say, that there is an emotional component, but there's also a business component. I believe the Suns really believe, as Jared mentioned, that they can build around Devin Booker and get to a championship contention standpoint again, because they've done it before. This organization has done it before. Booker has done it before. But I also think there's something to be said for the olive branch theory. There's also a ticket sales theory. He is the face of the franchise. That's been brought up by management. That means a lot of things. It means on the court and it means off the court. And this ownership and the way the last couple of years have gone, you're right. They're not exactly the belle of the ball anymore in the eyes of Suns fans. Could you imagine if they traded Devin Booker? I mean, even if from a strict basketball standpoint, you agree that maybe that's the best way to get this thing back up to eventually where you want it to be, the backlash on that. So
it would be immense.
It would be immense.
And that would represent ripping off the Band-Aid, but we're not talking about the little Band-Aids that you wrap around your finger when you got a paper cut or something like that. This is a full-body Band-Aid they'd be ripping off by doing that.
Yeah, and I don't think it was ever even under discussion. And
I don't think so either.
If it was for like a minute.
Look, and let's be really adult about it. Devin Booker's stance could change. Right now, it's important for him to be here. There's a financial aspect to this for him, obviously. That contract is signed. It's on the books. If next year goes poorly or 2 years down the road, the Suns aren't showing signs of having the ability to build a contending team around him, his stance could change.
I think it's a 3-year plan in the eyes of management and Matt Ishbia.
I think that's probably accurate.
In year 3, we want to be at a place where we're in contention, if not for a championship, at least to win a couple playoff series and make a run. If that doesn't happen in year 3, and I hate to put it on the kid because, how does Malowatch develop? I mean, I think a lot of these things go a long way. What kind of pieces do they put around him? Do they hire? If they only have a certain amount of money to spend, do they sign the right free agents? Right, all that stuff is yet to be determined, but I think will go a long way into how the organization is trending on the court, which would then, as you say, impact Devin Booker's decision. But
So you're saying that there's a possibility that Bradley Beal's contract could outlast Devin Booker with the Suns? If it's a 5-year buyout and a 3-year window.
Well, if Booker wants out after, let's say Booker is going to give it 3 years. If he wants out after 3, what's the market for Booker with that kind of price tag coming up on his head?
Yeah, because then the first number in his age is a 3 as opposed to a 2.
Yes.
And the first number in the salary is a 7 as opposed to a 5 or a 6.
Yeah.
Those things, those things aren't congruent necessarily.
So it'll be interesting. This is where they are. This is what they've done. As Bill Simmons said last week, he said they're a lottery team without any lottery picks. So how is this going to look in terms of team building over the next 3 years? Brian Gregory cannot miss. You cannot miss on Malowatch.
Are you convinced they're a lottery team? Because we both brought it up in social studies.
If
36 is the number, and that that's just nothing other than offering improvement over a very disappointing season last year. But I think right now on paper, with different vibes and a different a different path, they could I think they could surpass 36 wins.
A lot would have to go right.
Yeah. They're not more talented. If you think they're going to be better than they were last year, you're basing it on vibes.
No, but they're going to be
fit.
They're going to be better at the center. They're going to be tougher defensively with Dillon Brooks. They're going to have a little more dog in them with Dillon Brooks.
Yeah.
Jalen Green can still be a hell of a player.
Yeah.
Do Booker and Green work better in the backcourt than Booker and Beal did? Like, a lot of things would have to go right for that. I'm not saying for them to, be a playoff. I mean, just for them to surpass 36 wins. Like
that to me is all. And I'm the one that brought it up, but I mean that indicates how low the bar is.
I don't expect them to be even a play-in team next year. I would be surprised. I'd be pleasantly surprised if they were.
Yeah.
I just think this is going to be a 3-year process. And I think Matt Ishbia's idea or his goals or his intent is to contend again 3 seasons from
You are giving him a lot of patience that we have not seen.
We have no choice. First of all, he said he's going to own the team till he dies. So, and I hope he's learned some lessons as a young owner about team building and what it takes, and positional flexibility, and positional fit, character, defense. I mean, all that kind of stuff.
Yep. Coming up next, it is Monday. We will hand out some hardware. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring sitting in for Bick this week here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I think you could move Eugenio Suarez. I think you could, and actually get something back of value that might help you win this year. I think you could do that. I know Eugenio's had this outrageous season so far.
He's the only one you could move and still be going for it, or at least not waving the white flag on this.
I think, though, you have to look at Eugenio and say, is this what we can expect from him if we sign him to a 4-year contract?
Yeah, I don't know that you can sign him to a 4-year deal. I understand what you're saying.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and we all know what summer means in Arizona. Triple-digit temperatures, hours and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up before it's too late. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons does a lot of great things. Prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs, help prevent breakdowns, and it'll give you the peace of mind you need, because the last thing you want is to find your AC isn't working during the heat of summer. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. All of their techs are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. They've all passed drug tests and background checks. They're the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
In 2012, I said, hey, let's restart this moving company under a different name. It's got to be something with veterans. My dad's a veteran, my sister, my uncles, everybody in my family. And so we came up with Moving Team 6.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
As a family, we've kind of all joined in ranks, and we love what we do. Giving back, that's, to me, that's the most important thing when you're running a business. That's important. We're passionate about it.
Contact us at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, 4th of July is here, and there's great savings all month at Liberty GMC.
Absolutely, Dave. 4th of July is here. You can lease a new Train right now for just $299 a month or purchase with $4,000 in savings. We also have the popular 2025 Yukon and Yukon XLs arriving daily, so it's a great time to get a truck or SUV.
For the best 4th of July deals, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided a 3-game sweep against the Angels yesterday with a 5-1 win behind 5 solid innings from Merrill Kelly and 4 shutout innings from the bullpen. And the Snakes will head into the All-Star break with a 47-50 record in 5.5 games out of the wild card. They'll open up the second half of the season at home on Friday against the St. Louis Cardinals. Off the diamond yesterday, the Diamondbacks had 2 first-round picks in the MLB draft, and with the 18th overall pick, they selected shortstop Kason Cunningham out of Lady Bird Johnson High School in Texas. And at number 29, they selected Louisville right-hander Patrick Forbes. The Summer League Suns lost 98-80 last night to the Hawks without some of their main pieces, but they'll be back tonight against the Kings. And the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight at 7 on the road against the Golden State Valkyries. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword is Red Mountain.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford is, how would you grade this Diamondback season entering the All-Star break? A, B, C, D, or F?
Well, I mean, by performance standards, it's got to be a C, but when you factor in expectations,
it's a D.
It's a D? D minus?
D minus with a see me after class note on the top.
On the top. I agree. I voted D for us. 45% vote C, 42% D, 9% F, and then whatever left is B and A. So I would say, to Tim's point, like, the
Somebody
performance.
voted an A?
Yeah, 1%.
What are you doing?
It's some Dodger fan.
At Tori L.
Yeah. For real.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford Poll Question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Handing out the hardware.
Hardware is our version of the award show. We do it on Monday mornings based on what we took in over the weekend. Doesn't even have to be sports related. It's just in award form.
Now you tell me. I'm struggling to find these today. I could have gone into pop culture.
You still can.
Hey, look, you've been around the block a few times. I still got to hold your hand here, Tim. Come on.
Give me the rule book.
You've done this show before. I'll start off, then we'll go Tim, Jarrett, and then Sammy. 2 rounds each. My first award is the No, These Things Don't Go Together award. And I'm giving it to Iga Swiatek, the Polish Wimbledon champion on the women's side. She won in straight sets, double bageled her opponent in the final. But during the course of the week, the second week at Wimbledon, she was asked about how she likes to celebrate when she wins a big event. And she said, with pasta with strawberries. So,
Is that right?
She said, I have my favorite dish. I ate it often as a child. It's pasta with strawberries. You should try it. Pasta, strawberries, and a bit of yogurt. It's just delicious. So before the final match, when they were doing the coverage on ESPN, I think Patrick McEnroe and Darren Cahill, actually, they made up a batch of it. They said it was the most bland thing they'd ever tried. Darren Cahill would not even go near it.
She should just have double bagels.
I like pasta, I like strawberries, and I like yogurt.
So what could be bad? Pasta in and of itself doesn't have that much flavor that it would ruin it. It's just
Would you
the
try
texture. Yeah, of course.
Sounds gross.
No,
you eat pasta. Eat it the way it's.
Where is she from?
Poland.
Well, when every other meal is a boiled potato, that's an exciting, exotic dish to have.
You don't like kielbasa?
Okay, that's true.
What do you got, Tim? What's your first award?
Nothing humorous about this, but it's the "and we didn't even need Connor Stallions to do it" award. Congrats to the University of Michigan, the first college ever, the first school ever to have a first-round draft pick in the same draft year for football, basketball, hockey, and baseball.
Oh, isn't that interesting? That's surprising, isn't it?
I thought it was. I thought, like I said, not funny, but an interesting nugget nonetheless.
It doesn't have to be funny.
That's my motto on the Sports Kebab every 9:30.
That's insane because that was my exact award.
Really?
Yeah, that's nuts.
And I have
the perils of going fourth, Sammy.
Different, but also a first from the MLB draft, and it's my award is and we thought the Diamondbacks were underachieving by having 3 All-Stars award, and it goes to Corona High School in Riverside County in California, which became the first high school ever to have 2 players taken in the top 10 and 3 players taken in the top 50. They were the first to do both of those things. They had 3 top 50 players on their high school team, and not only did they not win the state championship, they did not even make the finals of the California Interscholastic Federation Southern Section.
Man, I thought
of baseball.
I thought Rutgers.
Yeah, Rutgers.
So they're the Rutgers of California high school baseball.
Yeah.
You're the
3 of the top 50 players drafted.
Yeah, 2 in the top 10.
But they did make the playoffs.
They did make the play. They lost in the semifinals of the California Interscholastic Federation Southern Section of the.
We all know
state.
Corona is a football school.
Sure.
Vontaze Burfict.
Fire the manager.
Corona High School didn't think they were going to catch some strays this morning. My first award is the worst guy ever. The worst guy ever is back award. And so I was up in Lake Tahoe for the celebrity golf tournament. And as you'd imagine, there's a lot of individual fans of Josh Allen, Curry, Baker Mayfield. But there are the worst people ever there in the autograph guys.
Oh.
You would be astounded of how many grown men showed up to that event with bags full of sports cards, jerseys, or whatever, and what they would do to get these guys autographs.
I saw Aaron Rodgers' interaction with one.
He's quizzing one.
Yeah, he was quizzing one, and then the guy didn't pass the quiz to his liking, so he's like, I'm not signing that for you.
And it would be, I'd just be walking.
I feel like Aaron Rodgers does that for every interaction before he talks to somebody.
Knowing that Sammy was at that event in Tahoe and saying the worst guy in the world is back award, I thought you were going to talk about Aaron Rodgers.
No. And I get it.
So did I.
I get it. It's like some of these guys' hobbies to go do this, collect all this stuff.
No,
it's not hobbies.
It's not hobbies. No, it's not hobbies.
It was hard to watch because there were a lot of really exciting like kids to be there with. They were excited to see their favorite athletes, and to just get like bombarded by these men. It was at its peak this week and weekend.
It's for that industry. I would imagine that event is a haven. It's a
Oh yeah.
Oh, it is.
Any of those celebrity golf tournaments, the Pebble Beach one too, is probably.
But it's the access though.
Mm-hmm.
Like in an event like that, to get close to these guys, gold mine.
Look, we're out of time, so we can save whatever we have left for our next week.
Sure.
So I got something I still want to get into. That's hardware. Coming up next, some final thoughts on this Monday. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues? If you do, you need to go to DISC. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that on a worldwide basis. Enjoy life again or get back to living. DISC website is www.sciatica.com. Teamsix.com or pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
Anybody remember this tune? Sammy, I'll exclude you from that question.
Kind of.
Hey, Jared's been playing all my type of music on the bumpers all day. I couldn't hijack it with another one of my songs. This is more a Bickley's alley.
Crunchy
Although,
guitars.
This is more cheesy hair metal from the 80s.
Foreigner?
No.
Oh, man. I don't know what this is, but
It's based on one of Sammy's awards on hardware. The name of the band is Autograph. With the one-time summer hit Turn Up the Radio.
1983?
I don't have the year in front of me. I'm guessing. It sounds about right. 83, 84, 85, right in that little pocket.
it is funny when you go to there. This is for all eras of music, disco and Motown, whatever. Even before this, but the hair metal band, you could just look a certain way and make a song that kind of sounds like this, and it would probably be a hit.
Yeah.
At least to a certain point for a few year period.
And everybody in the band kind of looked like everybody in the other bands.
Yeah. They were interchangeable. Here we go. Give me some Mo.
Lame.
I actually do know that song.
Do you
Whoa!
really?
Yeah.
Wow,
there he is.
Hey, Sammy!
Yep, that's a good one, too.
Autograph. Turn up the radio. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Speaking of music, I just ran across this. I don't know how much you've played around with it or you've been subjected to it. Is the AI effect on music and AI created music?
No.
There's apparently a band, and I don't know much about it, but there's a band that has hits that are charting now, and it's all AI generated. The people don't even exist. It's just a created band. I ran into an AI version of one of my favorite albums from one of my favorite bands, and they said, "What would this sound like if it was recorded in the 50s?" And they reproduced the whole album via AI, and it sounded like 50s music. And this album was released in the late 80s. It's crazy what they're doing now.
It's I get that, and that's really cool. It's kind of scary that the music is charting that's produced by AI.
Oh, yeah. And then they ran it through another AI engine, and the AI engine couldn't determine whether or not it was used. It was created artificially. That's how convincing it was. Scary times we're living in.
But of all the artistic things that are scary to be taken over by AI, writing, comedy, movie, producing, art like painting, music is the one thing that has been trending that way anyway by the way they produce music, over the last 20, 30 years.
Using technology
is different than artificial intelligence. Like sampling, is that what you're getting into?
Sampling,
right.
or you synthesize music instead of instruments, auto-tune, that kind of stuff. It's been trending that way more so than other things.
But it's still human generated.
I know.
Like, do you think we're going to get to the point where we'll see AI news anchors? They don't have to pay them anymore, and they just you can't tell the difference.
I think
Are we going to see a 30-year-old Marlon Brando starring in a major motion picture? Like,
that'd be creepy. I hope not.
Yes, that's already.
I mean, I know it's
they've
talked
already
about,
done that with like Star Wars. They had a Carrie Fisher in one of the movies.
Yeah, but that's
as
different.
A young,
that's different, though. I mean, like, in Rogue One they made her young again.
Right.
Like, I get CGI and that kind of stuff, but I'm talking about, like, again, I'll use the example like Marlon Brando or James Dean in a new motion picture.
East of Eden 2, Electric Boogaloo.
West of Eden.
I think we should try this.
Oh.
Full disclosure. You should have AI write the sports kebab for Friday. It couldn't be any worse.
No, but how about this?
It could.
I'll have AI write a joke in the sports kebab.
And you have to pick out which one it is. All right.
I don't want to risk this though, because what if it's better than? What if it's like the best response of anything?
It could be a big boost in your career.
I hate. I do not like AI for artistic whatever.
No, it frightens me.
AI, artistic integrity.
Going back to another one, Sammy's hardware award again. The worst person in the world. The reaction we got to the home run thief guy, Dave McCaskill, when we had him on, was very strong. We commented on it. It took did he come up in last week's show at all? Did you see? He popped up at
not on Friday.
He popped up at Oracle in San Francisco.
Yeah, I think
I saw that.
We mentioned it. Yeah,
with
earlier
the
in
home
the week.
run thief jersey.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bickley talking about it.
That's completely lame.
It is completely lame. It's kind of sad that he now leaned into it.
Yeah.
Rather than being embarrassed by it.
I'll let him have his 15 minutes. Come on.
I think he was leaning into it before, but that
was a nice guy though on the show.
Did you enjoy his books that you bought?
Well, I
all right, I wanted to get into
always
this.
Be selling.
One of my leftover hardware awards was the That's the Way You Go Out award, giving it to Mike Rizzo, the former general manager of the Nationals, was just fired.
Fired last week.
Had been there since 2007, was the architect of a championship team with the Nationals in 2019. They let him go, and he's saying thank you to the fans. And he wrote this heartfelt thank you on social media. It's been an incredible ride. The wins, the losses, the championships, the celebrations, and everything in between. It has been an honor to be the president and general manager of your Washington Nationals. From the bottom of my heart, I want to thank each and every fan who has supported my goal to lead this franchise to greatness with integrity, honesty, and professionalism. In the process, it is my hope we have created memories for you and your family to cherish for a lifetime. So today, before the Home Run Derby, July 14th, at two different sports bars, Penn Quarter Sports Tavern or Walter's Sports Bar, the first round of beers is on Mike Rizzo. He's buying the first round for everybody at those two bars from 5 to 7 p.m.
That's a long time.
Yes. That's a lot of beer.
And a lot of beer, especially now.
Yeah.
That he's picking up.
See, if he did that in Arizona, we would have to wonder if the sports bars would have the Home Run Derby on the television.
Yep.
Ridiculousness would be playing on the whole timing of that was weird. They fired their general manager 1 week before they had the number one pick in the baseball draft.
And then they shocked everybody with the pick.
Then they picked a pick that nobody had in their top three.
Yeah.
With the number one pick.
John Lester did something similar when he retired for Cubs fans. Beers tonight are on me.
Who was it? Sirianni took the Super Bowl trophy to a sports bar, didn't he? Or an NFC after the NFC Championship showed up at a sports bar and bought a round for everybody.
I'd buy a round. Very nice gesture.
You know, they say the way to a fan's heart is right to his liver.
Keep a tab open for 2 hours. That now you're liver damage and wallet damage.
Yeah. That's all kinds of damage right there.
A lot of damage.
That is going to do it for us today on this Monday. Thanks to Bob Nightingale for joining us. We will be back bright and early Tuesday morning for another edition of Bickley and Murata Morning. Tim's just breaking stuff.
That was me signing off.
Tim doing his Fred Durst impersonation. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
Just don't do a Fred Khalil impersonation.
Cards Camp. 8 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. That's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons are $5.99 when you buy two at Fry's Food and Drug now through July 15th.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs avoided a 3-game sweep against the Angels yesterday with a 5-1 win, behind 5 solid innings from Merrill Kelly and 4 shutout innings from the bullpen. And the Snakes will head into the All-Star break with a 47-50 record, 5.5 games out of the wild card. And here was manager Torey Lovello after yesterday's game.
That's exactly what we wanted to do. At the end of the day, I think we're all frustrated by what's happened the past couple of days, and I think they blocked out all the noise, all the things that could possibly be a distraction on the last day of the first half, and they won a baseball game.
The D-backs will open up the second half of the season on Friday at home against the St. Louis Cardinals. Off the diamond yesterday, the Diamondbacks had 2 first-round draft picks in the MLB draft. With the 18th overall pick, they selected shortstop Kason Cunningham out of Lady Bird Johnson High School in Texas. And at 29, they selected Louisville right-hander Patrick Forbes. The Summer League Suns lost 98-80 to the Hawks yesterday without some of their main pieces, but they're back tonight against the Kings, and the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight at 7 on the road against the Golden State Valkyries. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke! Wolf! Hey, my brothers! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Monday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
What's up, Luke? How you doing? And it does kind of suck buttermilk. Can I just say that right now? It does. Let's get it. Forget about the pleasantries, the salutations, Basinonians. I got no time for that this week. I got none. When is a Monday or Wednesday, Basinonians? Well, you know what? Broadcasting right now. Luke, are you fired up at all?
Well, yeah, now I have a lot of questions, but yes, I'm also fired up. You've never started the week by saying it kind of sucks buttermilk. It's a buttermilk-sucking Monday here on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Watching the Diamondbacks, of course, I think we all would agree it was a less than fulfilling weekend for the Diamondbacks. Again, it's not like they're out there just forfeiting, waving the white flag. They are not Basinonians, but man, this team just continues to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot from this weekend. We'll get deeper into it in a little bit. We're going to talk to Jody Jackson. She's going to join us. You look at some of the individual seasons that some of the Diamondbacks players are having at the All-Star break, and you wonder how this team is 5.5 games out of a wild card spot. And now I know you can look at other individual seasons, and maybe that's an explanation for why. There was a report over the weekend that they are now in sell mode. I don't know that that's definitive, but I think you'd probably have to rattle off about 8 or 9 straight wins, and obviously you're in the break right now. There's a lot to get to, but let's just go big picture to start the show, Wolf.
Yeah.
As we sit here at the All-Star break, they are 47-50. They're 5.5 games out of a playoff spot.
Yes, okay. Where do you begin when you evaluate what has happened? What has happened to the Arizona Diamondbacks?
I start here, actually. They have not won a series since they beat the White Sox June 23rd through the 25th.
Wow.
Now, they tied the San Francisco series. They tied the San Diego series. Kind of to your point, they led both those series going into Game 4. They led the San Francisco series going into Game 3, but they split them. But they lost the series to the Royals. They had just lost the series to the Angels, and they got swept by the Marlins coming out of that White Sox series. So this is 5 straight series at, a huge juncture in the season, and they couldn't win any of them.
Yeah, for me, Basinonians, once again, this is just not the team that I expected them to be. And that is the best way to say it. There's a lot of reasons why. You can blame injuries, and those are reasons, Basinonians, why they're not as prolific as we thought they were going to be. But they were underachieving from the beginning, if you ask me. And you must not forget that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I said this all through spring training. I had the bar extremely high for this team. The season's not over yet. There's still, 65 games left. There's still a lot of baseball to be played, but the trade deadline is 12 games away. And that's very clearly, maybe for the Diamondbacks more than any other team in baseball, a moment this season where they're going to have to decide what they want to and believe they can still be this season. I'm with you. They started kind of slow this season. For relative to where they were supposed to be. 27 games in, they're 14-13, so they did get off to a slow start, and you can't just write that off. But the injuries have obviously played a huge role. You're missing your number one starter, and you're missing 3 closers, among a million other players that have been out.
Yes, I'm so glad you said that. Injuries, once again, have set them back, Basinonians, and don't tell me injuries don't matter. To say injuries don't matter is to say all players are created equal, and that is just not the case. Do you believe that, brothers, that all players are created equal? No, of course not. So don't be foolish. Injuries are never going to be an excuse for players. Seriously, if you start pointing to injuries, I've had a lot of injuries, and that's why we're not where we're. You need to walk out of the clubhouse. You need to walk out of the locker room. You need to walk out, bro. Okay? Don't talk to me about players being injured. You go perform at your highest level.
See, I'm glad you said that because in the moments where it feels like they could point to injuries, like, oh, can you believe this? Sure. Now Shelby Miller's out too. Oh, can you believe this? Corbin Burns is out for the year. Oh, now J Mart's out for the year. Like all these guys, the moments they could point to injuries as an excuse are when they've played their best baseball this season. But then when they start to get ahead, when they have a chance, okay, now we're at 500, now we're a couple games above, now here we go. Like let's put the Giants away. Let's go on a run here. That's when they can't do it, which is why I tend to believe that to me is where the injuries are playing a role. They can't get ahead. Now, it can't be an excuse. And at the end of the season, if they miss the playoffs, it's going to raise a lot of questions. Injuries need to be a part of the explanation because they are. I mean, they could stay completely healthy the rest of the season, and they have gotten the raw deal when it comes to injuries. But that can't sink your season. And there have been moments in the last 2 weeks where it's felt like it is.
Yeah, as a player, once again, you never want to point to that, Basinonians, even though I have in the past myself as a player. I have done that. You never want to point to that. I can tell you this, though. Intelligent people can look at injuries and cite them as a reason why a team is underperforming or not performing to an expected level. That's just common sense. And do you know why? Some human beings are actually better players than other human beings. Ron Wolfley reporting. That's why some players actually get paid more, Basinonians. They get paid more because they're better players. And those better players help you win more games. That's the way that it works.
You can't just put somebody in a Diamondbacks jersey and have them immediately turn into Corbin Burns.
So just don't say a blanket statement. You know what? Don't blame injuries. Don't blame. It's not the injury. Listen, I will tell you, injuries are a reason why a team underperforms. Having said that, this team was underperforming from the beginning, and your 14-13 mark, to me, points that out.
Yeah, and, even if you just want to go back a couple weeks, so I'll go back to that White Sox series again, June 24th, for all the ups and downs and the injuries, okay? The Diamondbacks win that game 4-1, and they're 41-38. So here you go, right? Okay, you're 3 games above 500. You've still got another one against the White Sox coming up and then 3 against the Marlins coming up. So this is your chance, right? For your 3 games above 500. And since then, they have gone 6-12. And
6-12 in their last 18 games.
I mean, have they had additional injuries in there? They have. And did the previous injuries, do they play a role in some of those? Maybe, yeah. But at the same time, you had a chance to kind of put that behind you, and you lost 1 to the White Sox and 3 to the Marlins, and you lose 2 or 3 to the Royals, and you lose 2 or 3 to the Angels, and you lose 2 in a row to San Francisco when you're up 2-0 in that series. It's just like, it's not even the blame game. It's more just like, is this? Yeah. We're almost 100 games in. Is this just what they are?
This could be. This, to me, is what they are right now, Luke. And again, I think of what was the strength of this team coming into this season. We were all, I remember how jacked up I was, and rightfully so. I'll continue to say that. Rightfully so. Jacked up about the rotation. This was going to be, we're going to be able to send a dude out there once every 5 days who's going to be a good pitcher. He's going to give this team an opportunity to win games. And you know what? This team that scored more runs than anybody in baseball in 2024, here we go, baby. We're going to be good. The rotation has never come together the way that we thought it was going to. And injury is part of that. There's no doubt. But Zach Gallen and Brandon Pfaadt and Erod and even Merrill Kelly from time to time. Merrill Kelly, not so much. I think Merrill Kelly and Ryan Nelson, you could point to those two guys and say they're doing what we expected they might do.
Merrill Kelly, Ryan Nelson, and Corbin Burns. If they just pitched exactly the way they are right now, but everybody else is kind of just playing to their potential, this team would be like, I don't look at Ryan Nelson, Corbin Burns, or Merrill Kelly and say you guys have to change anything other than it'd be nice to have Corbin Burns still pitching. Merrill's ERA in the first half of 3.34, and he had a 1.05 whip. I mean, he's giving them a chance to win pretty much every time he's out there. There was a stat going into the game yesterday that, you know, coming off of a loss, he's 4-1 and his ERA is sub-2. Like, he just and you know, they needed a win badly yesterday, and it's not like he threw a perfect game, but he was he held him to one run over 5 innings.
Even with the Corbin Burns injury, Basinonians, I still thought this team was going to have an excellent rotation, and it was going to be the strength of this team. That has not materialized.
The Burns injury, to me, took them from this team could go all the way to the World Series to, okay, this is a playoff team, but they may have a hard time when they run into certain teams in the playoffs without Corbin Burns. But right now, you almost have to sweep St. Louis coming out of the All-Star break to have a shot here now. When we come back over to basketball, who stood out for the Phoenix Suns in the first 2 games of Summer League play over the weekend? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
It's swung on. It's hit to left center. And Thomas is there. He makes the catch, and that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks win the finale by a final score of 5-1. They prevent the sweep.
Are the D-backs making moves at the All-Star break? Stick with Arizona Sports to find out on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies? Don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The D-backs enter the All-Star break on uncertain footing and with trade speculation swirling. Rival MLB executives believe the D-backs have no choice but to sell, and the Summer Suns were without 3 draft picks and a loss to the Hawks. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Summer League basketball talk here. Wolf, I made sure we had one specific audio cut.
Okay.
That I know you haven't heard yet.
All right. Damn! You just gotta pay the tease off to your non-basement audience.
Was that the tease?
Especially on a Monday in July. Pay it off, please.
That was not the audio cut I made sure we had for you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll play that. We're going to play it in this segment. I don't think you've heard it. I don't think you have because I just asked you some leading questions during the break, and it didn't sound like you had heard it yet. The Suns lost to the Hawks yesterday. They're already load managing. Game 2 of the Summer League. But then they beat the Wizards on Friday. Just broad question, Wolf, because I have a name in mind. Anybody in particular stand out to you in these first couple games?
Ryan Dunn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
When he played.
Yeah.
In that first game. Yes. Ryan Dunn.
Why Ryan Dunn?
Ryan Dunn, you know what I was hoping for, Basinonians, and I wrote it in my notes, as a matter of fact. What would be the best thing that could happen for the Suns in the Summer League? And for me, it was Ryan Dunn and Oso going out there and looking like they were year 2 players.
Like they're kind of ahead of everybody else.
Like they're ahead of everybody else.
Yeah.
And guess what happened?
And that's what it looked
That's exactly what it looked like. That is good news, brothers. That is good news, especially when you're talking about Ryan Dunn, because Ryan Dunn could be that guy as well. He could be the culture guy, the culture club guy, if you will, that the Suns are looking for, that they're trying to replicate. Isn't that right, Rasheer Fleming?
All right, that's not my player, Ryan Dunn. I think he's bigger to the upcoming season, obviously, than the player I'm going to throw out there. But Kobe Brea?
Kobe Brea.
Not bad, man. Not bad. And I keep going back to when we had Kevin Pelton on, and he talked about, hey, this guy can shoot. This guy can shoot.
Yeah.
And I went back and read reread, I guess, his draft grades, and because of what he specifically said about Kobe Brea in the Suns, just their grade for their overall draft. It was kind of a throw-in at the end. Says, quote, though Brea is another shooting guard on a team overloaded with them, Phoenix could use his shooting. He has the highest skill projection as a shooter of any player in my database, particularly if Grayson Allen is traded. But it's that middle part. Of all the players in the draft, he has him with the highest skill projection as a shooter.
Wow.
In the draft.
Yeah.
And it's easy to write that pick off, and I'm not trying to overstate it now because he looked good in 2 Summer League games.
But the reason it was easy to write that pick off was because of what Kevin Pelton just said. They've got 9,000 shooting guards, but they may not all be here when the season starts. And if he's a shooter, you can always use that.
Yeah, no, I like what I saw from Kobe Bryant as well, watching the games. Come on, Malawach. Now, Malawach did not play in the second game either against the Hawks. But watching him in that first game, I thought was really, really encouraging. Now, was it perfect? No, it wasn't. Does he show deficiencies? Yes, he does. Does he have to get a lot more physical as far as I'm concerned? Without a doubt. But having said that, I thought 14 points and 5 boards and a guy that had a couple of blocks as well. He looked really active down low. I love his feet. Yeah, come on, Malawach, grab my attention.
You can't miss him when he's playing.
Yeah.
You can't miss him. And is he raw? Yeah, he is. I mean, you said this multiple times. He's 18 years old. It's not like he's been playing basketball his whole life. That's a difficult position, the one that he plays. But man, you can see the talent, just like the natural God-given ability. You can see that he has it, and so it's going to be exciting to watch that develop. You mentioned Oso. Wolf, and Oso went out there and put up some stats yesterday. 18 points, 9 rebounds, a few assists, a few steals, a couple blocks. This is
putting the ball on the floor. Iguodala.
Oso just kind of like taking over. Okay, here's the cut. Okay, this is okay. Listen to Oso. Okay, they're talking to him about the upcoming season. What are you looking to do this season?
I think just being a leader out there, I feel like I'm more comfortable, confident. I can really step into that leadership role, especially with the summer league team, and hopefully carry that over to the main team. But that's something that I'm naturally good at. I spend a lot of time leading at Marquette, and I feel like when teams are player-led, they can go a lot further than when it's just coaches. So hopefully I can be in step with the coaching staff and help them.
Oh, that is so cool, man. Grow strong, Grasshopper. There's no doubt about it. But never forget, you got to do before you can say as well. Being a leader is about going out and doing and being successful. And that's one of the reasons why. If he earns more minutes, and he is a guy that is suddenly going to be in the rotation, and he's going to earn starter, hey, who knows how good Oso Iguodala can become. But you have to do before you can say.
True.
Because if you get in there and you start leading, hey, guys, listen, we got to do A, B, and C. Dude, you're playing 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Sit down and be quiet.
Don't tell us our job while you're sitting there watching. Yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely get that. But specifically the part where he said, I think teams do better when they're player-led than leaning on the coaches for leadership. That sounded like you fed him a line.
Yeah.
To go out there and say to the media.
Yes. It is so true. Is that different than the mentality that was here last year?
Yeah. And we can debate where that mentality was coming from last year. If it was a coach telling a player not to lead vocally during the game or wherever it came from.
I'm the leader of this team.
Yes, I as the coach, I'm going to lead us to one of the most disappointing seasons in franchise history, and don't you question me.
Coach, you're not doing. Moisten a jock if you want to lead.
Or leading. He's not doing or leading. Either way, that right there, and you're 100% right. Saying something in the middle of July it's a good start, but it means nothing if you can't execute it during the season. But what he's saying right there is the exact opposite of what we saw from this team last year. And I think most Suns fans are looking for a lot of exact opposites from what we saw last year.
I think you're right about that. And that also speaks to the culture the Phoenix Suns want to establish here, Basinonians. This is why it's really, really important. He just didn't pull that out of the air about getting better as a leader. It's something I've always been. I've been really good at it. Leading. That is a great characteristic to have. But until you're out there actually playing a lot, you really can't lead. And also, I'm not saying he can't earn that right.
Especially on this team, he could.
Especially on this team. It's wide open, man. Here we go. Who's going to get minutes? We're going to find out. But I love the fact that the culture of the Phoenix Suns is about leadership and players leading. He just didn't pull that out of the air, did he, Book?
Here's Ryan Dunn talking about he and Oso just pushing each other all off season.
It's been this whole offseason, not even just here, in the weight room, on the court, conditioning. We were in China and we were doing like sprints on the treadmill, and like it was supposed to be like a light jog, and we got to like 20 miles an hour, which is just everyone going 20 seconds hard, moving it up. So it was cool competing with him, and then, just him on the court, and then him being here, just being a leader, talking to each other. He was ultra aggressive on the court today, offensively and defensively, and just him, pushing me just to be a better player helps me a lot here.
Oh, man. So he was talking about Ryan Dunn?
That is Ryan Dunn talking about Oso.
That's Ryan Dunn talking about Oso. Okay. Just wanted to get that clear. That's awesome, man. Iron sharpens iron. And maybe this is going to be a situation where Ryan Dunn and Oso are going to be those two irons sharpening each other, coming from the same draft class.
You know who they sound like?
Who?
They sound like the Twins. Sounds like the new version of the Twins.
Oh,
now, I don't want to look. They have not accomplished anything in the NBA compared to what Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson have. I'm not saying that, but that relationship between two younger players on the Phoenix Suns who are just like they have that like brotherly rivalry, and I mean, like if we get to the Super Bowl and Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro make a bet where one of them has to open a lemonade stand in Uptown Phoenix, I don't think anybody's going to be upset if these two guys have that sort of relationship. And that sort of personality is what this team, it kind of felt like, was lacking the last couple of years. So
needs it.
We'll see it.
Let's go.
Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back to baseball, is the Diamondbacks trade deadline fate already written, or is there still time to save the season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
July 6th at 8:43 a.m. local Arizona time while on vacation in Sicily. Our own John Gambadoro posted this to over 100,000 followers. Quote, I expect a decision and resolution on Bradley Beal's situation in the next 24 to 48 hours. End quote. Since then, don't look at us. I mean, we're over here doing the I don't know emoji just like you.
I would be stunned if he's on the roster when training camp starts.
When breaking Bradley Beal news finally hits, you'll hear it on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
I speak fluent Italian.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, the heat is here, and it's only going to get hotter. And if you've been dreaming about a backyard pool, now is the time to act, Basinonians. At Presidential Pools and Spas, they're building fast, which means you can still, that's right, by the end of the summer, you can still get this thing in. You can get the pool in your backyard. Don't wait till you're sweating through another scorcher. Turn up the cool in your backyard. Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are giving away a pool, and you could win. It's the Summer Pool Giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. One winner will receive a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment and beautiful decking, perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now by visiting dbacks.com/splash for more details. That's dbacks.com/splash and win a new pool from our partners. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you, your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star break is here for the Arizona Diamondbacks after a disappointing 47-50 first half. They will not have any participants in tonight's home run derby, but Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Eugenio Suarez will take part in tomorrow's Midsummer Classic. And the MLB draft is going on currently. For what the D-backs have done and will do, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by YRefi. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Let's take it back to straight hip-hop and start it from
Hey, it's Mitch. What were the biggest takeaways from the first Summer League games for the Phoenix Suns? We've got Kellen Olson in with Bernsey today, starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, not somewhere I thought we would be when the season started, Wolf. But this was sent to me a few times during the game yesterday, and I was like, okay, maybe this is just stuff on social media. Maybe it's not, maybe there's not that much to it. But there was this, these quotes out there floating around that Bob Nightingale was saying that the Diamondbacks are, maybe open to being sellers. So went and found the story, and I'll just, it's a full notebook. It's not just about the D-backs, right? The draft was yesterday. It's all these different things. But the quote on the D-backs, how's that mic treating you?
Don't worry about it, man. I'm drifting based on audience.
So I'm just going to read you the quote from the story. It says, Diamondbacks will definitely be sellers at the trade deadline, according to rival executives, believing they have no choice if they want to compete in 2026. Quote, I don't see a world they don't sell, unquote, one GM said. Quote, they have so many holes and so many free agents, unquote. They are making starters Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly, all-star third baseman Eugenio Suarez, and first baseman Josh Naylor available. They are all free agents after the season. The D-backs are searching for young pitching in return. That's from the story.
Okay.
That's a lot, man.
That is a lot. Man. Where are you right now, Basinonians? Where are you in regard to the trade deadline that is looming, coming up, of course, in the break? Right now, it allows you to look at it and say, well, unless they go 10-2 in the next, I just do not see the Arizona Diamondbacks doing anything but selling right now.
Yeah.
6-12 in their last 18 games. 6-12. 5-10 in winning rubber games that would have won series. 5-10 in rubber games that would have won a series. And they're 5-10. 3-5 in games in which, once again, they could have swept their opponent. They have underperformed at a very consistent rate.
6-12 in their last 18. You think if they had just gone 9-9, I mean, we talked to Mike Hazen last week, and we've talked to him a lot throughout the season, and he's pretty straightforward, especially for a GM, and pretty honest about stuff and pretty open about things as much as he can be in that position. And you could tell from talking to him or hearing him talk that he didn't want to sell. He doesn't want to sell. And, you and I and everybody kept having the conversation, okay, it's early June. What happens if they do this? Okay, now it's late June. It's like, if they just keep going 500, that's not going to be enough. But 6-12 in their last 18, if they had just gone 500, they'd be 2.5 back of a wild card. And I think at that point, you can still point and say, our offense is one of the best in baseball. When you measure the Diamondbacks against what they were supposed to be, it's like, wow, this is disappointing. If you just measure the Diamondbacks against other teams, they have one of the best offenses in baseball. But this was the stretch where they really needed to show Mike Hazen, hey, and either reinvest in us or at least don't break us up. And they went 6-12.
Yes, 6-12. And, once again, we all know the Diamondbacks have lost their ace, of course, in Corbin Burns, and their 3 closers.
Yeah, no, it's
3 closers and now on their 4th closer. We all understand that. But they've also, the pitching staff has underachieved to me. Again, the rotation.
Yeah.
That's the biggest disappointment. They've also committed 48 errors in 97 games.
Yeah.
48 errors in 90. That's once every 2.0 games, Basin.
What did they make last year?
Last season, they committed 62 errors on the entire season. Total.
They're going to go past that.
62 in 162 games. That's once every 2.6 games. And that's a big difference.
And that matters.
It's 0.6. I understand that. Once every 2 games, you're committing error as opposed to once every 2.6 games. But that is, statistically, that is a big number.
Anything over 162 games adds up. And especially when a lot of those errors seem to trigger just either big innings for the other team or at least a run or 2 for the other team. Bob Nightingale was on with Bickley and Murata this morning, and they asked him about the market for the 4 available players that he mentioned. Now, before I play this, and I haven't heard this cut yet because it was going on while we were already here, I don't want him to sell all 4 guys. I understand if there are guys you can't bring back, you can't just let them all walk for nothing. You know what I mean? Like if you knew, hey, we can't bring back Gallen or Kelly or Naylor or Gino, you can't just let all 4 of them walk for nothing if you're 5.5 games out of a playoff spot. I understand that. I mean, you have to deal in reality a little bit. But I'm going to continue to hold out hope they can find a way to bring Naylor back. Maybe they can't, but I'm going to continue to find out hope or look for hope that they can, because this guy is a pretty good replacement for Christian Walker. How often have we talked this year about, I just wish they had Christian Walker back?
I know.
Never.
Yeah.
That's not a knock on Christian Walker. Like, you found the replacement. Keep him.
That's a great point, Luke.
Anyway, here's Bob Nightingale on the market for those guys.
Yeah, no, it should be very strong, and that's where they have no choice but to sell. I mean, Suarez should bring in a pretty good bargain, particularly because everybody's looking for a power hitter. Everybody's looking for a power hitting third baseman. So you got, when you have teams like the Yankees, the Blue Jays, Tigers all being against each other, they should get a nice haul. Naylor, nice power hitting first baseman, and then of course the 2 starters in Kelly and Gallen. It'd be different if those guys were under contract past this year, but since they're free agents, you better get something for them.
You better get something for him, Bobby. I'm with you on that one. You think about it right now. Gino Suarez has 31 home runs. 31 home runs, Luke. And 78, is it 78 RBIs?
Yeah.
That is...
Think that's something other teams might be interested in?
to Bobby's point, too, this power hitting third baseman, the cliche of baseball is out there, and it's Eugenio Suarez.
Yeah.
And yes, he's committed more errors than we typically saw Eugenio commit. No doubt about that. He has drifted a little bit. At the same time, he's not awful in the field.
No, in his last 12 months since the All-Star break last year, he's hit 51 home runs and has 129 RBIs. I mean, for a player like that to be available at the deadline is...
It doesn't get any shinier.
No, I can only imagine the teams lining up. I will say, I'm tired of all our teams having the player that all the other contenders want, and then they get to go trade for him. Didn't we just go through this with Kevin Durant? I understand different sport, different... there's a lot of differences, but at the same time, it's like, hey, this could really help Houston challenge for a championship. Cool. Hey, Eugenio Suarez could really help the Yankees challenge for a World Series. Great. Like, when's our moment here?
Yeah. It just seems like he kind of also is the tip of the spear in regard to how this team plays offensive baseball. Mm-hmm. It just seems like they live off the home run.
Yeah.
They live and die, Basinonians, off the home run and have a very difficult time scoring runs when not hitting home runs. And create the chaos doesn't exist anymore.
Not consistently. Here's one more from Bob Nightingale. They asked him who could potentially stay past the deadline.
If I could see some guy stay, it might be Merrill Kelly, Arizona native. He's not going to be that expensive as a free agent because of his age. So I think if any of the four could stay, it would be him.
It is tricky, Wolf, because being 5.5 games out, you're not out, but you haven't made any sign of making a run. And so it would make sense that, you can't just hold on to Geno if he's going to walk at the end of the year and Jordan Lawler's your future. But the second you trade one of these four guys because they are playing such prominent roles on your team, the second you trade one, it almost doesn't make sense to hold on to any of the others unless you're going to re-sign them. The second you trade Geno, well, there goes most of your offense. So then it doesn't make sense to hold on to Gallen either,
Yes. Man, the numbers that are mounting right now, the 6-12 in the last 18 games. Boy, that looms, that hangs in the air because the guys inside that clubhouse knew exactly what was at stake.
Yeah.
That, hey, listen, guys, if we want to all hang together and stay together, we got to start winning games. 6-12 in their last 18.
And the reason we kept bringing up the All-Star break as a checkpoint over the last month or so is because now here you go, 4 days where you're just not playing. But teams can still make trades right now. It's not like if you were playing St. Louis tonight, the conversation for me would be like, okay, go out there and just sweep the series and just try to buy yourself some time. But you've got 4 days where you can't do anything to fix it. All right, when we come back, why are the Diamondbacks on the outside looking in at the All-Star break? We're going to ask one of their broadcasters. Jody Jackson joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I am nervous about this upcoming ASU football season for the simple reason that our organizations in our valley the last few years have not done well with expectations at all. Try to think about the last time a team in our town lived up to high preseason expectations. It's an irrational reason. It really is. It's irrational. Everything about their team says they're going to be good. Yeah, they got to replace Scadaboo, obviously, but they've got so many guys coming back. Everything about ASU football says they should be good. And why am I so nervous? Why do I feel like I've heard this one before?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com if you want to smile real nice. That's right, Basinonians. I'm telling you right now, the all-on-4 dental implant treatment may be for you. I have had the all-on-4, and I can tell you it is a game changer professionally. You're going to be able to smile, make that sale. You know what I'm talking about? Personally as well, socially, you're going to enjoy it. The all-on-4. You can have a brand new set of beautiful teeth in 24 hours after surgery. The all-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth as well. Aria Dental Implant Center, they will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. And what I love, they are locally owned and operated, and they pass the savings on to you, the patient. go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morrishall.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morrishall.com. Trust in Arizona. Trust in Morris Hall.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, well, we are at the All-Star break. The trip through San Diego and Orange County is over. Jody Jackson joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Jody?
Well, guys, just I gotta admit I slept in a little today. You know, I am back in Phoenix for the All-Star break, so we're just gonna kind of chill. I went outside and I was like, okay, I'm back. This is it's a little toasty, but actually I saw it's gonna be like 96 tomorrow or something, so we're good.
Yeah, I was outside last night and it was 102, but there was a slight breeze, and I was like, that's basically this
Beautiful,
is livable.
man.
It feels like winter.
Yeah, what's amazing how we rationalize this, and I'm gonna go. You know, the pool's looking good. You know, so didn't have to do a lot of cleanup. But there was no. I guess there was no monsoon while we were gone. I'm kind of rooting for a monsoon, honestly.
Well, Jody, we are at the All-Star break. They are 47-50, 3 games below 500. Obviously, a series loss to the Angels over the weekend. And when you kind of take a step back here now with these days off, what's the biggest thing that stands out to you from the first part of this season?
You know, it really is for me the injuries. You know, we're sitting here trying to figure it out. You know, why are they 3 games under 500? Why have they not been able to put together a run? And you know, they know they have to go forward with the injuries and still win games. And they, you know, honestly, guys, I know it's really hard to take, but it has been blood, sweat, and get to the 47 wins. And I think you guys do realize that. And I think that while the performance can be better in a lot of areas with the healthy guys, the other problem is you've got some guys that are playing out there every day that I don't think are fully healthy, and I think the break will help some of them, and that's a good sign. But I'll say this, just we were in Torrey's office after the second game because I know they had really high hopes of, splitting in San Diego was okay, really hard fought. They could have had 3 out of 4. They could have had all 4. They go in, I think they felt like they were going to really win that series or maybe even sweep them, and it didn't happen. And after that second loss, I mean, Torrey, I detected some emotion in his voice when he was asked about Mike Hazen, and just he wants to make it easy on him at this break, and they haven't done that. And they've always been some form of a seller the last few years. I mean, remember, this ascent has happened quickly, right? In 23, they had the 84 wins. No one really expected them to go on the run. And then you're in this space. You're in a different space. And now here they are with a really good team that's had a ton of injuries, mostly with the pitching. And it's very tough. And you could see how much it weighs on him and how heavy it is for him, which is why it's frustrating. And, now they're down to, talking to the players, because they do really like each other as a group, and they do really feel like, I really believe, and in talking to many of them, they believe they're a playoff team. They just haven't been able to, win 5 out of 7 or, win 10 out of 12. And they believe that in the 12 games coming out of the break that things are going to be better. So, but from a practical standpoint, if you're Mike Hazen, you have to look at all the assets that you have. So I think there's just a lot to process with this team right now, and in wondering, what is on the back end of this season, and wondering, me as a person, as an outsider looking in, and just not being afraid to talk about the injuries and not being afraid to use it as an excuse. It's unbelievable. You lose Puck, Martinez, Miller on the back end of your bullpen. Ryan Thompson and Beeks are on the IL right now. You've brought up guys from the minors. Some have done well, some have not. Juan Murillo has struggled. Backus, Curtis, these guys have been pretty good. Ginkel struggled. It's really hard to win games when James McCann said to me the other day, the last 9 to 12 outs of the game are really hard to get. And that, to me, has been the biggest thing they've had to overcome.
For me, Jody, I look at it now, and I always thought the All-Star break was going to be exactly – that was going to be the point that Mike Hazen and Torrey and the entire organization would determine to themselves, okay, we are buyers, we're going to be sellers, because you've got 12 games between now and the trade deadline. It doesn't seem like that is a large enough sample size to change any minds. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, especially, Wolf, when you look at, I think we looked at this road trip and we're like, okay, can they go 5-2? But they went 3-4, so they haven't been able to really stack a bunch of wins. And so, yeah, you look at the 12 and you say, well, it could be great if you go on the, I think that's the beauty of baseball is the turnaround around the corner any day. Yeah. Every day you wake up and thinking that's the day that you're going to go on a run. And I just, it's hard to see it when we haven't seen that from this team. We haven't really seen, I think we've seen 4 or 5 wins in a row a couple times, but that's kind of been the extent of it. And there's just been always something kind of putting the brakes on it. So, yeah, I mean, again, if you're Mike Hazen either way with the free agents, that's another new space that they are in a little bit this year, guys, is the attractiveness of these free agents. With Gino Suarez being number 1, Merrill Kelly's had a heck of a first half. I mean, his ERA now is like 3.3. We know what Merrill's all about. I mean, Zach Gallen has just really struggled. I mean, he's another guy who looks great in moments, but he's really struggled this year. And then Josh Naylor is the other guy. And I just want to say something else, kind of going off the question, but the interesting thing about these free agents is, you hear about all the time, well, you could re-sign them and bring them back in 26. You could do that. But I think there's a lot to that. I mean, you certainly could. And I could see that with certain guys, but with other guys, it's harder, right? Whether it's the financials, whether it's, trading a guy is not easy. It is a business, but, are there bad feelings about that? Or is it just fine, let's bring a guy back? So, because again, Merrill being a guy from here, and I just think he's the guy that either could stay or could come back. But it's a crazy territory to be in. it's not great. But you're right. Like I heard you guys talking a little bit earlier. I mean, Gino, what he's done is incredible. Anyone in the league would want it that is trying to push to get to the World Series knows that he could be, what he's been doing is total difference maker. So is it a big enough span? You know, it's tough. It's tough to say because you're not getting some real impact. You're getting some arms back, and maybe Ketel Marte gets a little healthier because that's been a little troublesome lately. But, you know, is it enough to feel like you're going to be able to go deep in the playoffs?
Jody, it's always great to talk to you. Enjoy your break here for a couple days.
Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, thank you. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, she mentioned could tell there at the end he's missed 3 of the last 9 games, too. So, you know, she alluded to it at the beginning that there are guys probably playing hurt right now. So hopefully the All-Star break helps with that. But there's, you know, we could have this conversation. We could go really deep on it, Wolf, because if you do end up trading guys away and they are key pieces for you, like Gino is, and Josh Naylor is, and Merrill Kelly is, and Zach Gallen at any time can be, then it's like, what are you looking for in return? Like how you don't want to close the window on yourself. You know what I mean? Because then, like, what are you going to be next year?
Yeah, it's fascinating to me, Luke, that these 12 games after the All-Star break leading up to the trade deadline, is that enough to actually change the mind of Mike Hazen? I don't think so.
I think you'd honestly...
I think you know by now.
You'd honestly have to rattle off like 8 in a row. You'd have to come out of the gate.
But like you said, you're probably working on deals right now.
That's it. That's the problem. Is that's why you wanted to make your run before the All-Star break, because there's 4 days where there's no games going on, and every team, every contender, I feel like is at least calling the Diamondbacks, asking about these guys. Yeah, I mean, if you didn't make any trades and you came out and swept St. Louis and swept Houston, but those are such big ifs at this point. Now, if you did that, then you'd be back in it and you'd be ahead of St. Louis. But I mean, if that's what you're holding out hope for, and I am, but I'm also trying to be a realist here, you're holding your breath for the next few days that a trade doesn't go down before that St. Louis series even starts. All right, thanks to Jody for joining us there. When we come back over to football, what would an MVP caliber season look like for Kyler Murray in 2025, and is that the Cardinals' only path to the playoffs? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. 8 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. How's that for freedom? It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles right now with everything going on. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and they make price-boosting upgrades. Then once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your old home. That's huge. Want to make sure you do that. So you can do that with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That way you can get your free home valuation, figure out exactly what you have to work with. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call, because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this. If that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundation Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star break is here for the Arizona Diamondbacks after a disappointing 47-50 first half. They will not have any participants in tonight's Home Run Derby, but Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Eugenio Suarez will take part in tomorrow's Midsummer Classic. You can listen to the Home Run Derby tonight at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. The MLB draft is currently in progress. For more on D-backs first-round pick Kason Cunningham, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Phoenix Suns play their third game of Summer League play tonight against the Kings. Tip-off is at 7. And the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight at the Golden State Valkyries. Tip-off for that one is also at 7. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official Team Eye Doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Full recap of all the Home Run Derby madness. And will we finally get a resolution to the Bradley Beal situation? The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, hour number 2 of the show, live from the Arizona Sports Studios. Thanks to Jody Jackson for joining us there. Kellen Olson's going to join us in this studio in an hour and a half to talk Summer League basketball because he was up there in Vegas for the weekend.
Killer.
Yeah. Let's take a break from baseball. kind of a downer right now.
A little bit.
Maybe talk a little football. And a story both you and I independently kind of noticed yesterday. NFL.com took the 7 NFL franchises that have never had an MVP in the Super Bowl era. Okay?
Yeah.
So not a Super Bowl MVP, but just like a regular season MVP since we went to the Super Bowl in whatever, 50-plus years ago now.
Yes.
So those teams are Jacksonville, Houston, New Orleans, the Jets, Philadelphia, believe it or not, Tampa Bay, and Arizona. Those are the 7 teams that have never had an MVP.
Yeah, the Philadelphia thing blew my mind.
That's
as
surprising.
Well. It did. Honestly, Ron Jordan, no, of course not. In the Super Bowl era, they did not have an MVP. And that blew my mind, especially because they have 2 possible MVPs coming into 2025.
Yeah, I mean, you could have
Jalen Hurts and Barkley.
You could have made a case for those guys last year to win MVP.
Yes.
So they went through on NFL.com and they gave who in their mind would have the best chance to win an MVP for one of those teams. And look, with all due respect to the Saints are going to have an MVP this year. They put Chris Olave as a candidate. They had Justin Fields as the Jets candidate. Obviously, Jalen Hurts for the Eagles, or maybe not so obviously because they have Saquon too. But when they get to the Cardinals, they have Kyler Murray.
Yes.
And they talk a lot about things that you've already talked about, right? It's the 3rd season for Kyler and Drew Petzing's offense. They've been building this team up around him now for 2 seasons, 3 off seasons at this point. But they also say, and this is such a huge caveat that he has to fix this year. However, Kyler has piloted the Cardinals to just 1 playoff appearance. You cannot get away from that sentence.
Nope.
This is year 7 for Kyler Murray. He's played in 1 playoff game.
Yes.
There have been circumstances that maybe have made those numbers a little worse than they maybe seem worse than they need to be. But this is sports. 6 years, 1 playoff game.
Yes. Can I just say this, Basinonians? If, in fact, Kyler Murray is not an MVP candidate going into December, there's something really wrong with the Arizona Cardinals, and I doubt they're going to make the postseason. If going into December, he's not an MVP caliber type player. Now, it doesn't mean he's going to win the MVP, Basinonians. It does not mean that. I think what it is, I'm highlighting just how important it is that Kyler Murray goes out and plays well all season. We've seen him play well in the first half of seasons. We've seen him struggle a little bit in the second half of seasons. We need Kyler Murray to go out and play well all season long. And if he plays well all season long, which he's thoroughly capable of doing, he's going to be a MVP caliber quarterback.
Like just somebody that's in the conversation.
Somebody that is in the conversation.
Will be on the top 10 or whatever.
Because
MVP
of his
odds.
talent as well and the plays that I think he's going to make. Because when you're talking about an MVP, it's not just the what, it's also how you do it and when you do it that makes you an MVP.
Here's Garrett Williams last week talking about how Kyler looks so far this offseason.
It's been really good. A lot of us have been training here at the facility, and Kyler's one of them. So me and him, we work with Buddy a lot. At the same time, we actually lift together a lot too. So it's always good to be able to lift around him and kind of see how he operates, see how he moves, and things like that. And I think I feel really good about where we're going into this season. I think he's locked in. Him and the receivers, all those guys, they've been doing their stuff, throwing routes, all those types of things. So I feel really good about where he's at and where the offense is at too.
Wolf, I'm trying to hold on to the hope that this defense will be so good that if Kyler is just decent, that they could be a playoff team anyway. But living in reality, you need your quarterback to be a really good player. You do. It's 2025. It's the NFL. You need your quarterback to be leading the way in a lot of areas. And I do think the defense is going to be a lot better than it was last year and the year before. I've said this before. I think it'll be a top 10 defense by the time we are halfway through the season.
Yeah.
But to have the expectation that this team could make the playoffs without Kyler doing a whole lot would mean it'd have to be like a top 2 defense. And I don't know if that's I don't know if that's a fair expectation when you have all these new names coming in on defense.
So many new pieces right now, but again, they're going to need Kyler Murray to play very, very well. They're going to need him to be in the MVP conversation going into the second half of the season. For me, December, especially now that the season bleeds into January a couple of weeks a lot of the time. So for me, it's going into December. If he's in that conversation, that means the Arizona Cardinals are winning games. And that's what they need to do. They need to win games. And what is going to be the key for Kyler Murray to be in the MVP conversation? I want to make that clear once again. It's not that he has to win the MVP for the Cardinals to be a good playoff team. He's got to be in that conversation that he's having a really good season. Doesn't have to have the best season. He's having a really, really good season for a quarterback. And because of that, going into December, people are saying, you know what, Kyler Murray's had a really good year, and the Arizona Cardinals are surprising a lot of people.
It's got to be like you could bring it up in December and you wouldn't get laughed out of the room.
Correct.
Because I remember even last year at the bye week when they were 6-4.
6-4.
There were multiple different major news or sports news outlets saying, the real dark horse MVP to keep an eye on is Kyler Murray in the second half.
Bingo.
And if he plays the way he did in the first half last year and everything around him is better, then that's, I think, kind of what you're saying. It's just what happened in the second half, which is the most important part of the season.
Yes, of course. And this is the reason why, once again, it all comes back. It all comes back to what, base earnings? What have we talked about many, many times? It all comes back. It's got to be Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray on the same page and throwing the ball down the field and making big plays, explosives that are happening out on the field. Man, will that help James Conner. Man, will that help Trey McBride. Man, will that help the Arizona Cardinals offense if that happens. And if it doesn't happen, this is just me. I could be so far off on this, but if Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. don't take another step in their development process, base earnings, I don't see this offense being explosive and good enough to get into the postseason. Now, maybe their defense will carry them.
Maybe their defense and James Conner and Trey McBride could grind them in.
But man, I just don't see it if Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray don't take a step forward. Their development.
It would be surprising because their offense is built around, it's built around James Conner and Trey McBride, but the component of it where it's explosive is built around Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr.
Gotta happen.
So if they can't do that, then there's not really other guys on the team that are built to do that.
But that is my expectation, and you know that. I've been talking about it for a long, long time. Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison Jr. Step 2, phase 2. In their development.
You don't have to talk about it much longer because training camp's next week.
Yes.
Finally.
Ha!
All right, we come back over to basketball. Like it or not, Dylan Brooks is going to have a major impact on the culture the Suns are building. So do you like it or not? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bro.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Tired of running out of hot water? Right now at Precision Air and Plumbing, get 25% off a tankless or hybrid water heater. systems that deliver hot water on demand, take up less space, and cut down on energy costs. It's efficient, reliable, and perfect for Arizona homes. And with flexible financing options, it's more affordable than ever. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Morgan Wallen Live. I'm the Problem Tour 2025. 2 nights at State Farm Stadium. Friday, July 18th with Miranda Lambert. And Saturday, July 19th with Brooks and Dunn. Plus, Ella Langley on both nights. Morgan Wallen. I'ma need some whiskey glasses. On sale now at livenation.com.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Mitch. What were the biggest takeaways from the first Summer League games for the Phoenix Suns? We've got Kellen Olson in with Bernsey today, starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, I know before we even start the segment, Wolf, you're going to be fired up in this segment.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of those moments where I know that I have a piece of audio I'm going to play, and you're going to get fired up. Okay?
Oh, okay.
All right. So let's just start there. Okay. This is Dylan Brooks from Friday, because a few of the Suns spoke over the last few days. Obviously, the Summer Suns, and Dylan Brooks was one of the vets that spoke. Okay.
Honestly, Rick, remind me of this too. Okay, just Dylan Brooks. I've got to write a disclaimer.
Oh, okay.
For Dylan Brooks,
All right.
I have to write a disclaimer at some point in time. Okay, I don't have it right now, but I have to.
Okay.
I love and respect how this guy plays.
I'll help you write some of it. You say it, and I'll just kind of take the notes, and then you can put it all together some other time.
I can't stand the intentional, I'm going to go out there and poke you in the eye. That's what I'm going to do. I just play hard. Stuff happens sometimes when you play hard and you play physically. It's okay. You're going to hit somebody, and if you don't back down, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't be intentional about trying to cheap shot somebody, or I'm going to pick a fight. I'm going to do this. Don't do that. Just be. Go out and be. Don't do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, look, full disclosure, I stopped writing. So you're gonna still have to write the disclaimer. So I wrote love and can't stand, and I was like, well, this is really confusing.
Yeah.
I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. It sounds like, I mean, you're basically saying you don't want it all to be premeditated.
Don't be premeditated. I'm going to go out there and cheap shot somebody. I'm going to go out there and stick him in the eye, metaphorically speaking, and we're going to find out what he's made of because I'm tough. And don't do that. Go out and compete and be yourself. And if stuff happens, it happens.
Yeah, no, and that's where, I'm open to what this looks like with him on the Suns. I think a lot of Suns fans are kind of wrestling with that right now.
Exactly what they need.
At times.
Just don't be the guy who's going to pull out the stick and jab somebody in the eye intentionally.
Well, because when it's premeditated, it feels like it's just for show. It feels like you're watching wrestling or something. Like, this is all an act.
It's nothing that I respect. It isn't. This guy, how he plays, I love. But if you're going to be intentional, if he's going to be intentional, I'm going to pick a fight with this guy intentionally. I'm going to jab him in the eye. I'm going to cheap shot him. I'm going to do something intentionally. And it's something that you have preordained that you're going to go do. For me, I can't accept that. That's not how you compete.
I think the key part about what you're saying for people that are like, no, this team needs to get tougher is the go out there, play your game, be physical, and if stuff happens, stuff happens.
Stuff happens.
Sometimes it gets ugly. Sometimes there is a fight. Sometimes Sometimes you're shoving a guy out of bounds, and it is a flagrant, or you get a technical or whatever.
Yes.
But if you go into the game thinking, I'm going to do this, it just doesn't feel, it's just disingenuous. It's just an act.
There are parts where I love watching Dillon Brooks play because you can see the edge. And it is there. And it's okay to have that edge. It is. Just don't preordain it.
I poke bears.
Don't do it.
Well, this is Dillon Brooks from Friday, okay? And he was asked what he's going to bring to the team.
No bullshit. I would say, I don't back down from anybody or anything. Everybody's, to me the same. And, I can't wait to, get a technical foul and is it called sticks? It's still called sticks?
It's a PHX now.
It's a PHX now. Okay. Okay. Sorry. And the PHX, for them to go crazy. I can't wait. My toughness and my grit, goes all around, and I hope it's contagious for the team. I poke bears.
Yeah.
I feel like you liked half of it and didn't like the other half.
This guy, once again, he is exactly what the Phoenix Suns need, brothers. He is. Is there any way, shape, or form we can get Dillon Brooks to just go out and just compete the way that you are? Compete. Stuff happens. Stuff happens when you compete. It's okay. Just don't premeditate what it is you're going to do.
The not backing down from everybody and seeing everybody the same. I mean, his track record shows that he does say, it's LeBron.
Yeah.
I have to go hide in the corner because it's LeBron. I don't want to. No, I mean, he does not care. And the Suns absolutely need that.
Yes.
No more of this. Hey, we're playing Memphis and some scrub off the bench who happened to hit a three is shoving Kevin Durant or Devin Booker around.
Listen, does Dillon Brooks play defense?
Yeah.
Does he play physically?
Yeah.
Oh, he does.
No, they need.
This is what they need.
They need like 90% of Dillon Brooks. It's just the last 10%.
It's real simple to me, once again, Base Earnings, and I know I keep harping on it, but I want you to be clear about this because I do respect the way Dillon Brooks plays in terms of how he competes. I do not respect the fact that I think a lot of it is premeditated. And I don't like that.
It's going to be
just go out and don't say, I'm going to do this to LeBron tonight. This is what I'm going to do to LeBron.
I poke bears.
I'm going to check boxes. Okay? I'm going to don't do that. Don't check boxes. Just be who you are and compete the way you do. And stuff will happen.
It's going to be a love-hate relationship, I think, for the fan base with him, at least for a while, because there are going to be moments like the Memphis game. Look, I said this when they traded for Dillon Brooks. Dillon Brooks is the sort of guy you go out and get when you're mad, when you feel like you've been pushed around all season, as the Suns really had been. It wasn't just the record. They were getting pushed around at the end of the year. Teams didn't have any sort of fear of shoving the Suns around. They just didn't. That's when you go out and get a player like Dillon Brooks. But when you go get Dillon Brooks specifically, you're mad.
Yeah.
Because you can go out and get other players that are physical and are everything you're describing that aren't quite Dylan Brooks, Patrick Beverley level.
Yes.
But at the same time, there are going to be moments, I'll use the Memphis game again as an example, where you have guys on these other teams that have not earned anything in the NBA talking down to Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, and you're going to be watching them, and they're going to be doing it, and all of a sudden they're not going to be in the frame anymore because Dylan Brooks threw them into the third row. And you know what? That's going to feel good. But there's going to be other stuff Dylan Brooks does that you're going to be like, that probably just cost us a game. You didn't really need to do that. You know what I mean? So just be ready for the roller coaster because it's coming.
Yes. Once again, there's nothing wrong with competing and doing it hard and doing it in a very physical kind of way. And this is what I enjoy about Dylan Brooks. He does do it.
They needed that badly.
They needed it badly, Luke, and you're right. That mentality, that model. I talk about it all the time. This is going to be our culture. We're talking about being tough and being physical. Dylan Brooks fits that mold. Now just don't pre-plan it. Don't be a cheap shot. Don't do that. Don't try to go out there. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to jab this guy. I'm going to cheap shot him. Don't do that. Just play hard. Play hard. And don't back down. There's nothing wrong with playing hard and not backing down. Ladies and gentlemen, I did it for 10 years in the NFL. Thank you, Lord God, for what you have done for me when I shouldn't have been there 10 days, all right? So I understand what that's to play hard, and not take anyone's stuff. That's okay. I mean, I would get killed, Basin audience. I would get killed on the football field. And I'd get up and say, you are as soft as butter I've ever seen. I was never going to let the other guy think, ever, that I was afraid of him. Never. It was not going to happen. And, that was me. And everyone's got their motivation. I don't know what Dylan Brooks' motivation is. I just know this right now. Don't instigate. Don't be the instigator of being a cheap shot.
It's going to be especially interesting him on this team because you are building a culture from as close to scratch as you're going to see in the NBA. So you're building a culture, and whoever's here this year, whether you like it or not, you're building that culture around them, or it's going to be heavily influenced by them. And again, there are parts that Dylan Brooks would bring that, I don't want the Suns to get pushed around in 10 years either. You know what I mean? He's not going to be here on this team in 10 years. Yeah, but that you do need a guy like that. But it's also like, is he... I don't know. It's going to be interesting because, again, like he's not going to get suspended and cost you a playoff game because you're probably not going to be in the playoffs this year. His attitude, and I'm just going off that cut and a couple other ones, he could easily have the attitude of I'm going from a team that's a title contender in Houston to a team that's rebuilding and just pout about it. It doesn't seem like he is. It seems like he's embracing coming here. So, I don't know. He's definitely going to be one of the lightning rods on this team this year.
Culture needs models, and he'd be a good one. Just don't instigate.
All right, we come back. It has been a very important run for the Diamondbacks, and every few days they're doing it without one of their best hitters. So what does that mean going forward? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I poke bears.
The D-backs Ketel Marte.
Marte swings, sends a high, deep drive down the left field line towards the corner. That is gone!
Will be starting for the National League at the MLB All-Star Game.
Swung on, that is hit out towards deep left field, slicing towards the corner, towards the pin, gone! An Oppo Taco for Marte.
The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks and All-Star Ketel Marte is Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. They say that moving is the third most stressful thing you're ever going to do. I don't know, Basinonians, about that, but I know you don't want to move now. You don't want to be the guy moving right now, right? I mean, you're going to work up the sauce. You need Moving Team 6, whether it's a local move, a long-distance move, commercial, residential. Moving Team 6 Basinonians, they are the professionals. They offer packing services as well. Just walk into your closet, look around, and go, man, that Moving Team 6, they'll pack all this stuff up. They're honest, Basinonians. They are trustworthy and experienced. And the reason why I know that is because the Lee family. That's right, Tim Lee, the owner-operator, he started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons, Garrett and JT. This is a family-run business right here in the Basin. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between? You'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star break is here for the Arizona Diamondbacks after a disappointing 47-50 first half. They will not have any participants in tonight's home run derby, but Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Eugenio Suarez will take part in tomorrow's Midsummer Classic. You can listen to the home run derby tonight at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. The MLB draft is currently in progress. For more on D-backs first-round pick Kason Cunningham, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Phoenix Suns play their 3rd game of Summer League play tonight against the Kings. Tip-off is at 7. And the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight at the Golden State Valkyries. Tip-off for that one is also at 7. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Full recap of all the home run derby madness. And will we finally get a resolution to the Bradley Beal situation? The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
They need you buried deep.
All right, well, Diamondbacks beat the Angels yesterday. Pretty much the lineup you would expect, given the players they have left. Most of their hitters are healthy enough to play at this point, but no Ketel Marte in the lineup. Okay.
Yeah.
And that obviously drew some, eyebrow raises, I guess, because this is not the first time Ketel has sat. Ketel is starting in the All-Star game tomorrow. Torey Lovello was asked about it before the game. Okay, when we're looking at the lineup, this is a stretch here where you guys have to win these games. Why isn't Ketel Marte in the lineup going into a 4-day break? I mean, yes, Ketel is playing in the All-Star game tomorrow, but it's a 4-day break.
Ketel needed a day off. His body's just a little fatigued, and so we had one extra infielder, so it was either Suarez or Marte, and I felt like with the way Gino plays, he's healthy and strong and ready to go. I chose Marte as the one to give the day off to.
Thoughts?
Yeah. He's an incredible player. He's a great player. He's wildly talented. We all understand that. He's one of the best baseball players in the universe. But when your team is struggling and you're missing 3 of 9 games, the last 9 games that you played, and listen, tweaks happen from time to time. But typically when you tweak something, you're going to be out. You're going to be out. And, the 10-day IL is basically just for that. When you tweak something, you're going to be, so you either tweaked it or you didn't. And that's the part that really kind of annoys me.
Yeah.
Ketel Marte does not annoy me. I love this guy. Having said that, though, his availability or lack thereof does annoy me. Because either you tweaked it or you didn't. Is it just a feeling you have that you might tweak the thing, and that's why you're getting 3 days off in the last 9 days where you need to win games?
Yeah. I
don't know, man.
It's a tough one, right? I mean, he's starting in the All-Star game. He should be. He was injured earlier this season, and even with that time missed, he's been so good.
He's a great player.
That he's starting in the All-Star game, 100% deservedly so. He led all NL voters in phase 2. It's like when you consider how many times now that he's been a starter in the All-Star game, you're starting to get up there with really, rarefied air with the Diamondbacks. He is a building block of this team. He's one of the guys signed long-term. I was just talking to somebody in the newsroom during the break, and they were like, okay, even if they sell off, who are the Diamondbacks keeping? Who are they definitely keeping? Well, that's Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte and Geraldo Perdomo, and there's a couple other guys, but those are the main ones. All of that is true. And I will also say this. The Diamondbacks played 26 games in 27 days going into the All-Star break. They played 17 in a row. They played 26 of 27. But, man, their season has been on the line for the last 9 days and longer. But, I mean, especially. And he has sat 3 of the 9. And, should we be happy that he's playing through something bigger? I mean, do you flip it and you're like, man, he's really hurt and he's played in 6 of these 9? Or is it just like, I heard the morning show talking about this when I was driving in today, the feeling, the optics are that he feels like he needs to be close to 100% to play. That might not be the case at all, but that's the optics when the team is basically facing a form of elimination over the last week and a half, and he's been out 3 times.
Yeah. You've also heard it said many, many times, Baselonians, that the best ability is what? Availability. That's right, Rick. Way to jump on that. Jamal, you should have jumped on that as well.
He did. He said it back here.
Oh, did he? Okay, good. I like that.
So really, the one that didn't say it was me.
The best ability is availability. Boy, I've butchered that in the past, too, Baselonians.
So you were genuinely asking what the answer was.
No, I knew what it was. Thank you, Luke, for jumping on that. But I have butchered that in the past. It is. It's the best availability is availability. you dirtbags back there in command and control.
Oh, I had forgotten about that.
You dirtbags.
Wolf, people can laugh at you for that, but that sentence is not false. The best availability is availability.
That's right. Oh, my goodness. I butchered that thing. Anyways, you get my point, though, do you not, brothers? Yes. And you know who else knows that, too? Your teammates.
Yeah, that was my first thought yesterday.
Guys sitting in that clubhouse as well. Oh, wow. He tweaked it again? He did it again? Listen, I guarantee you he is beloved in that clubhouse.
I know for a fact he is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I guarantee you he is. But it's not good. It's not good always, because human beings will talk from time to time, and they will. And that's a negative. That's a negative thing to talk about, because they question and wonder as well. I wonder, what is going on? Either you're hurt, sit out, put him on the IL for 10 days, get him better, so he's 100%, here we go.
Yeah.
Or maybe he is dealing with something. He's trying to push through it, something that he can push through and be okay and do it responsibly, where he's not going to suddenly do something worse. And now he's out longer.
That's the perspective that I was thinking about during the game yesterday of, again, Ketel is beloved by his teammates. Should be. Great dude, great player. But when you're talking about a season where everything is seemingly, all the little details seem to be stacked against the Diamondbacks. They've played 97 games this season, and you have guys, I know Torrey sticks up for his players.
Sure.
I think probably sometimes Torrey takes heat for his players. I mean, he's a good manager. That's what managers do. But they've played 97 games. Geraldo Perdomo's played 96 of the 97.
Yeah.
We know Gino's been hurt. He's played 95 of the 97. Corbin Carroll just got his hand fractured. He still played 80 of the 97. You know what I mean? And I don't think anybody looks at when Ketel had to miss time earlier this year like, man, okay, what are you doing? Like, you're hurt. You're injured. You're injured.
Yeah.
But it's just like right now, do you need to be worried? Like, is this a bigger injury than we realize? And there's another cut from Torrey, because he was also asked before the game, reporters were there, like, so are you, considering pulling him from the All-Star game?
Is Ketel in the spot where possibly pull him back from All-Star stuff at this point, or is he good to go for that?
No, he's ready to go. I think he's super excited about that. There's been no conversation around him missing anything regarding the All-Star game.
That was Alex, wasn't it? That was Alex Weiner, wasn't it?
Alex Weiner, yeah.
Yes, okay. Yes.
Good journalism
From
there.
ArizonaSports.com. An excellent question.
On
was
the road,
it not,
too.
Torrey?
On the road. He goes all the way out there on the road to ask that question.
Hey, listen, the All-Star game, oh, no, he's great for the All-Star game. Once again, I'm just saying I don't want to make something out of nothing, but I have been in a lot of locker rooms, and I don't know if human beings have really changed in the last 20, 30 years, based on things. I really don't know if we have ever changed over the last 300 years or 3,000 years, for that matter.
No, he changed the pitch clock, but that's about it.
The pitch clock. Why would you bring that up?
Because you said 3,000 years, you made me think of things that were outdated. And I was like, oh, the pitch clock.
Yes, but human beings will talk, and many times they'll talk about some of the best guys in the locker room. Just saying.
Well, and I'm looking at this more. I mean, they won yesterday anyway. It's not like, oh, they lost because Ketel didn't play. But it's what you're saying. It's like, okay, you're good to go for the All-Star game. We have to win this game. And they did, so it's fine, big picture. But the bigger picture is this is a guy you're building around for the future. I know Ketel is,
oh my goodness,
it's not like he's 24, but this he's signed for a long time, and we're all excited that he is. He's one of the guys you point to and you say, even if they do have to sell at the deadline, man, they still got Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll and Jerry. Like, they've got – but is this like a chronic thing? Is he more hurt than we realize right now, and he's just fighting through it this season, and when this season ends, he's going to be good again? Like, I don't know. It's just everything gets called into question this season.
The best ability is availability.
It's also the best availability is available.
Stop it.
Well,
Put that in my head.
That's what I just learned earlier in this segment.
Get off, Luke.
We come back. All right, Cardinals training camp starting next week. So is the rest of the NFL. Which players that aren't Cardinals are you most looking forward to seeing in 2025? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The best availability is availability.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torrey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, this is Jared, and we are rapidly approaching Cardinals training camp. And speaking of camp, will this season be like roasting marshmallows around the campfire and hitting a bullseye in archery? Or will it be like getting poison ivy in your underpants? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Oh, there's really no middle ground with Jared, is there?
Man.
Wow, I don't even know where to go.
Imagine, based on how difficult that would be.
That's not great. Here's Trevor Lawrence from last week talking about one of his newest teammates.
Trevor's been great. Just his work ethic always come in, and he's been, one of the hardest working guys we have. I think his commitment to learning the playbook and trying to learn this new system, it's a lot as a rookie. It's challenging to learn everything, and he's done a nice job. And we still have some work to do, and we're gonna get a lot done in training camp and get us ready to play come September. But I'm really excited for him and how he can help our team.
Sounded like he was talking in like a drive-through at a fast food place. Sounded like he was getting ready for wolfing down your lunch.
As a matter of fact, you nailed it, Luke. He did sound like he was talking. I'll have a large number 3, please.
I'll take Travis Hunter and...
Yeah, could I have a number 3?
And that was legit, based on it. That was live on air.
You should tell that story again real quick for people. That was, you were actually at... I don't even know where Aaron got that audio.
Yes, the Warrior Queen was delivering Vetter James Wolfley Basinonians, and she was at the hospital, and it was going to be a while. Doc said, it's going to be a while, and you might want to go get something to eat, and that's what I did. Took the opportunity and drove up to a Wendy's, I believe that was. Google it, my young crunch. drove up to Wendy's and said, yeah, I'll have I was actually on the phone with guys from the morning show.
Okay, I was going to say, that's where the audio
because
came
I was
from.
taking off, yes.
Okay.
Doug Leese, what's up, my brother? I love you. And at the same time, I was on the phone, and I was like, yeah, hold on a second, guys. Yeah, I'll have a large number 3 with cheese.
Yeah, could I have a number 3?
And a large coffee. And went back and killed that thing in the hospital room, as a matter of fact, as Vetter James was getting ready to be born.
Hey, look at that. Everybody played their role.
Warrior Queen, interestingly enough, didn't want anything at that point in time.
Almost like she was doing something more important.
She was busy.
Well, anyway, I'm assuming he was in the drive-thru. Who knows? But that was Trevor Lawrence talking about the addition of Travis Hunter to Jacksonville. And Wolf, when you just look around the NFL, players that you want to see play football this year, I think Travis Hunter on some level is on everybody's list. Like if every football fan out there had to make, okay, just list your top 20 players that you just red zones on Sunday or Monday Night Football, whatever. Your team's not playing. It's not, you can't count anybody from your team, whoever that is, but just other players you want to see. Travis Hunter's probably on everybody's list just out of curiosity.
Yeah, Travis Hunter, it is. Both sides of the ball. Just how much are you going to play on both sides of the ball? Because we don't do that here in the NFL. We don't have a guy that's out there who's a two-way guy. That's great for you. You're out there in Pop Warner. That's fine. You're out there in high school. That's college. Okay. College? Really? You're a two-way guy in college? Well, you're not going to do it in the NFL, right, Travis? Oh, boy. Get ready. We're all going to have a front row seat to this. This is going to be incredible because stuff like this does not happen. In terms of some of my other favorite players in the National Football League, let me start with Derrick Henry. King Henry, is that going to surprise anybody?
No.
Man, do I love this guy, and do I love watching the Baltimore Ravens play the game of football because of how they play the game of football. And Derrick Henry is the beating heart to playing it. The third rail of running the football. Not to the right, not to the left, straight over your face. That's Derrick Henry. And I love watching him play. Year 10. He's 32 years old, I believe.
And he just gets stronger the more people he runs over.
So I start with him. What about you?
I mean, you're talking about just favorite players you like to watch. Derrick Henry would actually be pretty high on my list as well. Saquon would be high on my list. I was kind of going, I approached this more of like players I don't know what to expect, or I'm curious to see what they do. And I'll give you two names, okay, Wolf?
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels, because I want to see how he follows up last season.
Jaden Daniels.
I don't think he'll drop off, but, players sometimes after they have a monster rookie season do drop off a little bit. And another name, and this is a rookie, but Ashton Genty was just so good in college to the point where his entire college team got drastically overrated just because he was great. But let's see what that looks like in the NFL, because there are people that believe this guy is going to be like truly great. Like 2-3 years from now, we're going to be looking at him as one of the very best players in the NFL. I've heard a rumor, by the way, Wolf, you're getting dragged into playing fantasy football with Rick and Jamal and I.
Yeah.
And so I was looking at fantasy football rankings, and Ashton Genty's already a top 10 player. He's never even played a game yet.
You know what? That'd be cool. I'll have Vetter James run my team.
That's probably a wise move for you.
I'll have a general manager, and his name will be Vetter James Wolf.
You can go get a number 3 with extra cheese and a large coffee while he drafts your team.
Okay, my second guy would be, and I wrote this down because I love the most destructive force in the football universe. Other than a fullback, it's a 3 technique. Oh, Dexter Lawrence! Dexter Lawrence, the second Basin Indians. Don't just say Dexter Lawrence. Dexter Lawrence, the second, played in all 16 games every season until last year. He played, think about this, he played 16 games. We're in a 17-game season, Basin Indians. He played 16 games every season from 2019 to 2023. And in 2024, he played 12. Now, once again, I know that when he came into the league, it was 16 games.
Yes.
But it has since gone to 17.
True.
And he's still played in 16 games.
You sounded like you were from Chicago there for a second. We're like, and then he played 12.
Yes.
Hey, 12 games that year, just 12.
But this guy, when you watch him play, he reminds me of Reggie White. There are not a lot of guys, Basinonians, that I watch on tape and think, man, that looks like Reg.
Yeah, it's not real common.
Just telling you, Basinoni, it doesn't happen, Luke.
No.
Does not happen. Reggie White was the most destructive force in the football universe. Google it, my young crunks.
I'll throw a guy out there on defense, and again, we can't say Cardinals. Otherwise, Buda Baker would be right there at the top of my list, honestly. But I know this guy kind of irritates some people now, and the team he plays for probably it doesn't help in that regard, and he did miss 4 games last year. But Micah Parsons is still I don't love watching the Cowboys, but when the Cowboys are on, you kind of have to watch just to see what Micah Parsons does, because it feels like there are games where it feels like he's like 3 different players out there.
Okay, number 3 for me, Aiden Hutchinson. It's difficult. It's difficult for me to say this because I love the Lions and how they play football. It is stunning on both sides of the ball. Bring it on. That's how you're supposed to play the game. Bring it on. Because you're going to get it. We ask no quarter, and we give no quarter. Not when we step in between the white lines. We will love you, and we will support you and encourage you outside of these white lines. Well, when we step inside these white lines, abandon all hope, ye who enter here. And the Lions, as a team, they do this. But here's Aiden Hutchinson. Played 4 seasons, and he only played 5 games last year, and we all know why.
Yeah.
Blew it out. Can't wait to see him come back at whatever point that is this year and get the opportunity to go out and ball, because he is a great football player. Can't wait to see him recover.
That's a great answer, because it fits all of my criteria, because there's also the curiosity factor of what he looks like when he comes back. And like, I'm not a Lions fan. I'm indifferent towards the Lions, but I know a lot of Lions fans, and they are tortured over how last season maybe would have played out if he doesn't get hurt, you know?
Yeah. Huge part of their team and what they do.
Yeah, well, join the club, because that's what it feels like with the Diamondbacks right now. How would this season have gone if, they were not just the Reno Aces with some D-backs players left? Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? We all know it's hot outside. I'm talking frying egg on the sidewalk hot, but inside the Wolfley compound, it is cool, real cool, Basinonians, and that's all thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. It's like sleeping on a cloud that's been chilling in the fridge. And here's the deal. You don't have to suffer through sweaty nights. Right now, during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online now through July 29th. That's mattresses, pillows, sheets, whatever you need to build your sleep sanctuary. They've got 12 locations across the basin, so there's one close by. Go check them out and lay down a few, and you know what? Then ask if you've heard about this. That's right, this spot right here. Tell them Wolf sent you. Don't sleep on this deal unless you're sleeping on a Brooklyn Bedding mattress. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice?
You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi?
Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
We need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. No wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
RLC number 186438CR42.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star break is here for the Arizona Diamondbacks after a disappointing 47-50 first half. They will not have any participants in tonight's Home Run Derby, but Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Eugenio Suarez will take part in tomorrow's Midsummer Classic. You can listen to the Home Run Derby tonight at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. The MLB Draft is currently in progress. For more on D-backs first-round pick Kason Cunningham, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Phoenix Suns play their third game of Summer League play tonight against the Kings. Tip-off is at 7. And the Phoenix Mercury are also in action tonight at the Golden State Valkyries. Tip-off for that one is also at 7. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Remodeling your home from cabinets to countertops and everything in between, The Window Depot has everything you need in stock and ready to go. Browse online at thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on Monday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick.
The Arizona Diamondbacks avoided a sweep yesterday with a 5-1 win over the Angels in Anaheim. The Snakes enter the All-Star break losers of 3 of their last 4 games. Is there any chance they still buy at the deadline?
I don't know about buying. I mean, Wolf, at this point, I'm hoping they can, and it's hope at this point because they haven't shown really that they would do this, but hoping they can come out and sweep St. Louis. And at that point, then you'd only be a game back of St. Louis, and you might only be like 2.5 games out of a playoff spot. I mean, it's still possible, but you and I were talking about this earlier. You got 4 days right now where you don't get to play any games to show any reason why the front office should invest in this year's team. And trades can obviously be made in these 4 days. So that's why the All-Star break was such a checkpoint to me. If all things were just kind of even right now and the D-backs had just been playing 500 the last few weeks and they're 3 games out of a playoff spot, I think they're still looking to buy. But now it's like you've lost 12 out of your last 18.
Yeah.
You're trending in the wrong direction, and that's when you want games to play to kind of make up for it, and they don't have any now for 4 days.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. 6-12 in their last 18 games right now, and you look at the pitching staff for the Arizona Diamondbacks, they have been up and down, very inconsistent, underachieving as well. They've committed more errors than they had at this point of the season when they were the best fielding team in baseball last year. They don't seem to be able to generate runs, manufacture runs unless they're hitting home runs. This is a team right now that is filled with, I would say, holes. And unfortunately, those holes are sinking the ship at this point in terms of saying, are they going to be buyers? I think they're going to be sellers. And I think that's pretty obvious based on how they have played.
Sticking with the D-backs, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, how would you grade this Diamondback season entering the All-Star break? A, B, C, D, or F?
I mean, it's not over yet. I was trying to look while we were doing this at if there were any teams in the last couple years that made the playoffs when they were 5.5 games out at the All-Star break or in that range. It's not over, so I'm not going to give it an F. Probably D. I mean, it's way under what expectations were. Now, granted, injuries have played a huge part in that, but C sounds like average, and this is not what I expected.
Luke gave him a D.
D for
and I'm going to have
Diamondback.
to agree. I'll give him a D, even though it's against my creed to stand up and say, let's give them a grade, Basinonians. Because Rick asked the question, I'll answer it.
Hey, I didn't come up with this question, but it's something that I have to ask.
Okay, good, Rick.
Legally, Rick has to ask you this question.
Well,
I'll give it a D.
Kind of. I voted D as well. Wow. Okay. Fans are optimistic. 45% C.
Whoa.
42% D. 10% F. 3% B. And 1% A.
Wow.
I want to know who's in that 1%.
Yeah.
And I also want to know. I didn't realize that.
Trying to throw it in our face.
Yeah. I didn't realize they would be giving them a C. I thought it would be like a massive F from. If I spend too much time on D-backs Twitter.
Apparently. Well, I guess the C, the logic there is you're right around 500, and that's a C, basically. So if you're just looking at just this, I'm looking at it through the expectations coming into the season.
Correct.
Yeah.
The Summer Suns beat the Wizards 103-84 on Friday and lost 98-80 to the Hawks yesterday. What were your biggest takeaways from the first 2 games of Suns Summer League?
Kobe Bray is interesting. You know, he was interesting at the draft, but it kind of got buried in everything because Malwatch is really interesting, and Rasheer Fleming, their move to go up and get him was interesting as well. They technically moved up to get Kobe Bray as well, and the reason, at least for me, that was kind of getting lost in the shuffle was because of Fleming and Malwatch, but also because they have 19,000 shooting guards on this team right now. But everything you hear about this guy is that he is a sharpshooter. And look, it's not like he hit 100% of his shots in the first 2 games, but he was a guy that stood out in the first, the first weekend of summer league.
Yeah, that's a good answer. It's not going to be mine, but it's a good one. The best part of the weekend to me was that Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro dominated. They stood out. They popped in those 2 games. Now, Ryan Dunn only played 1 game against the Wizards, didn't play against the Hawks. But they look like they were second-year players, Basinonians, and that is what you wanted to see. You wanted those 2 guys specifically to pop and stand out because they are second-year guys. How much better will you be your second year based on your rookie season? Well, hopefully a lot better your second year. And it looked like Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro were better. And I like that.
The Home Run Derby is tonight in Atlanta, but there is no Eugenio Suarez participating, and now Ronald Acuna is backed out of the event. Are y'all still intrigued with tonight's Home Run Derby?
I mean, I'll check it out. I don't think anybody is as intrigued by the Home Run Derby as Rick. Rick, I feel like you love the Home Run Derby.
I do love the Home Run Derby. I'm so excited. Cal Raleigh is going to be so fun to watch.
I'm into it every year, but then it's like 3 hours later, it's still going. And like it's gotten dark outside, so
I don't get tired of the length of it either.
No, I don't know. I mean, I'm into it. Like I do think it's still one of the best all-star events in any sport, the Home Run Derby, because it's it's not judged. Either it goes over the wall or it doesn't. You know what I mean? I like that in the 3-point shootout in basketball because it's like I don't need judges involved in these events. Just either the ball goes in or the ball goes over the fence or it doesn't. But I'm not as fired up as I would be if it was like Aaron Judge against Shohei or whoever,
Yeah. I
or
won't
Gino.
watch it.
You're not going to watch it at all?
I might watch a little bit of
I
it.
just saw Rick's heart shatter when you said that.
Well, I'm going to be watching other things at the same time. We got Suns Summer League tonight. We got the Mercury game.
You better believe it.
We got
I
things
can't wait
going
for
on.
the Summer League game, man.
And I think everybody's going to play again.
Especially because of what those 2 young guns did.
Yeah,
second-year players.
I hope Malawach plays tonight because I'm intrigued to see him. We are just 8 days away from Arizona Cardinals training camp. Which storyline will y'all be watching the most when camp begins? The chemistry between Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray, the new additions on defense, the rookies, or how the offensive line holds up against a talented front 7?
I feel like there probably is a popular answer here, and it's probably Marv and Kyler. But my answer is the defense. I'll be watching the defense.
I'm going to be looking for the bad men. Who's the bad men here?
Option 5.
Stand up, please.
They're
You're
probably
gonna
on
be
the
able to
defense.
see him, too.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to see him.
You and I might be watching the same thing then.
That fits into multiple parts of that question, so that works.
All right, that was wolfing down your lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, of the 4 Diamondbacks who are reportedly going to be available at the trade deadline, who do you least want them to get rid of? We'll just rank these 1 to 4 or 4 to 1, however you want to do it. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday, July 11th at 11:34 a.m. local Arizona time. While on vacation in Germany, Austria, or another Central European country, our own John Gambadoro posted this to his over 100,000 followers about the Bradley Beal situation. Quote, "He has to pick a team. The belief was that he was on the verge of making a decision 3 to 4 days ago, but he continues to weigh options." End quote. So it continues to be up in the air. And when we finally get something solid about Bradley Beal's status with the Suns, you'll know from listening to Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, and reading it on ArizonaSports.com and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Precision decision with Precision Air.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, tell us about your hassle-free sales and service experience.
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy and we want to make vehicle purchase and service as quick and painless as possible. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next morning. Plus, anytime you buy 3 tires, you get a 4th for just $1.
And for 4th of July savings all month long, lease a 2025 GMC Terrain for $299 a month for 36 months. Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Full recap of all the home run derby madness. And will we finally get a resolution to the Bradley Beal situation? The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
So I would say I'm looking at this from last year, Wolf. The standings at the All-Star break last year. The Astros were 3 games back of a wild card spot. I know it's not 5.5, but they were 3 back, and they ended up winning the division.
Yeah, well,
like
there is precedent.
It's not like every team that's locked in at the All-Star break is automatically locked in for the rest of the season. There's still 65 games left, but I also understand there's a lot more to it than just previous standings. It's the eye test right now. And it's the timing. It's not like the Diamondbacks would be like, you know what, we're just going to quit and not play the rest of the season. But they may have to trade some of these players away. In fact, before we do this countdown, let's go back to what Bob Nightingale said. He was on with Bickley and Marotta this morning talking about 4 players that he is hearing will be available. The Diamondbacks will likely be sellers. That's at least what Bob Nightingale is hearing from other teams.
Yeah, no, it should be very strong, and that's where they have no choice but to sell. I mean, Suarez should bring in a pretty good bargain, particularly because everybody's looking for a power hitter. Everybody's looking for a power hitting third baseman. So you got, when you have teams like the Yankees, the Blue Jays, Tigers all being against each other, they should get a nice haul. Naylor, nice power hitting first baseman, and then of course the two starters in Kelly and Gallen. It'd be different if those guys were under contract past this year, but since they're free agents, you better get something for them.
Yeah, see, this is tough, Wolf, because the guys he just rattled off, Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen, Gino, and Josh Naylor, those guys all play a huge role on this team. Merrill Kelly has been their best starter from beginning to up to this point overall. Gino has been one of the best power hitters in baseball this year, and Josh Naylor has been a huge addition. And a guy, by the way, that people always seem to forget this, he's still in his 20s. Like, this guy could be your first baseman for the next 5, 6, 7 years if that's what they wanted and that's what he wanted. And even Zach Gallen, I know he has struggled this year, but he's also had some huge games, and he is their number one starter. So a lot hinges on these four guys. So I'm hopeful that they don't sell all of them. I'm still holding out hope they go on a run coming out of the All-Star break and they'll sell any of them, but I understand that's a long shot now. But let's do this from 4 to 1. One being who you are least willing to trade of the four.
Okay. Number one, the least willing to trade.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so let's start at number 4.
Okay.
All right. Who you got at number 4?
Okay, I'm going to go with Eugenio Suarez at number 4 right now. I love this guy. I love everything about him. I share a faith with him, Basinonians. And not only that, but this is a guy that has also a title of being very tough inside that clubhouse, a guy that fights through a lot of things. And I love the fact that he is a very tough individual, and yet at the same time, his teammates love him. This is a guy beloved inside that clubhouse, smiling all the time, upbeat, goes about his business. He has had one of the most incredible first halves to a season, if you can, and it's past a halfway mark. I get that. But he has had an incredible season right now. 31 home runs, 78 RBIs on the season. Are you kidding me? In 97 games. He is absolutely on fire, and we've seen this from him before. Eugenio Suarez is that bright, shiny object right now that you have to ask yourself, is this the kind of production you're going to have from Eugenio from this point forward? And his career says he's still going to be a guy that's going to be productive, just not this productive.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it anymore, because he was always a streaky hitter. Then he got here last year, and basically through the beginning of because through the beginning of July there was talk of, like, do they just DFA him? And then in the last 12 months, so I'm just going All-Star break to All-Star break, he's hitting 274 with 51 home runs and 129 RBIs. So it's not like it's just been 2 amazing months. It's now been, a full calendar year. I also have Gino 4th. Basically, maybe the better way to frame this is like, this is your list counting up to who you would most go in there and be like, no, you can't trade this guy if you were in the D-backs front office. Gino would probably be at the bottom of my list. I'd love to just keep him and have him, but he's going to get you so much if you have to trade him. And I think he's the one guy on the list, and I want to make sure I say this right, the one guy on the list that you could trade and not totally wave the white flag on this season, although I think if they trade him, they're done this season.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. And he also was making $15 million. So it's going to be a situation where, once again, a team is going to be like, man, we can get this guy, and it's not like he's going to break the bank, and yet he is exactly what we need. And is there a possibility that Eugenio might actually come back?
That's the thing.
To be a Diamondback.
With any of these guys, they could come back.
No, Command and Control says no. I'm not so sure about that.
Really? Maybe that's the list. We can do that tomorrow.
With Suarez, I don't think he's coming back because of his age and their want to get Lawler out on the field.
Yeah.
But Merrill is the only one that I see of those guys that could actually come back.
All right, let's get to number 3. I have Gallen third on my list.
I have Zach Gallen as well. Why do you have him there?
Because I still think that's a guy that you would get a lot for. The only reason I have him a little bit like I do wonder if there's a scenario where if Gallen's gone at the end of the year and they know that and they trade him, if you could still get a young pitcher back. I'm guessing the D-backs are looking for young pitching, and in fact, Bob Nightingale said that. You know, how young is the pitching? Is the guy a double-A pitcher, or is he somebody that will be pitching for you the rest of this season? And maybe, as much as I like Zach Gallen, could, for 2 months, be as impactful or as successful or productive as Gallen has been this season.
Yeah, for me, again, I'm tired of watching Zach Gallen go out there and just get outpitched by guys that he shouldn't be outpitched by.
It doesn't make any sense.
And Zach is one of my favorite guys on the team, and I do believe he's going to figure this out. I do believe that.
I do too.
But I think it might take a change of scenery, unfortunately.
He's going to figure it out for like the Phillies or something.
Right. And that's right. And that's going to happen. Right. Okay, thank you, Rick. Appreciate that. Jamal, go ahead. Give it to me. Just get it out of the way.
Right.
Thank you. Okay. I honestly feel like he's going to figure this thing out, but it's to Luke's point. It's the talent that is there. You're going to be able to get something significant for Zach Gallen.
Yeah, and again, this is through the lens of if they decide they have to trade some players. All right, quickly on to number 2. I would have Merrill there. I agree with Rick. I think that's a guy you might be able to get back at the end of the season, but I don't want to trade him because he's been your best pitcher from the start. Ryan Nelson's been amazing since they made him a starter. Yeah. He struggled the other night. Like Merrill Kelly has an ERA that's just barely over 3 at this point. So if you keep Merrill, I'd like to just keep him and then re-sign him at the end of the year if I could.
Yeah, for me, Merrill Kelly is number 1. Number 2 is Josh Naylor.
Yeah, I don't want to trade Josh Naylor under any circumstances.
The reason why I say I don't want to trade Merrill Kelly under any circumstances, and it's because of what you said, the fact that he is Arizona. And not only that, he seems to be one of the leaders inside that clubhouse, even though he's a guy that takes the ball every 5th day. Merrill Kelly also, I don't believe, is going to break the bank in order to sign him here. Josh Naylor, I just haven't. It's a year, man. It's 1 year. And I haven't seen enough of him to make it really comfortable for me to say, oh, yeah, there's no way I'm trading Josh Naylor.
Yeah, the only thing I have with Naylor is because that position is so important, and it's not like they have like a clear-cut like heir apparent. Okay, we traded Josh Naylor, but then who's your first baseman for the next few years? You probably got to go get one, or you got to really quickly develop somebody. He was an all-star last year. I mean, I know it wasn't here, but also I think with Naylor, like if you traded all these guys away, I think you could get Gallen back. And I almost wonder if you even could get Gino back if they really wanted to. I don't know that you would get Naylor back, because, to your point, he's only been here for a few months. I don't know. I unfortunately am looking at next year too now, which is not where we were supposed to be in July. And they basically need a first baseman in his late 20s who hits for average and has power. And they have him. That's Josh Naylor. So, I don't know. It's those top 2 in particular. I really don't want them to move Merrill or Naylor, although I guess anything's on the table right now. Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, we come back. Summer League is going. Kellen Olson was in Vegas for the weekend. So what were his biggest takeaways? Going to join us next. And we'll talk to the Arizona Sports Suns guru in this studio. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
the D-backs Ketel Marte
Just a laser-beamed home run by Ketel Marte.
will be starting for the National League at the MLB All-Star Game.
Ground ball up the middle, backhanded by Ketel on his back foot, throws to first, and it's picked by Naylor.
The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks and All-Star Ketel Marte
Some kind of athleticism right there by Marte.
is Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star break is here for the Arizona Diamondbacks after a disappointing 47-50 first half. They will not have any participants in tonight's Home Run Derby, but Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Gino Suarez will take part in tomorrow's Midsummer Classic. You can listen to the Home Run Derby tonight at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. And the Phoenix Suns play their third game of Summer League play tonight against the Kings. Tip-off is at 7.
I can see you out there, Kellen.
I've talked to like 19 basketball people in 3 hours.
Arizona Sports. Our Suns mega mind, Kellen Olson, joining Wolf and Luke to talk about the Phoenix Suns now.
All right, straight back from Vegas, Kellen Olson is joining us here in studio. What's going on, Kellen?
Hello. Is this working?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. How
Awesome.
are you?
Hi, guys. Doing well. How about you?
Good. Doing well.
All right. Well, that's anything we need to know about Vegas. Wolf said last week, whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I'm hoping you can give us something in this interview and not keep it all behind the scenes.
The only real Vegas story that I have is that I walked into my hotel room, got the lay of the land, saw a little sign with a package next to it, and it said, "Here are some complimentary earplugs in case you need them because of the noise." And I was like, "Oh, okay, Vegas. I'm right next to the airport. Makes sense or whatever." And then the music from wherever was across the street that I heard from like 12:30 until 4 a.m. the last 2 nights I slept there was like, oh, that's why they're there. So some people are there to be in that music. Some people are there to just sleep. I was there to just sleep.
Complimentary.
That's my
earplugs.
Vegas story.
That's
so cool. Man.
Yeah, the Hyatt place really treated me well.
Nice. All right. Well, you got to see firsthand. We got to see over TV the first 2 summer league games, and I was going to go big picture with you, but I'm not even going to. I want to start with Kobe Brea, and it's 2 summer league games. You know, this guy is your second round pick, but it is somebody that they prioritized a little bit because they moved some picks around to go up and get him, and he sure looks like he's a pretty good shooter. What did you see from him, and is there a path to him playing a role on this year's team?
For starters, just what needs to continue to show for him, I think, is aggression and confidence. He was the best shooter in college basketball the last 2 seasons, without a shadow of a doubt. He's just the percentage that he was able to put up, the variety of threes that he took, getting in the types of looks that he was getting off of movement, but then just as well from like a catch and shoot perspective, and more so with that, the sidestep stuff that we saw in Vegas as well is there, but then also the aggression, confidence, and some late clock scenarios to like get to his mid-range jumper. That was really nice to see as well. There is a lot of room for him to grow in a lot of different areas of his game. I think that the mid-range thing is something that I'm going to continue to keep an eye on over the next couple of games because we're in very much small sample size theater here as well. We know he can shoot. We know he can shoot at an elite level right now. He comes into the NBA and in my eyes is like one of the 30, 40 best shooters in the league right now already as a rookie. I feel like he's that good. But just about every other part of his game didn't really show at an NBA level in college, which is why he fell all the way to the second round in 41 specifically. But even if he is that good of a shooter and he can hang on the floor enough defensively, that is someone who is worth being in a rotation. So we'll see if he can do some of that. But to your last point, there is no room for him at all. And they are going to run into some awkward situations here where if he continues to show out in Summer League and then we go into preseason and he's looking really great, and then he disappears for 4 months because they've got too many of these 6'5" guys again, and they did not clean up this problem at all, then that's unacceptable because all they need to do is focus on developing young talent next year. That's what they need to focus on.
So, Killer, what was the best part of the weekend of the Suns Summer League for you?
I really enjoyed seeing the second-year guys, Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro, because I think this gap of whatever it is, it's only a couple of weeks for some teams, right? Like they're just coming off of the finals, but for other teams, it's a couple of months. And for Ryan and Oso to have clearly worked the way that they did over these 3 months to get better, it showed. And something with Ryan specifically, like he was very confident with his handle. It looked tighter to me, but that's the type of thing where confidence can just really go a long way. And you know this better than me. Where do you get confidence from? Work, repetition. That's it. And it was obviously there for him. It was obviously there for Oso with the way he was attacking the basket as well. Those are 2 guys who very much have NBA skill sets in their arsenal, but they are going to make them better by attacking the basket consistently on offense. And for those 2 guys to show what they did in the first 2 games, for Oso in the first 2 games and for Ryan in the opener, was good to see. And again, those are 2 guys that need to play next year. I think Oso needs to play next year. If you have to play him at the 4 and it's a little bit out of his position, as long as it gets him on the floor, that's okay because he's clearly taking his improvement seriously and you need to reward that.
Talking to Kellen Olson, like you said, limited sample size theater here, but especially with Kaman Malwatch because he only played in 1 game so far. What stood out to you about him in the first game, and what are you still watching for from him, assuming he plays more this summer league?
Just that it's going to take time, but I was really impressed by the way he competed. Washington played 5 first-round picks. They started 5 first-round picks. One of them was Alex Sarr, who was Malawatch's matchup, and he made first-team all-rookie last year. Yeah. So that was a serious task for him to handle, and I thought that he did well in sort of responding to it, but at the same time, you saw some of the elements of his game that are going to take time. It was great to see him tested in terms of getting up and down the floor because Anyone who is 7'2", 7'7" is going to take some time getting up the floor, no matter how agile and mobile you are. And that's a part of his game that is going to have to continue to get better. But he continued to compete. He continued to play through the physicality and the aggression that was out there on the floor. And that was really good to see from him. And as like everyone has mentioned over the weekend, like in getting to watch the games from the first round, being able to hear what is said on the floor, he was talking like nonstop, whether it was on the bench, whether it was out there as the anchor. And that's something that you really need from that position. And obviously at 18 years old to come into the league in the position that he is already yapping like that is a really good sign.
Yeah, on that note right there, Killer, what is the one thing that Kaman Malawach has got to improve on? The one thing, if in fact he's going to contribute this year for the Suns?
It's one of those things where it's hard to tell how quickly this is going to take for him to improve on it or how long it's going to be, and it's just feel for the game. That's really all that center comes down to for the first couple of years of a guy's career. It's learning where to be. It was no coincidence that we saw DeAndre Ayton really start to thrive once Chris Paul got here, because Chris in probably 2 practices showed DeAndre more than he had learned in 2 years with the screening angles, with when to dive, what to look for in that pocket, what to look for in that space over there on both ends of the floor. And that's something where Malawach is going to have to learn those intricacies over the course of his career. And if he can pick those up quickly enough over the next couple of months, he's going to play right away. But if he doesn't pick those up right away, he could be in a position where he doesn't play right away. He should, obviously. But if he's in a position where he's out of position consistently, which is no fault of his, it would happen to anyone. And you look at how he's just started playing basketball like 6 years ago. It's one of those things where you can watch guys sort of move around the floor and you can tell they didn't play basketball growing up. But I mean that in like kind of a good way, because he kind of moves like a soccer player. Sometimes you just see it with him, with the way he moves around the floor. And that's something where just his intricacies and, again, where to be on the floor is going to get much better, and that's where the coaching staff is going to have to be on their P's and Q's with him for sure.
Kellen Olson's joining us in studio. Kellen, I'll go back to what you said talking about Kobe Brea, that there isn't a spot for him, and they have too many guys in that area right now. What's the next step this offseason? Is because they can't. I think everybody listening agrees with you 100% that if you're not going to be a playoff team or a contender this year, play the young guys and figure out what you have. You can't have them blocked by Bradley Beal or Grayson Allen or whatever. Like, in your mind, what's the next logical step for this team?
Yeah, the next logical step is obviously getting rid of Brad or figuring out what you're doing with Brad exactly. It seems like that is coming in the next week. I think they should just eat his contract. If you eat his contract, it's going to cost you a couple $100 extra million. That is not easy for me to say as the person who is not paying that money. He is going to get waived and stretched. When he does, it's going to save the Suns at least 9 figures and double that probably. That's going to save them over $200 million with what they're going to be able to do. The move conveniently ducks them just about under the luxury tax, like just about there. So if they were to do any other moves, it would cost them luxury tax penalties, and then they would be in the luxury tax, and there's repeater stuff, CBA nonsense I won't get into. But that is where, okay, if you're willing to trade Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal and make like these 2-for-1 trade happens that you can do now because the second apron and first apron are off the books, you could be taking on more money now, and that could be a situation where you're paying more money in the end for the roster. But I think there is still more balancing that needs to be done. The problem is it is now the 3rd week of July. We're approaching on the 3rd week of July, and that is a little bit too late. These are things where you look at what they had to do. It was a very precise, difficult thing that they had to do. It takes a lot of planning, and it takes a lot of execution. And for what we've been talking about, they've come up short so far. And we'll see if they can get it done. But yeah, if their roster is just imbalanced, it sets them up for failure. I'm not saying they're going to fail because of it, but your roster being imbalanced puts you in perilous positions. We saw this last year. We saw this 2 years ago. We do not need to see it again this year. So they need to rebalance. They need to get a trade or two done. I'm not optimistic that it'll happen, but if they do that, it is easier to say, yeah, let's give Kobe like 14 minutes a game, sure. But when you're telling Grayson Allen, like, hey, you're not going to play tonight so we can play the two-way kid, how is he going to respond?
Yeah, no, it's that's a good way of putting it. They're not out of the woods here just because they traded Durant and had a potentially really good draft. Kellen, thanks so much, man. We appreciate this. We'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, of course.
Immerse yourself in the worlds of PlayStation like never before at PlayStation The Concert. This revolutionary live experience takes you on a journey through the most celebrated scores in gaming history. So head to the contest page now for your chance to win tickets to PlayStation Live in concert January 31st at Arizona Financial Theater. When we come back, a little football, a little college football. What are our expectations for the ASU defense in 2025, and how can Camp T help them maybe reach those expectations? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. 8 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. And understanding that end goal is to serve whoever it may be. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got. And knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
You can hire somebody to load a truck. It's different to get a team of people that give you a great experience. And that's what I got with Moving Team 6. What's your message as the leader to your team when they go to a job site?
Hey, this is more than moving. You are here to serve somebody. You chose this job to serve somebody. Moving isn't easy, but it's sure darn rewarding when you leave and knowing that, hey, we gave everything we could to make that customer feel great today. That's kind of the goal that we have every single day that we walk into work.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
You've got this new head filled up with smoke.
Hey, this is Jared, and we are rapidly approaching Cardinals training camp. And speaking of camp, will this season be like roasting marshmallows around the campfire and hitting a bullseye in archery? Or will it be like getting poison ivy in your underpants? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Big Lane Marauder Mornings.
All right, thanks to Kellen Olson for joining us there. Xavier Alford, ASU defensive back, joined us last week. Wolf, it was Friday, it was afternoon, so it was late in the show on Friday, so we never got a chance to really react to what he had to say. But you can see anytime you talk to him, and obviously he's been on the team now, why he's one of the leaders on that defense, both vocally and in what he does on the field. But he talked about what their defensive identity could be this season.
Our identity is going to be toughness. I think, we have a group of guys on defense that's tough, that have been through a lot, that, are really invested in this game, really love this game, and we really love each other. Playing defense is really different because, we're kind of the bad guys. We're kind of, we're stopping the offense, especially people from scoring. So, which is really hard to do. So, we pride ourselves on, being up for that challenge no matter rain, hail, sleet, snow, no matter what time. We feel like as long as we got each other, we're going out there that, we'll be just fine. So, we've definitely been pushing each other this offseason. The D-line is all getting bigger, stronger, faster. Linebackers same, secondary the same. So, we're all, just pushing each other to our limits, really. So, come training camp and come August 30th and on, that we ready to do what we need to do.
So much of the time I think of toughness, Basinonians. I think of turnovers. That's what I think of. The Sun Devils were really, really good at turning their opponent over last year. Number 23, as a matter of fact, in takeaways. Number 23 on the season. And again, the reason why I say that, toughness, there's a mentality and a physicality that every great defense has, especially in terms of taking the ball away from the offense. How they tackle. It's not just a tackle. It's a tackle to try to remove you from the ball as well. That stuff is taught. It's a mentality that is taught, a physicality that is preached over and over and over again with the defensive coaches on a coaching staff. And then you've got to go out and you've got to do it, and you've got to produce. Toughness, resiliency. You get down, you allow a first down, you allow a touchdown, whatever it may be. What are you going to do about it? How many times did we see ASU's defense last year bounce back? Something that was so impressive, to me at least. I think toughness is something that is an excellent thing to point to and say, this is who we've got to be. This is who we are last year. It helped us be one of the best turnover margin teams in the country last year, and hopefully we'll do it again.
Take everything you just said and then add this stat to it, okay? This isn't really a numeric stat, but I'm going to read these names again. This could change a little bit, I will grant you that, but this is kind of the projected starting lineup on defense, okay, these players. Prince Dorba, CJ Fight, Jacob Rich-Kangaika, Clayton Smith, Keyshawn Elliott, Jordan Crook, Keith Abney II, Miles Rouser, Xavier Alford, who we talked to, Javen Robinson. That's 10 guys projected to be starters that were all here and played significant roles for ASU last year.
Huge, Luke.
So all that stuff you're talking, and there's other players on this defense too, like Cyrus Viaseu, Montana Warren. Like there's other guys that Justin Watley, like I don't have them in the starting lineup necessarily that I'm looking at, but they are also guys that are back this year. So when you talk about that mentality of a defense and kind of just developing an identity as a defense, they've already done it. That's such a huge advantage over 95% of the teams in college football. Even the teams that are projected or, whenever the rankings come out that are going to be number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 in the country probably don't have that much continuity from last year to this year on defense, which is why everybody talks about like, well, expectations for teams in the city, and then you get nervous because like, look what the Suns did and look at what the Diamondbacks might be doing. I kind of separate ASU from that. I really do, because they're bringing back almost their entire defense from last year.
Man, I just love this that you said that. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, right?
Yeah.
You're just going at number 6. ASU, Base Earnings, number 6 in turnover margin in the nation. Number 6. We're just having that conversation. Honestly, if they just did that and went out and if you told me, well, they're the number 6 team in turnover margin at the end of the year, the regular season, I'd say, okay, there we go. College football playoffs. Is that what you're saying?
You would be right there again.
That is how important it is. Last year, and I actually asked Command and Control this, Base and Ordeeds. I said to Rick in the Not So Beautiful part of the program, I said, are you telling me the Sun Devils had 9 turnovers last year? That did not dawn on me, Base and Ordeeds. They had 9 turnovers. That is It's number 3 in the nation. Number 3 in the nation.
It's actually crazy that 2 teams had less turnovers than that.
But 9 turnovers, I can't even imagine that. They had 3 fumbles and 6 picks. It's one of the great things Sam Levitt does. He does not turn the ball over.
Yeah.
You know how important that is?
That stat right there is why. And I'm not saying this is just from like U of A fans or like I get this from friends that are ASU fans too, but this dismissive of, well, last year was a 1-year thing. They lost Scadaboo. It's like, yeah, I get it. Like Scadaboo was huge. I mean, I don't have to talk up how important he was last year, and that's a hit. And they're going to try and replace him with basically 2 or 3 different guys at the running back position. But it's really dismissive of all these other things. The defense being what it was, the turnover margin like you're talking about, most of the principal players that contributed to that turnover margin are all coming back on offense and defense.
Yes.
They didn't have a kicker last year. They played 3 months of the season without a kicker, and we're winning 1-score games. Like, the pushback I get from a lot of friends that are ASU fans are like, well, they won a lot of 1-score games last year, and their luck's going to run out. They didn't have a kicker, and they were winning 1-score games. So I don't know what their record's going to be, but there's a lot more reasons to think that it's going to still be really good than not. Turnover margin being right near the top of the list.
Yeah, that is, especially on the defensive side of the ball, once again, where they had 23 takeaways on the season. 23, man. You think about that. You only had 9 giveaways, and you had 23 takeaways. On that defensive side, 7 fumble recoveries and 16 interceptions.
Yeah.
Ron Wolfley doing math live on the air. 16 picks. That is getting it done, man. That is very, very encouraging. Once again, it's going to be interesting to see if the Sun Devils play a more aggressive style of defense this year than they did last year. Will they be even more aggressive this year? And the reason why I say that is because a lot of times when you got a lot of guys into a program, especially in this day and age and what college football is all about, and now all of a sudden you've got a lot of guys returning into the same program, typically you say, okay, we're going to ratchet this thing up a little bit.
Why not?
And even be more aggressive.
You're basically bringing back almost the entire same defense with the exception of like Shamari Simmons, who wasn't allowed to play anyway in the playoff. Even if the defense wasn't all that good, it would be an advantage over a lot of teams just to have everybody back for what you said, that they can kind of ratchet it up. The fact that it was a good defense, everybody just keep looking at Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson, and that's where the focus is, and that's great because those guys have to play well for this team to obviously replicate what they did last year. But I'll just keep looking at the defense and the fact that this defense should not be giving up a ton of points, and when they do, they should be taking the ball away too. I mean, that really shouldn't go away. All right, when we come back to baseball, and the Diamondbacks individually have had some monster seasons, so why have they not been able to capitalize up until the All-Star break? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't think the legacy of James Jones to me is all that complicated at all. I think it's actually really simple. But James Jones, in part, constructed a basketball team that got closer to winning an NBA championship than any Phoenix Suns team ever had before. They were up 2-0 in the 2021 NBA Finals. And that team, while certainly having some of Ryan's fingerprints on it and certainly some of Robert Sarver's fingerprints on it, also had James Jones's fingerprints all over that team.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. As a veteran Trajan Wealth CEO, Jeff Jr. fully appreciates the importance of true independence, Basinonians. He founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm allowing fiduciary advisors the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your unique goals and needs. Call Trajan Wealth today to discuss options for achieving financial independence today. Listen, the fiduciary advisors, the better you do, the better they do. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they help me understand no two retirement plans are the same. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns. Call the team that I work with at Trajan Wealth to help you develop a plan that will meet your financial goals. 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Golf fans, join Bunker to Bunker the Golf Show this Saturday live from 7 till 9 a.m. from the Trophy Bar in downtown Ocotillo, Chandler for the Open Championship. There's giveaways from Shady Ray sunglasses, gift cards, and epic swag. Come enjoy tasty breakfast, tacos, and drink specials while catching all the action on Trophy Bar's massive 16-foot video wall on their misted patio. The Trophy Bar, your Open Championship headquarters, and Bunker to Bunker's favorite hang for every PGA major this season. Powered by Santan Ford.
Summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star break is here for the Arizona Diamondbacks after a disappointing 47-50 first half. They will not have any participants in tonight's home run derby, but Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Eugenio Suarez will take part in tomorrow's Midsummer Classic. You can listen to the home run derby tonight at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. The MLB draft is currently in progress. For more on D-backs first-round pick Kason Cunningham, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Phoenix Suns play their third game of Summer League play tonight against the Kings. Tip-off is at 7. And also at 7, the Phoenix Mercury are in action at the Golden State Valkyries. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Remodeling your home from cabinets to countertops and everything in between, The Window Depot has everything you need in stock and ready to go. Browse online at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, it's Mitch. The Diamondbacks are now at the All-Star break. Can they come out of the gates hot in the second half? Burns and Kellen Olson discussing today at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports.
You know how I like it when you love it on me. I don't want to die for them to miss me.
I got stats for you.
Okay.
Ready for some stats?
No.
I was getting ready for the post-game show yesterday, and I did the math, but I've like double and triple checked the math, so I'm pretty sure these numbers are right, okay? So this is, the Diamondbacks obviously have 3 All-Stars for tomorrow's game. Ketel Marte is starting. Ketel's, he's had a monster year. He's been doing this now for a while. Corbin Carroll and Gino are the other 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
You said that like you were from Chicago. Yeah, 3 All-Stars.
Well, it's like earlier when you said 12.
Hey, how you doing?
I played 12th game stat one year.
All-Stars.
The numbers on Corbin Carroll and Gino, I'm going to try. I know numbers on the radio can get a little like cumbersome, so I'm going to try and do this the right way. Corbin Carroll at the break last year. Okay, so 1 year ago. Now we
cumbersome. You didn't say cumbersome, did you?
I don't know.
I mean, 7 marry 3 with cumbersome.
Are we coming
Google
back?
it.
We're coming back with that song
okay,
next.
make your point.
Corbin Carroll at the break last year. 212 average, 5 home runs, 32 RBIs. This year at the break, 245 average, 21 home runs, 47 RBIs. I mean, he's not always necessarily an RBI guy, but that's just to illustrate how everybody talked about Gino's struggles in the first half last year. Corbin was actually hitting for a lower average than Gino at the All-Star break because Gino started to pick it up the week or 2 leading up to the All-Star break last year. But just that jump, the first half last year, the first half this year for Corbin Carroll. Now, Gino last year at the All-Star break, even though he had kind of, like I said, ramped it up about a week or 2 leading into it, he was hitting .216 with 10 home runs and 50 RBIs. This year, he's hitting .250, 31 home runs, 78 RBIs. Like, you're talking about 2 of your main players that really struggled last year that look like different players this year.
And are producing that way.
And here, I'll give you one more. Over the last calendar year now, Corbin Carroll, .251, 38 home runs, 89 RBIs.
Whoa.
Gino, over the last calendar year, .274 average, 51 home runs, 129 RBIs.
Yeah. Oh.
And that's a long way of me saying they missed the playoffs last year and they're in danger of missing the playoffs this year. You can't waste performances like that, especially Gino's. I understand Corbin Carroll's average is a little bit lower than I would have expected, although the home runs are a lot higher than I would have expected.
It just, it kind of fits the overall theme for the Diamondbacks in 2025. It does, and I don't like saying this because Basinonians, they are highly productive. They're highly productive in certain areas, as Luke just pointed out. Individual players are having incredible seasons for the Diamondbacks, and yet for whatever reason collectively, it hasn't come together. It hasn't. They have more than a few tough players on their team, but the chemistry of those players together are not adding up to be a collective killer of a team. They're not. They aren't finishing things they started, Basinonians. And I wonder why that is. They're not finishing. You think of this. They love each other. They really do. This clubhouse is a clubhouse that is tight. And yet they knew what was at stake. Hey, by the way, here we go. Let's go now. We got to start balling, boys. We all want to stay together. Well, we want to make a run here. And we got to start balling. 6-12 in their last 18 games.
Yeah.
6-12. 5-10 in winning rubber games that would have won series for them. 3-5 in games that would have allowed you to sweep an opponent. That killer mentality, that urgency of like, let's go. It's go time. Collectively, I don't know if we've seen that, Luke.
No, and I just focused on those two guys because of the turnaround they've had over the last year. But again, Geraldo Perdomo, we talked about this on Friday, but he's got 65 RBIs. That's tied for 11th in all of baseball.
It's incredible.
His previous career high for an entire season was 47. He's got 65 at the All-Star break, and you're 5.5 games out of a playoff spot. Again, that is more than a lot of Juan Soto, Shohei, like big-name players. Geraldo Perdomo has more RBIs than those guys right now. Again, more than everybody except 10 guys. And yet you are really struggling to make any inroads towards a playoff spot. And I think what you just said is the most concerning part of here you are these last 18 games in particular, and you go 6-12. And like Juan Murillo came in and really struggled. What was that, Saturday out of the bullpen? But by and large, like the bullpen has been probably the biggest issue this season. If you had to stack stuff, you'd probably go bullpen, injury, starting pitching, right? Or maybe, put them in whatever order you want to put them in. But the bullpen over the last week or two really hasn't been the issue. And they still aren't winning.
Yeah. But once again, over the course of a season,
it's always the issue. It's a cloud hanging over your team.
Yes.
I get that. Yeah.
I would say their bullpen has been bad, and their starting pitching is underachieved.
Yep.
And if that has been an area of concern, pitching was a strength. It was not going to be the issue for the Diamondbacks this year, at least not their rotation. And for a number of different reasons, we know the rotation, again, has let them down. I think pitching and defense, those two things, what the Diamondbacks were built on last year, even though they led the league in runs scored last year, number one scoring team in the league, in the baseball universe, it was still about pitching and defense. And, man, their team ERA is number 26. 4.65, their team ERA this year. And guess what? Last year as well, it wasn't much better.
That really kind of sums it up as you're saying that, because Corbin Burns out for the year and into next year, it's not fair. It's the baseball universe not doing you any favors. And he was pitching like Corbin Burns. But even with him pitching like Corbin Burns, the team ERA is still that. Now, I know he's missed time, but even if he was still fully healthy and just pitching like Corbin Burns, the ERA wouldn't be amazing. That's one guy starting every 5 days. He could, would you say they're 26th in baseball in ERA? I mean,
last year they were 27th.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he could bring them up to 21st. I don't know. But I mean, that's still a problem when you were supposed to be a team. And it wasn't just local. It wasn't just us. You were going into the season seeing these national stories written on the best rotations in baseball, and the Diamondbacks, without fail, were in the top 5, sometimes top 3 or 2. And they've got the 26th ERA in baseball?
Yes.
That stat might just be it. What's your offense supposed to do when you have the 26th ERA in baseball?
Well, I look at it as well, and I think of any number that we've talked about, my brothers. For Mike Hazen right now, it'd be the 6-12. It would in the last 18 games. That would be the number that I'd go, we can't do it. We got 12 games left. You were talking about this. I think you almost have to make your mind up at this point of the season. You got 12 games? You're really going to evaluate that? You're going to make that determination? Can you wait? Are the deals out there? Some other team that might be interested and might give you something serious? Are they going to sit around and wait to see if some other team comes up?
That's the game you're playing now, right?
Yeah.
If
I don't see that happening.
If I'm Hazen, And if I'm Hazen, the team has a much worse record. But if I'm Mike Hazen, I'm doing what I can because I have so many players that teams need. Like, teams need Geno. If I trade him on the 31st, teams are still going to need him. I would be trying to wait and see what you do against the Cardinals, trying to buy every last second you can. But, Wolf, we can all watch for this. The second another big trade goes down around Major League Baseball that let's say it doesn't involve the Diamondbacks. Let's say two teams make a huge deal on Wednesday. Well, then it's like, okay, here we go. I mean, that first domino hasn't really fallen. There's been trades, Rafael Devers, but that was a while ago. I'm talking like right now, coming out of the All-Star break, the second two other teams, the Marlins and the Yankees, make a trade or something, then I think what you just said kicks in of like, if you're the Diamondbacks, you got to make a decision because you're going to start to lose value on guys. Right now, you can kind of still maybe hold on. All right, when we come back over to football, which second and third year players on the Cardinals are most likely to deliver a breakout season in 2025? Training camp's next week, so let's talk about this next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
It's swung on, it's hit to left center, and Thomas is there. He makes the catch, and that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks win the finale by a final score of 5-1. They prevent the sweep.
Are the D-backs making moves at the All-Star break? Stick with Arizona Sports to find out on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, my friends. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. Go to DISC, Basinonians. Yes, DISC is what they call it. As a football player, I suffered a ton of damage to my back, and the spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past. Man, if you're battling spine or back issues, you've got to go see DISC. DISC treats a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated discs, bulging discs, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease. Disc surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to the patient's goals and active lifestyles to provide long-term relief. Enjoy life again, Basinonians. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900, 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but, okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona's housing inventory is on the rise, up 12% year over year. And that's great news for you. More homes on the market mean more choices, better negotiating power, and less competition. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or looking to upgrade, the market is shifting in your favor. If you've been waiting for the right moment, it's now. Don't miss out on the opportunity to find your perfect home. Give Lund Mortgage a call today for your free pre-approval, and let's make your homeownership dreams a reality. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
Hey, this is Jared, and we are rapidly approaching Cardinals training camp. And speaking of camp, will this season be like roasting marshmallows around the campfire and hitting a bullseye in archery? Or will it be like getting poison ivy in your underpants? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Pickle and Murata Mornings.
All right, training camp starts next week. We'll be out there on, Thursday? We start being out there on Thursday, Wolf, and then we're out there a lot. So, see you in Glendale.
It's going to be great, man. Here we go. Bring your binoculars, by the way, base earnings.
Cannot get here fast enough. Was looking at a story on, I believe it was on NFL.com. They were talking about, the all-breakout team. Yeah, it was Bucky Brooks. It was his all-breakout team, and he was looking at the offense, all-breakout offense in the NFL. No Cardinals on it, but it kind of got us thinking, who are the Cardinals most likely to break out? Forget about the rest of the league. Forget about how they compare to, I'm trying to see who he has on. Keon Coleman he has on the team, Michael Penix Jr., Rome Odunze. But forget about all them. Which Cardinals going into, let's say, year 2 or year 3, not really talking about like a 10th-year guy breaking out, which players are most likely to break out?
Calais Campbell, breakout player this year.
Finally, year 18. He finally shows what he can do. I was looking at the roster, just kind of, setting aside guys that are second and third year players. Wolf, there's a lot of candidates on this team because a lot of the guys that they took in Monty Ossenfort's first 2 years as GM, a lot of the guys they drafted are still here.
Yeah, and not only that, too, base earnings, but there's a lot of guys that you could look at and say, okay, second-year players that broke out. Garrett Williams had his breakout season as far as I'm concerned.
That's fair.
What he did last year. Once again, Pro Football Focus is not the end-all be-all. I talk about that all the time. They get a lot of stuff wrong. And at the same time, they had him number 3 in their grading system again, which I question because they don't even know the coverage that the guy is actually being taught and how to execute that coverage. You don't know what a coach is telling a player, especially from week to week, because the same coverage does not always apply.
True.
So, again, but having said that, more times than not, you can figure it out, man or zone, and what his responsibility might have been and what coverage they were probably in. You can do that. But Garrett Williams already had his breakout season. So, to me, I'd remove him from the equation. There are some guys that have already done that.
So maybe let's do that first. Like, who else would you remove? Would you remove Paris Johnson Jr.?
I would remove Paris Johnson Jr. as well.
No
yes.
Paris either. Forget Paris.
Because Paris Johnson Jr. had his breakout last year when they moved him to left tackle, and that guy responded the way that he did. This is a baller. The Arizona Cardinals have their left tackle for the next decade plus.
That still leaves a lot of names if we're just taking those 2 guys out. I mean, I'm just going to throw out some – I've got the list of all the second and third year players, and there's a billion of them, it feels like, on this team. I'm just going to start throwing out names, okay?
Okay.
And I'm not even saying these guys are necessarily going to break out, but just guys that could fit into that category. Starling Thomas, Dante Stills, B.J. Ojolari, who didn't play last year.
Didn't play, yeah.
Xavier Thomas, Rabbits, Darius Robinson.
You smell something, Rabbit?
Rabbits.
Fear.
Can I just say this, basically? Let's talk about Rabbit for a moment. This would be a breakout season for him this year. He didn't do enough last year to truly be a breakout to me. he made me think, oh my goodness,
Flashes.
this guy is going to be a football player for the Arizona Cardinals in years to come. And he reminds me an awful lot of Budda Baker. Yeah, I'm just going to say it because of the build, once again. Not the biggest safety out on the field, not the strongest, not the fastest, yet he makes an awful lot of plays. Budda Baker, the best football player. Nobody's been a better football player than Budda Baker, ever. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say, ever. Watch him if you don't believe me. Watch the tape and watch how he plays. Not talking about just production. I'm talking about a guy that taps into the essence of the game of football. Nobody's played it better than number 3. A lot of guys have played it as well as number 3, but not better. So, yeah, I'm glad I got that out because I wanted to, and I've done it before many times. But at the same time,
trying to figure out who would argue with you.
Well, there
on
are.
On that.
There are. Whoa, Wolf. He doesn't get his hands on balls. Are you kidding me? He's not a true safety. He's a linebacker.
But you're just saying football player.
Just saying, yes. Football players, period. But, man, Dadrian Taylor Demerson, man, look out for that guy. That's a football player. This would be a breakout opportunity for him this year. Dante Stills. It's West Virginia. It's West Virginia. Okay, knock it off. All right. Hey.
Got it ready to go.
Here we go. It's West Virginia. It's West Virginia. The pride of every mountaineer. Come on, you young lads. Join those old lads. It's West Virginia. Now we cheer. Hey, hey, hey. Okay, knock it off.
All I ask is that we don't play that in early November.
Okay.
Because ASU West Virginia is November 15th, and ASU is a bye week leading up to that game.
Yeah, we really need to work on getting Wolf on the sideline for that one.
Yeah, that's okay. We digress.
I wonder
Okay,
why.
so who would be your breakout player? We all know who it's going to be. And I feel so bad even saying Marvin Harrison Jr.
That's fine. You can take the answer. I've got other ones.
Because the guy had 885 receiving yards last year.
No, yeah, I know.
The guy had, 8 touchdowns?
Yep.
This is just purely from memory right now. That's pretty productive for a rookie. But it's not as productive as I think it's going to be this year. And because of that, Marv, you bad, bad man.
Let me ask you this. Look, other names you could throw out there. Max Melton is one I'd throw out there. Isaiah Adams is one I'd throw out there for sure. Isaiah Adams might be right near the top of the list, honestly, just because of how they've navigated the offseason.
Look at all these guys he wanted to throw out.
I knew I wasn't going to get
and
to
I
him.
was just riffing.
I didn't expect you to go off on Budda Baker in the breakout section, but that's fine. But I want to go back to Marv for a second, Wolf.
Okay.
And let me ask you this. So much made of going into last season. Oh, this guy's generational. We'll never see anything like this guy. Okay, and then he does have a good season. Statistically, 885 and 8 scores. Like you said, that's for a rookie. That's not bad. But we're all expecting more. At the end of this upcoming season, do you think we'll know what Marvin Harrison Jr. is? I'm not saying he's going to hit his absolute ceiling this year, but like if he goes out there and he looks the same, then isn't that kind of who he is? If he does take a huge jump, then it's like, okay, this guy's on his way.
1,210. 1,200 yards, 10 touchdowns, plus going forward. This is what I see him.
You gave me numbers.
Into 1,210.
But if he does that or doesn't do that after year 2, aren't we going to kind of have a feel for what he is? Right now, I still feel like he's kind of an unknown.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. I think we're going to look at him at year 2, provided he stays healthy and Kyler's healthy as well, and they go out and they play. We're going to be able to, at the end of year 2, to say, oh, boy, he is everything the Cardinals thought he was going to be. He's everything we thought he was going to be. Or not.
Yeah, like we'll know they have a number 1 receiver, they have a number 1 like all-pro caliber receiver, or they just have a good receiver.
I mean, Think of how many young guys we have seen in year two. We've talked about it over and over and over again. How many young guys made jumps in year two that were special and made them special. Isn't that right, Garrett Williams, Dante Stills? Guys that actually made significant improvements year one to year two. Paris Johnson Jr. Man, the list goes on.
Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back to basketball, can Kobe Brea carve out a role on this Suns team this season? We'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. 8 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. This isn't just any Ford dealership, Basinonians. This is Tim Hovik Santan Ford, and they're not just selling cars, they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals at $399 a month with zero down. Yeah, you heard me right, zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, even the Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive, that's it. No gimmicks, no games, just a payment real folks can actually afford. And it's all happening right now during the Santan Ford summer sale in Gilbert. They've got the inventory, they've got the deals, and they've got the team that treats you like family. There's a $649 dock fee and a few restrictions, but you're good, Basinonians. You got that. Affordability is back, baby. And it looks like you driving away in a Ford. So get to Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Go to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Phoenix. I am Santan Ford.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, this is Megan, your friend and jeweler from Shane Company. Did you know not all warranties are created equal? At Shane Company, our free lifetime warranty is all-inclusive and even protects the diamond in your engagement ring. We can offer such an incredible warranty because our rings are crafted to last a lifetime. As your friend and jeweler, our gift to you is peace of mind. At Shane Company, we also cover unlimited repairs, resizings, and cleanings for free for life, saving you thousands over time. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting
planning opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morrishall.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morrishall.com. Trust in Arizona. Trust in Morris Hall.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star break is here for the Arizona Diamondbacks after a disappointing 47-50 first half. They will not have any participants in tonight's home run derby, but Cadel Marte, Eugenio Suarez, and Corbin Carroll will take part in tomorrow's Midsummer Classic. You can listen to the home run derby tonight at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM and at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The MLB draft is currently in progress. For more on D-backs first-round pick Kason Cunningham, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Phoenix Suns play their third game of Summer League play tonight against the Kings. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight at the Golden State Valkyries. Tip-off is also at 7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Mitch. What were the biggest takeaways from the first Summer League games for the Phoenix Suns? We've got Kellen Olson, Winwood Burnsy today, starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Little 7 Mary 3 for you, Basinonians. Also known as cumbersome.
You know, I never use that word because I always associate it with this song from when I was a kid. And then I finally today, I was like, it's the only word that fits. Nobody thinks of that song. And Wolf instantly is like, that makes me think of 7 Mary 3.
7 Mary 3, a hairband from years gone by, my brothers.
I was attempting, you're going to laugh, but whatever. Yeah. I was attempting to eat healthier, right? And I was picking up food coming in here to do the D-backs pre and post game yesterday, and I was like, I'm not going to drink soda. I'll just drink, but I want something with flavor. I don't want just straight water, right?
Yeah.
So just grabbed something at the store when I was coming over. It looked like it was just like a raspberry drink or something. Well, it turns out it was like raspberry and then like 8 different things that are all like flowers. It's like, here, drink this flower I gave you. It's the most disgusting thing.
Did it smell like that too? Did it have an odor to it?
No, I opened it. I was like, it's totally fine. I drank it, and it was like I was drinking a flower.
Yeah.
Who wants to drink that?
I have no idea.
Am I supposed to feel
People
better?
People like flowers, though.
Not to drink.
They like flowers. There are some people that put flowers in their water.
Well, they can have my drink because it's sitting in the break room
I know
right
that
now.
A lot of them are, they're in West Virginia for the most part.
That's great. Well, maybe we can have it shipped over there.
Spice it up, I guarantee you.
It was disgusting. All right, to basketball. Kobe Bryant was one of the guys, I think, that stood out over the last couple days for the Suns in the Summer League, and they obviously still have more Summer League games coming up, including one tonight. We had Kellen Olson in earlier, and we just asked him point blank, hey, what kind of role could he potentially, is there a spot for him to carve out a role? And Kellen Olson, being point blank as he typically is, responded back. They've got him completely blocked right now. There's no way for him to carve out a role.
Why do you say he's blocked?
Because Bradley Beal's still on this team, and Grayson Allen and Royce, they've got all
Aren't
these
you not
guys.
supposed to be saying that name?
Well, but I had to.
Jamal forgot to take the bobblehead to Prescott, too. So I just threw it on Jeremy's desk.
Wait a minute. You went to Prescott? You forgot to take the Bradley
in fairness
Beal?
to Jamal, he wasn't in here when we were talking about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I told him to on Friday.
Oh, well then, sorry, Jamal. I tried to help.
He did. I completely. Yeah, this is on me.
Jamal's like, I don't want that in my car.
That would be like bad luck, wouldn't it?
Stop it. It's not like anything's wrong with Brad. He's a nice guy, and he's an excellent basketball player. He just...
I'll just get stuck in Prescott.
Did not work here in the basin.
Somebody needs to take the bobblehead to L.A. because that's the team he's going to end up on. So somebody needs to just take it there.
Which one?
I don't know. Just put it outside of, well, I guess you got to decide which arena. I don't know. Put it outside of Crypto.com arena, or if they've changed the name 7 times in the last year.
You know what's amazing about it? I've always believed, based on earnings, that shooters get the opportunity to play sooner than they deserve to play. I've always believed that in the game of basketball, that shooters, guys catch and shoot, guy, boom, boom, drain it.
If you can shoot, you can shoot.
Even if you're not a great defender, if you can drain, especially the three, we're talking about a shooter that can catch and shoot the three. I've always believed they get the benefit of the doubt a vast majority of the time and get minutes sooner than most guys. Well, I could be wrong on that. If somebody broke that down, it just feels that way.
Go ahead and at Wolf with some hardcore stats.
No fooling.
I tend to agree with you in the sense of if this dude, like Callum was in here, he was talking about how he's been one of, if not the best pure shooters in college basketball the last couple of years.
Yes.
When we had Kevin Pelton on, right after the draft, he talked about, okay, yeah, they got a lot of shooting guards, but they drafted a really good shooter. I read the quote from his story that he wrote on just grading all the NBA drafts, like by team, and the line on the Suns at the very end was, though Kobe Bryant is another shooting guard on a team overloaded with them, Phoenix could use his shooting. He has the highest skill projection as a shooter of any player in my database, particularly if Grayson Allen is traded. And it's kind of that. If he's going to be that great of a shooter, you're going to get him. What are you laughing?
I just looked at Jamal. Jamal was locked in. Jamal, do you want to say something here?
Sorry, well, so Kobe Bryant to me was honestly the guy I really wanted to watch in the Summer League out of the whole team.
Yeah.
Because obviously he can shoot the ball, but he can put the ball on the floor. Like, he can really handle the ball, and I think
he's got a good handle as well.
Yes, 100%. I think that's the most underrated part of his game.
See, now that's encouraging to me because if you can shoot the way we know he can shoot just from watching college basketball, if you can start to do anything else like that, like Jamal just said, you're going to play. They're going to find – and look, we're trying to do this without saying Bradley Beal's name, but even if they can't move on from Bradley Beal, they can move Grayson Allen or they can move somebody else. The whole point of this season coming up is to see what you have. And if you're telling me that they have a guy that makes a lot of shots out of Kentucky that might be a steal in the draft, that's played well here before. He's not Devin Booker, but you know what I mean? Like that you can find a role for that guy.
But once again, especially guys going into the kind of season the Phoenix Suns were all expecting them to have, including the Phoenix Suns themselves. This could be. I don't like this term. Don't call it a throwaway year. Don't call it that, based on needs. It's not. As a matter of fact, this is a building block year. That's what it is.
But it becomes more of a throwaway year if you're not playing your young guys because you have vets just blocking them for no reason.
Correct, and that's why I say that. But this year especially, man, when you want to run a guy out there that you know is new, you think fits your culture, he's got a lot of skills, a lot of talent, you want to see it, be able to evaluate him sooner as opposed to later, yes, this is the perfect season to do it.
Yeah. Here's Kobe Bryant yesterday talking about the physicality of the NBA and his obviously very limited experience so far.
I think I'm just really great. I think I'm just like my body still hasn't developed, and I still think that throughout this off season that's some major focus for me. Keep getting stronger and stuff like that. But I feel like I dealt with the physicality last year. Guys they just wanted to body me up and kind of like throw me around, but I'm not taking that. I'm somebody that I might look skinny, but I'm pretty strong. So I'm really comfortable with the physicality, and I'm gonna just keep getting used to it and keep getting stronger, and I'm gonna keep I'm getting better.
Man, I see this is the part of professional sports that I love, especially competing at the highest level. Grow, strong, grasshopper. Just to listen to him, the confidence, and now look, there's a long road ahead of him right now, but you can hear the encouragement in his voice and the way that he feels right now and what he's going to do about it going forward. Man, I love to see a young guy gain a little bit of confidence and try to apply it to his career.
All right, we come back, final segment of the show. Get you kind of caught up on where the Diamondbacks are pitching-wise, health-wise, because there was a Shelby Miller update over the weekend. And I feel like we should all make home run derby picks, just for Rick. We're all going to pick the home run derby when we come back, okay?
Okay.
All right, that's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
When we have the conversation about what they should do about Bradley Beal now, whether they should waive and stretch and pay off this bill in 5 years, or whether they should just bite the bullet and pay off in 2, I want to make sure that they're thinking about it more seriously than maybe they did when they acquired him. We are currently living the worst case scenario of them acquiring Bradley Beal. I want to make sure before they waive and stretch and have to pay this 5-year bill off that they've considered the worst case scenario of the ramifications of that, because it could happen.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. That's right, Basinonians. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They also have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Google it, my young crunks. Check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. Installation is all done by their in-house team. There's no subcontractors. They don't have subcontractors. They all work for All Pro Shade Concepts. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades in the basin. They'll work around stucco or tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of the button. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he was like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple of months later, I was, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Full recap of all the home run derby madness. And will we finally get a resolution to the Bradley Beal situation? The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
I'm counting sheep, not running out. As time ticks by, still I try. No rest for cross chops in my mind. On my own, here we go.
All right, final segment of the show here. Get it back into the D-backs, but Rick, I know that you love the home run derby. They got eight contestants tonight, so you're going to pick first. Who's going to win?
The big dumper, Cal Raleigh.
All right,
I know that's an easy pick,
yeah,
but if he doesn't win, it'll be James Wood of the Nats.
All right, Rick just took 25% of the field. Jamal, do you have any picks?
Yeah, well, Rick kind of took my pick. I was hoping I would get James Wood, and
you can take James Wood. Rick can't have
I took
half
Cal
the
Raleigh.
field. Yeah, so you can have James Wood. Okay, so put Jamal down for James Wood. Rick took the heavy favorite, Cal Raleigh. All right, so here's who's left for us. Wolf, O'Neal Cruz, Matt Olson, Brent Rooker, Byron Buxton, Jazz Chisholm, or Junior Caminero.
Yeah, I'm going to take Brent Rooker.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Kind of sounds like Devin Booker. All
Yeah.
right, for Wolf. Hey, dog, give Matt Olson. Late addition to the field. Matt Olson. I don't know
In his
why-
home ballpark.
Yeah, I don't know why I allowed myself to pick 4th out of 4, and now all the other ones are gone. But yeah, I'll take Matt Olson.
Okay,
All right,
nice.
there we go.
Well done.
This update, courtesy of Tori Lavello, after our show on Friday, heading into the weekend on Shelby Miller.
He's going to get the second opinion from Meister. I think that's still in the process of happening. They're going to give him the information and then let him figure out what the next course of action is. What those decisions are, what information they're going to feed to him, I don't know. But it's probably, in my guess, it's probably anywhere from coming back and pitching to being shut down and having a procedure. So I think they're going to try and figure out exactly what's going on and have not figured that out yet.
Keith Meister is when he said Meister. That's, Dr. Keith Meister.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. The tune just keeps playing, does it not? This does not sound good for the very same reasons that we said it didn't sound good for A.J. Puck, and it didn't sound good for Justin Martinez. It did not sound good because we all kind of suspected it was something really, really bad that was going to lead to surgery. And that's when you get a second opinion, for the most part.
Yeah, you're not usually getting a second opinion because the first one was so good that you're like, oh, I got to hear it again from somebody else. It's usually because something's not going great. And to your point, there hasn't been a lot of great news coming the Diamondbacks' way this season. There really hasn't. I mean, we talked earlier about some fantastic performances like Geraldo Perdomo and what Gino's done in the first half. But in terms of good news in areas where they don't have any control over anything, it just feels like every time there's been any sort of, okay, let's see how this plays out, it has not played out the way they wanted it to play out.
He had a 1.98 ERA and 10 saves for the Diamondbacks, and he goes down.
He was being asked to play, obviously, a bunch of different roles in that bullpen, and it wasn't, what was it, the whip, I think is, sub-1 whip, 0.96 whip on the season, too. It's like
stunning how effective and productive that is.
Yeah. If somebody were sitting there and just picking off different players to ruin a team's season, and you would go with their number one starter. Okay, yeah, he's just out for a year. Let's take their closer. Okay, let's take their other closer. Well, hey, this guy stepped up out of nowhere, and okay. Let's take him too. Like it's uncanny what this team has had to overcome this season. Again, like you said earlier at the start of the show, Wolf, and it was very well said. It's not an excuse. They were underachieving, despite some of these injuries, but it's really hard to look past these injuries and say, if they just had some of these guys back, would they not have 4 more wins?
Yes.
Like 4 more wins would have you within a game of a wild card spot, game and a half of a wild card spot.
Yes, and I talk about this all the time, Basinonians. I get it. Injuries, you don't want to point to injuries and say that's the only reason why. You don't want to do it, but they are reasons why a team will underachieve or not reach an expectation level. You could never get that collective momentum going in the right direction. There are some players, Basinonians, that play the game that are better than other players. Ron Wolfley reporting. And those players, because they are better than other players, they get paid more money. And they're counted on more to come through and actually perform. Why? Because they're more talented than the guy behind them on the depth chart. That's the reason why. You can point to them. Any intelligent human being can point to a team that gets hit with a rash of injuries, more so than other teams, and say, this is a reason why they are underachieving. Now, I will say this, and I've said this before about the Diamondbacks. They were underachieving, though, before. Mm-hmm. To me, a 14-13 is underachieving. That was their start. You pointed that out earlier, and that has been the problem.
Yeah, the injuries, to me, take this from a team that I thought could challenge for the World Series to, let's just be realistic here. You've now lost your top 3 saves guys. You've lost your number 1 starter, among other depth guys that are just out for a year now too. And you've lost hitters for good chunks of the season, and mostly healthy now at the plate. But you don't have Gabby. You didn't have Ketel Marte for a while. Corbin Carroll for a little bit. So that stuff adds up, and it's like, I don't know that you can win but they should still be a playoff team, or a team that if they miss on the last day again like they did last year. Not a team that's in the position where they have to potentially sell, and that might be where we're headed. All right, I am going to step aside now, Wolf, so you can kind of end the show here.
Oh, man, Basin Reigns, it's been a really, really tough couple of years, and once again, I lost somebody that was really near and dear to my heart. Louis Sharp, of course, a former great left tackle for the Arizona Cardinals, the St. Louis Cardinals, and the Arizona Cardinals. A 3-time Pro Bowler, Louis Sharp, one of my best friends as a player, Basinonians. It's hard for me to talk about. This is a situation where we would have Thanksgiving Day dinners together as families, Christmas dinners together as families. And he passed away at 65. I believe it was Friday night that he passed away. We're talking about one of the best football players I have ever been around, and yet he was my brother. I'm going to miss you, Louis, but I know where you are because Jesus Christ was your Lord and Savior. And I know that, and I know where you are. There's, to anybody that knows Louis, I know that you're feeling the loss too, because he impacted so many other people in his life. And it's a testament to who he is and what he's overcome. But one of the best things about Louis was the fact he was a baller on the football field. He would look anybody in the eye and ball. And Louis, I'll never forget the eye-to-eye contact and the huddles that we had. And I love you for it, brother. Peace and strength.
Empire of the Suns with Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman. Breaking down NBA draft picks and what the Suns got from the Rockets in the KD trade. Get it on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel or your usual spot for podcasts. The Empire of the Suns podcast is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Now on the All-Star break, the Diamondbacks are able to catch a bit of a breather before Friday's return to play against St. Louis. As far as All-Star Week is concerned, it was announced today that Ketel Marte will be hitting in the third spot in the National League's order on Tuesday. He will hit behind Ronald Acuna Jr. and ahead of Freddie Freeman. We've also got tonight's Home Run Derby, where 8 contestants will duke it out for the coveted title. Coverage starts at 5. We will carry it on ESPN 6:20 a.m. and then join in progress here after the Burns and Gambo show is done at 6. We got also a double dip of basketball action tonight as well. The Phoenix Suns continue their summer league play in Las Vegas. They take on the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And then the Phoenix Mercury, they're in San Francisco to take on the Valkyries. They're unfortunately going to still be without Kalia Copper and Satu Sabali, but they, of course, will still have Alyssa Thomas and Sammy Whitcomb coming off a 36-point performance. Tip-off from the Chase Center is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Monday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, filling in for almost the entire week here on Burns and Gambo, Kellen Olson in here for Gambo on Burns and Gambo. Hi, Kellen.
Burnsy,
welcome
hello.
back from Vegas. Did you?
Hi.
Did you take my advice when you were at the blackjack tables? Did you always split those 8s? Did you split aces when you were at the blackjack table?
The only thing I split is my nap schedule. That's all I did. Did not even enter a casino.
No, really?
Oddly enough. I went to the Venetian to go to this bakery I love, but outside of that, didn't really leave the room too much. Took some decompressed time that I really sorely needed.
Do you consider yourself to be a gambler type?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
You strike me as the type who might be like, maybe not exactly like Zach Galifianakis from The Hangover, but I could see you sitting at the table.
I got it out of my system just in time before this stuff became too accessible, or you and I wouldn't know each other. Let's put it that way. Mitch and I wouldn't know each other. You would not have ever met Kellen Olson before.
You'd be in a rehab clinic somewhere for gambling your life away.
Me and my friends didn't want to wait until Vegas when we were 21, so we did the old go to Morongo when we're 18 kind of thing, and gambled there, played poker there, played blackjack there, did that thing I think like 2-3 straight summers before we were 21. Went to 21. The first like $50 chip I got from the Bellagio, I kept it. I still have it somewhere.
That's
in my house. That kind of gambler. Oh yeah,
that's funny. I mean, I'm considerably older than you. I have almost completely gotten it out of my system. Like I every time I go to Vegas, I'm good to like spend an hour at a table and I'm fine. I'm good. I go something else. So
and I legally have not bet on the National Basketball Association or the Major League Baseball Association in over 10 years. Thank you.
Are you required to? Well, probably.
I don't know.
Yeah,
just
to
make sure. You get a little flyer, everything. But do I bet on soccer every now and then? Sure, absolutely. You kidding me? Did I get my World Cup bets in last year? You betcha.
Put a couple of ducats down on that. Sure.
Absolutely.
Why not? Well, Kellen's in.
Speaking of tickets you can't cash anymore, Burnsy.
It's like on a tee. It's our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Speaking of tickets you cannot cash anymore, your Arizona Diamondbacks
to make the playoffs.
Odds to make the playoff. That ticket is now.
Now keep it handy. Don't throw it away just yet.
Here on Burns and Gambo, we're not encouraging you to rip it up. I don't want to hear from you. You told me to rip it up, and I ripped it up, and they no. I don't want any of that nonsense. So I don't hold us responsible for that. But now I'll give you credit because the last time you filled in for Gambo was, I believe, exactly 2 weeks ago. And back then, you were very firm. You're like, nope, they're going to be sellers. It's done. It's over. And I was making the argument as to why I'm going to wait a little bit. I'm going to give it a little time. I'm going to, there's no rush to declare them sellers when there's still all these games left. Yeah, they're done. They're sellers. I know we got the Bob Nightingale report and what he reported yesterday, but watching them drop 2 of 3 to the Angels, watching them lose 8 of 12, 12 of 18, watching Torey Lovullo really slide all those chips into the center of the table on Friday night before that series started the way he did, and then watching them come out and lose another one-run game, which is like 7 straight they've lost. That's it, man. Like, it's just, it ain't going to happen this year, and the idea that the Diamondbacks have cemented themselves as sellers feels very, very real today. Very real.
Well, there's this proclivity that you'll have to look at last year if you are an even brighter optimist than you were, Dave Burns. Let's put it that way, where you can look at last year and you can look at the position that the Diamondbacks were in, and were things clicking into place last year at this time at the All-Star break? No, they were 49-48. The big change here is, one, I think the expectations and the way in which this team is underperforming, which we'll get to throughout the show, but also the position they find themselves in the National League. I bring this up more than anyone because I think that it is just as important to bring up the context of how the Diamondbacks themselves are performing as to how the rest of the National League is performing. The Milwaukee Brewers, my goodness, they're 56-40. They've won 7 straight to close the break. The Mets were having this is there like a tailspin situation coming? They won 7 of 11 to close out the break. The Padres and Giants are both 6-4 in their last 10, so nothing amazing, but they're holding ground on where they are. So you've got the Padres 8 games over 500 in that third and final wild card spot, and that just feels like a mile away for the Diamondbacks right now. Not so much in how far away they are, but just how much consistency over a couple of weeks it would take for them, because I was on Bickley and Murata filling in with Bick, and when the pitching got going at the start of last week, it was like, okay, can this be the bit of consistency that this team finds? And then Ryan Nelson has a rough ending. Zach Allen has another a sort of inconsistent
Even
start.
Merrill yesterday was grindy, right?
Yeah.
Like it was. I think there wasn't a single inning where he threw fewer than 20 pitches. The walks were high. I mean, I know he only gave up the 1 hit and the 1 run, but even the starting, whatever joy we got from watching the starting pitching dominate the first 3 games of that series against the Padres, quickly evaporated. And yeah, it's one of those. Yes, everybody around the National League is playing at this level where they're just making themselves harder and harder to catch. But beyond that, it's just you've got 12 games left before the deadline. Realistically, even if you wanted to hold out to the last possible minute, you've got about 9 games to go before you really have to, you've got 3 games left. You start that series against the Tigers, which leads into the trade deadline. You've got about 9 games to go for you to make that push. You have to make up what? You have to jump 2 teams in the standings, maybe more. I mean, just to justify, okay, on second thought, we're not going to sell. And you just start doing the math in your head and you realize I got 9 games to jump 2 different teams in the standings. Forget about how many games back I am, just who's in front of me. And when you think about it like that, I understand why people 2 weeks ago, I really do. I understand why 2 weeks ago people were very, it's over, it's done. I needed to see a little bit more. And Friday night was my big, cold, hard slap in the face of reality where it's like Torey slid it all into the center of the table and they lost. And that felt like the end of the dream to me on Friday night.
Does it help you that we're out of the reactionary day-to-day cycle of a game every day, too, and we're in the break to kind of digest this properly?
You had suggested that, maybe not in so many words, pre-show, did the All-Star break come at the right time? And I think there's very much a sense of,
not in a get healthy way, but accept this is your fate.
Yeah, take a break, take a pause, take a breath, and realize that there's no game tomorrow. Let's say there was a game tonight. Who would be pitching it? Brandon Pfaadt. Brandon Pfaadt's pitching a game tonight because it'd be his turn. Brandon Pfaadt goes out and pitches well, and they win. Right? It gives you just that little bit of, okay, maybe, here it comes. Maybe here comes
positive Gabby injury update. Okay, here we go.
Ooh, and in that break, it does allow you a chance to step back and reflect in reality a little bit and bask in it and go, okay, no, it's not going to happen. And that's fine. Now the questions turn to, how does being a seller look like? When does Mike Hazen, he's taking calls. When does he pull triggers? When does he do things? Does he play this right up until the very end? These are all questions that we're going to get into over the course of the show.
Well, you in your email spotlighted something Torey said the other day, right? That was sort of a red flag for you in this is the perspective that is now sort of changed for him on what they need to do.
Yeah,
right?
Mitch, can you tell me what with the Torey pregame cut from Friday, can you tell me what file that's in? And I'd love to play it because that was the one where you got it for me.
I told him, I don't normally talk like this to the group. I said, I want to win all 3 of these games. The Angels are a good team. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to require us to be focused engaged and go play our best baseball games, and that's my standard here. That's what we do. I normally ask them for one day at a time, but I want to be over 500. I think this group is ready to be over 500 and start to take that next step. So it's very important.
And then they lost Friday night. And that was like and you've covered this team, you've talked about this team. That's a very un-Tory-like thing to do.
Most managers won't talk like that.
To put it all, like, we got to sweep this series.
Day at a time.
Go win every single one of these games. Let's get us to 500 going into the break. And instead, they lost in walk-off fashion on Friday. Zach Gallen kind of looked like the Zach Gallen we've seen all year long on Saturday. And that was it, right? And so for me, the finality of this week is partially because of the break and there's no games, but partially because Tory put it all out there. And they lost 2-3 to the LA Angels.
In some ways, Bernsey, I think it's a good thing because I don't think this team was really going anywhere if they made a late run anyway. Like, if you judge making the postseason as a success, sure, but our expectations coming into the year was for this team to contend for a title, and I don't think they were ever going to do that, even if they had a turnaround like the second half of last year. So for them to go into the deadline, no, we are being sellers. Just how much do we want to sell? I think that's going to help them because, as we're going to be talking about not only on today's show, but for the next 2.5 weeks, they are going to dictate the market. They are the team that is going to be able to push around a lot of really needy and aggressive teams because of how open this whole thing looks like.
Well, a bleary-eyed Kellen Olson is back from Las Vegas after staying up all night at the blackjack tables. But in between all of that gambling, he did watch a lot of basketball. So what are some of the biggest takeaways from the Suns' first Summer League games? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports with Kellen filling in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
It's swung on. It's hit to left center. And Thomas is there. He makes the catch, and that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks win the finale by a final score of 5-1. They prevent the sweep.
Are the D-backs making moves at the All-Star break? Stick with Arizona Sports to find out on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electrical. If you're not happy with a price quote you just got from an AC company for a new AC unit or a repair, thought all you needed was a repair, and they're telling you, hey, you need a new AC unit that's going to cost upwards of $10,000, $12,000, $15,000, more often than not, it may be a tech trying to upsell you. Well, before you sign on the dotted line, do what so many in the Valley are doing, getting a free second opinion from Christian Brothers. It's quite possible that all you need is a repair that may cost a few $100 instead of a whole new unit. So make that one extra call to 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com. Don't forget, Christian Brothers can also help you with any and all of your electrical needs and your plumbing needs as well. So if you need a water heater flush or you've got a drain that's backed up and you need to get that taken care of, just call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online for more information at cbrothers.com.
The St. Louis Cardinals return to Chase Field for a 3-game series starting July 18th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Full recap of all the home run derby madness. And will we finally get a resolution to the Bradley Beal situation? The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Oh, watch out. Oso with the bear kind of throwdown. Oh, he made some nice passes, but here he brings the thunder and the pain.
Oso Igudaro drives to the rack. Kobe Brea looking like he was just born to shoot in the NBA. Ryan Dunn, and we have Kellen Olson filling in for Gambo. We had Kellen on the show Friday to provide a summer league preview, and we talked about players who are too good to be here. Ryan Dunn looked like he was too good to be there in the summer league. But most of all, and Kellen made this observation pre-show and in our emails to each other, especially on Friday night, it was, and stop me if it's been a while since you've heard this, it was fun watching Phoenix Suns basketball. I know it's technically, it's like it is Phoenix Suns basketball. Yeah, but you know what I mean. It was fun sitting down and watching them having fun play basketball.
To be encouraged by what you saw.
It's been a minute.
To be optimistic about what you saw. Again, it's summer league basketball. It's young players. It's not a very conducive environment to evaluate how great a young player is going to be in a couple of years' time. But it is great to see Ryan Dunn look like the guy that you expected him to be, which is the separation, the outlier, if you will. Also, similar kind of thing for him. And then Kobe Brea showing why he was drafted. Kaman Malawach having the moments where he showed his skill set a little bit. I thought he fared well with a very difficult matchup, which was Alex Sarr, who made first-team All-Rookie last year. Washington pretty much put their starting lineup for next season out there. Like that, that was crazy. It was 5 first-round picks that they had in the lineup, and the Suns completely took care of them. And it was just, to your point and my point too, it was just refreshing to just kind of leave that and be like, that was nice. That was good. And we just aren't used to that from this team the last 2 years. And it sort of hovers over what this entire next season is going to be about. The joke that I made to a couple of people there in Vegas, like winning percentage isn't really a thing for you guys next year. It's fun percentage. And I'm not kidding. Like just the amount of fun that your fan base has each game watching your team, and just their hard fought losses next year will actually be a thing that we not so much celebrate and champion, but will be encouraged by with this team. Whereas last year, like close losses, you were like, come on, can you guys just figure out how to close out a freaking game? 2 years ago, another fourth quarter meltdown. Are you kidding me? This year, every perception around the team will be different because it's not going to be about 37 losses or 26. It's going to be about seeing signs that this thing is headed in the right direction. It's going to come through these young guys, and this was our very, very first glimpse of it. It was a great glimpse.
Two sides to the same coin. I wasn't even thinking it so much as a fun percentage, but as a playing hard percentage, I think was kind of in my which is fun to watch a team like that.
I made fun of Ryan. I was like, no one was around that ball, man, and he dove for it.
Oh
anyway.
yeah, diving for balls in the summer. That's great. Like
also did it too. It was very you guys are setting the tone.
It's an attitude that we have been so devoid of for the last couple of years. Like watching a team bust its butt out there like that, and that the fun to me. It's not so much watching them have fun. It's watching them give a damn, right? And put forth a level of effort that goes, okay, you're allowed to wear that jersey. You know, there's a little bit of pride now that you're playing with, as opposed to just kind of sleepwalking and you're hypnotized and you're going through the motions and things like that. So yeah, there's no doubt that the tangible win-loss record is not the standard for this Suns basketball. We talked about it last week. One of the gambling websites came out with an over-under of like 32.5 wins, 31.5 wins. Don't really care. Like, you know, it just doesn't. That's not the only reason I care is because I have a bet with Gambo that they're going to have fewer wins than they did a year ago. I want a free lunch, and I feel like I'm going to be okay on that one. Yeah, I feel pretty good. But I think what matters more is the number of times we come in here after a game and say, man, they were busting their butts last night. They were playing hard. They lost, but they were playing hard. We're going to have specific conversations about some of these individual guys because Kellen was in Vegas covering the Summer League for the first two games and over the course of the weekend. And we're going to talk about what Dylan Brooks said, and we're going to talk about Jalen Green and all that stuff. But I think if I'm going to say one guy won the weekend, it would be Kobe Bryant. Yeah. I think if boil it down, I think there's one guy. Ryan Dunn's probably a close second, but I think Kobe Bryant won the weekend if you're a Suns fan.
Well, where he was coming into the journey as well, or the weekend, I should phrase it as, because I think there was a poll on, I want to say the morning show, one of the shows I was filling in, I can't remember. It's like, which of the draftees are you the most excited for? And obviously there was a heavily skewed percentage towards Kaman Malawach and towards Rasheer Fleming, and Kobe got like 9% of the vote or whatever. I would love to see a revote right now because I'm sure a lot of people are very excited about what he showed just as a shooter, first of all, but there was a little bit of scoring pop and a little bit of scoring potential off the dribble and getting to his mid-range game that he showed as well. The kid's a phenomenal shooter. I said it on Wolf and Luke. Like right now coming into the league, even with like the hurdles that come with some rookies, like you look at the all-time greats like JJ Redick, Ray Allen, like Kyle Korver, they struggle to shoot coming into the league. But I think like Bray is a top 50 shooter in the league, like coming in right now. Like he is that.
He's there. He's already there. Yeah.
He was that elite the last 2 years from a college standpoint, and to see him get there in game one, get the threes up, and then in game two get chased off the line and work it. It was really impressive to see him go about it in kind of like that almost James Jones ilk of like, yeah, this is a 5-year college player. Like he is seasoned. He has a lot of skills that are ready to go right now. Now, with that said, we are doing like the how did this kid fall to 41 stuff. It's like, okay, easy, everyone. Easy.
Oh, yeah.
You're mentioning Devin Booker with him. Easy. Calm down, everyone.
And that's
it's
the
okay.
That's the
but
conversation
you know what's
for
great?
Later, yeah.
But you know what's great is that people are going there. I love people going there right now. Sure. You guys did not get to have this fun last year or 2 years ago. Feel free. I won't stop you. I just think that's a lot to put on the kid. But with that being said,
yeah,
it's great. It's great to have the possibilities of even going there. And it's great to already kind of go into the season, and I expect Kobe to continue to perform like this and continue to show reasons to be optimistic about him. And just to have that guy where if we're winding down in February, March, April, trade deadline time, sellers, you're getting rid of guys or whatever, it's like, yeah, open up time for Kobe Bryant. It's time to see what Kobe Bryant can do. Would we have said that last week? No, we wouldn't have said that last week.
No, I think we would have. We knew all the resume stuff with Kobe Bryant. We knew, all the 3-pointers that he took, all the 3-pointers that he attempted, that he made. But to see it in action, and it's just, there's something, and you've been in love with basketball your entire life. There is just something so hypnotic about watching a guy who's got that just a sweet stroke, right? Like whether it's a golf swing, whether it's the first time you saw Ken Griffey Jr. pick up a bat and swing it. There's just something where you see it and aesthetically you go, oh man, that's just so pretty. That's just so pretty to watch. And he's got that jump shot that you just look at it and go, oh, God, that's just so pretty, man. Like, it's just the form is perfect.
Gerald had the tweet in the second game where it's like, how are we 2 Summer League games in and I'm expecting Kobe Bryant to make every open 3 that he takes. Yeah, but it's seriously there. He's that good of a shooter.
I saw Gerald's tweet and I kind of felt the same way. It's like, oh, yeah, that's going in. That's going in. Yeah. Oh, that's totally going in. And we know it's – now, the other co-winner of the weekend, even though he didn't play in the second game, was probably Ryan Dunn because, like I said, we had you on the show last week from Vegas on Friday. And the standard that we kind of set for second-year players at this thing is show me why you don't belong here anymore. Show me that you've graduated from kindergarten and now you're in the first grade. He looked like he graduated from kid. Like, he just looked like, you phrased it, too good to be here. You were too good to be there.
Yeah, and come on, Malawach, you saw some of the shortcomings for him with physicality as an 18-year-old who has more to build into his body. Ryan Dunn looked like the outlier there, where he was like bullying people with how physical that he was playing. That was someone who played a full NBA season against guys who did, by the way. 3 rotation players for Washington last year were out there with him, but he was the guy where if you were to look at the 10 players who started that game and be like, who was the guy who was playing rotation minutes last year, who was the guy going from year 1 to year 2, you would have said him over all those other names just with the way that he imposed himself in that game. Love the way that he attacked the basket. Love the way that he got there. That is something that was building for him in January, and then Mike Budenholzer stopped playing him. But we're going to see more and more of that from him next year in a clearly like more defined role. I think confidence has always been the thing for Ryan, and he showed a ton of confidence in that game. He's going to have even more when he goes into next year. Know he's going to play 20-plus minutes per game no matter what.
Now, in a way, it's a similar conversation with Kobe Bryant or just about anybody. That you want to leap to this, okay, what does it mean conversation. And 2 games into the Summer League, it's hard to answer that question, whether it's Ryan Dunn or we'll try, but it's hard to answer that question for a Kobe Bryant or a Ryan Dunn when you're just analyzing this off of Summer League. But, yeah, of course, we got to talk about Oso, and we'll talk about Malawach, and we'll talk about all the guys. The one I was really hoping we were going to see, and I really hope we see tonight, is Fleming. He hasn't played yet so far.
Suns are hopeful he'll play at some point in Summer League. They play on Monday, they play on Wednesday, and then they'll have at least one more game, which would take place on Thursday or Friday. You would assume we see him by then. But, yeah, I was bummed because we get to sit up close in a way we normally don't at these games and to see his athleticism and stuff. But maybe tonight.
Buyer, seller, one thing is clear about the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2025. Expectations have not been met. The big question is why, and we'll try to dive into that next. Kellen's filling in for Gambo here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Stay with us.
Card scan. 8 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Morgan Wallen Live. I'm the Problem Tour 2025. 2 nights at State Farm Stadium. Friday, July 18th with Miranda Lambert. And Saturday, July 19th with Brooks and Dunn. Plus, Ella Langley on both nights. Morgan Wallen. I'ma need some whiskey glasses. On sale now at livenation.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Now on the All-Star break, the Diamondbacks are able to catch a breather before Friday's return to play against St. Louis. As far as All-Star Week is concerned, it was announced today that Ketel Marte will hit in the third spot in the National League's lineup. He will hit behind Ronald Acuna Jr. and just ahead of Freddie Freeman. We've also got tonight's Home Run Derby, where 8 contestants will duke it out for the coveted title. Coverage will start at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. We will then join In Progress right here on 98.7 FM after the Burns and Gambo show. And a double dip of basketball action tonight. The Phoenix Suns continue Summer League play in Las Vegas. They take on the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And then the Phoenix Mercury are in San Francisco to take on the Golden State Valkyries. The Merc remain without 2 of their top players, being Kalia Copper and Satu Sabali. Tip-off from Chase Center is at 7. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Hey, it's Luke. Which Diamondbacks All-Star are you most interested to see play in the Midsummer Classic? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Well, I'm just going to guess that Luke's answer is going to be Corbin Carroll. Did you see what Corbin was rocking today when he showed up at the All-Star game?
Yeah, I did.
Did you see it? Mitch, did you see it? An Arizona Coyotes lid. Corbin Carroll comes walking in, big smile on his face, wearing a little navy pullover with some black joggers, and he's wearing a classic throwback Arizona Coyotes with a Kachina logo hat on his lid.
I would have to go through like other defunct franchises, but once the Sonics come back in a couple of years, do the Coyotes have the best branding of the defunct franchises now? I'd kind of have to go through some. There's
Whalers?
Hartford is the other NHL one that really
Expos?
people love. Ooh. I don't know if we love the Expos branding at the time. Is it more nostalgic? I love it now.
It's a good color scheme. Like red, white, and blue can't be
the
beat.
logo's great.
Yes.
Love the logo.
Well, I mean, it's one of those logos that it took me a long time to decipher. Right?
Our listeners have answers, but if only there was a way for them to contact us and let us know.
Oh man, if only on the YouTube chat they could mention something, or the text line at 620-620, or just tweet the show and let us know which defunct organization has the coolest logo. Let me give it one last kind of pass through.
Are there any like NFL rebrandings where you like they go back to like the classic stuff? I'll throw those in too. Like they used to like look a certain way.
Well, I'll tell you, like I know it's not fashionable to say nice things about the Seattle Seahawks.
Ooh,
but when they
the Largents,
when they wear the Largents,
yeah,
oh my God, those are so sweet.
They I
mean they really are. It's like, oh God, those look so good, guys. I get the neon and I get what you're going for with your current look. They've had that look for 15 years, but when they wear it's really really pretty. It's really nice. Same thing I would say with like the Houston Oilers throwbacks. When the Titans,
the Warren
Moons, with the drill on it.
What about the Arizona Hotshots? Anybody for the defunct AAF team?
I can't even call to mind their logo. Isn't that terrible? I can't even call
it. It was good.
Was it good?
It was
I can't
good,
even call them.
They had like a couple of axes across the top, in
more
honor
of a Firebirds boy
yeah.
myself. More of a Firebirds boy
Oh,
myself.
so I have a Firebirds hat.
That was because I was I remember like 5-6 years old going to Firebirds games because there weren't any Diamondbacks games.
Not any that's what you did if you grew up here in the valley.
I just felt old, Dave Burns.
Well, okay, if you feel old, what's that supposed to make me feel?
I know.
Thanks, Kellen. I appreciate you saying that.
I know.
Troy
I can't do that around you.
Lavello on Friday before the game said, I've made it clear to my guys I want to win all 3 of these games.
I told them, I don't normally talk like this to the group. I said, I want to win all 3 of these games. The Angels are a good team. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to require us to be focused, engaged, and go play our best baseball games, and that's my standard here. That's what we do. I normally ask them for 1 day at a time, but I want to be over 500. I think this group is ready to be over 500 and start to take that next step. So it's very important.
Okay, they're not there. They lost 2 of 3 to the Angels. They went out and lost that night. Ryan Nelson gave up 4 quick early runs, and the Diamondbacks were just fighting the whole game to get back in the game. They did, and they tied it 4-4, and ultimately they tied it 5-5, but they lost it on walk-off that night. And ever since then, that night to me was like the night where I kind of had my, come to Jesus kind of moment where okay, it's not going to happen. And even though we're not at the trade deadline yet, everyone is operating with the anticipation that there will be sellers. And now, so let's start in what I'm sure, Kellen, will be the first of many conversations about what went wrong for this Arizona Diamondbacks team. What went wrong for this Arizona Diamondbacks team?
Yeah, and the thing that I wanted to say on today's show, and something that I'm going to be thinking about a lot with this team over the course of the next couple of months and really next couple of years as we look back on it, is I just don't want the conversation to start with injuries. Injuries undeniably played a factor.
Okay.
But is it the primary reason why this year went wrong? I don't think so. And for me, even more so, again, if you want to point at one specific thing, like the bullpen, for example, like the starters, for example, I really don't see it that way. I honestly do not. And instead, I just see a team that still really managed to underperform. I think that we saw the individual talent spark for this team in a lot of ways. They've got 3 All-Stars. They really should have 4. The Mickey Mouse Milwaukee All-Star, which Mizorowski, I'm sure he's a fun pitcher to watch and everything, but 34 innings, like, are you kidding me?
Come on, man.
It's ridiculous. I loved, by the way, like the Phillies are kind of blah, like they have their own attitude to them, but I loved what those guys said. I don't know if you read that.
What did the Phillies
Trey
say?
Turner was like, this is bleeping ridiculous. This is bleeping stupid. Like sticking up for their guys like Ranger Suarez, Christopher Sanchez, who deserved some nods, like Merrill Kelly.
Merrill Kelly certainly deserves some nods, yes.
For sure. But yeah, let's get the kid in there and let the fans have some fun, I guess. Whatever. It's not like it matters when we talk about the historical relevance of some of these players. Anyway, I think that the D-backs, just as a collective, didn't come together, and I think there's statistical proof beyond this. I've got some numbers to throw at you. Everyone's
hold on.
Here.
Hold on. I got to tell you here. Before the show started, like 15 minutes before, Kellen comes walking into the office, and he says, so I was preparing for the 2:30 segment, and at first when he comes to walk in, he goes, I got to talk to you. I'm thinking, oh boy, this is bad news here. I was preparing for the 2:30 segment, and I've got numbers. I'm like, okay. Bring them, like fine.
It's just a lot in a short time. I didn't want to blindside you with it.
Okay, bring me your numbers. Yes.
Last year, here's one number. The Arizona Diamondbacks won 89 games last year. I know it was an underwhelming year, but they won 89 games. So these are the numbers from an 89-win team that I'm comparing to the Diamondbacks right now. Team OPS, they were second, 777 last year. This year, it's dropped by 5 points to 772. They're third. So nearly the identical production.
Okay.
We talked a lot about replacing Christian Walker, right? First base OPS, they were 4th in baseball, 805. They're down to 13th, 751. So there has been a pretty sizable drop there in the offensive contribution there. It hasn't affected the overall team, though. And that's because, shockingly, at DH, I know Jock Peterson, Christian Walker have had rough years. It's more about replacing them and what they did last year. Last year, they were 3rd in DH OPS. This year, they're 4th. Only dropped 13 points. That was really surprising for me.
4th in DH OPS this year?
This year, they are 4th. 878. Josh Naylor has been crushing the ball when he's been at DH. That's been a big number specifically. Starter ERA, this has been a big conversation this year. It's gotten better. Last year, they were 27th, 4.79. This year, they're 24th, 4.47. Now, not a huge jump per se, not what we were expecting.
But better.
But again, better. Bullpen ERA, it's dropped a whole half point, 4.41 to 4.94, but their overall rank, 25th to 27th. Here's the killer. Outs above average. They were tied for first last year at 34, and this is a total number, so it might go up a little bit for the Diamondbacks. They're 12th this year with just 1. So their fielding has really dropped off. Their defense has really dropped off statistically. Everything else has been about the same, if not a little better, if not a little worse. So I ask you, Dave Burns, who is to blame for that?
If we're talking about something specific like defense, I'll be honest with you. That to me is the one. That to me is the one metric where I do look at the manager first and foremost. I really do. In the sense of, are they no longer listening to him? Does he no longer have the room? Now I say that very. How do I say this? I don't want to say cautiously. I say that also wanting to say on the other side of the equation that, and this is where I do think the injuries do come into play.
Yeah, and they did.
That their ability to hang in there as long as they have in this conversation with the injuries is, I think, in part a testament to Torrey's management style and kind of so it's like, I don't want to sit here and say he's lost the room, they're not listening to him. But I also don't want to sit here and say, yeah, he's got the whole room hanging on every word that he says, because I think when you have that kind of defensive, inefficiency or deficiency, I guess is the word that I'm looking for, that to me has at least the trappings potential of a manager who just, maybe they're just not as focused in on what he's talking about, that he doesn't have the room the way that he once did. But then I see them win games where man, they've got I keep thinking of that Monday game against San Francisco when it was San Diego. Shelby Miller's out. Ketel Marte's the late scratch. Everything about that game that Monday night in San Diego should have been a team that was checked out and done. And it was one of the better wins of the season, I thought, for them. And I thought, okay, he's got the room. He's okay. He's what he needs. He's doing what he needs to do.
My overarching point is not to fire Torey Lovello. It's just that he deserves a lot of blame for how this year has gone. He deserves a lot of it, in my opinion, for how underwhelming the product has been compared to this year and last year. Because to your point, positives of a Torey Lovello team, you get fight, you get someone who is connected to the manager. What didn't come before was this level of just inconsistency, but also execution. Like the defensive stuff, just the mishaps in which, again, my tagline the whole year has been they cannot avoid being their own worst enemy. That was not a thing last year when they were underachieving. It was not a thing 2 years ago, and that is something that goes directly on the manager to me.
And I agree, but just a quick word about injuries before we take a break. I do also think that the injuries, and since we didn't start this conversation, I think we can at least end it with the injuries, that if the injuries were normal, for lack of a better word, if it was an average injury year, I think there's at least 4 to 6 more wins and 4 to 6 fewer losses. And if there are, everything's fine. You know what I mean? No matter everything else that's gone wrong, at least in terms of the standings or buyers or sellers, everything's fine. And they're in the conversation where we expected them to be. And I do think those injuries correlate to at least 4 to 6 fewer losses.
Yeah, and
Torrey
and the people
wins
on the team are far more qualified to answer this than I am. But do those injuries help clean up all of just like the sloppy baseball that we watched all year? If the injuries are the reason why that's happening, great. But if it isn't, there has to be an explanation for it somewhere.
I would agree. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports with Kellen filling in. Come on, Maluwatch, pardon me, has played just one. I'm working on it.
He's going to be here a long time. You'll get used to it.
I'm working on it. He's played just one summer game so far. Didn't give us a whole lot. Are we going to get a little more tonight? That's next on Burns and Gambo. Kellen filling in.
Friday, July 11th at 11:34 a.m. local Arizona time. While on vacation in Germany, Austria, or another Central European country, our own John Gambadoro posted this to his over 100,000 followers about the Bradley Beal situation. Quote, "He has to pick a team. The belief was that he was on the verge of making a decision 3 to 4 days ago, but he continues to weigh options." End quote. So it continues to be up in the air. And when we finally get something solid about Bradley Beal's status with the Suns, you'll know from listening to Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, and reading it on ArizonaSports.com and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
Back here to say about Global Credit Union, 10 branches throughout the valley, a super easy to use mobile app that puts the power of the control of your finances right in the palm of your hand. Look, you could bank at a bank if you wanted to, checking accounts and savings accounts and loans. They offer them all at Global Credit Union, but just a better version of all of those things than you're going to get at a bank, because Global's power is in their membership. They're one of the largest credit unions in the country, and because of that, Global members pay low to no fees when it comes to their accounts. They get a better interest rate than they can at a bank. Because of that, Global members throughout the course of the year last year saved $195 million. It's just a different, better way to bank. You'll see it right away. Global has proudly served Arizona for over a decade, and you can't go wrong with them. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Mitch is here. He's got today's poll question. Presented by Sanderson Ford. You can find it on our X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at on X. There are so many other ways to interact with the Burns and Gambo show. We're on Instagram. We're on Facebook. We're on TikTok. We're on YouTube. Watch the show. Hi, YouTubers. Good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. You can watch us there. Lots of different ways. But this is the poll question. It's found on X. Mitch, you're here. What do you got?
I will update our how do we feel about old/defunct logos.
Oh, yeah.
Some great comments. A common one being the classic Raptors logo dribbling the basketball. People really seem to miss the anthropomorphic raptor.
The dribbling raptor. Okay. I was never a big fan of that, but that's just me. Okay.
Also, a shout for the Oilers from Trent. He said Oilers is pretty good, but we hit on that one as well. Just wanted to check in on that before we check in on this poll. More so because I'm trying to hide from the fact that the Diamondbacks are trending closer and closer to being sellers by the day. Bob Nightingale, in his notebook over the weekend, had heard from rival executives that they're going to sell, or the expectations they're going to sell. And the four most popular guys keep getting mentioned. But let's pretend the Diamondbacks have the power in this. Of the following, who would you least want to see traded away? Who would you want them to keep? Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Eugenio Suarez, or Josh Naylor? If you could only choose one.
We're both marinating. Let it sit. We checked it in the oven. We're going to let it sit in there for a little longer.
Stick the
I've got a
in.
Very irrational answer.
Be irrational.
Okay. Part of me wants to say Josh Naylor, because I'd kind of like to keep Josh Naylor around next year. You know, like, and I know and this is sad that I've reached this stage of life. I can hear Gambo's voice inside my head right now, which is scary. And Gambo's voice inside my head is saying, you can find first baseman. First basemen are easy to find. Why would you want to keep the first baseman?
Save it for your therapist.
I know. No. Kellen, this show is my therapist. All right? The people who are listening,
you need a therapist. Then you need a therapist.
The Gambo voice in my head is telling me that first basemen are easy to find. I like Josh Naylor. I'd like to see him kept around. I'm sure he's replaceable, but I'll say Josh Naylor, even though I bet he's finishing last in this.
The way I answer the question is like, who is like one of like the pillars of the next like 3 to 4 years of Diamondbacks baseball, and he oddly makes the most sense to me too.
Wow. We got to the same destination despite the weird Gambo detour.
He's also only like 27, 28 years old.
Exactly. There's that too, right?
Best baseball ahead of him.
Yeah, he's still got
double-digit homers and steals.
Okay.
And he's hitting close to 300. He's OPS. I mean, it's...
Sorry I shared that part about Gambo's voice inside my head.
No, it's fine. I think we all have a mini
It wasn't
Gambo.
too weird, but just like, have a conversation or two outside of this radio show, buddy. It's okay. We're there. Here.
I think Lucy has the stand set up outside, too.
The listeners, Mitch and I, we're there for you, and we love you, buddy.
Appreciate that. I'm a big believer in therapy. I've done it before.
I would hope so.
It's great. I'm a big believer in therapy. What's the audience say on this one?
Audience wants to keep the local product.
Yeah,
44% for Merrill Kelly to be the one that is not traded away. 30% with some love for Good Vibes Gino. They don't want to see him go bye-bye. 16% with the both of you, Josh Naylor. And then just 10% for the milkman, Zach Gallen.
Yeah, it is the love for Zach Gallen and the reduction of the love for Zach Gallen this year. It's been one of the unfortunate byproducts of the season, I think.
Merrill's a qualifier for what I call like the Shane Doan rule. He hasn't been around long enough, but remember when Shane was going to get traded a couple of times and you were telling yourself like, man, it'd be cool to see him win a championship. I'm not saying the Diamondbacks are incapable of winning a championship in a couple of years, but the thought of Merrill getting traded to a team like the Yankees or like the Cubs or whatever, who needs another starting pitcher and contending for a title. It would be cool to see Merrill on that sort of different national stage. He was on it, to be clear, 2 years ago, but that's why I think of Merrill in that kind of way.
That's the poll question again. You can find it on the X page. This is Damari Carroll. He's the head coach of the Suns Summer League. On Sunday, yesterday, why Malawach and Ryan Dunn did not play?
That was already organized. We premeditated that back in Phoenix. Just trying to stick to the schedule. We really didn't want those guys in back-to-backs. So it was premeditated, and it's the best for them.
So those guys will play tomorrow?
We have to see.
It's funny, talking as a show, we were talking about all the different angles to come off the Summer League opener and how to talk about this, how to talk about that. And we all, I think, kind of collectively agreed the one topic or the one player that probably we have the least to say about so far is, ironically, the highest pick in the draft the Suns made in Malawach. I mean, just only because he only played in the one game, and the one game that he did play in, it was painfully evident that he was an 18-year-old kid making his quote-unquote debut with Alex Sarr across from him, a guy who could probably, eat his lunch a time or two if he wanted to. Like, it's really easy to look at that debut, Kellen, and just go, well, I'm not going to take anything out of that because what did we think was going to happen in a frame like that?
In Summer League, exactly, because the two worst qualities of play that you are going to see in Summer League basketball are point guard play and by default, like lob big men, like rim running big men. So like who was Malawach running pick and roll with that was like setting him up on his rolls? It was a lot of him like trying to get post touches. A lot of those came like 18 to 20 feet out because Alex Sarr is a very big boy who has been on the NBA strength and conditioning program for a year as well and was pushing him out of there. So I think they're in a situation right now where you look at him, and this is not something, again, like if he underwhelms, if that's what you want to call what he did on Friday, I wouldn't even go that far. But if we have that kind of thing tonight, again, there's no reason to be concerned, panic like this, and that's not what we're saying at all. But it was just kind of surprising, not surprising, but just in this way to have all of these bright spots and then for him to be like solid and be okay. But I think that what he did show without a shadow of a doubt was all of like the effort, intangibles, and motor stuff that we've heard about him nonstop, because that was the type of environment with the level of physicality where some guys would sort of back down to that. He did not. He stepped up to it. He played through it. He did knock down a couple of threes. Guess what he kept doing? He kept shooting them. He made one at the very end of the game as well. And he did have a couple of moments where it was like, oh my gosh, like this kid is enormous. The finish from Oso at the end of the game, he had a block as well where it's just, especially being in the front row there courtside, it was like, this is going to work out. This kid's going to be good.
And I think there's a tendency by some to overreact in the moment to what you see in the summer league. And I think you and I are both seasoned enough to know not to overreact to what we see or what we don't. Nobody is going to proclaim Kobe Brea all this and that because of what he did in the first two games. And certainly nobody should say that Malawach is going to be a bust because of what he did in one game in a summer league, but you can react to it. You can't overreact to it. You got to be. And so I wasn't disappointed in Malawach. I wasn't like, oh man, I really thought there was going to be more. It's just sort of those, okay, some guys on the curve are here and he's there, and that's fine. It's not linear. It's not the same for everyone. It's not going to be the same for everybody. I'm hopefully plays tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing more tonight.
I would expect him to. I'm not saying that in the Gambo way in terms of reporting something, but it just makes sense that he would after the way they structured this. Tonight is one of my favorite things where you've got two players from the same draft that were at the same draft position. He's facing off against the Kings. That's Maxime Reynaud, who was someone I wrote about and talked about a little bit with pick number 29. He's in Sacramento right now, more of a perimeter stretch five, so a different sort of dynamic for him to guard. I'm excited to see that matchup specifically and like how he responds and tries to like not bounce back, but like, yeah, I'm a top 10 pick and this is why.
Yeah. We've got the Burns and Gambo Show podcast. You can subscribe right now on your iPhone or your Android and you will not miss our show. You can listen to us however, wherever, whenever you want. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. In regards to the Diamondbacks at the trade deadline, how much do you weigh the potential return versus the potential return? I promise we'll explain that next on Burns and Gambo.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Back here for Berg Simpson and the story of my wife and myself and the accident that we were in. My daughter was in the car. My stepmother was in the car as well. We were T-boned by another driver at an intersection in Gilbert, and we did not hire Berg Simpson. We did not even consider hiring Berg Simpson. We should have. We made a huge mistake in not doing that. And the reason why we didn't was because since the accident wasn't our fault, and it was very clearly not our fault, we were thinking, okay, well, we won't have any problems. We won't encounter any difficulties. Insurance will come through the way it's supposed to. We'll get everything we need. We'll be fine. And everything was a fight. Everything was a battle. And what we realized in that was we weren't equipped to fight this battle. Berg Simpson is very equipped to fight this battle for you. Berg Simpson has some of the best attorneys in America, and they're all on your side. They're just a different brand out there, and that's what Berg Simpson is all about. Now, hopefully, you're not in the need, but if you're ever in need, let the best team represent you. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMBP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Farrell, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Now on the All-Star break, the Diamondbacks are able to catch a breather before they return to play on Friday. As far as All-Star Week is concerned, it was announced today that Ketel Marte will hit in the 3rd spot in the National League starting lineup. He will hit behind Ronald Acuna Jr. and just ahead of Freddie Freeman. We've also got tonight's Home Run Derby, where 8 contestants will duke it out for the coveted title. Coverage starts at 5. You can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM. We will then join it in progress here on 98.7 FM after the Burns and Gambo show. And we've got a double dip of local basketball teams in action tonight. The Phoenix Suns continue Summer League play in Las Vegas. They take on the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off is at 7. And then the Phoenix Mercury, they're in San Francisco to take on the Golden State Valkyries. They're still without 2 of their top players in Kalia Copper and Satu Sabali. Both of them are out tonight. Tip-off from Chase Center is at 7. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Luke. Which Diamondbacks All-Star are you most interested to see play in the Midsummer Classic? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
3 o'clock hour, Kellen's filling in for Gambo here on the Burns and Gambo show. So think about it like this. With the trade deadline now 2 weeks away for Major League Baseball, we're in the All-Star break right now. 2 weeks away, 3 weeks away, whatever it is. You know when it is, July 31st. The potential return of what you could get in a trade versus the potential return of these 4 players that we're all trying to figure out, do you want back or not? It's kind of an offshoot of our poll question. Who do you least want to see the Diamondbacks get rid of during this time? And you and I don't want to say a credit to us, but I think it's interesting that we both chose the same guy, and it's not really the obvious candidate. It's Josh Naylor that we both picked. He's the guy that we both agreed we'd like to have back. But if you're Mike Hazen, now starts the dance. Now starts the dance of, do I want these players back? How much can I get for them when I put them out there? How many of them am I going to put out there? And you've got to weigh as you said, the potential return versus the potential return from any of these players that you're dealing with.
And I think the guy that this comes to mind to the most is possibly the guy that is going to garner the most interest, maybe not in terms of the total return that he will get, but just how many teams are going to be calling about him and who they want. It's Gino Suarez for me, because you're talking about the guy who offensively has been the best offensive third baseman in baseball. That is a position that Jose Ramirez plays. Manny Machado plays that position. Max Muncy, Isaac Paredes. There are a lot of really awesome players like Matt Chapman and Austin Riley, Alec Boehm, who play that position, Nolan Arenado, and he has been the best statistically. So they are going to get a lot of calls about him, and there is going to be, with everything that we've heard about the trade deadline and how the Diamondbacks can kind of drive it if they want to, and how many teams we know are in it, and there is no, I don't want to say there's no big bad wolf, because everyone always perceives it's going to be the Dodgers, and we've seen what the Yankees have done as well, but there was something you had in your email where it's like a little bit of a wide open situation where teams like, maybe not the Giants with what they did with Devers, that was more of a random occurrence, but another team that's a couple of ticks down will look at Gino and be like, that's the difference that we need in our order. That will move us up a tier or two. And then all of a sudden we think we're going to be contending for a championship with him. If that team gives you the big offer to trump all other offers, how much does it matter that Gino sounds like a guy that will come back next year? Like, it sounds like he does not want to leave here. He wants to come back here. You won't be in a situation where someone pays him way more money and Gino leaves because of that. It just seems like a guy who is loyal to what you're doing. How much does that matter if the return for him is too good to pass up?
Yeah, here's Suarez, by the way, for what it's worth. He was with ESPN. Actually, this is SNY today. He's at the All-Star game, and he's sitting there, and of course, as you would expect, someone's asking about all this, and they asked him on the speculation that maybe he could be a New York Yankee when it's all said and done.
I mean, Yankees is Yankees, you know. I feel like it's a team who want to win. They had the test from last year, but they're hungry still. If I go over there, like I said, I was doing my best over there, trying to help them win the World Series.
Very, very politically correct answer. Very nice. Hey, you know, if they do it, fine. Okay, I could go there. It's funny for me, though. Gino is the one that, and I think I've said this before. If not, I'll say it again. He's the one that I think is almost in his own separate category for the D-backs, because he's the one that you know for sure who's replacing him. You know it, right? Like it's I mean, unless he's physically unable to do it, and we'll talk more about Jordan Lawler a little later on in the show. But Gino to me is almost in this, yeah, he wants to come back. Yeah, he sounds sincere, but he's the one guy I know how I'm going to replace him if he does leave. I don't know how I'm going to replace Josh Naylor. I don't know how I'm going to replace Merrill Kelly or Zach Allen. I know how I'm going to replace Gino Suarez.
And I think part of this as well comes down to what that return is, not how valuable it is, because what's valuable to another team might not be what's so valuable to the Diamondbacks. You and I both have the shared opinion that what they are getting back in these trades are hopefully going to be guys that are ready to contribute within a year or two. So if you're getting a team's third-rated prospect, but they're not ready for 5 years, or you're getting their fifth-rated prospect and he's ready in a year, we want that fifth-rated prospect, please. Thank you very much. We'll take that guy instead. That's how we feel. We don't know how the Arizona Diamondbacks front office feels. Hazen will talk more in the coming weeks, and I'm sure he'll talk about weighing what they exactly need at the deadline and what they want to target. But that's the interesting thing. Like a team could come over the top and say, here's there was the Yankees guy, right, who went through, like, here's what they could offer for Zach Gallen, here's what they could offer for Eugenio Suarez. Are those guys ready in a year or two? Are they ready in 3 years to go contend with Ketel Marte, with Corbin Carroll, with Geraldo Perdomo, with Ryan Nelson, with Brandon Pfaadt? That stuff, I think, is going to matter in these negotiations as well when weighing the potential return.
No doubt. And I think for Mike Hazen, that's the needle he's going to have to thread here on this one is, you know, you don't want to get too far off of this, right? Like you've got this track that you're on, and you had to work really, really hard to get on this track, and you had to work really hard with your owner to get on this track, and now you're on it. And now you got to take a detour. And how far is this detour going to be off the track? You know, how far is this side road that you're going off of? I think in my mind, if I'm ranking the 4 guys in terms of who I think will bring back the biggest reward, the potential return, you might disagree with this. I've got it: Kelly 1, Gino 2, Zach 3, Naylor 4.
I just hope baseball loves Merrill Kelly as much as we do.
Well,
I hope he's got that respect by now. I think he does, but I hope so.
I think he does. I think I'm thinking of it like I've got a postseason rotation, and I need to know for a fact who my number 3 guy is. Do I know for a fact that Zach Gallen's my number 3 guy? Yeah, maybe not. He's been so up and down. Merrill Kelly, in that environment, we know he has got this proven track record. And Zach pitched well that postseason, but not as well as Merrill, not as consistently as Merrill. And I just, now maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's Gino because of the power bat and what he brings. I don't know, Kellen. I just have this sneaking suspicion that the guy who will bring you back the most is Merrill Kelly and not Gino Suarez. But I process that.
I'll present a thought, and we'll talk about this more at some point later in the week. But in terms of what you want them to target, if we're looking for that type of player prospect, what do you want? Because to me, what comes to mind are 2 things. Is like the Merrill Kelly trade, for example. It's like, okay, we'll give you a guy who right now is going to be a great number 2 for you. You're probably not even using him as a number 2. He's a number 3 or number 4. Here you go. Give us this prospect who is going to be ready in a year, who doesn't have ace potential, maybe doesn't even have number 2 potential, but he'll be a fine middle-of-the-road kind of starter. We'll take that guy. Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to see them target that. And then maybe a first baseman plan. I know Josh Naylor's only 27, and if he sticks around, you can keep him. There's the compensatory aspect of his qualifying offer, all that nonsense, where there's value to keeping him after the deadline as well that's not completely lost. But looking for a first baseman that's around that range, like Michael Busch was one of those guys for the Cubs, you remember 2 years ago. Dodgers got rid of him, didn't have anywhere to put him. The Cubs have benefited immensely. He's having an awesome year. He should be in the home run derby tonight. He should be at the All-Star game tomorrow. He's not. But that type of like prospect, can you catch a break like that? That's something I talked about with the Suns a lot, right? Is like nailing the margins, winning that trade that like no one talks about, but because like Pico Armstrong is on the television right now. He's who's everyone is talking about with the Cubs. But like that Michael Busch trade was a huge win for the Cubs. Like, can the Diamondbacks find that kind of trade here in the next couple of weeks?
The Zach Gallen trade was a huge win.
Exactly.
For the I mean, like it was, and I know it's easy to say, yeah, just go out and make a bunch of Zach Gallen trades like you did for Jazz Chisholm. It's so much harder to do than it is to say, but that was a huge deal for the Diamondbacks and we didn't even really know at the time how big of a deal that was for them when they did it. When we come back, all right, fine, a Bradley Beal update, kind of, but an important one as we think we might know what's holding this thing up, at least potentially. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, and Sanderson Ford is America's most awarded Ford dealership. I've been shopping Sanderson Ford ever since I moved to the Valley. The late, great Al McCoy first told me about Sanderson Ford. I've been shopping there ever since. My good friend Luis Gonzalez, Gonzo, also shops at Sanderson Ford. So if you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, they've got a great selection with about 700 vehicles on the lot right now. You'll always find what you're looking for at Sanderson Ford. Whether you want an Edge, a Bronco Sport, or how about the best-selling truck in America, the F-150, Sanderson Ford is going to have what you're looking for. You can go online at sandersonford.com and comb through the inventory and see what you like, or just head on down to Sanderson Ford. Again, they're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. For more info, go to sandersonford.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from models like Camry, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, and Tacoma. Or check out the all-new 2025 4Runner. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Arizona Sports.
You know what's amazing about the Beal situation is that I think the question has to be, what teams does Bradley Beal have interest in? You got to find a place that he wants to go to.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, stop me if you've heard this one before. But this really does feel like this is going to be the Bradley Beal week. I mean, to the point where, like, it's almost, let's start the baby office pool. Like, pick the day and the time that Bradley Beal's release is broken by Gambo or Shams or whoever's going to break it. It feels like this is the week for it to happen. I think we all would have said last week would have been the week for it to happen too. But it am I wrong? Is it feel? Would you be shocked if we got to the end of this week and there was still no resolution on this, or is this the week for it to get finished?
No, because this is just the last thing that needs to happen for me to be completely. I'm taking this personally, of course. Yeah, me. This is the last week for me and everyone listening, and you and Mitch, to be absolved of this basketball season once and for all. Like, this is the last thing. Once Brad's situation is done, we can finally just move on from last season and the last couple of years and all this nonsense that I've been telling a lot of people. Like, this was a very taxing season to cover.
I'm sure.
For you guys, for me too. Like, I could not wait for late July when we were finally, like, just the season's over, the off season's over, I love basketball more than anyone, but it's time to disconnect a bit. And this is like the last move that has to happen.
Yeah.
And so part of me is like, it's never going to happen. It's just like we can never get rid of
this.
this.
We can't end this season.
We can't get rid of it just yet. But no, it feels like the middle of this week for sure. Tuesday's the date, right? That's the date.
So that's the latest in all of this. And yes, Tuesday is the date. This was according to Mark Stein over the weekend. And I'll just read you what he wrote from his Mark Stein Substack. Per him, why is Beal's highly anticipated buyout from Phoenix and subsequent foray into free agency unfolding so slowly? The Stein line has identified one potential snag. League sources say Beal's current contract stipulates that he is owed a 25% advanced payment on his 2025-26 salary on July 15th, as in tomorrow. The early payment is valued at more than $13 million. Sources say that Beal will ultimately get that amount no matter how his eventual exit from the Suns plays out. It is believed that he could elect to wait for that payment to go through before proceeding with his departure from the desert. So the amount he's owed doesn't change. It's just tomorrow he gets a little advance of that payment. He gets, 25% of it or whatever that comes out to. And that he could just be simply waiting on that to happen, and then he'll say, yes. Does this snag make sense to you, Mr. Kellen Olson?
It does. I think that what we were dealing with here in the Brad situation was always going to be, this is going to operate through him, whether you like it or not. You need to have him agree to a trade, or you need to have him agree to a buyout. Both of those require the word agree. He needs to agree. And if he says, yeah, I'll do it, but we need to wait until this date to make sure I get this money now, then you have to wait. And he's in a situation now where, due to the timing of this, maybe this is always going to be the time when it was going to get done. But regardless, there really isn't much money left. The Clippers are the team that still makes the most sense for him. They can offer him a little over $5 million a year. That is not the number that we were talking about just a few weeks ago, a few months ago, and we were like, oh yeah, he'll get the full mid-level from someone. That has not happened, and it wasn't really ever going to happen, if I'm being honest. So now he's in a situation where he's got to get that money somewhere. This is the way for him to get it. So you add up that, what is it, 13?
13, yeah.
13, yeah, that 13 out of that 5, there's your 18. So he's got a little bit of that money back, and the buyout starts to add up a little bit more in terms of him getting some of the money back on top of, the rest of the money that he is going to get.
And then the question fast forwards to, and this is where I've really started to temper my expectations a little bit here. And I don't know whether this is right or wrong of me to do this, but what happens to the Suns after the Bradley Beal release happens? Is there going to be, they'll immediately plummet under the aprons. They'll immediately be eligible to do other things if they want to, aggregate salary. Certainly they'll have a roster spot. Theoretically, they'll have 2 roster spots because Kobe Bryant is on a 2-way. So they could, go out and in theory, add a couple veteran minimum guys, and they probably will do so. I know Gambo on his Twitter account suggests that a point guard could be somewhere in the queue if they go out and do something with Bradley Beal. But in terms of what I don't know, Kellen, is whether I should be expecting, once they're free to aggregate salaries, should I be expecting an aggregation of salaries? Should I be expecting a Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, Nick Richards, some sort of combination to bring in? And I don't know. I don't. Or are they just going to go sign a guy to the veterans minimum and keep everything exactly the same and just keep this roster completely out of balance going into the season?
I think it's the big question for sure. Shout out to David, also known as the 4-Point Play on Suns Twitter. He's been on there forever. He's our Empire of the Suns Australian correspondent. He's done great work for a really long time. He does all the cap minutia, that kind of thing. And what he was pointing out yesterday is that if you approximate and figure out these numbers as close as you can, if they were to get this deal done with Beal, the waive and stretch, and then they were to add one more player on the minimum, they would just be like a hair under the luxury tax, like a hair, like really like $50,000, like that close under the luxury tax, which begs the question of if that is by design especially, and then they would be done doing moves, or at least doing moves that would give them any more money. The extreme irony is that they are unlocking the ability to take on more money in a trade.
Right.
Well, that is part of what they're doing by getting out of the apron, is unlocking all of these restrictions, and yet they've found a way for a new restriction to be in place, even though that restriction is gone, And something we're going to be talking about a lot, I imagine, when this happens at some point this week and getting after is you look at the motivation for doing all these things. Obviously, get out of the apron, the frozen draft picks, potentially moving to the first round, bad business. The tax thing is a real thing here. Don't get me wrong, because something that we talked about a lot the last couple of years is that the tax has what's called a repeater. And that means it's going to punish you and hammer you more and more the longer you are in the tax. The Warriors with Joe Lacob learned this the hard way, where you remember there was that Kelly Oubre trade that they did where like the amount of luxury tax money that they were paying extra for
I wish I
was
could
like
remember the numbers.
$80 million or something just by adding a guy that made 7 or whatever.
Yeah.
That's how insane the multipliers get, and the Suns are trending in that sort of direction. So if they duck under a year, duck under a couple of years, it will really help them. And then, for a year, not have to pay an extra $200+ million for a team that is probably not going to win 35 games. That part helps too. Is that what Suns fans want to hear?
No, but it's also, you know what? I think there are some Suns fans who do want to hear that.
Okay.
I think there are some Suns fans who I don't think they're like, I know Matt Ishbia has said time and time again, people don't care about the tax. They don't care about aprons. They don't care about that stuff. Well, they do care when your hands are tied. They do care when you lack the flexibility. You can't go sign that guy. Why not? Well, because of the tax. You can't go sign that guy. Why not? Well, because of the apron. Well, then they do care. Then I think they care very much when they're told the why you're not able to just do whatever you want willy-nilly when it comes to building your basketball team. And so I think the tax, I think getting under there and staying under there is starting to feel more and more like the motivation to do this and just stay there for a year or two to really reset things. It's not going to make for a better roster. I have a hard time envisioning you get under the tax, you waive and stretch Bradley Beal, and what, you're going to tell me the first thing you're going to do is you're going to cobble together Grayson Allen and Nick Richards' contract and you're going to go make another move? You just got here. Don't you want to stay for a little bit and just allow things to settle and be for a while?
And you can still trade those guys and still remain under the tax, to be clear. But it's just, if there's the perfect offer out there, but you're taking on $75,000 more dollars, that is a difference the Suns can't afford right now.
Yeah, because you just continue becoming a repeater in that tax scenario. And I would think they need to break that streak for
There's always a price. It gets there for everyone, even the people that make billions and billions of dollars. It's always there eventually.
We'll see if the Bradley. I think it's going to happen this week, but then I thought it was going to happen last week too, and it didn't. We've got the Burns and Gambo Show podcast. It's like any podcast you love to listen to. It's our show in podcast form. You can listen to it whenever you want. Subscribe right now on your iPhone or your Android. You'll never miss our show. We'll digitally deliver it to you every day. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. As we wait to say goodbye to one member of the Suns, we say hello to one of the newest. Dylan the Villain, come on in. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Torey Lovello asked him about his thoughts on the trade deadline. Torey said, I don't know what Mike's thinking. We have to concentrate on baseball. Our goal is to make it easy for him to make a decision, and we're not doing that. And I went, well, you kind of are. By being a floundering 500 team, you really are making the decision, what should be the decision, easy. And you got more than a healthy sample of what the Arizona Diamondbacks are this year. And they've showed it. They showed it this week. They showed it in Anaheim, they showed it in San Diego, and they've showed it up to the All-Star break.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about the Lund Mortgage. If you're renting right now, this is a great time to buy. So many homes on the market. That means that buyers have more choices. Sellers are moving out because they're buying another home. What does that mean for you? Home prices are dropping. That's a good thing. You don't want to play the waiting game. You may miss out. Once it turns, there's a lot more competition. Right now, it's a buyer's market. Don't wait until it becomes a seller's market. Take advantage of seller concessions, and don't worry about interest rates. You can always negotiate a better interest rate, but right now, a lot of houses on the market. That means it's a good time for you to make an offer and get your choice of house at the right price. Remember, This is a home, not a stock. All you have to do is contact the Lund Mortgage team to get pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it for free. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go to lundmortgage.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morrishall.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morrishall.com. Trust in Arizona. Trust in Morris Hall.
Morgan Wallen Live. I'm the Problem Tour 2025. 2 nights at State Farm Stadium. Friday, July 18th with Miranda Lambert. And Saturday, July 19th with Brooks and Dunn. Plus, Ella Langley on both nights. Morgan Wallen. On sale now at livenation.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Now, in the All-Star break, the Diamondbacks are able to catch a breather before they get back in action on Friday. As far as this week is concerned, it was announced today that Ketel Marte will hit third in the National League starting lineup. He will hit behind Ronald Acuna Jr. and ahead of Freddie Freeman. We've also got tonight's Home Run Derby. 8 contestants will duke it out for the coveted title. Coverage will start at 5 o'clock over on ESPN 620 AM. And then later tonight, right here on 98.7 FM, we will join it in progress here on the Burns and Gambo show. We've also got a double dip of local basketball teams in action tonight, both on the quote-unquote road, I should say, for the Suns, because they're continuing Summer League play in Las Vegas. They're taking on the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And then the Phoenix Mercury, they are actually on the road in San Francisco, taking on the Golden State Valkyries. The Merc remain without 2 of their top scorers in Kalia Copper and Satu Sabali. Tip-off from the Chase Center is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, pop quiz for Kellen Olson and Mitch on the other side of the glass, too, is running the show. Dylan the Villain is the best locally sourced nickname for a player that we've had in our market since when?
Well, I can go back to like World Series Diamondbacks Big Unit is an incredible nickname. That's awesome. Is there someone sandwiched between?
I've got one.
I've got one pre-Big Unit.
Pre-Big Unit?
Yeah. Thunder.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The Twins for McKellen Cam?
I was thinking Honey Badger for Tyrann Mathieu.
Ooh, I think that's
a good one.
I was thinking Honey Badger.
Again, like this is the type of thing where, like, if only we had a way for other people to submit their ideas. It's just a shame we don't have the technological advancements for that to be possible.
All right, and once again, I'll be the guy to remind you can text the show whenever you want at 620-620.
It seems like we're doing this on purpose to promote it.
It's really not. No, we're really not. No, we're really not.
It's just a bit now.
I read, so you were in Vegas. Kellen's filling in for Gambo. Kellen was in Vegas this past weekend covering Summer League Suns. And as part of that, Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green were both there, the newest members of the Phoenix Suns coming over in that Rockets-Kevin Durant trade. And so you got to have conversations in the scrum with both of them. And your story and your conversation with Dylan Brooks is up at the website right now, ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. And it makes the Dylan the Villain reference. And I was thinking to myself this morning, that truly is a really cool nickname. We didn't bestow it upon him here. He had it coming in. But it's like, I think it's the coolest nickname we've had of one of our guys. Honey Badger was the last one that came to mind in terms of, Book for Devin Booker. It's fine, but it's not really cool. It's just Book. It's like a really cool, unique.
He embraces it too. His name on Instagram is Villain. So when you look up Dylan Brooks and his handle, you go there, it just says Villain.
That's great. Here's what he said about what he's going to bring to the team.
No bullshit. I would say, I don't back down from anybody or anything. Everybody's, to me, the same. And, I can't wait to, get a technical foul. Is it called Sticks? It's still called Sticks?
It's the PHX now.
It's the PHX now, okay. Okay, sorry. And the PHX, for them to go crazy. I can't wait. My toughness and my grit, goes all around, and I hope it's contagious for the team.
And it's just a matter of what version of that are you going to get, right? Because I think in Houston the last 2 years, he really sort of recentered himself in a way where he still brought some of that nonsense, not to the level where he's like trash talking LeBron James and calling him old and then giving LeBron James motivation, which is like the last thing you should do ever.
Right.
Or like the way in which in Memphis he would get very shot heavy in a way where like, oh yeah, he thinks he's the best player like in the world, not even on this floor. Like he thinks he's the best and he needs to relax. In Houston became a more complimentary piece and was really effective in that way while still bringing that edge, bringing that chip, bringing the toughness that he brings. Which version of it you're going to get? I think you're going to get more of the Houston perspective. I think you're going to get more of that, but there is a delicate balance to what he brings, and there's going to be nights where you and Gambo come in here and you do your show after a Suns game and you're like, he went too far this night. He's going to have a couple of moments like that, but can he rein it in for the most part? Because if he can, this is exactly what the Suns need.
And that's kind of the launching point. Well, in addition to the Dylan the Villain nickname, but that's kind of the launching point for this conversation is that every Suns fan knows the value of somebody like Dylan Brooks. And you don't even have to go as far back as Honey Badger or Thunder Dan Marley or Big Unit or anything like that. We just have to go back a couple of years and say, look at the value of Jake Crowder. And in fact, I'll never forget you filling in one day for Gambo on a show when we were talking about, who was like the undersung most important part of the Suns' run to the NBA Finals. It's Jake Crowder. He just brought a level of intensity and toughness and no BS to that team. The difference to me with Jay and Dylan Brooks is that there was a discipline to Jay's game and there's a recklessness to Dylan Brooks's game. And that's where, to your point about how often does that reckless side of him come out? How often does that, I don't give a crap. I'm just going to let it fly and no one's going to love what I'm doing, but I'm doing anyway. Because I do think while Dylan Brooks is exactly what the Suns need, too much of what he can bring is what they don't need either, and there really does, to that line about balance that you had a second ago, there's got to be a balance to his stuff because too much of the other is not what they need in terms of just being too much of a distraction of what they're trying to accomplish.
Exactly. And I think that what is going to define it, and why it's going to work here ultimately, in my opinion, is because I don't want to phrase them as like-minded individuals, because no one is a like-minded individual when compared to Dylan Brooks. He is truly a one-of-one guy. I think listeners will remember watching Arizona State play Oregon and just seeing him do something nonsense, and you were like, how is he not being like ejected from the game for what he just did? He's been doing this for a very long time, and I think like some of those quotes in there and the cut that you played and the other ones that are in there, he is extremely self-aware. He understands what he is bringing to a team and the effect that it can have and what he is doing out there. I was surprised by the level of, not that I thought he was oblivious to what he was doing, but he fully understands what he does and why it matters on a basketball team.
And I think the other thing that matters too is how many other guys does he alter? You know, how many guys does he inspire is maybe the word I'm looking for. How many other guys on that roster? Like, here's Ryan Dunn on Saturday talking about learning from and emulating Dylan Brooks this season.
That's someone that, I can look up to now. A guy that, I can see myself as, doesn't care about missing or make shots, just cares about doing his job. Doesn't take nothing from nobody. There's a dog on the floor, and, if you're on his team, he loves you, but he wants to go ahead and run that's not on his team. And, I think we're trying to bring out here in Phoenix and compete, so I'm glad we got him.
As long as it's the good stuff he does.
Well,
as long as you're emulating the good stuff that Dylan Brooks.
Well, even if it's the bad stuff sometimes. Like, can you imagine what he would have done to Cam Spencer last year if he was on the court during that nonsense? He would have had him in a headlock. Cam Spencer would have been tapping out to the ref.
It's true.
They needed the bad stuff last year, too.
Yeah, you know what? You're not wrong. It's just there's, and now I'm starting to sound like an old guy here, but I think there is a line to the bad stuff.
Sure.
Too. There's a line where you just go, like, and you mentioned the LeBron situation in the playoffs a few years ago, but there's a line where, like as much as, like I go back to Danny Ainge. Danny Ainge was the player you loved to hate until he was on your team. But there was still a line for him that you didn't want to see him cross. Jay Crowder, there's a line you don't want to see him cross. Grayson Allen. Remember 2 years ago when they got Grayson Allen, there was this, he's kind of a dirty player, and he's kind of a this, and he's kind of a that. And it's funny, I don't even really think of Grayson Allen like that much anymore. At least I haven't since he's been here. There is, at some point you do want to, but you don't want to cross it a lot, because if you do, then it's going to be counterproductive ultimately to what you're trying to do.
Yeah, and it's still a really crowded room, right? So they're going to find minutes for someone there. It's going to be an odd basketball team to talk about if they stay as currently constructed, because they actually have a lot of players and a lot of guys that deserve playing time, and yet they're going to be one of the worst teams in the conference. So for Dylan specifically, the big thing for him is coming off a career-best three-point shooting percentage year, where taking like the right type of shots, being the spacer that he was for Houston, not quite the defensive player he once was. He was one of the best perimeter defenders in the world for a couple of years there. He's a step lower, but is still going to bring that level of effectiveness on that end. And to your comparison with Jay Crowder, Jay is my favorite player that I've ever covered in terms of watching him on the floor, because I watched so much abhorrent team defense for 4 straight years on 20-win teams, guys who had no idea where to be all the time, and all it took was just one of those knuckleheads screwing something up, and then the whole possession would crater. Jay never screwed that stuff up, ever. There's like clips that I still honestly go back and watch from like the playoffs, where it's just him for first effort, second effort, third effort, fourth effort, fifth effort, sixth effort. He's just everywhere.
Yeah.
Not in a fast way, but just in like I know exactly where to be. I'm counting that out. I'm telling DA to go over there. And having that type of guy and some version of that on the floor is going to be huge.
Yeah. A guy on YouTube says The Matrix. Somebody on the text line, Ken on the text line, says the round mound of rebound.
I think The Matrix might be our winner. I think that's my favorite so far.
The favorite nickname since Dylan the Villain?
Yeah. I love The Matrix.
Matrix was...
They leaned into it, too, with, like, the video packages. Yeah. They would play the sound effects, yeah.
Yeah, it was the Matrix. That was Gabbo. Gabbo on YouTube
The Blur for LB, Leandro Barbosa.
Oh, I like the
Brazilian Blur.
I like the Brazilian Blur.
That was great.
That one was really, really good. The Brazilian Blur was a really good nickname.
Stat had to grow on me.
I didn't like Stat.
I thought it was self-branding at first, and then I learned to love it.
I never learned to love Stat.
Every time Sed Sabalas announced it, I was like, "You're really selling this to me, Sed. You're just really selling it."
I never learned to love that
Standing
nickname
tall and talented.
When we come back, Jordan Lawler. How does he impact what the Diamondbacks are going to do at the trade deadline when it comes to Geno Suarez? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
the D-backs Ketel Marte.
Just a laser-beamed home run by Ketel Marte.
Will be starting for the National League at the MLB All-Star Game.
Ground ball up the middle, backhanded by Ketel on his back foot, throws to first, and it's picked by Naylor.
The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks and All-Star Ketel Marte.
Some kind of athleticism right there by Marte.
Is Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Bear down for U of A night at Chase Field on July 22nd. This special event ticket pack includes a lower level ticket and a co-branded U of A cap. Visit dbacks.com/U of A.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "enjoy life again," or "get back to living. Wouldn't that be nice?" DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Full recap of all the home run derby madness. And will we finally get a resolution to the Bradley Beal situation? The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Yeah. We Guitar Hero with the kids. Playing Queens of Stone Age.
That was a big revolutionary moment for me, was like the Guitar Hero games and the Rock Band games. Like they came out at like kind of the perfect time for me to like start to open up my brain to that kind of music.
Yeah.
For sure.
3s and 7s, right? Is that the name of the song? Yeah.
Block Party's Helicopters on, I think, one of these Guitar Hero games. And like that, Block Party's an incredible band.
We would go upstairs with the kids in what was the playroom then at the time, and we would just go round and round with the Wii Guitar Hero. And I remember that song distinctly as being part of the Wii Guitar Hero that we had. I don't know which version it was, which year. I don't know any of that stuff. I just know that was one of the songs on it.
We've got Helicopter in the rotation too. Maybe it'll come up for you, Kel.
Thank you. Would appreciate that.
Burns and Gambo show. Kellen filling in for Gambo today, and he will be for most of the week. Obviously, no Diamondbacks baseball home run derby tonight. All-Star game is tomorrow. Ketel Marte. I think a nice honor for him hitting third in tomorrow's lineup for the National League. That's a show of respect for the season that he's had and the player that he is.
One of the best players in baseball.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
holding third in the order represents that.
Yeah, we know that. But, you know, when you see that lineup and you go, wow, Ketel Marte's hitting third in that lineup, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's Ohtani leading off, and then who's second? Acuna, I want to say.
Acuna.
I think it's Acuna.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's like Ohtani, Acuna, Marte, hell yeah.
Yeah,
that's what it
pretty
should
cool. We'll see Gino at some point in tomorrow's game. We've talked a lot about it's kind of a break. You said it earlier. The All-Star break really kind of came at almost a convenient time for our conversation because it really does very much feel like this idea of them buying, this idea of them contending, it's over. And we're kind of at a natural break point to like look at it before we get to the trade deadline. It just doesn't feel like there's much they can do about it. Gino Suarez is a guy we talk about. We've talked a lot about him and what he could fetch you in return. Jordan Lawler is waiting in the wings. Now, he's hurt. But presumably, you trade Gino Suarez and you give Jordan Lawler the keys at third base. And whenever he's healthy, you say, okay, kid, it's yours. Don't drive it into a tree, right? Like, here's the car. It's yours. Show us what you got. We're not going to come get you. And 0 for 4 doesn't mean you're going to be sitting for the next 3 days. You're going to play. You're going to play every day. You're going to show us what you have. And at that moment, if that does happen, Kel, it does become kind of a scary, almost like moment of reckoning for all of us. Like, okay, he's here, he's playing. God, I hope he's good, right? Because we've been talking about it being about him for so long. When it's actually time for him to prove it, I'm a little nervous to see if he can or not.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but he was called up in 23, but did he actually get like a couple of starts in there in 23, or is that 24 that I'm thinking of, like his first real round?
23, he got, I'll go back and look at his baseball reference card in a minute. I'm pretty sure he got a little bit of run, he started a little bit, and very quickly faded. 24, I don't think he played in the bigs because he was hurt almost the whole year with a variety of things. He's never...
It was 23.
Was it 23?
Yeah, 14 games played, 31 at bats. So like he was barely playing.
Did he start? Run. Did he get a start?
He started for a few. Yeah.
Okay. You looked up his baseball reference faster than I could, but it's like we've never really seen him get even this call up around. It was sort of like, yeah, we've got all these guys. We'll do our best to fit you in, and we're going to give Gino a blow, and we'll give Perdomo a blow, and Ketel a blow, and maybe you'll DH one of these days. But we're not going to. They trade Gino. And it's going to be with the idea that Jordan Lawler is going to get those every day, all the time at bats. And I would admit to you, I'm a little nervous to see what he does with them when he, one, to see what he does with them when he gets them. And B, and two, how long can he stay there before this, like the injury thing, it's got to be a very real thought in the back of your mind.
I would argue to you that there's a 3 here, and I think that this is gonna be the one going forward. Not to usurp your 2 very well made points there, Mr. Dave Burns. But what I will say
here, just trying to top me on my own show.
As always,
this is how Revolution begins. But okay, that's fine.
I will say though, isn't it nice to be respected by your co-host for once?
Jeez, I'm just kidding. This is not a revolution. I was
just trying to look cute for the camera. We're looking at the next 2 to 3 years of Diamondbacks baseball.
Yeah.
You know what's coming. They're going to sell at this deadline. We don't know how much. We don't know who's going to be back.
Yeah.
How do you make up for Corbin Burns? How do you make up for that? How do you make up for it? One of the best prospects in baseball looking like he belongs immediately. How do you become a contender in the next 2 to 3 years? Jordan Lawler being an all-star like we expect him to be. Who else is the X factor over the next 2 to 3 years but him? I think it's got to be him. We know what we're going to get from Domo. We know what we're going to get from Ketel Marte to a certain extent now. There's conversations we'll have, I think, later in the week about where he was at towards the end of last weekend and all that kind of stuff. But we expect Cattell to still be at that level. Corbin is only going to get better, but Jordan Lawler, we don't know. Now we've seen 50 at-bats. It's 2 very, very small samples, and 50 at-bats in 22 career games. He's got 4 hits. None of them went for extra base hits, 5 walks, 20 strikeouts. So our impressions, first and second, have not been good. That was under a microscope. It was under a microscope where playing time was going to be limited anyway. This would be, to your point, like, okay, training wheels are off. We're pushing you down the hill. Let's see how you go. We won't meet you at the bottom either. You're going to have to work your way back up anyway. To see how he does over the first 6 weeks, 8 weeks of the season, and just the amount of directions it could go, because we wouldn't be talking about the potential for him to fail if he wasn't injury prone at this point in his career, which he just is. That's the reality of his situation the last 3 years. Or if he didn't struggle in this, admittedly, again, low sample. All we would be talking about is, okay, well, Jordan Lawler's up next year. He's one of the best prospects in baseball. This kid should be very good very quickly. The spectrum is very, very wide for him, very wide.
Oh, that to me is, I think, my number one takeaway from this conversation is that there's a number of outcomes where I would sit here and say, yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised if he's great. I'm not surprised if he's hurt. I'm not surprised if he's not great. I'm not surprised if you know what I mean. Like I'm not surprised if he is the guy who, to your point, what can keep this thing on the competitive track that it's been on for the last couple of years. Jordan Lawler being very good right away would really help. Like, you can survive this. You can get around how bad you were in 2025. The trouble is, I don't know out of any of those outcomes which one I think is the most likely. I mean, I literally have no idea what the most likely outcome for Jordan Lawler is at this point.
He's at this game and at this week next year. Like, there's one where he's an all-star as a rookie. Like, he is that immensely talented as a player. There's also one where we're having conversations 12 weeks in and being like, should we start platooning him with someone else? Or there's one where he's not playing enough because he's hurt. Like, it could go really all over the place.
There's one where we say, did Mike Hazen make a mistake in resisting trading him when his value was at its very, very peak? Because that was probably a couple of years ago when it was at its highest.
But what we can agree on is, even if Gino is back, that means Gino's DHing. You have to see this out. You have to let the kid get extended time. You can't do this like, okay, Gino will play first base 3 times a week and Jordan will 4. No. He's being everyday player next year. We need to finally figure out what the deal is with this kid.
No doubt. And even though I don't think Gino's going to be back, I think if he is, there's no question Jordan Lawler has to get all the at-bats and all the innings and all the everything, because it's time. You got to find out. When we come back halfway home, just like that on a Monday, 4 o'clock reset is right around the corner. Mitch is going to get you caught up on what's going on in sports next on Arizona Sports. Stay with us.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
V's Barbershop, the modern conveniences of a modern world, and yet with all the throwback, old-fashioned, old-school stuff they do at V's, it's great. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, got a vacation coming up next week, and I go to Maine with my wife, and I really got to get a haircut before I go. Now, normally with a barbershop, you'd be like, okay, I got to go, and I got to sit, and I got to wait and see if a chair opens up. V's Barbershop, it's got the best barbers in town. It's got the old-fashioned, old-school vibe that you love. But it does also have the modern touches of being able to book your appointment through Google, by being able to download the V's app and book an appointment that way. I mean, they pick your barber, pick your time, pick your chair, pick your location, like all of that stuff. It's like the very best of both worlds when it comes to an old-fashioned, old-school barbershop environment, the best barbers in town with all of the modern touches that you would ever want, which is why I would encourage you need a haircut, you're looking for a hot lather shave, walk in today or book online at vbarbershop.com for your next haircut at V's.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We've reached the Major League Baseball All-Star break. Diamondbacks able to catch a breather before they get back to play on Friday. 3 members of the Diamondbacks will be in action tomorrow. That's Eugenio Suarez, that's Corbin Carroll, and that's Ketel Marte, who is starting for the National League in the All-Star game at second base, and it was announced today will be hitting third in the lineup. He will hit behind Ronald Acuna Jr. and ahead of Freddie Freeman. We've also got tonight's Home Run Derby. 8 contestants duking it out for the coveted title at Truist Park in Atlanta. Coverage will start at 5 on ESPN 620 AM. We will then join the action in progress right here on 98.7 after the Burns and Gambo show. We've also got a double dip of local basketball in action. The Phoenix Suns will continue Summer League play in Las Vegas. They take on the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off is at 7. And then the Phoenix Mercury on the road in San Francisco to take on the Golden State Valkyries. They remain without 2 of their top players, Kalia Copper, Satu Sabali, both unavailable tonight. Tip-off from Chase Center is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, so Mitch is here with today's 4 o'clock resets. The potential for an Arizona Sports at Night show breaking out over the next 10 minutes is high. given that Mitch is directing the 4 o'clock reset. And
The
Kellen-
chances are too damn high.
Shout out to Flower Child, by the way. Thank you
Honestly.
very much for sending the goodies. We genuinely, sincerely appreciate it. If you don't know,
yeah, go ahead.
Arizona Sports at Night. Mitch and I have a show. It's on from 6 to 8 intermittently. The intermittent part is that all of us are filling in for like the next 3 weeks, so we don't have a show for a while until 2 weeks from now. But anyway,
You'll hear a lot of us.
One of
Don't
our
worry.
bits is that I eat Flower Child so much and you eat a Flower Child. If you have a Flower Child shirt, we're like, can we get sponsored? Can you guys send us something, please? And then we extended that bit to the Burns and Gambo show 2 weeks ago. They heard it. They very kindly sent over some stuff, so we genuinely appreciate it. Thank you.
Nice basket of desserts for the
And guess
entire
what, Flower
office.
Child? Guess what? Right here, I am eating your food again. I love you.
Flower Child,
Okay,
if
that's
you're
it.
listening, please talk with Kellen Olson. Well, talk with the great people in our accounting department.
I mean, see, this is what an Arizona Sports at Night show broke out there for a couple, which is fine because it's a very good show. I enjoy listening to it when it's on, when I'm driving home. But as you said, Mitch is filling in on the midday show tomorrow.
Next 3
Kellen's
days.
with me all week. So, all right, Mitch, give us a little teaser of what's going on.
Sure.
The 4 o'clock reset. What do you got?
Gonna
for
try
us?
and hit on a bunch of stuff that's not even been mentioned on
Fine,
today's
let's
show.
go.
At least
Let's
try
do
to.
it. Let's do
So Snakes are at the break. 47-50 is the record, but the All-Star break festivities have already begun. We had the Futures game yesterday, the start of the MLB draft, but the Derby tonight. Here are the candidates, and I want you guys to give me your prediction as to who will win. We got Matt Olson of the Braves, Junior Caminero of the Rays, Brent Rooker of the Athletics, Byron Buxton of the Twins, Jazz Chisholm of the Yankees, Cal Raleigh, the Major League home run leader of the Mariners, O'Neill Cruz of the Pirates, and James Wood of the Nationals.
Brent Rooker.
That's a good pick. Usually how I do it is who's got the most effortless, smooth swing where they're going to be able to replicate it easily, no problem. I'm going to go Buxton, and Mitch is going to make an injury joke that by the semifinals he's going to get hurt, right?
See, I love him to death. I think if he could ever finish a 162, he's an MVP winner by now.
He's great,
But
yeah.
the man has struggled to stay healthy.
He's my pick tonight.
My son picked him because when he was a college baseball player in Iowa, Buxton was a minor leaguer at the Colonels, I think whatever their AAA affiliate was in Cedar Rapids Colonels.
Cedar Rapids.
And so Buxton and one of his teammates went over and used their facilities to hit in for some reason. And Jake's like, I'm going to go down and watch Byron Buxton hit
That's
my batting
great.
cage. And had the best time doing it. He's like, I've liked the guy ever since.
My family, I'll go on the tangent. Why not? It's 4 o'clock reset. It's the Arizona Sports Tonight version of the 4 o'clock reset. Another tangent, sure, why not? Missoula Osprey, you remember them? They were one of the Diamondback affiliates. I've got a bunch of family in Montana. We had someone come up to bat when we were watching a night game, and I was like, did they say Fielder? It was Prince Fielder. And he hit 2 balls into the night sky. I don't know where they landed. Where it was one of those things of seeing that level of talent at that level, where I can completely agree with your son, where it's awesome, and you're just attached to him forever after that.
That dude could hit tanks for what it was worth at all levels.
Yes, he could.
Disappeared
into the night sky. It starts at 5. It'll be on ESPN 620, and then we will carry it after we're done here on Burns and Gambo. As I also mentioned, the draft began yesterday, finished up already. I know Ian Rebon, who's the director of player development, is going to speak soon, but Diamondbacks did. Kason Cunningham, 18th overall shortstop out of Lady Bird Johnson High School in Texas. As far as other notable names, Ethan Holiday went 4th overall. That's the second of second-generation Matt Holiday children. He goes to the Rockies. Brendan Summerhill, the highest-picked Arizona Wildcat, went 42 to Tampa Bay. And Brandon Compton, the highest-picked Sun Devil, to 46 at Miami.
Didn't I also see that the Diamondbacks drafted Craig Counsell's kid?
They did.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that as well. I would have lost this bet. The Diamondbacks this is from our own Alex Weiner, he tweeted this yesterday. The last 5 Diamondbacks top picks, I was surprised to recall that 4 of the 5 were prep players. I don't know why I would have thought the opposite.
Drew Jones, Jordan Lawler,
Slade.
And then it's Tommy
Caldwell.
Troy and then Slade Caldwell. Tommy Troy has been more on the downturn just based on his prospect rankings, but I know Slade Caldwell had a really impressive opening year for him in the minor league system because he's ranked number 2 right behind Jordan Lawler. So when Lawler's up next year, that's going to be your top prospect in the Diamondback system.
Tommy Troy is the only college guy there. The other 4 were prep players, and I don't know why. I just had it in my head that there was a more inclination to go college guy early. That's not the case for at least lately when it comes to the Diamondbacks.
Caldwell actually had an awesome diving catch in the Futures game on Sunday.
I saw that.
Too.
It was a very nice catch, yeah.
So good things coming for them. We've also got another franchise sale sticking with Major League Baseball. Sources tell The Athletic's Evan Drellich and Ken Rosenthal that the sale of the Tampa Bay Rays to Patrick Zalupski's group, it's valued at about $1.7 billion, and as it seems, they're going to finalize that sale as soon as September, and they are likely to remain in Tampa because that is where Patrick wants them to be.
That was the big question. I just saw the headline come on my phone. I was telling Kellen about it during one of the breaks. I was wondering if there was a precursor to the Rays, because obviously they need a new stadium, and they can be there all they want, but until they figure out the stadium situation, there's no point in having that team there.
What are some of the other cities that we're looking at there if they're looking to
It would have
move?
been
Who's
like
on
Nashville. It would have been Portland. It would have been... I mean, there's already going to be a team in Las Vegas, but...
Those are the two. I think Nashville probably... I know there are some efforts underway to really get Nashville and Major League Baseball
maybe even
team.
get Montreal back in the fold.
I would have assumed
Orlando.
that, yeah.
But slight distinction between Tampa and St. Petersburg, which is where the team's current stadium is. There would be a larger effort to then try and get them into actual Tampa Bay as opposed
instead
to
of St. Pete's. Okay.
Yeah, but curious to see how that develops. Switching to the hardwood, this news just came down from Shams Charania about a half hour ago. Philadelphia 76ers forward Paul George underwent an arthroscopic procedure on his left knee. It was an injury he suffered during a recent workout, and the reports say that he will be reevaluated prior to training camp. But that has been a very, very bumpy contract already.
You want to mention to the folks what you mentioned to me during one of the breaks? We were having a conversation about Paul George not that long ago.
Yeah, it's just sad for me. I know that like playoff P and he's like become a meme of sorts, but like the human connection of it, I've always just hated seeing guys have their injuries or just age sort of like derail their career. His first game that he played last year was in Phoenix. It was on November 4th, and he was 4-14 from the field, 15 points, and I didn't recognize him at all. He just was not moving the way that Paul George would move. And you think back on like his career, like again, he's a guy that's like made fun of and is a punching bag a lot. His duels with LeBron James back in Indy in the Miami rivalry, how awesome he was in the Western Conference Finals against the Suns specifically. Like, he's had a lot of high points and has been one of the better players of his generation. So for his career to unfortunately end in this way, where you want to talk about the Bradley Beal contract being albatross, that is the worst contract in the league, the one Paul George is on right now.
That was the line. He mentioned that to me during one of the breaks. I'm like, wow, that I hadn't really thought of it that way, but yes.
Well, in reality, the Suns are not even the bigger dumpster fire of last season. It was Philly, who had all the expectations in the world, and they couldn't even get to the 30-win mark, if I recall
including the
correctly.
guy that I wanted the Suns to hire as coach when they hired Vogel.
Nick
I was
Nurse.
all about Nick Nurse being the next head coach of the Suns. I was all about that.
All right, moving to Summer League news. Cooper Flagg, his Summer League, unsurprisingly short-lived.
They saw plenty. They
Yeah.
saw more than
31
enough. We're good.
points against the Spurs will do it. So just 2 games. Cooper Flagg is now done for the summer. And then speaking of the Spurs, who the Mavs played, Victor Wembanyama told French-based newspaper L'Equipe, I would imagine is the proper pronunciation, he has been cleared to return to basketball activities during his recovery from deep vein thrombosis.
I think San Antonio is obviously I say obviously because I think just a lot of people are going to have this opinion. They're the most interesting team in the league next year. Not that they could win a championship next year, but a full year of De'Aaron Fox. I love what they did in the draft. I think Dylan Harper is going to be a stud. I think Carter Bryant is going to be a stud. And then obviously, like, what kind of step forward does Wemby take yet again? He was much better last year than he was the year before. He's going to be much better this year. Learned a lot playing with Chris Paul. Is that... The crazy thing is, I could sit here and say, like, to the spectrum thing we were talking about, Jordan Lawler, it feels like their range is between, like, 38 and 55 wins. Like, they could sort of be all over the place. I have no idea how it's going to go.
And that is what makes them the most interesting team in the NBA next year because of that. It's all of it is on the table in terms of what they could accomplish next year.
All right, I've only got time for one more. So do you want to double dip on NFL wide receivers or do you want sports media news? I'll let you guys pick.
Wide receivers.
Wide receivers. All right, so the big one being that the Jets have reportedly extended wide receiver Garrett Wilson. 4 years, $130 million, 90 of it is guaranteed. And then one that could impact the division foe, 49ers wide receiver Jawan Jennings has reportedly asked for a new contract or a trade. One or the other.
Okay, I changed my mind. What was the media news?
Fox Sports 1.
Now that's driving.
I changed my mind.
That's driving.
You know, on second thought, give me the media
Are
news.
we stopping at McDonald's? Oh, no, wait a minute. There's a Popeyes in 2 miles. Let's keep going.
Fox Sports shaking up their FS1 lineup again. They're canceling 3 shows, Breakfast Ball, The Facility, and Speak. And along with it, and the one catching the headlines the most, Joy Taylor dismissed from her role at Fox Sports.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's some stuff there.
You can read about it. I'm not going to bring it up here, but you can read about it.
Yeah, there's some stuff there. Okay. You know, the second thought, let's talk about the NFL receivers.
Yeah, Garrett Wilson really hope that he finds a quarterback that can get him the ball because Aaron Rodgers arrived.
Hey, they got a Buckeyes connection now with Fields, with Wilson.
Yeah. Is this the thing where Gambo says the Cardinals are not interested in Juwan Jennings? There you go. The Cardinals are not interested in Juwan Jennings. All right.
Good night, everybody.
All right, that's your reset.
Thank you, Mitch. We do appreciate that. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, stay with us because we're going to talk about the Phoenix Suns and the guy who is just too good for the Summer League. We wanted him to achieve that, and he did. And we'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in.
Friday, July 11th at 11:34 a.m. local Arizona time. While on vacation in Germany, Austria, or another Central European country, our own John Gambadoro posted this to his over 100,000 followers about the Bradley Beal situation. Quote, "He has to pick a team. The belief was that he was on the verge of making a decision 3 to 4 days ago, but he continues to weigh options." End quote. So it continues to be up in the air. And when we finally get something solid about Bradley Beal's status with the Suns, you'll know from listening to Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, and reading it on ArizonaSports.com and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and my fiduciary, Stuart Willis. Are you worried about volatility in the market? We've seen a lot of it lately. Or how about tariffs and how it can affect your investment and your future income? Well, that's why I want you to know about a great local company that I have been using for many years in asset preservation, wealth, and tax. They've got 5 locations in the Valley: Gilbert, Goodyear, Peoria, Scottsdale, Tempe, and they can help you with all of your financial needs. Whether you're doing a retirement plan, a financial plan, an estate plan, they can even help you with tax services. So if you're looking for a financial advisor that you can have a real relationship with that can help you through this tough time, all you have to do is give them a call at 602-877-PLAN and set up a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go online for more information at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again for those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures. They can't smile. They can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovik, Santan, Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Morgan Wallen Live. I'm the Problem Tour 2025. 2 nights at State Farm Stadium. Friday, July 18th with Miranda Lambert. And Saturday, July 19th with Brooks and Dunn. Plus, Ella Langley on both nights. Morgan Wallen. On sale now at livenation.com.
Arizona Sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
Some point on Friday night, I saw the Kellen Olson tweet as he was in Vegas. He was there watching the Suns Summer League make their debut. And he just said, Ryan Dunn, all caps. Well, not all caps, but capitalized, thank you. Ryan Dunn, too good to be here. And honestly, that was, okay, threshold met. Threshold reached. That's what I wanted to hear. That's what I wanted to see. And I agree. I was watching. I thought the same thing. Ryan Dunn is too good to be here. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to be great. That doesn't mean he's going to have an awesome season. What we did want to see was a second-year player go to Vegas in the Summer League and dominate, as he should, because he's just got an advantage over just about everybody else who's there, and you want to see if said player can take advantage of that advantage. And Ryan Dunn did. He looked like he was too good to be there. Check that box.
Yeah, and Ryan was kind enough to sit and talk with me for 2-3 minutes about just some of the stuff he's improved on offensively, what he's been working on over the last couple of months, how he looks back at last year, because I think it's really important to contextualize the player that Ryan was 2 years ago and the player that he is right now. One of the stories that I had in that story on ArizonaSports.com that you can read right now, when you look back at his 2-year collegiate career, he had 358 points scored. Okay. He had 511 last year. So the offensive player that he was at Virginia, he just hasn't been in the NBA at all, and that's been huge. Like, we can talk about the jumper and how, he still shot 31% from 3. The free throw percentage was still scary on, like, the 30-whatever attempts that he had this year. But, like, something like having 35 assists and 42 turnovers in 2 collegiate seasons combined in 65 total games, and then he has 57 assists and 40 turnovers as an NBA rookie. Like, those are some of the positive steps you see. Those are the numbers. But then when you watch him on Friday, does that look like a guy who was almost a zero offensively in college 2 years ago? No, it does not. It does not look like the guy where Virginia basically had him used as like a screener and a play finisher around the rim, because whenever he'd get the ball in other situations, like, he would pass out of it. When he'd get the ball with 5 feet of space, he would shoot it sometimes. Other times he wouldn't. The aggression, the confidence, it's just been this sort of renewal for him. You remember in the preseason when he was going nuts last year and we were like, oh my gosh, look at Ryan Dunn sort of go. And now that is carried over some more. And it turns into this thing now where we know the defender that he is. Like, he is someone who, if he continues to get better in the ways that he should, he's going to make an all-defense team or two. He's that good of a perimeter defender, just all-around defender as well, I think, especially as a rookie. He was really impressive to me. It's not so much now if he can shoot, because if he can contribute offensively in, like, some of the ways that we've seen him sort of show an inclination to do, it's not, he can be a 35% three-point shooter if he's contributing offensively in the ways that he's showing to be capable of, and did on Friday for sure. It was the most dominant 15 points I've ever seen. Does that make sense?
It does. I mean, I'll have you explain why it was the most dominant 15 points.
Just looked easy. Those 15 looked really easy for him.
Yeah. I mean, I knew what you meant, but I wanted you to explain to everybody listening what you meant. You mentioned talking with him. This is Ryan Dunn on Saturday. The difference between his summer league last year and this year.
Yeah, I think the first time I was a little bit nervous. I was just trying to impress people and show what I can do now. It's just I don't really care what nobody really says. It's just go out and just hoop. I think the game slowed down a little bit, which I like. So still a lot of stuff to learn about. And I had some turnovers and some lofty dribbles back, which I didn't have. But, just continue to grow and get ready for the next game.
And then he talked about he and fellow rookie from a year ago, Oso Ighodaro, challenging each other all off season and kind of pushing each other a little bit.
It's been this whole off season, not even just here. In the weight room, on the court, conditioning. We were in China, and we were doing like sprints on the treadmill, and like it was supposed to be like a light jog, and we got to like 20 miles an hour, just everyone going 20 seconds hard, moving it up. So it was cool competing with him, and then, just him on the court, and then him maybe him here, just being a leader, talking to each other. He was ultra aggressive on the court today, offensively and defensively. And just him, pushing me just to be a better player helps me a lot here.
And that was one thing that was really obvious with both players. Their aggression in attacking the rim. Like it was genuinely, now it didn't always yield the best results, especially with Oso. It was a little inconsistent.
That's Summer League.
And it's Summer League, but I thought the amount of want to they showed in terms of attacking, that was fun to see. And I'm just fascinated with this idea about Ryan Dunn and how he doesn't necessarily need to be a great shooter to be a good enough offensive player. You know what I mean? Like for so long, we've just attached it to his three-point shooting percentage and said, that's all that matters. He just needs to shoot this number from three and everything will be okay. If he starts to show these other elements of his game, that's not necessarily the only standard. It'll be a standard, but not necessarily the standard by which he'll be judged.
Yeah, and if he gets to enough of a complementary, reliable sort of standpoint where he can average 13, 14, 15 points per game, you're talking about an extremely valuable member of your core. And what I wrote in the story is what is going to sink or swim the next decade of Suns basketball. You heard me correctly. Next decade is player development and how they grow their players over the next 3 to 5 years. Because if those guys improve, they hit on some of these draft picks, they're going to be A-okay for the next couple of years. But if they don't, and they fail, and these guys just weren't the right picks or they weren't in the right situation here for whatever reason, they've got nothing really left to turn to in the next couple of years. Absolutely nothing. So success stories like Ryan was in his rookie year need to continue, and he's someone where, again, our perspective on him a year later has sort of changed. And it's like, okay, 3-and-D guy. And it's like, well, what if he can be a little bit more than that? What if it's a different version of what we're talking about? Those are the type of incremental or sizable to incremental improvements that make a difference in this type of thing that they're trying to get done over the next 2 years, work or not.
To your point about player development being the most important thing, that was I was thinking about Ryan Dunn's year last year and how there were times where it felt like the Phoenix Suns should be prohibited from including Ryan Dunn in any trade conversation because his future looked that bright. And there are other times where he was a completely forgotten man, and it just had me thinking to Mike Budenholzer and how little consistency there was with player development last year. You know what I mean? Like it was just not just the playing time, but just the ability to Oso's game was all over the map last year. Ryan Dunn's game was all over the map last year. And that's going to be the challenge on Jordan Knott. We all know that's a big reason why he got the job, right? His ability to player develop. It is going to be essential to do it in ways that, quite frankly, Suns coaches lately haven't really had to worry about that much. It's not been a front burner item for Monty or Frank or even Mike to deal with player development necessarily.
Yeah, it's like if Mark Williams gets hurt and Malawach is balling and Oso Ighodaro is balling, you got to find those guys minutes still. They have to keep playing. Development of these guys. Mark Williams is only 23 to be clear. But another example, Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal get injured, Kobe Brea comes in, plays well. You got to keep playing him. You got to keep finding minutes for these guys because that is the most important part of this whole year.
When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, trade deadline's a couple of weeks away, and it would appear, by all accounts, the Arizona Diamondbacks are going down the path of a seller. How many guys can they sell? That's next on Arizona Sports with Kellen filling in.
The D-backs Ketel Marte.
Marte swings, sends a high, deep drive down the left field line towards the corner. That is gone!
Will be starting for the National League at the MLB All-Star Game.
Swung on, that is hit out towards deep left field, slicing towards the corner, towards the pen, gone! An Oppo Taco for Marte.
The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks and All-Star Ketel Marte is Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morrishall.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morrishall.com. Trust in Arizona. Trust in Morris Hall.
I'm Mitch Varel with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Now we're at the All-Star break in Major League Baseball. The Diamondbacks able to catch a breather before they get back into action on Friday. As far as All-Star Week is concerned, you've got Eugenio Suarez, Corbin Carroll on the National League Reserves team, and then you've got Ketel Marte in the starting lineup at second base and hitting third. As we learned today, he will hit behind Ronald Acuna Jr. and ahead of Freddie Freeman. We've also got tonight's Home Run Derby, which is starting in about a half hour. 8 contestants duking it out for the coveted title. We will be carrying the Derby over on ESPN 620 AM, and then we will additionally carry it here on 98.7 after the Burns and Gambo show is done. We've also got a double dip of local basketball teams in action tonight. The Phoenix Suns continue Summer League play in Las Vegas. They're taking on the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off is at 7. And then the Phoenix Mercury, they're on the road in San Francisco to take on the Golden State Valkyries, but they will be without 2 of their top players. Kalia Copper and Satu Sabali both out for tonight. Tip-off from the Chase Center is at 7. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com. Saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Hey, it's Luke. Which Diamondbacks All-Star are you most interested to see play in the Midsummer Classic? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Kellen Olson in for Gambo today and tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday. Gambo will be back on Friday. We'll have one show together, the two of us, and then I'm gone for a week to Maine.
Me too.
And you're gone.
I don't know where I'm going yet for vacation, so maybe I'll just go to Maine. Just follow you. Is that okay? Can I go? Self-invite vacation? Has anyone ever done that before?
My wife would love it if you tagged along on our vacation, just the two of us.
Thank you,
Maine.
Mrs. Burns. Appreciate it.
We're going. I'm in. It's a brand new. We'll be a stranger in a strange land in Maine, by the way. So I'm wide open to suggestions. And we're doing 2 nights in Portland, 3 nights in Bar Harbor. We're going to go hike the national park that was Acadia, whichever one's there in Bar Harbor or near that. So any suggestions?
Oh, yeah, tweet the man, please.
Please tweet me, because literally, I just know we're going to eat a ton of lobster, and we're staying by the Atlantic Ocean in both places.
There's a hike you're super excited about, right?
There's a hike in, again, I think it's Acacia or Acadia. I always can't remember which one it's named, that I'm super jacked about because it's right there on the ocean, so I'm really excited there.
Blueberries.
Blueberries?
It's a big producer of blueberries.
Eat lots of blueberries, huh?
Lots of blueberries.
Okay, fine.
Blueberries, lobster, and then you might see some meese as well.
Is meese the plural of moose? I thought moose was the plural of moose.
Got to be honest, spent the last
Where's
7 seconds
Brian Regan when we need him? That's what I need.
Those 12 seconds, I was trying to remember what the name of the girl was in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. That's all I was doing. The blue girl. What was her name again?
The blueberry girl?
Violet.
Yeah, Violet. That's right.
You're turning violet. Violet.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway,
I knew Mitch had my back there.
Any suggestions, please let me know, because I've never been there before, so I'm looking forward to going.
Are you going to post 47 pictures of it or no?
No.
Okay.
That's where.
Need a walking tour of the hike?
God bless Gambo. You will not, on my social media feeds, get a walking tour of our hotel room. I mean, it's great. His hotel, the one he had in Austria, was stunning. Like, he walked out onto that balcony, and you're like, oh my God, that's where you're staying for the next few days?
Let me tell you, I've never done the Instagram post where it's 20 slides or whatever of just I would do that if I was on that vacation, so I understand.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. I just, for me, vacation is social media goes bye-bye. I just, we'll post some pictures when we get back or whatever, but for the most part.
You will tell me about the lobster roll you have to change your life, and we'll go from there.
I'm expecting multiple lobster rolls to change my life
when
I'm in Maine for that.
Yes.
So when I get back, it'll be the week of the MLB trade deadline, and I don't know if anything's going to happen while I'm gone. I kind of hope nothing does, because I like to be around to talk about it. In Bob Nightingale, there was a report yesterday from Nightingale, who's based here, and he does write a lot about the Diamondbacks, in which rival executives are expecting the Diamondbacks to be sellers. Now, note the distinction in his report. He wasn't reporting the Diamondbacks were saying they're going to be sellers. He's reporting that rival executives are expecting the Diamondbacks are going to be sellers. We're anticipating that is kind of coming down. And the names are the ones that you'd be familiar with. It's Zach Gallen, it's Merrill Kelly, it's Eugenio Suarez, it's Josh Naylor. Maybe you want to put Randall Grichuk on there. But Kellen, what I've noticed is that there's been a little bit of a pushback to the idea that, yes, all of these guys are available, but the Arizona Diamondbacks are not going to trade all of these guys. That and this is what I want to talk about for a few minutes here, because the idea is they can't trade all these guys because they don't want to just completely roll over and have their tummies scratched in 2025. They don't really have 2 pitchers who could take over for Gallen and Kelly. They've got Lawler, but he's hurt. They don't really have anybody who could step in and play first every single day. They're going to still want to have an effort to put forward a competitive team and not gut everybody.
Sure.
Do you buy it?
For the rest of this season, by the way, we're talking about
just for
this season where we are.
Should they? Four guys.
We said don't rip up your playoff tickets. Rip them up. You can rip them up. You can come blame me. I'll pay you the money back, in fact. If you have the ticket and proof that you ripped it up, yeah, I'll pay you back.
If I were to tell you that the Diamondbacks have 5 guys they could potentially trade, and I'm including Grichuk, how many ultimately do they trade? How many should they trade? How many can they trade? What's the final number there?
Hot take, they should trade all 5 if they get prices they like. I do not like the idea of them getting a fantastic offer for Merrill Kelly, and one of the primary reasons being no, because they want to be competitive the rest of this season. I don't like that at all. I don't really see what sense that makes, if I'm being honest. Can you explain the benefits?
The benefits, okay, I'm just speaking because I actually kind of low-key agree with you.
Okay.
The benefit would be that you don't really have starting pitching down there to replace those guys. In the sense that your already taxed bullpen is going to be even more taxed if you're asking Bryce Jarvis to be an every 5th day starter. And you just don't have guys down in the queue who are ready to do that. Plus, you want to renew season tickets next year. Plus, you just got this stadium bill funded, and you want to, as an act of good faith, you don't want to completely tank everything. That being set off to the side for a second, there is a part of me that kind of says, yeah, but if you've decided this season ain't where it's at and you've got the best assets in baseball, isn't it a little bit derelict in your duty if you're not exploring the very best outcome for every single one of those guys?
And you're talking about season ticket holders and all those kinds of numbers, and something we're going to be talking about later in the week, not to fully open the discussion that we're going to be having at some point this week, but not expecting the Diamondbacks to spend much next year. Not really expecting it after the way that we've seen the spending patterns work with this team, when they spend, when they don't spend. I'm not really expecting them to. Now, there's a ton of money coming off the books with these expiring contracts, to be clear, that'll open up some spending opportunities.
Yeah.
But I also look at one of the reasons to keep these guys being competitive this year for sure, but also your ability to spend and bring them back. I don't know if they'll fully have the capabilities, so I think that has to be somewhere in the reasoning as well.
And when I say competitive, understand I'm not necessarily speaking along the lines of competitive like you're still competing for a playoff spot.
Don't put the Reno Aces on the field.
You basically don't put the Reno Aces on the field. Your fan base has come to expect a higher standard out of you, and they don't want to see a AAA team, because we've had years, We've had years where it's, in essence, a AAA team that is playing.
Got to know
here.
Peter O'Brien a little bit too much.
And it's hard. It's hard to watch. It's hard to want to, you still want people to want to come. You still, and besides, the other thing that kind of goes hand in hand with that, too, is you still have some very good players on this roster who aren't going anywhere. Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, you know what I mean? Like Gabby Moreno when he comes back from the injury, Jake McCarthy. There's still good players on this team. Here's Ken Rosenthal last week on Foul Territory, in which he suggested the Diamondbacks, the 2 starters, just take them for example, Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen. They're probably only going to trade one of them.
If they end up trading one of the starters, and it would be one from what I understand, they would not trade both because then they'd have a difficult time getting through the season. Gallen, better in his last 2 starts, probably would get more attention than Kelly, who is older, 36. Granted, it's a rental, and he's a very consistent pitcher, but Gallen is the sexier name. In that case, yes, he'd be in high demand, and rightly so. He's Zach Gallen. He's been a Cy Young finalist. Merrill Kelly, though, is interesting, and I didn't know this until somebody pointed it out to me yesterday. He's 36, and in his last start against the Padres, he threw 4 of the 5 hardest pitches of his career. So his stuff is intact, maybe even ticking upward, even as he gets older.
So if you're not going to trade all of them, now you have to decide, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, who do we get more for? Josh Naylor, Eugenio Suarez, who do we get more for? You know what I mean? And now you have to, not only are you weighing offers, but you're saying if we're keeping one and trading the other, you have to decide which one you're going to get more for.
Do worry about not being too cute, but overcomplicating. Like, this feels like too many balls in the air, This feels like too many factors we're considering with this deal. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. I think that they've got the mental acuity to figure it out.
That's my son's brain factoring in. You're correct.
I think Mike Hazen and his crew can kind of work multiple
Thank you for saying
fronts
Mike
at
Hazen's
multiple
name.
times.
Now I feel better. Thank you.
Maybe
it was my son's brain. Sorry. Apologies. Yep.
I think this. I think that if we're going to have this conversation, I think it really applies specifically to the pitchers and not the position players, because I can understand a little bit of an argument if you bring in 2 minor league starters to fill in for Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly, now your already overtaxed bullpen is probably going to be even more overtaxed. And now you're just talking about guys' health and your ability to not burn your bullpen down to the ground. You can just keep bringing up guys, I suppose, if you want to, but it might be long-term detrimental to start, filling a major league starting staff with a bunch of guys like that, just knowing that your already awful bullpen is going to get worked even more to the point where it might become almost hazardous in that regard.
So you do not expect them to trade even 3 of the 4. You're expecting 2 max?
I don't know. You know what?
Me neither. I don't know.
I don't know what to expect when it comes to that. I really don't. I don't know what feels like it's been a long time since we've been in this position. I don't know what to expect out of him when it comes to it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, Ryan Dunn looked very ahead of everyone in Summer League. His draft classmate is in a different boat. How has he looked so far, and what implications does it have for the Suns? We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Cards Camp. 8 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Back here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. You want trucks? They've got Canyons, they've got Sierras, they've got Sierra Heavy Duties. You want SUVs, Terrains, Acadias, next generation Yukons. They have it all. The best trucks, the best SUVs. It's at Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you're going to find at Liberty GMC. And those 4th of July savings you were worried that you missed out on, you didn't miss out on a thing. The 4th of July savings are going on all month long at Liberty GMC. Deals on SUVs like a 7-passenger 2025 Acadia, $4,250 off. Amazing truck deals right now. A 2025 Sierra Heavy Duty, $7,000 in savings or 5.9% APR for 84 months. It's trucks, it's SUVs, and it's one-stop shopping when you're talking about Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop them by online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, poll question time. You can find it on our X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at there. We're also on Instagram and Facebook and TikTok, and we're on YouTube where you can subscribe there. You can watch the show on either ArizonaSports.com, the Arizona Sports app. You can subscribe to our YouTube channel and watch our live show right now. So please partake if you're so inclined. But for the poll questions, you have to go to X. And I got this question for you. What are we asking?
At Burns and Gambo on X, for what it's worth. Also on Instagram, Facebook, as well as where you can find us. But we're asking trade deadline-related question today. There was a Bob Nightingale notebook from over the weekend where in there he had said that rival executives expect the Diamondbacks to be big sellers, essentially. And so the four names that are most popular in that conversation, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor. But if you had your choice, who would you least want the Diamondbacks to trade away? Gallen, Kelly, Suarez, Naylor.
Kellen and I agree. Josh Naylor.
Kind of weird. He's been around a couple of months and he just like feels like a Diamondback already. Does that make
very
sense?
Very much so. I know the first base position is there's a wealth of guys out there for it, and I know Merrill Kelly is a very popular player. I think that I want a little stability. I like his age. I like how he fits into current and potential future timelines for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And I think it's worth keeping him and exploring keeping him long term.
Just like consistent too. Isn't one of those guys who fluctuates and gets streaky sometimes. He's fairly consistent.
I know it's past tense to refer to things as old fashioned as batting average. He's hitting 297 on the season.
You just love a guy who hits 300, all this OPS slugging percentage.
I know there's other stuff there too. He's hitting 297 on the season. I was a little surprised when I saw that the other day.
Yeah, to that point, he hit 305 in April, batting average wise. He hit 284 in May. He hit 311 in June. Just like super solid and reliable.
Doesn't strike out a lot, gets his walks, has some power, but he's not gonna like wow you with like Eugenio Suarez like that. I like him. Keep him.
And we were talking about nicknames earlier. I was just looking it up because I would love if they called him Hammerin' Nails.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, okay.
All right, he has nails already, and then there's this one which dates back to where he's from, the Mississauga Masher.
Ooh. The Mississauga
I probably
Masher.
butchered that, so apologies to all Ontarians.
He has a sick collection of hockey jerseys, by the way.
Yes, he
will
does.
Wear quite often.
Including a custom Diamondbacks
Yes,
one.
he does.
Yeah. Taria, if I mispronounced that, just
she'll
at
let
me.
us know.
It's
Yeah.
fine. But the population likes the local guy. Merrill Kelly, 45% hoping that he is not traded away. 30% for good vibes Gino. 15% for Josh Naylor. 10% say Zach Gallen.
Okay, again, you find it on X. Thank you, Mitch. We appreciate that. At Burns and Gambo, one word is where it's at. Summer League action continues tonight for the Phoenix Suns. One more. I mean, they've got 3 more games left. Have you heard? I know you're hosting a radio show. You're kind of busy, but has there been any word on who will or who will not play tonight? Have you heard anything? Read
No,
anything?
I don't think we'll have an update, unfortunately, on our show specifically. But either way, I would expect Ryan Dunakamon and Malawach to play just because of the dynamics of why they were out yesterday. It wasn't really anything injury related. It was more of just not wanting to play guys on the back-to-backs, and something, as Damari Carroll mentioned, was predetermined. They had planned ahead for. Rasheer Fleming's the one where it would be really exciting to see him play as well. He's the guy we haven't really gotten to look at yet.
Yeah. On a I don't want to say on a smaller scale, but it's not as maybe headliney as Malawach or Ryan Dunn or even like Kobe Brea, and we're going to talk about him specifically a little bit later. Oso Ighodaro. Got to know him last year. We like the energy he played with. He's obviously got some extreme limitations with his game that I don't know if they're ever going to get fixed like completely or fully. There are the limitations that are there. But with the Suns' unwavering commitment to getting bigger this offseason and adding guys with size, it has made a lot of us wonder, what is Oso's future with this organization? And one of the early developments that kind of come out of Summer League is Oso, how he's playing, and can you go with a double big lineup when Oso Ighodaro is out there? And does he have a skill set to complement one of these other big guys on the floor to allow you to play two bigs at the same time?
Yeah, more specifically, can you go with a double big lineup when that four-man, that power forward, can't shoot, doesn't take mid-range jumpers, doesn't take threes, corner threes, nothing like that? Maybe that's something that comes with development and time for Oso, but right now he doesn't, and that's where you watch him play with Malawach specifically, and Malawach is someone who you project to be a stretch big over time. So if that part of his game develops and Oso continues to develop in the way that he showed in these two games, where I shut down the notion that he could play the four when we were talking about like roster outlook and things going forward the last couple of weeks, because he just didn't show like a driving kick kind of playmaking sort of game. And to your point a couple segments ago about it was hit or miss, but he was doing that, and he was doing it often, and he was getting
in the Summer League over the two games.
He was, yeah. And the dynamic that's really interesting about him is because he's a guy that can't shoot, there's sort of a Ben Simmons thing to it where guys are going to completely back off of him when they defend him. They are going to give him a runway. What that allows you to do is get at full speed. So he was just blowing by the bigs that were trying to defend him, getting to the rim. He had that really great dump-off pass to Malawach, and that's the type of thing where if Oso can do that consistently, you do wonder if there's spots on the floor that he could hover. Like if Malawach is stretching out, can Oso kind of hover in the dunker spot, hover on the baseline under the basket, and be kind of that connector in that kind of spot? Can he be a hub at the top of the key? Can he do enough things to stay on the floor? Because the real bonus here is you get him defensively, where he can move his feet. You get an extra rim protector on the floor as well. So you could have Malawach at 7'2" with a 7'7" wingspan protecting the rim, and then Oso coming from the weak side as well, and just sort of being like this incredibly versatile guy on the second side that can bounce around really everywhere. So even if he's a guy who can't really shoot right now, there's still like a vision to be seen there. And it was just interesting to see the possibility of that emerging in the last two games.
Because if you can't, and I understand, I want to keep this in perspective what we're talking about here. We're talking a second round pick. Second round picks, you know, are, I don't want to say they grow on trees, but they kind of grow on trees, right? And they come and go and things like that. If they can't figure out this with Oso Ighodaro, I don't know if there's room at the inn for Oso Ighodaro. You know, like I don't. It's almost like you hate to say this for a second-year player going into year two, and say, well, it's this or what have we got? I think it's kind of this or what have we got? Because if it's not this, given the way the roster looks now, what surely is going to be the commitment to Malawach to making that work and work well. If he can't fill this role, I don't know if there's a role for Oso Ighodaro on this team, given the way the roster is made up right now.
Yeah, until we have clarity on Nick Richards and what his future is in the next couple of weeks, if he's still on this team, because I think it's like a third-string center. It's not really what you would have had in mind for Oso, because you'll remember when we were watching these games in March and April, we were like, okay, let's see what Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro and Colin Gillespie have, because they're going to be big parts of this team next year. We know that Gillespie's going to have a role. We know that Dunn's going to have a role. We don't know yet on Oso Ighodaro. We don't know. Maybe we will if Richards gets traded and there's that spot that opens up. Of course, the inevitability that Mark Williams will get hurt at some point, because that's going to open up playing time for him. But is there a way for him to still be in the rotation, even if it's not in the center rotation? It's interesting because, like, watching him up close and personal, he was a guy, he had those two lefty jams where watching him, he is a very athletic guy.
Yeah.
Very athletic. He put on some strength as well, and just at times looked like one of the best athletes on the floor. Like, he was really popping when I watched him up close.
When we come back, 5 o'clock hour on the Burns and Gambo show, Torey Lovello's message to the team was very clear, very distinct on Friday nights, and yet nothing changed. Is Torey Lovello's message not getting heard by the Arizona Diamondbacks? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Suns wanted to be hardcore about it and said, look, we're knocking it down. Book, we appreciate you. You got to go. We have to cash in on you while we can. That is such a tenuous tightrope that this ownership group would be walking, because they're not exactly exuding goodwill from their pores right now among the Suns fan base because of the way this experiment went. Devin Booker represents goodwill and an olive branch to the fans. Like, you love him, we love him. He's going to be here forever.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with the Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We have reached the Major League Baseball All-Star break. The Diamondbacks able to catch a breather before they return to action on Friday. As far as the All-Star Week is concerned, it was announced today that Ketel Marte will hit in the third spot in the National League's starting lineup. He will hit behind Ronald Acuna Jr. and ahead of Freddie Freeman. We've also got tonight's Home Run Derby. Just moments from now, 8 contestants will duke it out for the coveted title. We are carrying the Derby right now over on ESPN 620 AM, and then we will continue to carry it here on 98.7 FM at the conclusion of the Burns and Gambo show. We've also got a double dip of local basketball teams in action tonight. The Phoenix Suns continue summer league play, second night of a back-to-back. They're taking on the Sacramento Kings, and tip-off is at 7. And then the Phoenix Mercury, they are in San Francisco to take on the Golden State Valkyries. They will be without 2 of their top players, as Kalia Copper and Satu Sabali both remain out. Tip-off from the Chase Center is at 7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, this is Jared, and we are rapidly approaching Cardinals training camp. And speaking of camp, will this season be like roasting marshmallows around the campfire and hitting a bullseye in archery? Or will it be like getting poison ivy in your underpants? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Marana Mornings.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Happy Monday to you. Hope you all had a good weekend. We appreciate you being with us. Kellen is filling in for Gambo today, and we'll be in for most of the week. Say hi. Hi, Kellen.
Hi.
Hi, Kellen.
Hello, this is my voice, Kellen
Hi.
Olson
Hi,
of
Kellen.
Arizona Sports.
Hi, I'm Kellen Olson,
Phoenix
everybody.
Suns beat reporter, ArizonaSports.com editor, host of Arizona Sports at Night, fill-in host on other shows. I also do some other things sometimes. I have a podcast called Empire of the Suns Podcast.
How do you do that to your
And you have a cold, apparently?
Yeah. I was going to say, do you need a tissue?
I will now do the remainder. Oh, lost it. Got to get it back a little bit. There it is. Found it again. I will do the remainder of the show in this voice.
I need you to cease that immediately. I don't like that voice. That's crazy.
Stop.
No.
I'll play the Jarrett lookie again.
Yeah, no, stop,
Why
please.
Kobe Bryant was the steal of the second round.
Torey Lavello. They're going to be just changing the subject, man, as fast as I can.
I stopped. There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, Torey Lavello on Friday did something very unusual for Torey, and we've had a long time, and not just like us specifically here on this station because we do, and this show because we do the Torey Lavello show, but I think all of us out there who are Diamondback fans, we kind of understand Torey now, and we've heard the spiel. We know what he's about, right? Before Friday's game against the Angels, Torey Lavello made it very clear what the message was specifically to his position players for the weekend. I want to win all 3 games of this series. I want a sweep. I want us to go into the All-Star break with a 500 record and some momentum. Here's Torey saying as much on Friday.
I told him, I don't normally talk like this to the group. I said, I want to win all 3 of these games. The Angels are a good team. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to require us to be focused, engaged, and go play our best baseball games, and that's my standard here. That's what we do. I normally ask him for 1 day at a time, but I want to be over 500. I think this group is ready to be over 500 and start to take that next step. So it's very important.
It was shocking. It was shocking when he did it, and then to see them lose. And
Because how many times would you say you've interviewed Torey at this point? Hundreds. Maybe have you reached 1,000 at this point?
I would have to do the math to be sure, but it's hundreds at least 500 times I've talked to Torey Lavello. It's just not like him.
So for someone to grab you like that,
yeah, it's not like him to go writing big checks like that he can't cash, and he couldn't cash this one. They lost on Friday. They lost on Saturday. They lost the series. They saved a little bit of face yesterday. But I gotta, it almost speaks to this broader thing about what you and I were talking about a little bit earlier on the show. Like when doling out blame for this upcoming season, and not because he wanted them to sweep and they didn't, but just kind of this broader idea of, has Torey Lavello's message somehow gotten lost with the Arizona Diamondbacks? Are they not receiving the message the way they once did? In part because here's a baseball team. Injuries galore, yes, but clearly if you're watching them, this is a very disconnected baseball team. They have been all year long a very disconnected baseball team.
And for me, it's less about maybe not the message getting through per se, but how Torey is
he's never at his wit's end. Guys like him will always have ideas and different ways to try and motivate his team to get through to his team, but he's trying just about everything now. That tells me that like the chamber is about to run out in terms of all the ideas he has for trying to get through to this team. It's like, okay, we're trying it a day at a time. We're doing the grind, the daily grind, like all of those cliches that Torrey has mentioned in a lot of your interviews before. How about, no, let's like go into the break strong. Let's sweep these guys. We're capable of it. It's one thing for him to tell that to the guys, but another thing for him to like declare it publicly like that as well. That was the message that he was getting through to
honestly,
the team.
That was almost more surprising. It wasn't so much that he internally set the bar that high for the guy, is that he shared that bar with everybody before the game. I mean, that's a very dangerous, relatively speaking, to let everybody know, hey, I told these guys, I want to sweep. I want us to sweep.
The extreme example being like Paul Westphal, right? Like that's the extreme example of like declarations, guarantees like
we're going to win the series. We're going to go to LA and we're going to win game 3, and then we're going to win game 4. We're going to come back here, win game 5, and everyone's going to talk about what a great series was. If his team doesn't back up those words, right? Like you just, but again, this is not just about what happened this past series. It's about Torey Lovullo, to your point a second ago, and the inability he's had to explain what's wrong with this baseball team. And he's tried again and again and again. And he, I think, is kind of flummoxed and flabbergasted as to exactly why this team is like this. And which is why when we're talking about the broader picture of what's wrong with the Diamondbacks, we have to talk about Torrey's role in this underachieving baseball team we've had this year.
Yeah, and you and I both believe that he's going to be back next year. He is not going to be back next year because of the product or the production that this team has had this past year. It is about their faith in his ability to connect and have a real relationship and chemistry and camaraderie with his team. But if we see moments where that's starting to get questioned a bit, like this kind of instance perhaps, like if those start to pop up a bit more and we start to doubt, like, okay, is he getting through to the guys? Like I had the stats earlier, like their biggest statistical drop-off by far this year is not their pitching, it's not their hitting, it's their fielding by a mile. I asked you who you put that on the most. You said Torrey. That's another example to me. Yeah. And so if those examples start to stack up, then how much can you say is this like Torrey and like being the player's manager and getting through to the guys? I worry for him how much that sort of continues to build up and stack up while listening and understanding, and for everyone screaming at their radio like you should fire him right now. We understand that a lot of D-backs fans listening right now want out of the Torey Lovullo business, but they're just not going to be, because of what he has built here in terms of, again, culture, identity. And this is an example that I've used a lot and I'm going to continue to use in my time talking about Arizona sports as long as I do. There were plenty of reasons to fire Monty Williams. I totally understand why you needed to fire Monty Williams, but by firing him after how quickly he built a culture and identity, you were starting from step 0 again. Look at how that has gone since. Right. It's a dangerous, treacherous path to go. It's just how much does the getting blown out by 50 and your home floor, like that kind of thing, like Monty, it built up. Is Torrey going to continue to build up those types of instances here over the next couple of months, maybe within the next year, where they leave the front office no choice?
I don't know. I think this time a year from now, depending on the trajectory of everything, that could be, and I don't mean to punt for a conversation a year from now, but I don't feel like he's going to be in any jeopardy at the end of the season. I don't think he's running that kind of risk, but that comp about Monty Williams is such a good one. Not everything about Monty was perfect. In fact, the way the relationship degraded between him and Jake Crowder, between him and DeAndre Ayton, I thought reflected very poorly on Monty. But by letting him go, you were kind of, like you say, resetting that clock a little bit. And make no mistake, you'll be doing the same thing with Torey Lovullo. I know this. I know I've never seen Torrey more exasperated over a baseball team than he is over this one. Like his inability to just understand why it's not going well. And I don't know if I've ever experienced a fan base that has been this fed up with Torrey. And I know it's easy to say that about the vocal minority on social media. Sometimes it's easier to see that than anything else. But it's there, and it's been loud, and it's been constant, and it's been the kind of thing that I don't think anybody can really ignore. Like it's been talked about so much, Torrey and his role on this team.
Yeah, and it's going to be next year is going to be really interesting because the roster is not going to be as talented as it is this year. There's no way in getting around that. That is going to be the dynamic of next year. And with that, what are the expectations of this team? Where do they lie? If we expect them to be a little bit around 500 and they finish a little bit around there, maybe a little bit worse, how does that impact how they feel about Torrey? It's going to be a really big year for him specifically next year because we're all under the assumption that no matter how this second half of the season sort of goes, that he's going to be back next year.
No, but I also want to be fair to Torrey when I say this. There have also been times where this team has had opportunity after opportunity to kind of fold the cards, and they've always found a little bit of extra juice to give you. Like the fact that this team has, with all their injuries that they've suffered, that they've managed to stay as relevant as they have, is in some part a testament to him as well, right? Like this thing could have ended a while ago, probably should have ended a while ago when you lose your top two bullpen guys and your ace starter, and it hasn't, and I think he's owed some of the credit for that, but I'm sure there's a lot of self-reflection right now in those offices when it comes to this team, there's no doubt. When we come back, maybe the biggest story of the Summer League so far for the Phoenix Suns. Kobe Bryant, is he going to be the winning pick by the Phoenix Suns? That's next here on Arizona Sports.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Celebrate Faith and Family Night at Chase Field on Friday, August 8th. Stick around for a free post-game concert with Torrin Wells, presented by Chick-fil-A. Visit dbacks.com/faith.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Oh, it's heating up, Aceronians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona sports.
First and foremost, I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
Brea, the bright spot on this offense so far, 3 for 3. Working on Newell. Great space. Wow. Bottoms.
It's a mid-range jumper fight from Kobe Brea over the weekend. It's great. It's 2 summer league games, but it is, at least in my mind, kind of crazy to think that the early, ooh, did you see what he just did guy for the Phoenix Suns is Kobe Brea so far. You know, you were there, you were in Vegas, you saw it with your own eyes, but just watching in real time the reaction, getting text messages from friends about, you know, one of my buddies was joking with me that I was going to compare Kobe Brea to Devin Booker today. I'm not, but there was just enough conversation about him from like, wow, this kid, because there is something, and you know this, something so pure about a guy who's got a jumper like that. Like, it's the first thing you notice, and it's easy to fall in love with a player like that almost immediate because it's just so sweet to watch.
Also has like some clear like toughness to his game that showed in those first 2 games that I thought. Yeah, and this is like, I think this is something that Suns fans are hoping they'll get a redo of, and what I mean by that is like letting Toumani Camara go is going to continue to sting and will for a long time, because how often do you hit on second-round picks in the NBA? As you mentioned a few segments ago, they come and go all the time. Like, if you hit on 1 out of 10 second-round picks, you'll take that.
Yeah,
every time. That 1 out of 10, it really doesn't really happen that often at all, where you find a rotation caliber player, a guy that really contributes to your team for a few years, a handful of years out of the second round. It happens for the best franchises, maybe 3 out of 10 drafts. It'll really happen. So,
and Toumani's a great example, of course.
And Toumani, like, you're not going to get that level where a guy who is going to be that great, right? But someone like Kobe Brea, who looks like he has NBA traits, he definitely has an elite NBA trait right now. Like, within a year or 2, once he gets comfortable enough in the NBA, he will be one of the best shooters in the NBA. He will be. It's just every other part of his game. But we did see other parts of his game, mainly offensively, in those first 2 games that kind of led you to believe, like, okay, kid is not just only a shooter. Like, he can score a little bit as well, and we'll see if the other parts of his development come. But he is such a good shooter that if he is, like, he doesn't even have to be a good defender. If he can just be a slightly below average defender, or even like avoid being poor or bad on defense, if he can be passable on defense, he is that good of a shooter where just having him on the floor will bring value to you. Like, you think of, like, you remember like Anthony Morrow, like players like that who were just out there because they shot threes. Those guys have kind of faded away because you do need to defend a little bit. But when you're that good of a shooter, Sam Hauser is a guy on Boston who is making a nice living right now because he can shoot that ball. Kobe can shoot the ball.
Well, what was the comp of DeMarre Carroll? He said Kyle Korver. Kyle Korver, pardon me.
Specialist, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, the J.J. Redick comp came up a couple of times too, I know, but the Kyle Korver one was interesting. It's one of those things where, and I know it's early, and it's so early, but you look at it and you say, how is he available at number 41? What's the and we know what the flaw is. We know the reason why he was there at number 41. His defense is suspect. Yes, you mentioned needing to learn more about him, his ability when he gets chased off of the 3-point line to then, you know, kind of recalibrate and get that mid-range jumper that he was doing on Sunday. Okay, that's something that we kind of need to see to know. But there is the early signs that maybe you got that very rare second round.
That pass to
gem.
Oso was one where you were like, oh,
there was.
Like,
Yeah, there was.
Hang on a second,
because those are the picks where if you can hit on them, it's like free money. It almost feels like you just kind of. Oh, I stumbled upon some extra stuff here that I wasn't expecting. We'll see. It's early to make any declarations about him, but you do wonder if he continues to show this. Kellen, they got a lot of players on that roster. You're cringing because you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
They got a lot of players on that roster who do basically the same thing or are supposed to do the same thing. And this is where the numbers crunch is going to be fascinating to watch.
And to temper things with Suns fans here who might be getting upset like right now or even later in the process, let's say Kobe continues to have a great summer league. He goes in preseason, does really well, and then he doesn't play right away. Like Mikal Bridges was not in the rotation on his first day. Devin Booker had to sit on the bench for a while before he got out there. Like this will happen for guys that have been drafted far higher than Kobe, where their rookie year is a lot about sitting on the bench. But with that in mind, the player development is so important to what the Suns are going to be doing this year and for the next couple of years, that if he is someone that they eyeball in practice and they see behind the scenes as someone who could really have a chance to be something for them in a couple of years' time, you want to give him this year to play. But you've got Dylan Brooks, you've got Grace now, and you've got Royce O'Neal, you've got Devin Booker as well. You've got all of these names that you need to find minutes for. I didn't even mention Jalen Green yet. Like you've got a lot of names in that sort of build at that specific sort of position and skill set where there's just not going to be room for him, even if there's an injury or two. I don't even know how much time that he would be able to get.
Which is why I'm glad he's on the two-way, right? So he can spend a little time and just play and go down to the G League. And
head down to Tempe and see Kobe Bryant. There you go.
Well, but it's also the way and I know it's not a perfect world, and I know they got what they could get in Kevin Durant, and it might not have fit, but the roster is so imbalanced. I just don't know how they're going to be able to unbalance it over the course of time. There are just way too many of one position and not nearly enough of another. And Kobe Bryant, who he was named after Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant is going to be an unfortunate victim of that imbalance. But even without Kobe Bryant, I don't know how they're going to navigate a roster that's got this many guys who are all about 6'5" and who all roughly do the same thing, or at least supposedly have the same skill set. I mean, that to me is not a player development problem. That to me is a roster management minutes. How do you navigate that? I don't even know what the answer is to it.
Yeah, and again, to return to player development, you need to set up everyone for success. And the guys we're not even mentioning because it's summer league time, like that includes Jalen Green. That includes Mark Williams. Like you need to position these guys and set themselves up for success. I don't think it really applies to Mark. Well, I think it does apply to Mark Williams partially because there's only one point guard on the roster right now, and you would like for him to be running two-man game with someone who knows how to set him up. I think Booker knows how to do that. I think Green knows how to do that. Can they do it as consistently as a point guard would? Certainly not. So that's a position where he needs to be set up for success. And then obviously Jalen Green, you would like him in an ecosystem where it's not a duplicative skill set. And that is something where it is, and the guy doing it is a whole lot better at him than doing it, and he is someone who needs to get set up in his positions properly. Is Book capable of that as a lead guard? And all these questions.
Yeah.
And something that I think I've been thinking about a lot with the Bradley Beal trade is when I was in favor of the Beal trade, I was like, well, if he stays healthy, and I added like a couple of qualifiers before saying I liked it. The qualifiers are pretty dangerous sometimes. They can get you in trouble. You know what's great? Not having qualifiers before getting to the positive opinion.
It is, and there are qualifiers too with letting him go as well. But but again, going back to Kobe Bryant for a second, I'm gonna go back to the thing that we started the show with. Okay, it was fun to see. We were just having a conversation during the commercial break about movies just being entertaining and not like. Just a good, fun, easy to watch movie. We were talking about Superman because everyone's like, yeah, it's just really fun to watch a movie like that. Okay, Suns basketball for the first time in forever and a day was kind of fun to watch on Friday night. And
Excited to watch tonight.
And I think Kobe Bryant, honestly, was probably the most fun about watching fun Phoenix Suns basketball. It doesn't mean it's always going to be like that, but I think that's another reason why he struck such a chord with Suns fans on not only Friday night but on Sunday afternoon as well. if we're talking about making Phoenix Suns basketball fun to watch again, start with the main offender, and that was Kobe Bryant. He was just fun to watch on Friday night. It's been a long time since we've said that about anybody.
Looking forward to watching him tonight, too.
Yeah, see what he can do when we come back on Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports. Well, first of all, let me remind you, because we got our podcast, the Burns and Gambo Show podcast, which works like every podcast you love to listen to. Subscribe right now on your iPhone or your Android. You'll never miss any of the show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefy.com. That's YREFY.com. Should there be a greater fear in trading away Zach Gallen or not trading Zach Gallen? We'll talk about it coming up. Kellen's in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
Card scan. 8 days away. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Dr. Jay Schwartz from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. It's where I went for my LASIK procedure about 15 years ago. I'm so glad that I did. Here I am 15 years later, 58 years old. No glasses, no contacts. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. You can have that too. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures, including mine. And my good buddy Vince Marotta had his LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz is a team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and he has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Call right now for a free thorough eye exam if you're interested in a vision correction procedure. I highly recommend LASIK surgery. You can call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or go online at teamidoc.com, and don't forget to ask about 2 years of interest-free financing.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
And we're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We are in the All-Star break in Major League Baseball. Diamondbacks able to catch a breather before they return to play on Friday. As far as the All-Star week is concerned, Home Run Derby is already in action. The first contestant, James Wood of Nationals, started things off with a nice 16-homer first round. We've got Brent Rooker of the Athletics in action right now. He already has 10, about halfway through his allotted time and his allotted pitch total. If you want to hear how the Home Run Derby plays out, we've got it for you right now over on ESPN 620 AM, and then we will join it in progress at the conclusion of Burns and Gambo right here on 98.7 FM. And as far as the game tomorrow, we learned that Ketel Marte will be hitting third in the starting lineup for the National League. He will hit behind Ronald Acuna Jr. and ahead of Freddie Freeman. We've also got a double dip of local basketball teams in action. You got the Phoenix Suns in the midst of Summer League, taking on the Sacramento Kings tonight from Las Vegas. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And then the Phoenix Mercury, they're in San Francisco, getting set to take on the Golden State Valkyries. Merc are going to be without both Kalia Copper and Satu Sabali in that one. Tip-off from the Chase Center is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. How can Jalen Green grow as a member of the Phoenix Suns? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
So the big story about the Diamondbacks came down yesterday was from Bob Nightingale, who is reporting that according to rival executives, the Arizona Diamondbacks are poised to sell. He didn't quote even anonymously, any Diamondback sources, just that rival executives are expecting the Arizona Diamondbacks to be sellers when it's all said and done. So Kellen, filling in for Gambo, he and I have had a lot of conversations about the Diamondbacks, and it's a week off of Diamondbacks baseball now. They'll have 12 games to go before the trade deadline when they come back. Really, in reality, they've got about 9 games before it's time to kind of buckle down and do this. We do expect them to sell. Zach Gallen is one of the names that could go. And I've actually been looking forward to this conversation all day. I knew we kind of slotted it here in this spot because with Zach Gallen, he's basically your homegrown guy. I mean, I know he's not, but it feels like he's been here a long time. He's achieved so much since he's been here. We all were dreading this day, Kellen, this season, knowing that he's a Scott Boras client, knowing that he was very likely going to go to the highest bidder and in a walk year, who knows where he was going to end up and could you afford to keep him? It's what made the Corbin Burns acquisition so genius. Now that you're at this moment where you could trade him, you're kind of faced with this dilemma if you're the Diamondbacks about whether you want to keep him, because keep him means paying him. And do you want to pay him? How much is he worth? How much does Zach Gallen get in the open market? You're trying to figure out all these things simultaneously while figuring out whether you want to keep him or not.
Yeah, and there's the risk of you're not seeing the juice being worth the squeeze per se, and you let him go for what is considered like a fairly good deal by the team that signs him, like not an overpay or anything, but you just want it out of the Zach Gallen business. And then he wins the Cy Young. Like, this is what happened with Robbie Ray. Like, they got out of the Robbie Ray business at a time that it seemed wise to get out of the Robbie Ray business. And then he went on to have the best years of his career. He's having a fantastic year this year as well. So you spent this time building up this young talent, getting them better, helping them develop into the pitcher that they were going to be, and then clicking eject once they were going to become that pitcher. Now, when sometimes guys get to that mark, they don't meet the potential or meet the hype, or they regress. And that is why you wouldn't bring Zach back. If you think he's regressed, if you think that his best years are already behind him, but if you think his best years are ahead of him, you should bring him back.
It's not just Robbie Ray. It reminds me of Max Scherzer back in the day, too, where it was very much we're not but that's not a fair comp either. Zach Gallen finished in the top 5 in Cy Young voting for 2 of the last 3 years, or 2 of the last 4 years, whatever it was exactly. Max Scherzer never had that kind of success here with the Diamondbacks. He went on to have it later. I mean, Zach Gallen has been. This one's tough because you basically paid Corbin Burns to kind of be your Zach Gallen is leaving us insurance. And now you don't have that insurance policy next year to keep Zach Gallen. You got him for that very same purpose. Will somebody else pay Zach Gallen? Will somebody else take the risk that the best years of him, will he get one of those contracts? This is what I tend to think is going to happen. He's going to get one of those contracts where it's going to be just long enough that it needs to pay itself off in the first couple of years of that deal with a championship, and then you'll worry about him being overpaid near the end of it all, right? We see that a lot with starting pitchers in today's baseball.
We do, for sure, and they're in a situation right now where you got to remember the deal that Corbin Burns is on and was designed to be on, essentially. There was a 2-year opt-out in his contract where, to me, and I know there's some disagreement here, but what I always felt was that was basically going to be a 2-year deal where Corbin Burns was going to pitch 2 very, very good years for the Diamondbacks and then re-enter free agency again, opt out, and then maybe he comes back to Arizona. Maybe he doesn't. I saw it as a gamble of a contract in some ways because if he does not opt out, that means he's opting in. Why is he opting in? Because he did not meet the hype of the contract, and then all of a sudden you get into potential albatross territory. We're far away from being there. I understand right now.
Yeah.
We got to see what Corbin looks like when he comes back from the surgery. But all of that is to say that is your big contract that you have on the books. You have Erod still on the books for some time as well. And then remember, Corbin and Ketel are on extensions right now that are designed to escalate here in a couple of years' time. They were financed in a way where the money is relatively low this year, and I want to say maybe next year or the year after, but upcoming pretty soon, those salaries get way bigger under a design to sort of win now. So if you sign Zach to a 4-year, a 5-year, a 6-year deal, are you in a position to be able to afford that? Do you want to have that long of it? Do you think, just in general, with your time being around baseball and covering baseball and watching free agency, that someone will sign Zach to an actual long-term deal beyond 3 or 4 years, or is he going to be one of those prove-it guys?
I think he's moved himself into prove-it category and to prove-it territory this year, which actually, strangely enough, gives me maybe hope is the wrong word here, but actually gives me hope the Arizona Diamondbacks could bring him back.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
he's
think
played himself back into their price range.
I think he has played himself back into their price range. Now, the way the last 2 starts prior to Saturdays had gone, I was starting to think the opposite was happening, that he was turning that corner, that he was showing his value, that he was showing his real self. And then he had the start that he had on Saturday against Anaheim, against the LA Angels. And it kind of felt like we're back to square one with Zach Gallen. There's part of me that if you're going to pick one or the other to deal, there's part of me that favors dealing Merrill Kelly for 2 reasons. Number one, because you might actually get more for him than you would for Zach Gallen and all of his inconsistencies. And number 2, because if we're talking about keeping guys in the next year, I think Zach Gallen has very much put himself back into a prove-it type position where I could see him signing like a 2-year deal, player option for the 2nd year to opt out after 1, comes back, tries to reestablish value, tries to, on a team that's certainly like the Diamondbacks that's going to need starting pitching. I don't know if we're necessarily entering the final days of Zach Gallen being a starter for the Diamondbacks. I could totally see him back on this team next year.
How much do you think it has to do with the state of the rotation right now in terms of like the future of it? And what I mean
everything.
by that is
almost everything.
Can you look at a rotation next year or within the next 2 to 3 years that is led by Brandon Pfaadt, Ryan Nelson, and who else?
Not yet. I think one way or another, if you're the Diamondbacks, one way or another, you are going to have to spend money on starting pitching this offseason. You're going to have to. Do you want to spend it on the devil you know or the devil you don't? Right? Do you want to spend it on the guy that you've got history and shared blood, sweat, and tears with? or the guy who's coming from another organization that you're not quite sure.
Do you just want to get an innings eater, or do you want to actually go get a pretty darn good starting pitcher? Because Zach is still a pretty darn good starting pitcher. His numbers have been off this year. I understand that. But if you were to sit here and say, where does Zach Gallen rank among starting pitchers? He still ranks pretty high.
He does. And if there's one guy that I have a lot of faith in, maybe not to figure it out, but to certainly put in the work this offseason to figure out why, I think it's Zach Gallen. This is all kind of a long-winded way of saying I hope they bring back Zach Gallen. Like I'm kind of quietly rooting for him to come back because I think the financial sort of ability for them to do it didn't exist 3 months ago, and I really do think it does now. And I think with the Corbin Burns injury, there's like how would you a rotation next year of Zach Gallen, Brandon Pfaadt, Ryan Nelson, and Eduardo. I know it's very similar to what we've got right now. But I feel like you've got a chance with that versus the giant unknown of what do you do if Zach Gallen walks, if Merrill Kelly walks.
And when you're beyond like Eduardo Rodriguez's time and when Corbin Burns is getting older, like who else are the pitchers beyond that? Like you've got Nelson, you've got Pfaadt, the prospects coming up like Joe Diaz, Christian Mena. Gallen would help certify that group 3 to 5 years out from now for sure.
Yeah, and whether this is a factor in all and whether they decide to trade him or not, I have absolutely no idea, but these are the things that everybody needs to consider when thinking about this. Immerse yourself in the worlds of PlayStation like never before at PlayStation The Concert. This revolutionary live experience takes you on a journey through the most celebrated scores in gaming history. Head to the contest page now for your chance to win tickets to PlayStation Live in concert on January 31st at Arizona Financial Theater. Home Run Derby is underway. We take the temperature of your excitement level. Not really. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Friday, July 11th at 11:34 a.m. local Arizona time. While on vacation in Germany, Austria, or another Central European country, our own John Gambadoro posted this to his over 100,000 followers about the Bradley Beal situation. Quote, he has to pick a team. The belief was that he was on the verge of making a decision 3 to 4 days ago, but he continues to weigh options. End quote. So it continues to be up in the air. And when we finally get something solid about Bradley Beal's status with the Suns, you'll know from listening to Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, and reading it on ArizonaSports.com and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morrishall.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morrishall.com. Trust in Arizona. Trust in Morris Hall.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. We got a lot on tonight. We've got the Suns taking on the Sacramento Kings in the Summer League. That game starts at 7 o'clock. We've got the Mercury at the Golden State Valkyries tonight. That game also starts at 7 o'clock. Satu Sabali will be joining us on tomorrow's
Can't wait to talk to her.
with Kellen.
If you've never heard Satu speak before, very well spoken, and she'll have a lot to say about
high
what has
energy.
been. Yeah, a lot to say about what has been a very fun year for them so far.
Yeah, we had her on back when the Merc acquired her, and Gambo and I were both like, man, that was a really fun conversation. She really brought it. So we'll have her on the show tomorrow. That game starts at 7 o'clock tonight with the Red Hot Phoenix Mercury, and then, of course, the Home Run Derby is on right now. We'll be joining the Home Run Derby live in progress here on Arizona Sports. If you've ever wondered what a Home Run Derby sounds like on the radio, you're about to find out because it's coming up next.
Whoever has the job of getting that across with how fast this thing happens, Godspeed. This is it's a lot.
What do you think? So what do you think about this Home Run Derby here in front of us?
So my main take on the Home Run Derby for the last couple of years, I can't remember when the rule changes happened specifically, but ever since we got into a point where speed matters, it took away the value of appreciating what makes homers great, which is like watching a guy swing and make contact and then admiring the balls that goes very far, because they had the split screen up here on the broadcast now, and the part of the way they fixed that from panning back and forth is the right side of the screen shows you where the ball is going, which during Brent Rooker's appearance they really struggled with and couldn't find the ball, so that's another issue.
Yeah.
But on the left side, you're seeing the guy swing, but I see the guy swing, and then I turn to the right, watch the ball go. It lands, and then I turn to the left to watch again, and he's already swung again. And that part of the element, the atmosphere, whatever you want to say, like those tangible elements of the Home Run Derby have kind of been taken away by the formatting, and I just wish we could go back. And this is kind of, you go back to the slam dunk contest, and it's just like we're tweaking so much now that there really is just no right answer to fixing it.
Yeah, it's funny that you said that, and without knowing that you were going to go there on that, I was looking, and I had it here here it is right now, from Arizona Diamondback Stats and Info about 15 minutes ago. They write, maybe I'm just old now, but give me this. 10 ounce, hit as many baseballs over the fence as you possibly can, call it a day. You know, it's just nice and simple. You got 10 outs, hit as many over the fence as you possibly can, and that's your number, right? And then just see if anybody can get to that number. it is like I understand why they're trying to pick up the pace on it. I think people thought it was just getting too long and too laborious, and especially when you had multiple rounds and it just went all night. So it's like everything in baseball, they're trying to pick up the pace a little bit. I enjoy it. I have weirdly personal reasons for enjoying it. As soon as we're out of here, I'm going home. We've got a big home run derby watch party that we do with the same group of people every year. We used to vacation together, and we still do from time to time. And we used to all be in San Diego at the same time for a week during the All-Star break, and we would always get together to watch the home run derby from the house that we were renting there. So we still get together. We watch the derby. We put little friendly wagers on who's going to win. We all pick a guy. So for me, it's like it's fun to get everyone together and watch it. The best part for me of the home run derby is not even who wins. It's not even the competition of this guy versus that guy. It's when that one guy gets on that incredible bender, right? And just...
Are you speaking this into existence?
Is it happening right now with O'Neill Cruz?
It's happening. Well, he hit 3 of 4. Now he's slowing down. But his first 3 he hit out, and Mitch's arms went up, and he was ready to fully experience what you're talking about.
That's the joy. For me, that's the fun of it, is just when you get that guy, and oftentimes that guy doesn't even win. Usually that guy exhausts himself in the second round or in the first round and has nothing left in the tank when it's all said and done. But just that, to me, is the highlight of any home run derby, is when a guy gets into a zone like that. Like O'Neill Cruz is just hitting moonshots right now.
488 was one that went. I don't know how far that one went. That one even maybe as far. That was crazy. And also, like you mentioned, O'Neill Cruz, like James Wood. Wood specifically has been one of the stars of the first half of the year, and there are a lot of baseball fans who probably haven't seen him play this year because he's on the Nationals, so you give him this type of exposure. That part of these events is always cool to me as well. O'Neill Cruz, similar kind of deal.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you look at this year's lineup, there really isn't anybody who has a ton of name recognition, right? Jazz Chisholm, later Brent Rooker.
Cal Raleigh's the big one.
Cal Raleigh's the big one.
He's one of the big stories of baseball this year, and a lot of baseball fans probably haven't seen him play a game yet this year.
The other thing that I cringe at watching, and this happens every year too, the batting practice pitcher guy who can't throw it where the guy wants it.
Oh, it's so demoralizing.
It's so painful to watch, and you just cringe. You just cringe because the poor guy, you know he's feeling it. You know he's thinking it. You know he's like, I'm on national TV, and I've thrown this baseball in that spot 10,000 times in my life, and I just can't get it there.
The murmurs start in the crowd. He starts to get even more nervous. Like, it's the worst.
It's so horrible. I mean, you feel bad for those guys, and it stresses you out for them. You don't want them to have to go through with that, but they do. So, look, this is home run derbies. They're not. I doubt we'll be talking about. In fact, I know we won't be talking about this tomorrow. But I still think that of all of the extracurricular activities that go on around All-Star breaks, that this is the best. You know, beyond the dunk contest, maybe the three-point shooting contest. I still think that has a lot of fun. I don't know what they do with the NHL anymore. I don't really watch the NHL. I still think this is the best.
You're not a fan of the obstacle course in the NFL?
No.
Just checking.
The one where they had
the long snapping competition.
What was the one where Trey McBride was like diving into?
I don't know.
A bed of like mushy stuff, you know, like diving catch. I don't even know. I just saw a couple
My
highlights
take on that is that the NFL has absolutely nailed like the 12-minute YouTube video that turns into. Now, like watching the full 3 hours, no thank you. But like the little clips, like you're mentioning, like for Trey, and watching it all like in a compilation is awesome.
Will tomorrow be Bradley Beal Day? We'll have plenty to talk about tomorrow. We've got another Summer League game coming up. We've got more trade deadline reaction stuff to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Tomorrow's the All-Star game.
Can't wait.
Ketel Marte getting the start, but will tomorrow be Bradley Beal Day?
I think it's Wednesday.
You think so?
Yep. Wednesday, 11:37 a.m.
Oh, my gosh. You're calling your time and everything?
Yeah, I'm doing it. Why
Mitch, you got a date, a time?
Next week.
Oh,
just to be chaotic.
Tomorrow